Chapter 1. A sudden thick fog enveloped the highway as the bus carrying our entire class and teachers traversed through the mist. We entered an enigmatic realm. At Jingtian High School, we possess a tradition that evokes envy among students from other institutions. Each year, the school allocates a sum of money to organize a trip for all faculty and students. Having exhausted myself at the seaside, I rested my chin on my hand, leaning against the window to doze off. That it was impossible to fall into a deep slumber amidst the rumble of the moving bus. So my seatmate, Chen Yu Ting, gently shook my arm, rousing me from my slumber. "Chen Yu, what a thick fog." Chen Yu Ting smiled, gesturing for me to look outside the window. I turned to gaze outside, where a vast expanse of whiteness enveloped the surroundings, as if clouds from the heavens had descended upon the earth. The white mist spread across the highway at a visible pace. Initially, we could still see the vehicles ahead, but gradually, all that remained visible were the red taillights of the cars in front. Soon after, even those taillights disappeared from view. The driver, cursing under his breath, significantly reduced the speed of the vehicle. After a tiring day by the sea, everyone had been resting with their eyes closed. Now, upon witnessing the rare sight of such dense fog, excitement rippled through the bus. The diligent students proudly elaborated on the principles behind the formation of fog. Meanwhile, those less inclined towards studying took the opportunity to lean against the window, raising their phones for selfies as mementos. I paid little heed to the fog glancing outside. I turned to look at Chen Yuting. She possessed a fair complexion and a delicate beauty, her youthful ponytail swaying with the movement of the bus. Noticing my gaze, she immediately blushed and lowered her head shyly. She has been my desk mate since the beginning of high school. That on this trip to the seaside, I had intended to confess my feelings to her, but had yet to find the right moment. Both of us possess somewhat introverted personalities. She is aware of my affection for her, and I know she harbors feelings for me as well. Reflecting on our time at the beach, I lamented the numerous opportunities one squandered. Now, witnessing her bashful demeanor, my heart raced as I took her small hand in mine. Just as I was about to express my feelings, a chorus of gasps erupted around us. Chen Yuting and I were startled, fearing that our classmates had noticed our intertwined hands. That I hurriedly released her hand, awkwardly lifting my gaze, only to discover that everyone was staring out the window, entirely oblivious to us. What a misunderstanding. I scratched my head, chuckling at my own folly. Chen Yuting raised her head, her cheeks a rosy hue. She cast a playful glance in my direction, about to speak, when her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had discovered a new world. "Chen, you look outside," she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the window. That I turned my head to gaze outside, startled by the scene that awaited me. Just moments ago, the highway was shrouded in thick mist, but now the fog has gradually dissipated, revealing a breathtaking sea of flowers. The verdant grassland is adorned with blossoms of vibrant hues, and in the distance lies a lush forest. That was quite a dense fog. "The driver must have taken a wrong turn," one remarked. "Although he may have strayed, perhaps he has stumbled upon something wonderful." Another responded, "Teacher, may we disembark?" The cabin buzzed with excitement as everyone, captivated by the stunning floral display, yearned to step out and capture the moment, or perhaps even recline amidst the petals for a brief slumber. How romantic. Chen Yuting's voice was soft as she reached out and embraced my arm. Yes. With her gentle touch encircling my arm, an unprecedented intimacy enveloped us. Feeling her warmth and inhaling her fragrance, my heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from my chest. Turning to face her, I found her gaze already fixed upon me. Our eyes met for merely half a second before she shyly lowered her head and playfully pinched my arm. Though we had not confessed our feelings, in this moment, it felt as if we were indeed in love. A wave of fervent warmth and sweetness surged within me. It was as if I had captured the entire world. The driver exited to assess the situation, smoking a cigarette while surveying the surroundings, muttering several curses, evidently bewildered by his whereabouts. The homeroom teacher calmed the restless students and inquired about the situation from the driver outside. As the door swung open, the fragrance of blossoms wafted in, prompting students to rise, eager to immerse themselves in the floral embrace. Witnessing such beauty, the girls displayed even greater enthusiasm than the boys. Two girls seated at the front, seizing the moment while the teacher was distracted, jumped from the vehicle. Amidst the sea of flowers, They immediately raised their phones for a selfie, while the driver, still smoking and surveying the area, suddenly let out a strange cry. Before anyone could react, he was ensnared by something serpentine. It was not a snake, but rather a black vine adorned with leaves. The black vine, as agile as a serpent, coiled around the driver's body, swiftly retracting and dragging him away to an unknown destination. However, the two girls who witnessed the scene were already pale with fright, their legs rendered powerless. The homeroom teacher gritted her teeth and leaped from the bus, rushing toward the frightened girls. At that moment, some flowers in the sea began to tremble, not from a breeze, but as if something was moving beneath the ground. Something is coming. Those seated on the bus could perceive the unusual happenings. Yet, they were a step too late. Before anyone could scream, a vine, akin to a massive black hand, shattered the bus windshield, slithering inside like a python. Instantly, cries of alarm erupted as everyone ducked and crouched beneath their seats, fearing the tendril-like vine would ensnare them. I embraced Chen Yuting, who trembled like a frightened kitten. Even though I was equally terrified, I whispered softly in her ear, reassuring her not to be afraid. Holding her tightly, I bent down to shield her, closing my eyes tightly, believing that by shutting them, I had concealed myself in the safest haven in the world. Though my vision was obscured, I could still hear the sounds surrounding me. The rustling of the vines slithering through the carriage echoed ominously, reminiscent of the chilling sound of a blade being sharpened before an execution. Many had already begun to weep, their voices a murmur of incoherent terror. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams erupted, only to fade into the distance. It was evident that someone had been ensnared by the vines. I clutched Chinyating even tighter, while the others succumbed to an overwhelming dread, and no one dared to make a sound, fearful that the tendrils might hear and ensnare them as well. In an instant, all sounds vanished. The carriage fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind rustling through the treetops outside. A fragrant floral aroma wafted into the carriage, soothing the anxious hearts of those inside. Chen Yuting continued to shiver in my embrace. I lifted my head, yet I saw no sign of the dark vines. My classmates in the other seats also raised their heads, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Several students seated ahead had vanished, evidently taken by the vines. We were relatively fortunate to have escaped, yet no one felt grateful. Fear was etched on every face. After a while, reassured that no vines lurked within the vehicle, a collective sigh of relief ensued. The girls began to cry, overwhelmed by fear for their teachers and classmates who had been taken. Who could drive? Quickly turn the bus around and leave this place. A student shouted in panic. I can. I'll give it a try, said Wang Jinzong, the robust sports representative. Rising to his feet, he took a deep breath, his legs slightly trembling, and made his way to the driver's seat. The bus's windshield was completely shattered. Wang Jinzong cleared the shard from the driver's area and turned the key several times before finally starting the engine. Although he had never driven a bus before, he understood the principles of driving, shifting gears, and steering with determination. The bus made a turn, retracing its path. However, as it jostled through the sea of flowers, it failed to reach the highway and was instead obstructed by a dense forest. The vehicle came to a halt, and astonishment swept through the passengers. At that moment, phones began to ring incessantly. In their state of shock, the passengers suddenly remembered that they should report the incident. Yet upon checking their phones, they discovered that there was no signal at all. Strangely, despite the absence of reception, everyone received a text message, all containing the same content. You can escape from the bridge. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Murderous Willow. How could a phone without signal receive a text message? In the center column of the text messages, there was no number displayed, only an expanse of emptiness. Who could have sent this message? It seems to suggest that we can leave from a bridge. But where is the bridge? Where are we? Upon seeing the peculiar message on my phone, a lively discussion erupted among everyone. I gazed at my phone, furrowing my brow in contemplation. It was not unusual for a message to be sent to everyone in the class without displaying the sender's number. Given my father's profession as a detective, I was not particularly shocked by such a message. However, the absence of signal on my phone rendered it impossible to receive any messages at all. Yet, the mere fact that I had received such a notification indicated that everything that had transpired moments ago was orchestrated by human hands. With this realization, I exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the questions of who was behind this and why remained unanswered for the time being. Qinyu, came the somewhat anxious voice of Chen Yuting. At that moment, I became aware that I was still holding Chen Yuting tightly. I hurriedly released my embrace, yet she did not immediately step away from me. She tucked her hair, which had fallen over her forehead, behind her ear. Such a simple gesture took my breath away with its beauty. Have some water? I offered her a bottle of mineral water. Chen Yuting replied, taking a small sip before handing the bottle back to me. You should too. Concerned about her feeling awkward, I smiled and insisted that I was not thirsty. I'm not sure, I shook my head, but this event was undoubtedly premeditated. Someone must have orchestrated it. Her eyes widened in alarm upon hearing my words. Knowing my father was a detective, she trusted my judgment. Could be terrorists? She speculated in fear. I don't know, but I will protect you, I said earnestly, my words akin to a confession. Chen Yuting's fair cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue. She nodded slightly, stirring a rush of excitement within me. That moment, the discussions about the mysterious message came to a halt. Someone shouted towards Wang Jinzong, the sports committee member seated in the driver's seat. Hey, Wang Jinzong, did you take a wrong turn and bring us to some strange place? The speaker was Lei Nung, his tone laced with grievance. Every class has its share of troublemakers, and Lei Nung was ours. His remarks prompted several others to chime in, accusing Wang Jinzong of leading them astray. Wang Jinzong was infuriated by their accusations. He had selflessly put himself in danger by driving the vehicle, hoping to lead everyone away from this place. Though he had not succeeded, his intentions were noble, and yet he found himself unjustly maligned, igniting a desire within him to lash out. You think you can do better? Then go ahead. Wang Jinzong, tall and muscular, glared before leaving the driver's seat. He'll do it, Lei Nung declared nonchalantly as he stood up, eagerly striding towards the driver's seat. As the two individuals brushed past one another, they collided forcefully with their shoulders. Their relationship was notoriously poor, a fact known to all. Lei Nung, with a mischievous grin, appeared eager to provoke a confrontation. Wang Jinzong was extremely incensed, his fists itching to strike. I observed Wang Jinzong and shook my head at him in disapproval. Suppressing his fury, Wang Jinzong refrained from retaliating against Lei Nung. Wang Jinzong and I shared an ordinary classmate relationship. However, due to my position as vice class monitor, I frequently managed class affairs, which bestowed upon me a modicum of respect. Thus Wang Jinzong conceded to my authority. In light of the current situation, unity was paramount, rather than division. Carefree and nonchalant, Lei Nung occupied the driver's seat, his expression brimming with excitement, akin to that of a child receiving a grand toy. Upon starting the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator with fervor. The bus emitted a thunderous roar, yet remained immobile. The classmates who had not been ensnared by the vines were gripped with fear, terrified of the impending calamity that Lei Nung could unleash. That fool could not drive. I approached him with a stern countenance, signaling my readiness to take over. Lei Nung, unabashed, rose from his seat, granting me the driver's position. He did not depart, but rather watched eagerly as I prepared to start the engine that, as previously mentioned, I had a father who was a criminal investigator, and he had even taken me to practice shooting. Naturally, he had also taught me how to drive. Engaging the clutch and shifting gears, I released the clutch gently, and the vehicle began to move forward slowly. I refrained from accelerating rapidly, instead steering carefully along the periphery of the woods, attempting to locate an escape route. The surrounding environment was breathtakingly beautiful, fragrant with blossoms, yet all were apprehensive, fearing the emergence of the ominous black vines. Fortunately, the black vines did not manifest. Regrettably, no escape route was found. The meadow of flowers we occupied was a clearing, encircled by dense forest. There must be a way out otherwise. How did we arrive here? A classmate voiced loudly, "Oh, you remember the dense fog we encountered earlier?" Another classmate exclaimed in panic. I once read online that during wartime, a military unit entered a thick fog and subsequently vanished. This statement incited immense panic among the class. Qinyu, how do you explain those tentacle-like vines we just saw? Indeed, those vines resembled tree demons. Those must be mechanical appendages with today's technology. Such things are feasible in an effort to calm everyone. I felt compelled to fabricate a reassuring story. I have encountered such things before. My father is a criminal investigator. and I have seen many peculiar items. This declaration provided some comfort to my classmates that ate that moment. The carefree Lei Nung had reclaimed the driver's seat. He flashed a mischievous smile at me. Chinyu, there's one place you haven't driven to yet, right? Before I could comprehend his intent, that rascal abruptly slammed down on the accelerator. In an instant, the vehicle surged forward with alarming speed. That scoundrel, who had just stood beside me, had somehow learned to drive. I had recently navigated through a sea of blossoms, yet I had not searched for a specific location, one where the black vines ensnared individuals, leading them away. And now, Lena was steering the car directly towards that very place. Lena, have you lost your mind? I grasped the handrail, nearly losing my balance due to the car's sudden acceleration. How can we know unless we try? Lena replied with an air of arrogance, or rather, sheer madness. Before long, the forest emerged into view ahead of us. The circular expanse of the grassy flower field was fringed by trees, and there lay a gap. Do you see? We came here through that very opening, and now we shall depart from there. Lena exclaimed excitedly. The other classmates echoed her enthusiasm, as if hope had ignited within them. Yet a sense of unease settled in my heart. I distinctly recalled that after the black vines ensnared the driver, they retreated towards that very gap. Hey, slow down. I anxiously cautioned Lena. What's wrong? Don't you want to leave this place? Lena turned to me with a mocking grin. I ignored her and strained my gaze towards the opening. Finally, as the vehicle approached the forest gap, I caught sight of what lay beyond. There stood a suspension bridge, at its entrance a large black willow tree. The willow was immense, its branches resembling countless black vines. These black vines writhed as if they were serpents from Medusa's head, each possessing a malevolent consciousness. Several individuals hung from the willow, the black vines piercing their bodies like straws. This scene was nothing short of horrifying. Quick, stop! Reverse! I shouted in terror, my heart racing as if it might leap from my chest. Two don't know how to stop Lena. Two had spotted the malevolent willow and was paralyzed with fear. The others had witnessed the dreadful sight ahead, their screams piercing the air in sheer panic. If we charged forward like this, even if we evaded the grasp of the murderous willow, we would undoubtedly plunge beneath the bridge. In that moment, I steeled myself, risking a rollover, and yanked the handbrake. As everyone exhaled in relief, the black vines from the sinister willow cascaded to the ground, slithering towards us like snakes. Chapter 3. Heaven transformed into a terrifying hell. Vines surged forth, and screams erupted all around. Previously, we had witnessed the scene of the dark vines ensnaring a person. And now we were confronted with the grim aftermath of that very event. Inside the bus, every individual was screaming in terror. That scoundrel, Rain, had brought things to this dire state. He actually abandoned his seat at the wheel and dashed toward the rear of the vehicle. I am filled with such rage that I could almost contemplate ending his life. Yet, in such circumstances, even if I refrain from taking his life, he cannot evade death. And I too shall meet my demise. However, I refuse to resign myself to such a fate. The dark tendrils, resembling serpents, cascade to the ground, slithering and writhing towards me. I was paralyzed with fear. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival that propelled me to take a step forward and settle into the driver's seat. In the following moments, my mind went utterly blank as I stared in horror at the encroaching vines. Driven by an unconscious reflex, my limbs moved with remarkable agility. I swiftly released the handbrake and engaged the reverse gear. With my foot pressed firmly on the accelerator, the bus lurched backward at an alarming pace. A multitude of black vines surged toward me, akin to serpents in pursuit. The scene was terrifying, yet fortune favored me, for their speed could not match that of the vehicle. Before long, the black tendrils vanished, and I had successfully evaded them. Surrounded by dense forest, I parked the bus amidst a meadow of blooming flowers. With the crisis averted, a collective sigh of relief resonated within the vehicle. As I regained my composure, a realization dawned upon me. The black vines had not given chase. Perhaps their length was limited. Lei, ever the cunning debater, protested. How was I to know such things existed? My intention was to save everyone. In truth, I had indeed found the right path. The message had indicated that we could escape via a bridge, and I had successfully located it. This was a fact, and thus, no one scolded him. And gradually the atmosphere turned quieter. However, some classmates remained restless, with Chinyu exclaiming, "Didn't you say those vines were high-tech? What we just witnessed was clearly a forest spirit. That was merely a conjecture, I replied. I saw the teacher hanging from a tree. This statement instantly cast a pall over the mood within the bus. Xin Yuting, her face ashen, approached me. She held a tissue to wipe the cold sweat from my forehead. In a voice only I could hear, she whispered, "You were so brave just now." Her words filled my heart with a sweetness akin to honey. I smiled as I gazed at Xin Yuting, who blushed a deep red under my attentive gaze. Utterly delightful in her charm, I daydream of whispering secrets with her during class and after lessons, discreetly holding hands as we wander through the streets. Our class comprises a total of 50 individuals, and with the inclusion of our homeroom teacher and the previous driver, the count rises to 52. Yet now, only 43 students occupy the vehicle. The dark tendrils have whisked away 9 of our peers. After a brief silence, the restless Linen began to shout again, questioning whether we were to sit idly in the car and await our fate. Remaining in the vehicle is indeed not a viable solution. We must disembark and assess the situation in the woods. However, having witnessed such a harrowing event, no one dared to exit the car. Both our teacher and the class monitor have been taken, and Chinyu, as the vice monitor, you are now the highest authority. Shouldn't you set an example and step outside to evaluate the circumstances? Linen directed these words towards me. To my astonishment, a considerable number of classmates echoed his sentiment, insisting that I, as the vice monitor, should take the lead. How can you bully me in this manner? Upon hearing the suggestion for me to exit, Xin Yuting became agitated, glaring fiercely at Linen. You nearly endangered everyone just now, and it was Chinyu who saved us. Shouldn't you redeem yourself by stepping outside to ascertain the situation? This statement garnered widespread support, leaving Linen in an exceedingly awkward position. He quickly devised a plan. Let us draw lots. Whoever is selected will be the first to go down. This proposal incited panic among the group. With a deep sigh, I rose to my feet, realizing that there was no need for such fuss. I would descend first. Chinyu, Xin Yuting exclaimed, urgently grasping my arm. Being the vice monitor is not an official position. You haven't even received a salary, so there's no need for you to take such risks. Her eyes glistened with tears, filled with genuine concern and reluctance for my well-being. After uttering a few more words, she finally released her grip on my arm. The door of the bus remained ajar as I made my way down, and the sports committee member Wang Jinzhong approached. I'm coming down too. Only a fool would stay cooped up in the bus, he remarked, evidently directing his disdain towards Leinan. I smiled gently, saying nothing as I gracefully alighted from the vehicle, standing amidst the lush expanse of blooming flowers. Although Wang Jinzhong exhibited considerable courage in descending from the car, he appeared exceedingly anxious while standing on the grass. The classmates still inside the vehicle cast anxious glances at the two of us. I reached out and gently patted Wang Jinzhong's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Just as a rubber band becomes thinner the more it is stretched, exceeding its limits will result in it snapping. Likewise, the reason those tendrils have not pursued us is likely that they cannot extend such a considerable distance. Upon hearing my words, Wang Jinzhong immediately exhaled, his entire demeanor easing. Nevertheless, this was merely my conjecture. Deep down, I still harbored a sense of unease. After circling the bus, we encountered no danger. Upon realizing that all was well, the carefree Lei Ning and a few unruly students also disembarked from the vehicle. Wang Jinzhong and I ventured towards the woods, eager to discover what lay within. Chinyu, Xin Yuting's concern resurfaced. We decided to merely observe from the edge of the forest, refraining from entering. Waving goodbye to Xin Yuting, Wang Jinzhong and I approached the border of the thicket. Inside, tranquility reigned. Sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, fracturing into radiant beams. The rays that graced the ground transformed into luminous columns or scattered specks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon meticulous examination of the woodland, I discerned the silhouettes of various creatures. In every aspect, it appeared to be an ordinary forest. Perhaps the only anomaly was a peculiar willow tree by the bridge, while the rest of the area felt entirely safe. With a shared glance and a subtle nod, Wang Jinzhong and I cautiously ventured into the depths of the expansive woodland. The forest was vast, a lush and thriving expanse of greenery. We advanced for several meters, halting our progression further inward. Most of our classmates disembarked from the vehicle, gathering around the edge of the woods. Upon witnessing our safe entry into the thicket, several others chose to follow suit. Oh, look at these grape-like objects. I wonder if they're edible? One exclaimed as someone plucked a cluster of fiery red grape-like fruit from a vine. Fool, don't eat that. Be careful of poisoning, another cautioned. Of course, I understood the danger, yet the allure of its beauty was captivating. Is it truly a grape? I pondered as the individual examined the vibrant fruit alongside a few companions. Suddenly, a white rabbit darted out from the underbrush. Remarkably unafraid of humans, it bounded over and began to nuzzle against the feet of a girl. The adorable creature rendered her utterly defenseless. She bent down to caress the rabbit, engaging it in gentle conversation. In this serene and tranquil woodland, the atmosphere lightened, lifting everyone's spirits. Almost everyone ventured into the grove. I gazed at the rabbit that approached me with such boldness, finding it quite peculiar. Even domesticated rabbits, without proper training, typically harbor a fear of humans and would not willingly seek their company, would they? As I was about to speak, intending to alert the girl gently caressing the rabbit, a vibrant scarlet bird suddenly swooped down from the tree. It alighted upon a cluster of crimson grapes and began to peck at them. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from those observing the grapes. How astonishing it was that the creatures of this forest exhibited no fear of humans. In an instant, numerous onlookers were tempted to pluck the fiery grapes to entice the bird or to capture a rabbit for amusement. Yet, without warning, the girl who had been crouching and tenderly stroking the white rabbit let out a piercing scream. Her sleeve was stained crimson with blood, for the pristine rabbit had bitten into her arm. The once spotless fur of the rabbit was now tainted with bright red blood, rendering it a horrifying sight. Having achieved its mischief, it swiftly bounded away. In the next moment, the scarlet bird erupted, producing a deafening explosion and transforming into a blinding flame. Those who clutched the grapes, along with two others standing nearby, collapsed in response to the sound of the explosion. The fallen were left bloodied and disfigured, oblivious to whether they had merely lost consciousness or met their demise. This paradise, once serene, had instantaneously morphed into a nightmarish hell. Panic-stricken, everyone fled toward the edge of the forest. Wang Jinzong's pupils constricted. One of the injured by the fiery bird was his friend. He felt compelled to approach and ascertain the fate of those individuals. Meanwhile, the trees bearing the scarlet grapes extended several tendrils, ensnaring the three prostrate figures. A dark fissure opened in the trunk, and the tendrils began to drag the three individuals toward it. The black crevice, bit by bit, consumed them. Chapter 4. I will make him grateful. Such a terrifying tableau was enough to induce relentless nightmares at night. Wang Jinzong dared not approach. His towering frame trembled in fear. He anxiously surveyed the surrounding trees, dreading that one might unexpectedly split open and swallow him whole. Stumbling in terror, he fled toward the edge of the woods. I too was profoundly terrified, my body moving mechanically towards the edge of the woods. A girl, bitten by a rabbit, sat on the ground, weeping and wailing, cradling her bloodied arm. I could not alleviate her pain. I could only lend her a hand and pull her out of the woods. As we emerged from the forest, everyone hurried onto the bus, seeking refuge within its confines. We boarded the vehicle and noticed that the young woman's arm was bleeding. Everyone quickly began to search for a first aid kit. I sat beside Chen Yuting, enveloped in profound despondency. Just moments ago, there were 43 individuals on the bus. Now, that number has dwindled to 40. Chen Yuting reached out, taking my hand in hers with a firm grip. She softly reassured me. Qin Yu, do not blame yourself. What transpired earlier is not your fault. I offered her a grim smile, devoid of any remorse. Perhaps it was this string of harrowing events that caused me to forget my fear. I am not filled with trepidation. Instead, I find myself pondering the nature of this place. Having encountered those terrifying supernatural entities, I cannot believe that this is merely the result of someone's design. Such phenomena could not possibly exist on Earth. However, the matter of the text messages remains inexplicable. My classmates are also engaged in discussions, speculating whether we have departed from our planet and entered another realm. Yet, the text messages defy explanation. I do not believe that the sender intended to assist us. It feels more akin to a mere hint. Perhaps the individual sending us these messages is somewhere, observing our every move. A sudden thought sprang forth in my mind. I gazed out of the car window, surrounded by dense woods, devoid of anything peculiar. This conjecture remained unspoken among us, as I feared it might incite greater alarm. Remaining in the vehicle felt comparatively safe. After the recent events in the forest, no one dared to exit. The boys huddled together to strategize, while the girls clung to one another in tears. Chen Yuting and I sit together, although our current circumstances are dire. The simple act of holding each other's hands fills our hearts with an unprecedented sense of joy. This profound happiness has transformed into a deep sense of responsibility. I must ensure that Chen Yuting departs from this place safely and soundly. I shall also strive to ensure everyone's safety. I am a boyfriend, the vice class leader, and the son of a detective. I shall exert every ounce of my strength to protect those whom I hold dear. assuring Qin Yiting to wait in peace. I joined the discussion group led by Wang Jinzhong and his companions. According to the message, we could escape from the bridge, indicating that there was no way out of the woods. However, at the bridge's edge stood a formidable tree that obstructed our passage. Thus, we must fell that tree to advance. Yet, the question remained, how could we approach such a tree and bring it down? This dilemma occupied our discourse. Wang Jinzhong, his complexion still pale, devised a method. He suggested using fire. His tone was laced with indignation as he proposed transferring gasoline from the vehicle's tank into bottles, then stuffing the openings with ragged cloths, igniting them, and hurling them at the tree. This idea illuminated our minds. Sitting in the back seat, Lei Nang listened intently. Upon hearing this plan, he chuckled, acknowledging its merit, yet posed a crucial question. Who would throw the gasoline bottles? This query rendered us momentarily speechless. Tossing a gasoline-filled bottle would require precision akin to shot putting, at most reaching a distance of several meters. This meant we would need to stand a considerable distance from the carnivorous willow to successfully launch the bottles. However, at such a distance, we would have already traversed the wood's opening, making us visible to the carnivorous willow. Therefore, the individual tasked with throwing the gasoline bottles would undoubtedly face grave peril. I proposed the suggestion, and I shall take on the task. Wang Jinzhong glared furiously at the nonchalant Lei Nang, asserting, "Do not presume that everyone shares your cowardice. If it means saving everyone, I would rather face death honorably." Wang Jinzhong's commanding presence startled everyone in the vehicle. Lei Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shaken by Wang Jinzhong's fervor, I was profoundly startled by Wang Jinzhong. Such a method of self-sacrifice for righteousness should be employed only in the direst of circumstances. I have witnessed several classmates perish before my very eyes, and I cannot bear to see another life extinguished. There are alternative methods for launching Molotov cocktails. It is not imperative to approach the target directly. I hastily proposed my ideas, such as utilizing a slingshot mechanism or employing a technique akin to that of a hammer throw, allowing us to hurl the bottles from a distance. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding merit in this approach. The hammer throw technique seemed feasible. Wang Jinzhong, the sports committee member, furrowed his brow, well-versed in various athletic disciplines. However, he expressed concern over the accuracy of the hammer throw. If the bottle were to land in an unintended location, then let us practice diligently before the actual attempt. I smiled at Wang Jinzhong, convinced of the viability of this strategy. Without delay, we gathered a bottle of mineral water and requested a lengthy sock from the girls. We secured the sock to the water bottle, with Wang Jinzhong gripping the other end of the sock. I walked a distance of several meters, gesturing to Wang Jinzhong to toss the bottle of mineral water over to me. Wang Jinzhong, gripping the long sock, spun in place a few times before releasing his hold. The bottle, secured within the confines of the sock, was propelled into the air by centrifugal force, soaring over 20 meters. While the distance was impressive, it landed far from my intended position. As Wang Jinzhong aptly remarked, his aim was indeed rather poor. Since the precision was lacking, we resolved to practice. After a considerable duration of training, both Wang Jinzhong and I made gradual improvements, and the surrounding circumstances remained relatively safe, devoid of any threats. Around noon, a cacophony erupted within the carriage. A girl with black-framed glasses shouted at me, "Class monitor, Lei Nang stole my bread." Upon hearing such words, a surge of anger ignited within me. The boys were mostly standing on the grass, attempting to practice throwing the shot put. However, Lei Ning and a few unruly students not only refrained from participating in the practice but also resorted to the disgraceful act of stealing food from a girl. Upon boarding the vehicle, I spotted Lei Ning seated, ravenously devouring a meat floss bun. I directly kicked the meat floss bread from his hands, sending it flying through the air. Lei Ning's face contorted with fury as he rose to retaliate against me. Wang Jinzhong, leading a group of boys behind me, glared at him with shared hostility, causing Lei Ning to hesitate momentarily. "Xinyu, do you still think you're the class monitor in a place like this? You wish to control me, but you cannot." Lei Ning shouted defiantly. I retorted, "I have no desire to control you, but please refrain from stirring up trouble." My glare was filled with indignation. "I will do as I please. If you have the guts, kill me." Lei Ning exhibited a brazen demeanor, unperturbed by the situation. The others were equally incensed by his attitude. Wang Jinzhong bellowed at Lei Ning, "You are nothing but a coward with no spine. What can you do besides bully girls? We are all striving to survive, while you, like a parasite or a mangy dog, should just disappear." Such words struck a nerve with Lei Ning. "Do you want to see my manhood? Mine is far larger than yours," he retorted, and to everyone's shock, he began to unbuckle his belt. This action sent the nearby girls into a panic. I found Lei Ning to be exceedingly exasperating. In the classroom, he was the most disruptive and mischievous, relishing in breaking the rules. He would only behave when a teacher intervened or when he grew tired of his antics. His poor grades, lack of looks, and reckless behavior were all just bids for attention, a desperate attempt to bask in the limelight. As I pondered this, a flash of inspiration crossed my mind. I gazed intently at Reina, a matter weighing heavily on my mind, and I sought to confirm something. Do you dare to accompany me? The furious Reina regarded me with puzzled eyes. What is it? We had resolved to employ the method of hurling a weighted ball to catapult a gasoline bottle onto the treacherous murder willow. However, I sought to ascertain the safest distance from which to do so. How can we confirm that? Reina's demeanor shifted to one of unease, sensing the gravity of the situation. As we descended from the vehicle, the vines of the murder willow did not lash out at us, suggesting their reach was limited. Yet, I was compelled to determine just how far they could extend. So, do you possess the courage to join me in this endeavor? Reina was reluctant to engage in such perilous activity. Yet, if I was willing to take the risk, his unwillingness would imply a lack of bravery. Under the watchful gaze of our peers, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Clinging to his pride, how could he possibly decline? With a scowl, he nodded, casting a resentful glance in my direction. I chuckled. This fellow resembles a wild stallion, yet I shall tame him. He harbors resentment towards me now, but soon enough, he will express his gratitude. Chapter 5. Is there a future in such a dreadful place? I disembarked the vehicle alongside the carefree Linen, followed closely by the crowd. Amidst the throng, Chen Yuting stood, her gaze laden with concern as she watched me. I smiled gently at her, a hint of blush gracing my cheeks. Signaling her not to worry, the robust Wang Jinzong approached my side and said, "Qinyu, I shall accompany you as well." I shook my head, indicating that it would suffice for Lei Ning and me to go. If that scoundrel attempts to confront you, do not hesitate to call for me. Wang Jinzong cast a disapproving glance at Lei Ning. Fear not, for he is no match for me. I smiled at Wang Jinzong as I spoke. I smiled at him, saying that although I had never been in a fight, he should not assume that I was incapable of defending myself. My father is a criminal investigator, and I am well versed in the martial arts and self-defense techniques employed by the police force. Such words instantly left Lei Ning speechless. I turned to Wang Jinzong and suggested that we forego practice for the afternoon, as none of us had brought any snacks for the journey. It seemed that the meager provisions we had would barely suffice for a single lunch, leaving us likely to go hungry by nightfall. Search the vehicle for some tools, and exercise caution as you venture into the woods to capture a few of those biting rabbits. Our camping pots and pans are still available, so we shall feast on wild game tonight. Such words lit up Wang Jinzong's face, and he nodded with a smile. Above all, do ensure your safety. I admonished him earnestly. You too, be vigilant. Wang Jinzong did not refer to you all, but rather directed his concern solely towards Lei Ning. I chuckled softly and departed alongside Lining, moving forward. Lining playfully kicked at the flowers on the grass, his tone tinged with a hint of envy as he spoke. Qinyu, you truly are a winner in life, excelling in your studies and commanding others with ease. I suppose you and Chen Yuting are in a romantic relationship as well? Everyone experiences a measure of fortune and misfortune. I merely seized my stroke of luck, while you seem perpetually ensnared in your own misfortunes. As I spoke, the carefree Lei Ning gestured rudely towards me, raising his middle finger. Enough with the lecturing. Who do you think you are? Just because you excel in school, it doesn't guarantee success in society. I nodded in response. Thus, you need not feel inferior. Who said I'm feeling inferior? Lei Ning glared at me, clearly ready to confront me. What do you mean by summoning me here? Are you intending to lecture me? If so, spare me. Or do you wish to take the opportunity to eliminate me? On the contrary, I smiled at him. I brought you here because I wish to save you. Lei Ning was perplexed by my words. He fell silent, evidently struck by the truth of my statement. Engaging in reckless behavior may indeed capture others' attention, but such attention often breeds disdain. Conversely, performing acts of kindness to garner recognition will lead to appreciation and gratitude from others. The sensation of being appreciated is undoubtedly more exhilarating than sipping an icy beverage on a scorching summer day. This notion caused Lei Ning to chuckle. So, if I accompany you, they will be grateful to me? Don't be ridiculous. In a place like this, can I even hope for a future? His voice trembled as he spoke these words. Stay still, don't panic, I shouted, prompting us to halt in our tracks. Above us, a small bird, resplendent in fiery red plumage, soared through the air. It was reminiscent of the very bird that had once detonated, leaving 3 individuals dazed and devoured by the carnivorous tree. Now, should that same bird approach and explode, It would surely spell doom for both of us. We stood frozen in place as the crimson self-destructing bird discovered our presence, emitting a series of shrill cries as it circled around us. It felt as though the harbinger of death was hovering nearby. Lay, gripped by fear, clenched his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling slightly. The once fearlessly rebellious student now seemed on the verge of losing control. I found myself observing Laning, unexpectedly forgetting my fear, nearly breaking into laughter. A fiery red bird alighted upon Lining's disheveled hair, pecking at it as if contemplating the construction of a nest. This unexpected behavior startled Laning, causing his eyes to shut tightly and his entire body to tremble. If he were prone to heart ailments, one might speculate that he would have suffered a cardiac episode by now. Fortunately, before long, the vibrant little bird seemed to take offense at Lining's hair, flapping its wings and soaring off into the distant woods. I reached out and patted Ray's shoulder, causing him to nearly stumble to the ground in fright. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that the little bird had already flown away. He looked at me awkwardly, as if wishing to burrow into a hole. He moved his lips, attempting to utter something, yet no words escaped his mouth. I was not so trivial as to disclose such matters, I remarked. If such events were to be revealed, everyone would understand that the notorious Ray was merely a paper tiger. He nodded, visibly relieved, and said nothing further, continuing to follow me as we advanced. As we approached the gap, we slowed our pace, remaining vigilant of our surroundings. I had previously observed the swift advance of the black vines. If they were to strike, we could undoubtedly escape by sprinting with all our might. Upon reaching the gap devoid of trees, we cautiously peered ahead. The murderous willow resembled a creature rather than a mere plant. It had yet to notice us, which meant we were safe for the moment. The branches and vines of the murderous willow twisted grotesquely like serpents hanging from the tree, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. The drivers, our homeroom teacher, and several classmates who had been ensnared by the vines were now reduced to ghastly white skeletons, lying beneath the tree of the man-eating willow. It was then that I noticed the ground beneath the tree was cluttered with a heap of bleached bones, aside from a few fresh human remains. The rest were skeletal remains of animals. The sight of that bone pile filled me with an unsettling dread. Ray appeared as if he might retch, and I clenched my teeth in response. Across the rickety bridge, it seemed there were buildings. Ray had made a new discovery. Indeed. I too turned my gaze toward the far side of the bridge. There lay a mountainside cloaked in dense foliage, shrouded in thick fog. Through the mist, I could faintly discern the vague outline of a structure. The presence of buildings suggested habitation. If we could traverse that bridge woven from ropes and planks, survival would be within our grasp. I rose and advanced forward, startling Lei Nung considerably. Must I proceed further? Nonsense. Have you forgotten the purpose of our journey here? Madman. Lei Ning muttered a curse at me, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he continued to follow my lead. The forest clearing lay approximately 100 meters away from that man-eating willow tree. We cautiously advanced, step by step. The dark tendrils of the carnivorous willow twisted like serpents, poised to reach out at any moment and ensnare us. We moved forward inch by inch, as if we were risking our very lives. The reason for this perilous endeavor was our will to survive. Someone must undertake such actions, and having just discovered love, I yearned to live more fervently than anyone else. Ray and I communicated solely through glances, without uttering a single word. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, and his legs quivered uncontrollably. I was not in much better shape myself, feeling as though my soul was on the verge of departing. When we were still 50 meters away from the carnivorous willow, Ray was resolute in his refusal to advance any further. I no longer possessed the courage to continue, at such a close proximity. I could discern the flesh clinging to the skeletal remains. A gentle breeze carried the putrid stench of decay, causing both of our faces to contort in revulsion, nearly prompting us to retch. With a silent gesture, we retraced our steps. We walked at a leisurely pace when suddenly, a fluffy rabbit darted to my feet and began to nuzzle against me. I was startled, and in a moment of concern, Lei swiftly intervened, delivering a kick that sent the rabbit skittering away. The creature emitted a piercing shriek as it plunged into the depths of the forest. This heart-wrenching sound instantly drew the attention of the murderous willow. Like serpents or tentacles, dark vines cascaded to the ground, slithering menacingly towards us. The sight sent our hearts racing, terror rendering us nearly paralyzed. Our very souls seemed to flee as our hearts threatened to burst from our chests. Our legs weakened by fear, yet instinctively we took flight. Witnessing the onslaught of dozens of black, snake-like vines, he nearly stumbled to the ground, overwhelmed by dread. I seized his arm, intending to pull him along as we fled, only to discover that he grasped my arm in return, propelling me forward with a swiftness that surpassed my own. Chapter 6. The Commencement of Action, the Hunt for the Lethal Willow. We sprinted forward with all our might, nearly surpassing the limits of each other. After running a considerable distance, we spotted a distant bus. Witnessing our reckless dash, the onlookers were thoroughly startled. The girls hurriedly boarded the vehicle, while the boys anxiously fidgeted, eager to assist us but unsure of how to intervene. As I continued to run, I glanced back. To my horror, dozens of serpentine black vines slithered beneath the flowers, an alarming sight. Yet, I could not help but chuckle, for the vines began to retreat. Unable to extend any further, a smile graced my face, but as I lost my balance, I tumbled to the ground, dragging Linen down with me. We both tumbled to the ground, startling the classmates near the bus to the point of fright. However, after a considerable wait, the vine did not ensnare us. At that moment, the boys hurried over, assisting us to our feet and guiding us back to the bus. Wang Jinzong and the others retrieved pots, bowls, and pans from the luggage compartment of the bus. They had caught several rabbits, already skinned and ready for preparation. Qinyu, are you all right? Wang Jinzong inquired, casting a wary glance at the carefree Lei Ning. I'm fine, I replied with a smile as everyone turned their attention towards us. I pointed to Lei Ning, explaining. Just now, a rabbit darted by my feet, nearly biting me, but Lei Ning kicked it away and pulled me forward, thereby saving my life. My utterance elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Many who had previously looked down upon Lena now regarded him with a newfound respect. Under the sudden scrutiny of their gazes, devoid of any disdain, there was instead a hint of admiration. The normally carefree and boisterous Lena, in this moment, appeared somewhat bashful, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. He cast a shy glance in my direction, clearly surprised that I would express such sentiments. Ruffling his hair, he approached the rabbit meat on the cutting board, exclaiming that it was not to be sliced in such a manner, and that he would take charge of the task. Wang Jinzong was taken aback by the turn of events, his astonishment evident. So, did you achieve any results? He inquired with anticipation. Indeed, the findings are substantial. I replied with a smile, explaining that the murderous willow was a plant, lacking the visual perception of animals, as long as one remained silent and possessed sufficient courage. It was possible to approach its base. This revelation filled Wang Jinzong with excitement. Yet, as I recalled the bones that lay beneath the man-eating willow, I furrowed my brow, aware that there was still a matter left unconfirmed. Hearing my words, Lena, who had already grasped the knife, prepared to slice the meat, looked at me with surprise. Uncertain of what remained unresolved, all eyes were upon me, eager to learn the answer. I let out a sigh. Previously, the driver, the teacher, and several classmates had been swept away by the carnivorous willow, and now they had all been transformed into mere skeletons. Such words instantly brought tears to the eyes of some girls with fragile emotional resilience. I find myself in an awkward position, yet I must continue. Having consumed so many individuals, it is likely that the man-eating willow has reached its satiety. The uncertainty I expressed earlier pertains to whether the willow might strike when hunger beckons. Such musings undoubtedly send a shiver down many spines. Imagine if the willow stealthily extended its vines, and one, oblivious to the subtle movements of the flora, stepped forth, believing there to be no peril. It would surely culminate in tragedy. Wang Jinzong fell into a contemplative silence, his visage now resolute. Then let us proceed this afternoon. If there is concern regarding the precision of our petrol bombs, we shall draw closer before casting them. I concur with such a suggestion. Uncertain whether the man-eating willow would take the initiative when hungry, we shall strike while it is satiated. We cannot allow our teachers and classmates to perish in vain. After a brief exchange, I boarded the vehicle and took my seat. The frantic sprint had left me somewhat fatigued. Upon confirming the absence of danger, the girls eagerly disembarked to assist in preparing the rabbit meat. Lei, assuming the role of head chef, was delightedly grinning as the girls lent him their support. Chen Yiting, seated beside me, gazed at me with concern. Noticing the abrasions on my arm and cheek, her eyes brimmed with tears of compassion. She took out a tissue and gently tended to the blood seeping from my arm's wounds. I expressed my thirst, and she promptly fetched a bottle of mineral water for me. This particular mineral water was familiar to me. I recalled that she had consumed it before. Upon my discovery, Chen Yiting felt a twinge of shame and softly explained that there was no water available in this place, and everyone had nearly finished their share of mineral water. I nodded, realizing that my supply of drinking water was dwindling. I must swiftly address the menace of the deadly willow before departing from this precarious bridge. I twisted open the bottle of mineral water. Despite my thirst, I refrained from consuming too much. After taking a small sip, just as I was about to cap the bottle, Chen Yiting, disregarding her shyness, reached out to steady the bottle, signaling for me to drink more. In that moment, she resembled a true girlfriend. Alas, we had not yet formally confessed our feelings, which left a tinge of regret. I continued to sip from the bottle of mineral water. And only then did Chen Yiting reveal a satisfied smile. She retrieved the first aid kit, tended to my wounds, and applied a bandage. The carriage was sparsely populated, allowing us ample opportunity to converse comfortably. Both of us eagerly anticipated the chance to share a few words. However, we were both somewhat shy, and the thought of sitting together under the gaze of others made us feel bashful. After tidying up the first aid kit, Chen Yiting smiled gently at me, reminding me to rest well before she swiftly descended from the vehicle to assist with preparing the rabbit meat. Through the car window, I gazed at her lively demeanor. Occasionally, she would lift her head, and upon noticing my gaze, her cheeks would flush, revealing a playful smile or a feigned scowl directed at me. The seasoned rabbit meat sizzled in the skillet, and before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Many, having forsworn snacks, were left ravenous, their appetites awakened by the delightful scent. Laughter and playful banter filled the atmosphere as everyone vied to be the first to savor the rabbit. Amidst the picturesque sea of blossoms, grilling meat created a scene of sheer joy, a quintessential picnic tableau. Yet, this place was fraught with peril. Just recently, 12 souls had perished. Should the plan falter, it was conceivable that more lives could be lost. Were it not for the text messages, one might believe this locale belonged to another realm, where everything could be attributed to the fantastical. Yet, if it were not a different world, how could a colossal bus possibly appear on the grassy expanse surrounded by woods? Furthermore, there stood the suspension bridge woven from planks and ropes. We can traverse to the other side of the bridge through it. Likewise, those on the opposite end of the suspension bridge can approach us here. Yet, what purpose does this serve? Regardless of perspective, the surrounding woods of this meadow are fraught with peril, rendering any endeavor to this place wholly inappropriate. I strained my mind in contemplation, to the point of inducing a headache, yet I could conjure no thoughts. I pondered whether my father, a diligent detective, had noticed the inexplicable disappearance of our entire class. After a period of futile musings, I tilted my head and leaned against the window to rest. I lost track of time in slumber until Chen Yiting roused me from my reverie. She offered me some rabbit meat in a paper bag, gesturing for me to partake. Wang Jinzhong and several boys had pried open the gas tank of the bus, employing a hose to siphon gasoline successfully, filling 5 2-liter soda bottles. Should these 5 bottles of gasoline ignite upon the trunk of the carnivorous willow, it would undoubtedly reduce the entire tree to ashes. Together, Wang Jinzhong and Lei Ning were diligently crafting Molotov cocktails. Before long, I finished the rabbit meat, and they completed their incendiary devices. The 5 Molotov cocktails needed to be thrown simultaneously, thus necessitating the presence of 5 individuals to proceed. Having previously ventured with Linen, we were well acquainted with the task at hand, and it was imperative for both of us to participate. Wang Jinzhong stepped forward without hesitation, expressing his desire to join as well. However, we still required 2 more individuals. The young men exchanged glances, each reluctant to volunteer. Wang Jinzhong considered calling names, but I subtly shook my head in disapproval. It was essential that they not feel coerced into the endeavor. They must choose to partake of their own volition and realization. After a moment, the tall Li Feng and the shorter Lu Dongxing stepped forward. With our numbers sufficient, time was of the essence. I gestured for everyone to move forward. The others waved us off with concern etched on their faces, wishing us well. We must not encounter any misfortune. Success is imperative. Chen Yiting gazed at me with worry. But as our eyes met, she bestowed upon me the most beautiful smile, a silent blessing. Chapter 7. I shall undoubtedly reduce it to carbon. The 5 of us each held a bottle of gasoline in our hands. Perhaps it was due to Chen Yiting's smile that at this moment, I felt an audacious sense of fearlessness, as if I feared neither heaven nor earth. I proceeded with a sense of ease, for Lei Nong had ventured here before and felt no trepidation. Wang Jinzhong exhibited signs of anxiety, while the tall Li Feng and the diminutive Lu Dongxing appeared as if traversing through a winter's chill, growing increasingly cold and shivering with each step forward. Observing their demeanor, I halted my advance, concerned that their unease might jeopardize our plans. I'm not afraid. Li Feng's voice trembled, his face betraying his fear. Previously, Lei Ning and I had explored this place. It was merely a plant that would remain oblivious to us as long as we made no noise. We simply needed to tread lightly and toss the petrol canister when the moment was right. Upon hearing my words, both Li Feng and Lu Dongxing inhaled deeply and nodded vigorously. Lei Ning maintained his carefree disposition, grinning at me. Qin Yu, you truly resemble a madman. How can you be so unflinching? Wang Jinzong regarded me with a puzzled expression, as my boldness indeed seemed excessive. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, I scratched my head, pondering whether fear must be overly displayed. Would fear resolve our current predicament? If I succumbed to fear, who would safeguard my girlfriend? Lei Ning chuckled, teasing. With a boyfriend like you, Qin Yiting must be truly fortunate. Wang Jinzong and the others shared in a light-hearted laugh. I felt a blush rising to my cheeks as I smiled at them. Surely, there are girls in our class whom you admire? Lei was whistling, his gaze directed elsewhere. Wang Jinzong scratched his head, his face flushed as he chuckled softly. Li Feng and Lu Dongxing lowered their heads, their expressions obscured. Allow me to share a secret. I have yet to confess my feelings to Qin Yiting. With determination, I declared my intention to confess to her once I completed this task. Are you not considering revealing your affections to the girls you like? They gazed at me in astonishment. A smile graced my lips as I faced rejection in my confession. After all, the worst outcome was merely a blow to my pride. But what if I succeeded? We would forge ahead, unafraid even of death. How could we then fear embarrassment? Upon hearing my words, the group was immediately stirred with new thoughts. I truly wish to put this to the test. Wang Jinzong scratched his head and chuckled, proclaiming that once this was accomplished, he too would make his confession. If successful, we would emerge as heroes, and it would be entirely fitting for a beauty to accompany such valor. Lei Ning stroked his nose, pondering which girl occupied his thoughts. Li Feng and Lu Dongxing blushed, not out of shyness, but rather from excitement. I smiled and patted them, exclaiming that this was settled. As we advanced, they appeared far less fearful than before. Not only did they lack trepidation, but they were also filled with anticipation for the unfolding event. Proceeding forward, we cautiously approached the ominous black willow tree through the gap. The sinuous, black vine stirred the strings of fear within our hearts. Li Feng and Lu Dongxing's faces were etched with terror, rendering them unable to move. Although Wang Jinzong felt afraid, he was consumed with a profound anger towards the malevolent willow. We cautiously halted 50 meters from the tree, refraining from advancing further. With a glance of silent understanding, we retrieved our lighters, intending to ignite the rag stuffed in the bottle's neck, and then, clutching the long socks, we planned to hurl the petrol bottle at the sinister willow using a slingshot technique. I gazed at them and swiftly made a gesture. Together, we pressed down on our lighters, igniting the tattered cloth at the mouth of the bottle. However, it was at this very moment that an unforeseen mishap occurred. Except for Lu Dongxing, the four of us successfully kindled the flames. At this critical juncture, Lu Dongxing's lighter malfunctioned, failing to emit a spark. The sound of clicking filled the air, sharp and jarring in the desolate surroundings. The murderous willow sensed the disturbance. Its myriad vines gradually descended to the ground, slithering towards us like serpents. With little time to ponder, I glanced at Wang Jinzong and the others, hastily swinging the gasoline-filled bottle in my hand and hurling it towards the murderous willow. The gasoline bottle thrown by me and Line was shattered mid-air by the tendrils of the killer willow. A tumultuous rain of gasoline poured down, drenching the killer willow to its core. Alas, the burning rags extinguished, failing to ignite the gasoline. Li Feng's aim was woefully inaccurate, sending his gasoline bottle astray. Conversely, the bottle hurled by Wang Jinzong was violently struck by the vines, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as the ignited gasoline erupted in a dazzling display. Run! I shouted with urgency. The burning gasoline threatened to splatter onto us, and most terrifyingly, the black vines were rapidly advancing. Wang Jinzong and Line reacted swiftly, turning to flee. However, the tall Li Feng and the short Lu Dongxing were left paralyzed in fear by the scene before them. Hurry! I grasped Li Feng's arm, just as I reached out to pull Lu Dongxing when a rain of burning gasoline splattered onto him. Lu Dongxing's clothes ignited instantly, and to make matters worse, he still clutched a gasoline bottle. Throw the bottle. Bang! Before I could finish my sentence, the gasoline bottle in Lu Dongxing's hand exploded. The diminutive Lu Dongxing was instantly engulfed in flames, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. We are unable to assist, and we ourselves are in peril. Li Feng stood between Lu Dongxing and me. After the gasoline bottle in Lu Dongxing's hand exploded, the ignited gasoline splattered forth, most of it being shielded by Li Feng's body. I too was splattered with burning gasoline, yet I had no time to attend to it. Li Feng's entire back was already engulfed in flames. At that moment, misfortune compounded itself as black vines crept in, ensnaring his ankles. Li Feng let out a howl of despair, the vines pulling him backward while I clung to his hand. Qinyu, he cried out my name in agony. Do not let go. I too was ablaze, yet I felt no pain. Li Feng was consumed by the flames, dragged back by the vines. And this scene pierced my heart. Tears surged from the depths of my being, blurring my vision. Though my vision of him has faded, I still grasp his hand. Qingyu, tell Xie Fong that I hold feelings for her. Li Feng's voice was laden with anguish, and upon uttering those words, his hand slipped from my fingertips, and I did not attempt to retain his grasp. The two of them possessed greater strength than I, propelling me forward as we swiftly escaped the encroaching black tendrils. Had I shared their vigor, perhaps I could have saved Li Feng and Lu Dongsheng. After successfully evading the dark vines, the three of us collapsed onto the grass. They must have noticed as well, half an hour prior, when we set forth. We were a party of 5. I sat on the ground, staring blankly at Wang Jinzhong and Lei Ning. Both of them were panting heavily, their faces pale with fright from the recent events. I'm sorry, I spoke dejectedly while seated on the grass. This is my fault. I failed to plan properly. I am responsible for the deaths of Li Feng and Lu Dongxing. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Their demise has nothing to do with you. Wang Jinzhong looked at me, struggling to find words of comfort, resorting only to these rather dry utterances. Lei Nung patted my shoulder, wearing a nonchalant expression. The plan was excellent. We were so close to success. Do not blame yourself. I do not harbor self-reproach, rather. I feel a profound sense of unwillingness. I distinctly grasped Li Feng's hand, yet I was unable to rescue him. I had anticipated our triumphant return, adorned in the guise of heroes, to confess my innermost feelings to the girl I cherish. However, I could never have foreseen such a tragic conclusion. My entire being is engulfed in pain. Every organ within me aches profoundly. I harbor no regrets, nor do I feel remorse. Rather, I am consumed by an insatiable unwillingness to accept defeat, an unwillingness to remain ensnared in such a peculiar predicament. That murderous willow. I shall undoubtedly reduce it to mere ash. Chapter 8. We beneath the starlit sky. Wang Jinzhong and Lei Nang guided me toward the bus. Their expressions were fraught with awkwardness, while I found myself utterly disoriented. My clothing has been marred by several burns, and my skin bears numerous minor scorch marks. Upon witnessing my injuries, Chen Yuting was overwhelmed with sorrow, her tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet, her unwavering spirit shone through as she bravely dabbed medicine onto my wounds with a cotton swab, her tears mingling with her determination. The last words of Li Feng were conveyed by Wang Jinzhong and Lei Nung. Xie Fong, a girl with black-rimmed glasses, had previously approached me to complain after Lei Nung snatched her bread. Now, upon hearing Li Feng's final message, she sat in stunned silence, her face a canvas of disbelief. As reality washed over her, tears blurred her vision, cascading down her glasses. She curled up in a ball in the last row of the carriage, resembling an injured cat, softly weeping. Even though she may not have harbored affection for Li Feng, the mere fact that he called out her name in such a moment was an immense honor. How wonderful it would have been if he were still alive to witness Xie Fong weeping for him. Had it not been for Wang Jinzhong and Lei Ning, perhaps I too would have met a tragic end. To depart this world without ever confessing my feelings to the girl I admired is a fate I refuse to accept. I lifted my gaze, earnestly observing Chen Yuting, who was administering the medication. Under my scrutiny, she flushed slightly, yet did not appear to feel bashful. We gazed at each other in silence, as if communicating through our souls. After a while, having shed her tears, Xie Fong discovered Li Feng's backpack. Opening it, she found a harmonica, which she placed in a cherished spot, tears welling up once more. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her strength and descended from the vehicle, clutching Li Feng's backpack. With a beach shovel, she dug a small grave in the grass, interring the backpack within, and adorned the makeshift tomb with an abundance of fresh flowers. Witnessing Xie Fong's actions, the classmates, shrouded in gloom, found their own ways to express their sorrow. Each one retrieved a fallen comrade's backpack and laid it to rest beneath the earth. Before long, small mounds emerged across the grassy expanse. In silence, we gathered together, united in mourning for those we had lost. Aside from the sound of sobs, no words were spoken. Perhaps, before long, some of us would also become such small mounds. A heavy melancholy enveloped each heart. The sky, too, transformed into a somber hue, the sorrow rising like a tide, instilling a profound sense of despair. The sun gradually sank, its brilliance retreating, casting the sky into shadow. The bus lights flickered on, igniting a bonfire upon the grass. Wang Jinzhong, who had once harbored disdain for Lei Ning, found his perspective shifting unexpectedly. Now, they conferred about the night watch. In this perilous place, the night was particularly unsettling. Perhaps spurred by the incidents involving Li Feng and Lu Dongxing, the boys were eager to volunteer for the watch. Together with our homeroom teacher, our class, once 51 strong, now numbered only 38. No one wished to witness the loss of another life. After a dinner of rabbit meat, the sky had completely darkened. A multitude of stars emerged in the night sky, their light casting a shimmering glow upon the earth, illuminating the vibrant flowers in a kaleidoscope of colors. Countless fireflies flitted from the woods, dancing in the night air. The nights here were not as raucous as summer evenings elsewhere. This realm was steeped in tranquility and dreamlike beauty. Yet, in this enchanting place, 14 lives had perished in the span of a single day. Perhaps, it was akin to the peril of poisonous mushrooms and snakes. The more vivid the colors, the more lethal the threat. The lights in the vehicle were extinguished, and we sat quietly, absorbing the beauty that surrounded us. I rose to my feet and gently took Qin Yuting's hand as we descended from the vehicle. Concerned about potential dangers, we did not venture far. We settled upon the meadow, which resembled a sea of blossoms. And I wrapped my arm around her delicate waist as she softly leaned against me. Beneath the brilliant starlit sky, seated atop this resplendent floral expanse, the moment was imbued with unparalleled romance. I yearned to formally express to Qin Yuting my affection for her. Yet the thought of Li Feng and Lu Dongsheng renders me speechless. I cannot shake the feeling that voicing my feelings would be a betrayal to them. Qin Yuting perceives the guilt that weighs upon my heart. In the dim light, she gazes at me, her eyes brimming with tears and concern. You have already done remarkably well, and it is I, a person like myself, who has been of no assistance, thus I should be the one to feel remorse. She gently articulates while grasping my hand. I smiled at her, choosing silence. At this moment, I found myself at a loss for words. The haunting melody of a harmonica suddenly wafted from the bus, perhaps played by Xie Feng, who was interpreting the delicate strains of canon. In such an atmosphere, the mournful and prolonged introduction of the piece was sufficient to bring tears to anyone's eyes. In this dreamlike realm, beneath the tranquil night, sorrowful notes danced in the air. Canon carries a heart-wrenching tale. In our shared misfortunes, we found ourselves, amidst the harmonica's lament, with hearts torn asunder, unable to articulate the source of our sorrow. We were nonetheless engulfed in an unrelenting melancholy. Qin Yuting nestled into my embrace, her tears soaking my shirt. I found myself at a loss for words to comfort her, so I could only embrace her tightly. The flickering fireflies danced like tangible notes, yearning to soar into another realm amidst the night sky. Melancholic melodies lingered in the air, dimming even the stars above. The gentle Qin Yuting nestled within my arms, as I tenderly caressed her back. At this moment, it was the finest of times. This scene was the most exquisite of sights. Yet, here and now, it was not our ideal sanctuary. If only we could be entwined in such a manner elsewhere. How wondrous it would be. However, it is precisely because we are in this place that our closeness becomes all the more precious. Amidst the sorrow, clarity began to dawn in my mind. No matter the depth of our sadness, it cannot resolve our troubles. Faced with myriad crises in this peculiar setting, we must bury our grief deep within, grit our teeth, and press onward. The lilting sound of the harmonica gradually faded into the atmosphere. Yet the somberness and nostalgia it evoked remained shrouded in the hearts of all present. Coming back to reality, I noticed Qin Yuting had slipped from my embrace. She reached up to wipe away her tears, offering me a shy smile. I extended my hand, gently caressing the tear-streaked softness of her delicate cheek. She grasped my hand, pressing it against her feverish skin. I had once dreamt of this intimate contact between your hand and my face. With a flushed countenance, she gazed at me with a blend of shyness and earnestness, daring to utter bold words. I smiled and nodded in affirmation. I am filled with joy, yet not as exuberant as I once was. Qin Yuting gently grasped my hand, closing her eyes to savor the moment. How warm, how substantial, how textured, how comforting. Qin Yuting softly murmured, then opened her eyes and flashed me a playful smile. I clasped her delicate, fair hand in mine, gently caressing it. Her cheeks flushed even more intensely. However, my sparse words left her somewhat apprehensive. Have you ever been in a relationship? She bravely inquired, her face aglow, deliberately attempting to elicit my emotions. No, I replied, still holding her hand, with a smile and a shake of my head. You must be lying, she retorted, her expression stern, with a hint of annoyance. With your good looks, there must be girls pursuing you. I've seen you several times strolling hand in hand with a girl. You must have been in love. I find myself in a rather amusing predicament. I have mentioned to you before that I have a sister. The bond between you and your sister is indeed remarkable, as you stroll hand in hand down the street, resembling a pair of lovers. It would be peculiar not to be misunderstood. Qin Yuting pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. I smiled softly, offering no explanation, yet a warmth surged within me. Firmly grasping her hand, I gazed intently into her eyes. Are we not holding hands like a couple? The audacity of my question momentarily stunned Chen Yiting. Her delicate cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she shyly shook her head. To my surprise, her denial left me feeling awkward, prompting a desire to release her hand. However, Chen Yiting tightened her grip, bowing her head as she softly murmured, "Silly, how can we not be like a couple? We clearly are." Ah. So this mischievous girl was merely toying with me. My heart swelled with an indescribable excitement as I leaned in, gathering my courage to plant a kiss upon her cheek. She shyly recoiled, and in my moment of bewilderment, with flushed cheeks, she closed her eyes and leaned in to kiss my lips. Thus, amidst the sea of blossoms on the grass, under the shimmering starlight, we shared a kiss. Chapter 9. New Tactics, Grapes and Birds. Her soft lips, imbued with a fragrant essence, ignited a sensation akin to an electric shock. This unexpected moment, I believe, will forever be etched in my memory. A gentle kiss, almost ephemeral, as if we barely touched before parting. I had yet to savor the moment when Chen Yiting parted ways with me. Her head hung low, her face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding crimson. This clumsy creature left me both amused and exhilarated. With her audacity on display, I found no reason to remain shy. I extended my hand, enveloping her in my embrace, holding her tightly as I whispered softly into her ear, "Fool. Such matters should be initiated by me. You are merely trying to comfort me, to uplift my spirits, aren't you?" Chen Yiting buried her head in my chest, remaining silent, tacitly acknowledging the situation. "After receiving a kiss from you, I felt much better, if only I could steal another." I jested, and Chen Yiting, blushing, playfully pinched me. Everyone else had drifted off to sleep in their seats. I retrieved a thicker coat from my backpack and draped it over her shoulders. She gently nestled against my shoulder, toying with my fingers, and soon succumbed to slumber. Once she was soundly asleep, I gently shifted her, allowing her to lean against the seat. I discreetly departed and made my way outside to the car. Wang Jinzhong and several young men were in charge of the night as security. Upon seeing me descend from the vehicle, they immediately gestured for me to retire for the night. I do not intend to keep watch together. Rather, I have other matters I wish to inquire about. Is there any gasoline left in the tank? This query left Wang Jinzhong in a state of embarrassment, for there was hardly any fuel in the tank to begin with. In order to completely incinerate that murderous willow, we had previously extracted all the gasoline. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Without gasoline, we found ourselves utterly defenseless against the menacing willow tree. Didn't you and Lei throw those bottles of gasoline only to have them shattered by the encroaching vines? As Wang Jinzhong recalled a crucial detail, the gasoline had indeed been doused upon the murderous willow. All we needed to do was ignite it. The boys nearby chimed in with suggestions, proposing that by utilizing branches and the girls' long stockings, we could fashion arrows with burning rags affixed to them, thus setting the gasoline ablaze. However, such an idea seemed overly idealistic. I shook my head, reminding them not to forget that gasoline is highly volatile. After a night's evaporation, although some residue remained on the willow, it would be far from easy to ignite. Wang Jinzhong slapped his forehead, realizing he had indeed overlooked this fact. What shall we do then? With our most effective incendiary tactic stripped of its essential component, our chances of vanquishing the willow and escaping across the suspension bridge diminished significantly. I recalled that there might still be a considerable amount of cooking oil available. One classmate muttered this thought aloud. I shook my head in disbelief, pondering the fact that the flash point of cooking oil reaches several hundred degrees. It is not so easily ignited. Wang Jinzhong let out a sigh, lamenting that the gasoline had run out. Otherwise, he could have pressed the accelerator with a stone and allowed the bus to crash that murderous willow into the river below. While this may seem like a solution, it is far from practical. The bus must charge straight through the forest gap. However, to navigate the bus towards that opening, someone must be at the wheel. By the time the bus roars into the forest breach, it would have long been detected by the lethal willow, leaving the passengers no time to escape as they attempt to set the vehicle to autonomous driving. Of course, with the car out of fuel, even this seemingly viable plan cannot be executed. I smiled at Wang Jinzhong as a brilliant idea came to me. Wang Jinzhong and the others brightened up, signaling me to share my thoughts. Isn't there a type of bird in the forest that can self-destruct? Its explosive power is immense. If a flock of these self-destructive birds were to fly towards the murderous willow and detonate, it would undoubtedly ignite the tree. Are you suggesting, Wang Jinzhong exclaimed with excitement, that you intend to use the fiery red grapes to lure the self-destructive birds towards the murderous willow? I smiled and nodded. However, some of my classmates appeared anxious. The forest was vast, filled with fiery red grapes that might attract a few self-destructive birds. But could they truly draw in a whole flock? This question lingered in my mind. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. If we harvested a sufficient quantity of the vibrant grapes and subsequently decimated all the surrounding grapevines, the self-destructive birds would be left with nothing to feast upon. Such a scheme instilled fear in Wang Jinzong and the others. What if the self-destructive birds attacked us while we were gathering grapes? In that scenario, I would be at a loss, but failing to execute this plan would leave us trapped on the suspension bridge, unable to escape. Qinyu, you truly are a madman. Lei Ning exclaimed as he stepped down from the vehicle, still groggy but wearing a carefree smile. Nevertheless, I supported the plan. Wang Jinzong nodded in agreement. Regardless of personal opinions, this was the only viable course of action. As dawn broke the following day, everyone awoke early. Thankfully, no dangers had befallen us the previous night. And we were all safe and sound. Waking up to see each other was an unprecedented joy. Chen Yuting had risen earlier than I. Likely recalling the kiss from the night before, she was blushing fiercely, too shy to approach me. After a modest breakfast of rabbit meat, Wang Jinzong and Lei Nong looked to me, urging me to issue the orders. I clapped my hands to signal everyone to settle down. After briefly outlining my plan, I gestured for everyone to empty their backpacks. We would form pairs, with one person responsible for harvesting while the other carried the backpack. If any self-detonating birds appeared, it was imperative to swiftly zip up the backpack and make our escape. This warning was directed at the boys. Qinyu, you must not underestimate us. Some bold girls in the class shouted loudly, insisting that they too should partake in the endeavor. Having endured the trials of yesterday, they had grown remarkably resilient. I smiled and nodded, not refusing their offer of assistance. One by one, we entered the woods, each carrying a backpack to gather the vibrant red grapes. The process of harvesting these luscious fruits proceeded smoothly. However, trouble arose when 7 or 8 bags, brimming with the fiery grapes, were piled together. Perhaps it was the overwhelming scent emanating from such a copious quantity of grapes that attracted the self-destructive birds. Not just one, but a whole flock descended upon us. Flapping their wings, the explosive birds soared from the trees, heading straight for the heap of backpacks. Each bird was akin to a bomb, and the sight of such a multitude approaching felt like a missile strike. We were all thoroughly startled, hastily retreating from the pile of bags filled with the vibrant grapes and dashing towards the bus. After a moment of hesitation in my heart, I gritted my teeth and stepped forward. I hoisted a backpack brimming with crimson grapes onto my shoulders, then grasped 2 more bags in my hands. Hastening towards the direction of the malevolent willow, my reckless endeavor was driven by compelling reasons. The surrounding crimson grapes had already been ravaged. All that remained were here. Should these grapes fall into the clutches of the self-destructive birds, we would find ourselves utterly incapable of vanquishing the malevolent willow, doomed to remain trapped in this place. Qinyu, Chen Yuting cried out in terror. I may appear to be a self-sacrificing hero, yet I am but an ordinary individual, yearning for survival just like everyone else. The purpose of my actions is to carve a path of hope for those I cherish. As I sprint forward, the sound of footsteps trails behind me, accompanied by the incessant chirping of the explosive birds. Glancing back, I behold Wang Jinzong and Lei Ning, who, much like myself, are burdened with fiery red grapes in their arms. Wang Jinzong wears a maniacal grin, while Lei Ning's face is marred by distress. He is reluctant to partake in such deeds, yet he proceeds nonetheless. A swarm of crimson explosive birds soars through the air, pursuing us 3. As the flock approaches, I hastily discard the 2 bags of fiery grapes in my possession, and Wang Jinzong and Lei Ning follow suit, casting aside their backpacks. With our burdens lightened, we sprint with newfound speed. Some of the explosive birds alight upon the discarded bags, but a significant portion seems intent on us, trailing closely behind. Racing ahead, as we near the forest's edge, the direst scenario unfolds. The black tendrils of the murderous willow have already extended towards us. Damn it! Wang Jinzong and Lei Ning curse vehemently. I anxiously waved to them and dashed into the forest. Ahead lay serpentine tendrils of vines, while behind me were birds capable of self-detonation. In such dire circumstances, entering the woods, with their lush trees, should provide a temporary shield against the vines and the explosive avians. We must seize this fleeting moment to deliver the crimson grapes from our backpack to the base of the murderous willow. Chapter 10. I was consumed by the murderous willow. The 3 of us plunged headlong into the woods. The pursuing self-destructing birds chirped incessantly from the treetops. Dozens of terrifying black vines veered into the forest as well. With the trees obstructing their path, the speed of the black vines significantly diminished. Although their pace slowed, the black vines became increasingly elusive. Dozens of these ominous tendrils, akin to fearsome serpents, emerged from the underbrush and descended from the branches. We did not traverse directly through the woods towards the weeping willow, but rather ran amok within the forest. If it were possible, I would wish to entangle the black tendrils that extend through the thicket, for then matters would be much simpler. Of course, such a feat is nearly impossible. We are striving to gain time for the final action. However, there exists no infallible plan in this world. We ran through the woods with bated breath, our hearts pounding with anxiety, when suddenly a dark vine emerged from the ground, ensnaring Linen and bringing him crashing to the earth. The sinister vine swiftly coiled around Linen's ankle. At that moment, I had already sprinted several meters away, but Wang Jinzong, not far from Linen, immediately reached out to help. The robust Wang Jinzong, with his immense strength, seized a rock and struck it fiercely against the dark vine. The vine shattered into pieces, splattering green sap everywhere. Just as it seemed Linen was about to break free, a terrifying black tentacle appeared behind Wang Jinzong. Wang Jinzong, run quickly. Both I and Lining witnessed the terrifying vines approaching. I must save you first. At this moment, Wang Jinzong seemed to forget his disdain for Lining. He recklessly lifted a stone, determined to sever the vine entangling Lining's ankle. As the vine snapped, Lining was freed, yet Wang Jinzong found himself ensnared by a thick black vine from behind. The black vine coiled around Wang Jinzong, drawing him backward. As they passed a tree, Wang Jinzong grasped the trunk tightly. It was because of him that he had fallen into such peril. Lining, filled with urgency and anger, seized the stone once more, swinging it wildly with the intent to rescue Wang Jinzong. I too rushed towards them, but Lei Ning bellowed at me, "Qinyu, swiftly lead the self-destructive bird to the killer Lu. This plan originated from your mind. If you fail to accomplish it, you need not fear Lu's wrath, for I shall be the one to end your life." Such harsh words emanated from Lei Ning. With a surge of determination, I nodded and dashed out of the woods. As I emerged from the thicket, Wang Jinzong was also yanked out by the dark tendrils. He was ensnared by the tentacle-like vines, lifted into the air, and then brutally slammed to the ground. Bang! I witnessed the moment of Wang Jinzong's demise, and an overwhelming agony enveloped me. In our school days, the relationship between Wang Jinzong and Lei Ning was perpetually fraught with animosity. He could never have anticipated that he would lose his life in an attempt to save Lei Ning. Undoubtedly, at the moment he extended his hand to rescue Lei Ning, he harbored no ill will towards him. Rather, he regarded him as a friend, which compelled him to act. I firmly believe that even if it costs him his life, he would harbor no regrets regarding his decision. Tears blurred my vision as I recklessly charged ahead. Inspired by Wang Jinzong, I became fearless in the face of death. Even if I were to perish, I was determined to vanquish that murderous willow. Wiping away the tears from my eyes, the sinister, pitch-black willow emerged before me. In that moment, I found myself presented with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I halted before the mound of white bones beneath the tree, removed my backpack from my shoulders, and unzipped it. I had just intended to extract the fiery red grapes from my backpack when a thunderous voice echoed from behind me, "Qinyu, run." No sooner had he spoken than a tendril-like black vine ensnared my waist, lifting me into the air. Perhaps in the next moment, I would meet the same fate as Wang Jinzong, crashing to the ground, my body a gruesome mess, lifeless. My heart is overwhelmed with fear. Yet I'm even more terrified that Qinyu Ting may also perish here. I opened my backpack with fervor, pouring forth a cascade of crimson grapes. In an instant, the sky was graced with a rain of fiery red grapes. The self-destructive birds, swirling in the air, caught the scent and flapped eagerly towards the weeping willow of death. The weeping willow, loathing the self-destructive birds, brandished its tendrils, striking at them. Those unfortunate birds that were struck exploded mid-air, transforming into a burst of crimson flames, igniting the black tendrils of the weeping willow. I feel as though I am bound to the trunk of a tree, awaiting execution, utterly unable to move. The murderous willow, preoccupied with its own affairs, is thrashing hundreds of black vines that lash at the swarming explosive birds in the sky. The explosive birds burst continuously, illuminating the air with resplendent fireworks. The sound of their detonations echoes like the joyous crackle of daytime pyrotechnics. The fiery remnants of the explosive birds ignite the very vines of the murderous willow. Yesterday, drenched in gasoline, the murderous willow was rendered thoroughly vulnerable, and now it has become exceedingly flammable. Among its hundreds of vines, half are ablaze. However, the situation has grown dire. Firstly, the aerial swarm of explosive birds has suffered considerable losses, and they are now hastily fleeing upwards, avoiding confrontation with the murderous willow. Secondly, the flames consuming the black vines are creeping towards the trunk. If the murderous willow were to strike me directly, resulting in my demise, I would accept my fate. Yet, As the flames advance, I am certain to endure a slow and agonizing death. The very thought of such torment is horrifying, and I struggle desperately. Chinyu. A distant voice calls out in terror. The murderous willow swings its vines to combat the explosive birds overhead, disregarding Lei Nong, who remains unharmed and safe. Truly, good people do not live long, while the wicked endure for millennia. I silently expressed my grievances, yet continued to struggle fiercely. Perhaps the killer vine found my relentless efforts to escape rather bothersome, tightening its tendrils around me with unyielding force. Furthermore, on the trunk of the killer vine, a terrifying black fissure gaped open, seeking to engulf me whole. Previously, I had witnessed 3 classmates being devoured by this carnivorous tree. Never imagining that I would face such a fate myself, my body is gradually being engulfed by the dark chasm. I am enveloped in an icy chill. Acutely aware that my demise is imminent, that I am on the brink of death. My father, my mother, and my sister, along with Chan Yiting and countless others whose names have faded from my memory, now resurface vividly in my mind. I am paralyzed by fear, unable to think, and terror has rendered me breathless. As a myriad of images floods my mind, I come to appreciate the beauty of life. Yet my body instinctively fights against the impending doom. However, I am akin to a fish writhing on a chopping board, unable to escape the clutches of death. Chinyu. Lei's voice resonates as he desperately calls my name, yet he is powerless to assist, forced to stand helplessly by as I am consumed by the murderous Lu. I yearn to cry out like Li Feng, imploring Lei to convey my feelings to Chun Yiting, to express my affection for her. Yet, my voice falters. For within me lies a reluctance to deepen Chun Yiting's anguish. Thus, I remain silent. In the blink of an eye, I am consumed by the murderous willow. The world around me abruptly descends into darkness and silence. The interior of the willow is hollow, yet my limbs remain ensnared. Amidst the shadows, an object materializes. The size of an egg, radiating a mesmerizing green luminescence. It is exquisite, reminiscent of an emerald, emanating a soothing glow. However, as that verdant gem alights upon me, it takes root within, siphoning the very blood from my veins, as if intent on transforming me into mere sustenance. How could I stand idly by and watch myself being drained by such a thing? I struggled fervently, inching my hand forward. That object had taken root in my chest, rendering me unable to depart. I reached out my hand, seizing it with a firm grip, pulling it away from my chest. It was as soft as a piece of green jelly, writhing and pulsating in my grasp. I yearned to crush it. Yet it proves to be more resilient than I had anticipated. In any case, it shall be either its demise or mine. Ignoring the consequences, I savagely sank my teeth into the verdant substance. It writhed like a small creature, leaping and pulsating as if it possessed a heartbeat. Perhaps it was the very heart of the deadly willow. Trees cannot have hearts, yet this particular willow, transcending the realm of ordinary flora, defied such limitations. Without a moment's hesitation, unafraid of damaging my teeth, I fiercely sank my fangs into that gelatinous green substance. It struggled valiantly for a time, yet ultimately succumbed to my bite. As though I had ruptured its skin, the liquid within began to seep through the breach, cascading into my mouth. This fluid bore no discernible flavor. But as I inadvertently swallowed it, a sensation akin to being ignited coursed through my body. It felt as if a fierce blaze had engulfed me, consuming my very consciousness in its fiery embrace. I lost consciousness. Chapter 11. We each bore a countenance of sorrow. Upon regaining my senses, I found Lei Nong breaking through the trunk of the murderous willow. He held me tightly, straining to pull me free from the confines of the tree's interior. Ouch. Take it easy. The jagged edges of the broken trunk pressed painfully against my chest, causing me to gasp sharply. You madman, are still alive? I suddenly exclaimed, startling Lei Nong. I shot him a glare, my head filled with a myriad of thoughts, utterly at a loss for words. You, madman, are truly fortunate. Not only have you escaped the flames unscathed, but you have also evaded the clutches of the murderous willow. Lei was brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly. My hands and feet remain ensnared by the tendrils, yet half of my body has been extricated from the hollow trunk by the force of lightning. The fingers of the lightning are a gruesome sight, clearly having exerted tremendous effort to breach the trunk and rescue me. A subtle ache lingered in my nose. Touched by the sentiments of this rogue, Lei Nong pulled me from the hollow trunk, yet he was already drained of strength and could not lift me. Collapsing alongside me upon the grass beneath the ominous willow tree. It was only then that I beheld the terrifying sight of the killer willow, truly reduced to mere charcoal. The once menacing black tendrils had transformed into ashes, settling upon the skeletal remains below. The killer willow stood as a solitary, bare trunk, lifeless. After a moment of gasping for breath on the ground, Lei Nung forcefully tore the vines from my body, granting me my long-awaited freedom. But where was Wang Jinzhou? I scanned my surroundings, but there was no sign of him, bloodied and mangled from the fall. Yesterday, Li Feng had cast the gasoline bottle elsewhere. With a somber expression, Lei Ning explained, struggling to rise from the ground. He had just found that bottle of gasoline and subsequently cremated Wang Jinzhou. He staggered, leading me to the edge of the suspension bridge, where a small mound of earth lay adorned with an array of fresh flowers. Lei Nung remained silent, persistently wiping his eyes. The weight of Wang Jinzhou's sacrifice for his sake burdened his heart immensely. My heart is heavy with sorrow, and I silently mourn within. I nod slightly, wishing to utter some words of consolation, yet they remain unspoken. After taking a few steps forward, I hear Lei Ning's voice behind me, "Qin Yu. Thank you, I haven't even thanked you yet," I begin, only to be interrupted by Lei Ning. "If you had shaped me into a better person, Wang Jinzhou would never have changed his view of me, nor would he have saved me. Do not speak in such a manner. You have always been a good person." The sound of Lei Ning's anguished sobs fills the air, as I am acutely aware of my own failings, and yet you, against all odds, risked your life to save me. As I emerge from the edge of the forest, I catch sight of over 30 classmates approaching in a solemn procession. Upon seeing my disheveled state, Qin Yuting, disregarding her shyness, joyfully rushes over and envelopes me in her embrace. She clings tightly, saying nothing, only gently weeping. From this vantage point, everyone can hear Lei Ning's cries. A tall girl approaches, her voice trembling as she asks, "Qin Yu, where is Wang Jinzhou?" Instantly, she covers her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes like pearls falling from a broken string. She sobs softly, stumbling forward, yearning to see Wang Jinzhou. We all know we have succeeded, yet no one can find joy in this moment. For our triumph, we have sacrificed 3 lives. Our foreheads touched, and we gazed at each other with an intimacy that felt profound. "What do you wish to do at my home?" Qin Yuting inquired, her expression one of confusion. "I intend to visit your parents. I want to tell them that we are in love. In the future, I shall marry you," I boldly declared. I believe that such a statement is far more enchanting than the simple phrase "I love you." Just moments ago, I was consumed by the murderous willow, and I thought my life was at its end. In that fleeting moment, I grasped numerous truths. No one knows what the next second may bring, therefore, I must seize this very moment. The words she uttered flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue. She shyly nodded, her sweet smile illuminating the moment. "I too wish to visit your home and inform them that I am your wife." Qin Yuting spoke these words, exhausting all her courage. Nestled softly in my embrace, I held her tightly, as in that fleeting moment, we seemed to merge into one. Before long, everyone was carrying their luggage, a large bouquet of fresh flowers in hand, making their way towards the weeping willow at the bridge's edge. Holding flowers in our hands, Qin Yuting and I openly embraced our relationship, walking forward hand in hand. The teacher, the driver, and 10 classmates had all perished beneath the murderous willow. The terrifying bones lay concealed beneath the ashes of creeping vines, and with heavy hearts, we placed our flowers around the base of the sinister tree. Initially, there had been 52 individuals in the vehicle. In less than 2 days, only 37 remained. What had brought us to this place? We were physically and mentally exhausted, devoid of the strength to ponder this question. Following the enigmatic message, we learned that the only escape lay across the bridge. After a moment of silence, we ascended the suspension bridge. Stretching over 100 meters, it was woven from hemp rope and wooden planks. The planks were not joined together, leaving gaps between each one. As we stepped onto it, the bridge swayed precariously. Grasping the rope railings, we cautiously advanced. Below the bridge lay a thick white mist, perhaps concealing a river or a valley beneath. Hand in hand with Qin Yuting, we advanced along the rope railing. As we reached the midpoint of the bridge, a peculiar scent of burning filled the air, as if something was ablaze. The others caught the whiff of the acrid odor and turned their heads in alarm. Just a fleeting glance behind was enough to send chills racing down our spines. This suspension bridge, woven of wooden planks and rope, was precarious. Should the cables that held it aloft be severed by flames, the consequences would be dire. "Run!" echoed a panicked shout, its origin lost in the chaos. "Don't run!" I cried out anxiously, quickly squatting down to clutch the wooden planks beneath me. Yet, the collective panic drowned out my voice, as the realization set in that the bridge was on the verge of collapse. In a frenzy, everyone surged forward, but with dozens of meters still to traverse. Sprinting on such a rickety bridge was futile. Moreover, the hemp ropes, now exposed to the flames, would not endure for long. I yearned to cry out, signaling everyone to stop running, but it was already too late. The flames had severed some of the ropes, and the suspension bridge began to plummet. I disregarded everyone else and forcefully pushed Chen Yuting down onto the bridge. With one hand tightly embracing Chen Yuting, I clutched a wooden plank with the other. After executing this action, the ropes that supported the suspension bridge were completely severed, and it began its descent. Those classmates still traversing the bridge, unprepared for the sudden calamity, screamed in terror as they plummeted downwards. I embraced Chen Yuting tightly, my eyes firmly shut, unable to bear witness to such a scene. Their terrified cries pierced through the air, fading into the mist below. In mere seconds, the cacophony of screams transformed into an eerie silence. I opened my eyes to behold a parallel suspension bridge transformed into a vertical rope ladder. A few classmates clung to the ropes in sheer terror, while several others hung below. Yet, in total, there were no more than 10 individuals present. Just moments ago, there had been 37 of us. My heart is heavy with sorrow, yet there is no time for lamentation. We remain ensnared in peril. Everyone begins to ascend, and I release Chen Yuting from my embrace, gesturing for her to avert her gaze from the depths below. Her face is ashen, her delicate lips clenched, yet she resolutely nods and gradually makes her way upward. After what feels like an eternity, we, trembling with trepidation, finally reach the bridge's apex. Laning is present, along with 3 men and 2 women, altogether. We are a mere 8 souls. The women are weeping, and even among us 5 men, a sense of despair looms large. Standing at the edge of the bridge, we peer into the misty abyss beneath. After a prolonged wait, none of the remaining 29 have managed to ascend. We exchange glances, each visage etched with profound sorrow. We remain silent, turning and walking forward. Chapter 12, the 100-meter tower standing at the foot of the mountain. The text message we received earlier stated that we could leave from the bridge. However, we were mistaken. The hint in the message merely indicated that we could depart from the meadow of flowers via the bridge. 8 of us tread cautiously through a desolate forest, ascending a hillside. The mist that enveloped the foothills gradually dissipated. Before our eyes emerged a structure resembling an ordinary residential building, a cylindrical edifice nestled within the mountainous embrace. Towering over 100 meters, each floor's balcony was adorned with security screens, suggesting habitation within. The exterior of the building bore the scars of time and tempest, with large patches of plaster peeling away to reveal the underlying bricks, surrounded by the rugged terrain of the foothills. The presence of such an enormous residential complex in this remote location was as peculiar as it was striking. We exchanged glances, rendered speechless by our astonishment. In our present predicament, we had no alternative but to approach the towering residential building that loomed before us. Who would construct such a structure in the mountains? Laning murmured as we descended the slope and navigated through a dense thicket, reaching the foot of the building unscathed. A slightly ajar iron gate was not far off, and we cautiously approached it. Fearless and bold, Laning pushed the iron door open and stepped inside. Behind the door lay a passage leading into the depths of the building, shrouded in darkness. As Laning took a couple of steps forward, he bent down and picked up a brass key. Just as he was about to speak, our phones began to ring from within our pockets. Mao Yinxiang, whose nose was adorned with freckles, pulled out her phone and exclaimed in surprise, "My phone was dead long ago, yet now the battery is fully charged." I retrieved my phone, its battery fully charged. Despite the absence of signal, I received a message. Upon opening the text, I discovered its content. Each room possesses a key to access the others. Open that door, and you may depart. The message was straightforward, easily comprehensible to all. Yet, a sense of being toyed with enveloped us. Previously, amidst the meadow of blossoms, we had received a message indicating that we could escape from the bridge. However, after enduring countless hardships to reach the opposite bank, we found ourselves in such a peculiar place. Thus, one could infer that should we open the door mentioned in the message, we might very well arrive in yet another strange locale, only to receive another text detailing how we might escape once more. I am merely the son of a detective, not a detective myself. Based on the information we currently possess, I cannot deduce anything substantial. However, one thing is certain, someone must have orchestrated all of this in advance. Why did the adversary act in such a manner? How could they maneuver a bus into a meadow enveloped by a forest? How could such a building be constructed at the foot of the mountain? These questions elude my understanding. 1018. Lei glanced at the number inscribed on the brass key and smiled, indicating that this key belonged to room 1018. I nodded, expressing a sense of resignation, and suggested, "Let us ascend and explore that room." We cautiously traversed the passageway illuminated by our mobile phones and entered an exceedingly spacious hall. The hall was adorned with several fluorescent tubes, yet they offered no illumination. As we surveyed the expansive surroundings, we were astonished to discover that the hall lacked a grand entrance, apart from the passage we had just traversed. There were 4 additional passageways in each of the cardinal directions. These passages were designed for foot traffic, much like the one we had used to enter this place. Did this imply that others, akin to us, might also enter through different passages? Lei Nung shared this thought and eagerly made his way towards the other passages, chortling as he expressed his intent to perhaps uncover a key. Thus, we ascended to the upper levels. A staircase and an elevator provided access to the floors above. The elevator functioned normally, and given the circumstances, we set aside our apprehensions and stepped inside, even though there could be peril within the elevator. We were too disheartened to concern ourselves with evasion. After a series of unsettling events, we found ourselves feeling rather despondent. Inside the elevator, aside from the buttons for closing and opening the doors, there were only 10 buttons, indicating that it could only reach the 10th floor. The predicament was that this cylindrical building boasted at least 30 stories. Upon encountering this situation, Chen Yiting speculated that perhaps upon reaching the 10th floor, we would need to transfer to another elevator to ascend further. Everyone nodded in agreement with her conjecture. Lei Nang pressed the buttons for floors 2 through 10. With each floor the elevator reached, it would halt and open its doors. Each time the doors parted, a chilling corridor would materialize before us. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the scenario remained unchanged. As we stepped out of the elevator, we noticed another elevator door adjacent to us. Upon entering, we discovered that the buttons inside led from the 10th floor to the 20th floor. Indeed, it was as Chun Yiting had surmised. As we traversed the corridor in search of room 18, we noticed that each chamber exists independently, with a narrow passageway separating them, allowing only a single individual to pass through. The labyrinthine corridors create an ambience reminiscent of a maze. Each room is adorned with a black iron door, prominently displaying a specific number. As we traversed through the various chambers, certain rooms evoked an unsettling sensation within me. At last, we arrived at room 18, where the door bore no keyhole, but rather an indented model of a key. We stood cautiously to the side, observing as Ray placed the brass key into the sunken model of the key. With a soft click, the key fused with the model, becoming irretrievable. Ray gently pushed the door open, and we remained on high alert. Yet, our anxiety proved excessive. The room beyond the door was furnished with a sofa and coffee table, suggesting that someone had been residing within. With a sense of curiosity, we ventured inside, only to be astonished by the sight that greeted us. Though modest in size, the room boasted a cozy sofa and a grand bed, complemented by a bathroom. This was truly an apartment that seamlessly melded the bedroom and living area. Lei approached the refrigerator and opened it, revealing an array of delectable food. Chen Yiting stepped into the bathroom and turned on the shower, discovering both cold and hot water, which thrilled the girls who had not bathed the previous night. The more I observed, the more perplexed I became. Pushing open the floor-to-ceiling windows, I stepped onto a dust-laden balcony to gaze out. In the distance lay a vast expanse of fog, obscuring all visibility. Given this, I looked down and made a startling discovery. On the other side, there stood an intact suspension bridge, the destination of which remained a mystery. It was entirely possible that at the far end of the bridge, there were others akin to us, striving to reach this side. This was merely my conjecture, as the opposite end of the bridge was shrouded in white mist, leaving me unable to discern anything. I recalled the other 4 passages I had seen earlier in the hall. Perhaps each passage corresponds to a bridge, and upon each bridge, individuals traverse into this edifice. If that is indeed the case, the location of this building must exist in a manner akin to that of an isolated island. Where is the door mentioned in the message? Upon its opening, whither shall we be led? I was filled with questions, furrowing my brow in contemplation, when Chen Yiting approached and gently linked her arm with mine. Although we had not successfully departed from this peculiar place, the situation had improved. She did not lament her fate, but instead felt a sense of contentment. Perhaps her satisfaction stemmed from my presence beside her. Do not always wear a frown. It is easy to develop wrinkles, and with wrinkles, one loses their charm, she playfully remarked with a smile, extending her delicate hand to smooth my furrowed brow. In the room, Lei Nung was restlessly rummaging through drawers in search of the key. Cursed be it, where was the key mentioned in the message that could unlock other rooms? He pulled open a cabinet, and upon seeing its contents, several classmates gasped in astonishment. Inside the cabinet lay an array of weapons, knives, and even firearms. The sight of such items immediately filled me with foreboding. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Chapter 13. I have something to show you. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lei Nang looked at me in astonishment. I cast him a glance, prompting him to swiftly step forward and crack open the door slightly. I hastily made my way over and peered through the crack of the door. At the end of the corridor, 3 figures emerged at the elevator entrance, descending from the upper floors to transfer elevators on the 10th floor. Among them, one individual stood out with a head of striking golden hair. Lei recognized him at once. It was Song Jiping from Class 3. I too recognized that individual, and a sudden jolt coursed through me. I pondered whether they had also traversed from some distant place, crossing the suspension bridge to arrive here. Setting that matter aside for the moment, the presence of the 3rd class in this locale indicated a significant point. Yesterday, as we returned to school from the seaside, a thick fog enveloped the highway, suggesting that not only our class had wandered into this peculiar place, but others had ventured here as well. Upon hearing Linen's words, the freckled Mao Yongxiang felt a surge of excitement. Let me see. Are the students from the 3rd class present? Is Scion here too? She eagerly leaned forward to gaze outside. Just a fleeting glance was enough to send her into a joyous frenzy. She threw open the door and dashed outside, calling out to a certain boy. She shouted Xiaolin's name. Linen turned around, helplessly indicating that Xiaolin was indeed her boyfriend. I nodded. The reunion with my beloved is indeed a joyous occasion. However, we found ourselves exposed. Mao Yunxiang chattered away with those 3 individuals, occasionally gesturing in our direction. Both Lei Ning and I found ourselves at a loss for words. That fool must have revealed the identities of several of us. It is a rare occasion to encounter students from other classes, and one would expect us to be elated. However, joy eluded me, and Lei Nung felt the same. Song Jiping, with his head full of golden hair, is nothing more than a troublemaker, and to make matters worse, he is Lei Ning's arch-nemesis. Mao Yunxiang was blissfully unaware of the potential peril our meeting could entail, as she cheerfully led Song Jiping and his companions toward us. Faced with such a scenario, Lei Nung and I retreated to the corridor. We certainly would not invite Song Jiping into the room as a guest. Upon encountering Linen, the golden-haired Song Jiping displayed a rather cheerful smile. I knew you would survive, Linen. This building is quite intriguing. Would you care to join my team for an adventure? Song Jiping extended his invitation to Linen. No, thank you. Linen crossed his arms over his chest, his expression cold as he replied curtly. TSK. Still the same as ever, Song Jiping remarked nonchalantly, clicking his tongue. Let us see who among us will be the first to open that door. With a smile, he turned and departed. The mere mention of that door indicated that he too had received the information. Mao Yunxiang shyly waved at us, giggling. Hee, Qinyu. I want to join them. I nonchalantly nodded, watching them depart. Lei Nung felt as though Song Jiping had stolen his people, and he entered the room grumbling. Upon closing the door, I noticed Qin Yuting and the others extracting food from the refrigerator. Although there were provisions to eat and drink, with 7 of us present, the entire supply barely sufficed for our lunch, leaving us without prospects for dinner. In light of this predicament, an awkward silence enveloped us. Perhaps we should ration our food, suggested one of the classmates. Regardless of how we tried to conserve, it would inevitably be consumed. It seemed more prudent to eat heartily now, and then diligently search for the key to access other rooms for additional provisions, as those rooms likely contained refrigerators similar to this one. Lei Ning was the first to seize a bread-like item, devouring it while mumbling to himself. Everyone nodded in agreement. Given the content of our messages and our current situation, it was reasonable to assume that other rooms held food. However, this room appeared to lack a key. One of the classmates awkwardly interjected that while we were conversing outside, they had thoroughly searched the room. Let us look again later. For now, let us eat, I declared, distributing the food among us. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet, as everyone ate slowly and sparingly. Each person divided their food in half, placing the other half back into the refrigerator, intending to save it for dinner. At this moment, finding the key was paramount. It represented hope. Only with the key could we unlock the doors to other rooms, find food, and ultimately discover the key to that door. Desperation settled in as we turned the room upside down, yet the key remained elusive. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. It was needless to say that it must be Song Jiping and his group. In a foul mood, Lei Ning approached the door, eager to confront him. However, upon opening the door, it was not Song Jiping standing there, but rather Mao Yunxiang. With a beaming smile, she entered, cradling an abundance of food. Hee. It seems you're running low on supplies, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with pride. Shaolinzi and the others have plenty of food. They've opened several doors, and soon we will find our way out of here. With a fleeting glance exchanged between Lei and me, we swiftly grasped the intentions behind Mao Yunxiang's arrival. We remained silent, allowing Mao Yunxiang to continue her discourse. Hey, are you considering joining Scion and his group? At least you won't go hungry there. Such a proposal ignited a spark of temptation in some of our classmates. The three boys exchanged glances, stood up, and awkwardly expressed their gratitude for our assistance, announcing their intention to join Song Jiping's team, assuring us they would not be a burden. Lei Ning, with a scowl on his face, and I nodded with a benevolent smile, refraining from dissuading them. Zhang Jing, aren't you coming along? Mao Yunxiang inquired with surprise. Zhang Jing, with her bangs framing her face, awkwardly waved her hand, indicating her preference to stay behind. Thus, with a cheerful grin, Mao Yunxiang led the three boys away. Ungrateful beasts! Lei Ning shouted furiously as he slammed the door shut. It's all right. It's not necessarily better with more people, and besides, she brought food. I remained quite unperturbed. With a scowl still etched on his face, Lei Ning gathered the food that Mao Yunxiang had brought and briskly strode to the balcony, discarding it outside. I find myself quite disheartened. Why would you discard the food? Lei Ning, with an air of indignation, exclaimed that he feared they might have poisoned it. To my astonishment, Zhang Jing, with her bangs neatly framing her face, nodded in agreement, expressing her belief that Song Jiping was indeed a scoundrel unworthy of trust. Hearing Zhang Jing's sentiments uplifted Lei Ning's spirits, as if he had found a comrade standing shoulder to shoulder with him. He tossed aside the food and swaggered over, casually resting his hand on Zhang Jing's shoulder, a smile dancing on his lips. I never realized how much you despised Song Jiping, Zhang Jing. How about becoming my girlfriend? Such an audacious declaration from Lei Ning made my cheeks flush with embarrassment. He truly was a rogue. This fellow was remarkably assertive, and even Lei Ning seemed momentarily intimidated, contemplating retreat. However, Chen Yiting and I regarded him with disdainful glances, silently condemning his boldness devoid of courage. Provoked by our expressions, Lei Ning gritted his teeth and resolutely nodded. All right, I accept. Nevertheless, a frown crossed his face as he scratched his head, feeling as though he had been brushed off. After all, he had just professed his feelings, only to have the matter postponed. Zhang Jing shot him a withering look, declaring, after we leave here, you shall officially be my boyfriend. For now, consider yourself my apprentice boyfriend. Lei Ning, perplexed by the distinction between an official and an apprentice boyfriend, shamelessly seized Zhang Jing by the hand and headed towards the bathroom, insisting they bathe together. Zhang Jing was left utterly terrified by this rogue's audacity. I grasped Chen Yiting's hand, smiling as we made our way to the balcony, careful not to disturb the two of them. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jing called out to me. Qinyu, I have something to show you. Such words instantly ignited jealousy in Lei Ning. What is it? I inquired with keen curiosity. Hiki. Zhang Jing beamed with pride, casting a sidelong glance at the envious Lei Ning before continuing. Earlier, after Mao Yunxiang left with Song Jiping, I suspected that Song Jiping would not let the matter rest easily. Concerned about potential betrayal, I kept silent after finding something. As she explained, she slowly opened her hand, revealing a brass key nestled in her fair palm. Chapter 14. A foreboding sense of unease. No wonder the room had been turned upside down earlier. Yet the key remained elusive. It turned out that Zhang Jing had hidden it after discovering it. What an unexpected delight. Lei Ning, overwhelmed with excitement, leaned down to kiss Zhang Jing's cheek, causing her to pale in shock and retaliate with a swift punch. After taking a hit, Lei Ning grimaced in pain as he took the brass key from Zhang Jing's hand, scrutinizing the room number engraved upon it, 0903. Hey, it's just downstairs, he exclaimed excitedly, turning to head toward the room's entrance. Hey, I called out to him in exasperation, knowing that Song Jiping would likely be watching us. If we ventured out with the key, they would undoubtedly seize it from us. Lei Ning nodded in acknowledgement, placing the key on the coffee table and stretching languidly. Muttering about his exhaustion, Zhang Jing noticed the numerous scars on Lei Ning's hands and retrieved a first aid kit to tend to his wounds. Chen Yiting cast a shy glance in my direction, softly expressing her intention to take a shower. I nodded, watching her carry the clothes as she entered the bathroom. Chen Yiting closed the bathroom door, while Lei Ning and Zhang Jing, the young couple, sat together on the sofa. I did not approach, but instead opened the cabinet and retrieved the black pistol within. There were quite a few knives, yet only a solitary handgun. Ejecting the magazine, I felt a sense of disillusionment as I discovered it contained merely a single bullet. After searching, I found no additional ammunition. Everything was alarmingly scarce, presumably intended to provoke a sense of urgency among us to seek out keys and acquire more resources. Who could be responsible for this, and what could their motives be? These two questions incessantly whirled in my mind. On the sofa, Zhang Jing inquired, astonished, How Lei Nung had managed to injure his hand so severely. The carefree Lei Nung did not conceal the truth, explaining that he had been attacked by a murderous vine and that he had pried it apart with his own hands to rescue me. Zhang Jing was utterly taken aback upon hearing that I had endured such peril. Naturally, Lei Ning also mentioned that Wang Jinzong had saved him. In essence, Wang Jinzong saved you, and you saved Qin Yu, who subsequently incinerated the murderous vine, thereby liberating us all? Zhang Jing was piecing together the sequence of events that had transpired among us. Indeed, that was precisely the case, Lei Ning affirmed with a nod. As the two conversed, I grasped the pistol and stepped onto the balcony. Gazing around, everything seemed unchanged. However, a cacophony of banging emanated from upstairs, as if someone were attempting to force open a door. Lei Ning also heard the commotion and chuckled as he addressed me. Mao Yunxiang had mentioned earlier that Song Jiping and his group had discovered numerous keys and unlocked many rooms. I suspected it was merely a ruse. If they had genuinely opened so many rooms, why would they need to resort to banging on doors and picking locks? I concurred with this sentiment, nodding with a smile. At most, Song Jiping had managed to unlock a single room. Mao Yunxiang's claim was likely just a tactic to rally others to their cause. The banging continued for a while, but they likely failed to break through, and soon their curses faded as they abandoned their efforts. Lei Ning's hands were wrapped in bandages. Yet he was restless, picking up a brass key from the table and grinning mischievously at me. With four of us sharing a room, it hardly seemed appropriate, did it? You and Qin Yiting will stay here, while we... He leered lewdly, wrapping his arms around Zhang Jing's slender waist. Terrified by this rogue, she shoved his wandering hands away and insisted that she would sleep alongside Qin Yiting. I helplessly scratched my head, realizing that you seem unable to settle down. Let us venture into that room. Zhang Jing nodded emphatically. Within this building resides Song Jiping and his group. During our time at school, Song Jiping would dare to do anything, especially in this perilous place where death looms at every moment. Truly, it is a paradise for scoundrels like him. Zhang Jing cautioned us to exercise caution as we gathered our tools and exited the room. This time, we opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, seeking to familiarize ourselves with our surroundings. Why didn't you bring a gun? You do know how to use one, right? Lei Ning inquired curiously as we traversed the staircase. He looked at me with a hint of exasperation. If someone were to attempt to kill you, would you not retaliate? I smiled lightly. It depends on the situation. Upon reaching the 9th floor, we successfully located room 3. Ray intended to place the key within the recessed model on the door. I seized his hand, halting his movements. What's wrong? Lei Ning gazed at me in confusion. I, too, was uncertain, yet I harbored an ominous premonition. My brow furrowed. I sensed a horrifying presence within this room. Upon hearing my words, Lei Ning released my hand, abandoning the idea of opening the door. He waved his hand at me in resignation, saying, "Whether your intuition is accurate or not, don't squander that key." At that moment, we were spotted by Song Jiping, whose golden locks gleamed under the light. He approached with several others, familiar faces from our previous encounters. What a coincidence. Have you found the key? Song Jiping beamed with a radiant smile, extending his hand and boldly exclaiming, "Give it to me." Not a chance. Lei Nung shouted angrily, drawing a gleaming knife from his waist. Song Jiping's smile widened with arrogance as he brandished a gun from behind him. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at Lei Ning's forehead. Instantly, Lei Nung was gripped by fear. He believed this madman would indeed kill him. Yet, he was resolute in refusing to surrender the key, preferring death over a life of such humiliation. Lei Ning, my friend, hand over the key. Song Jiping stepped closer, gun still trained on him. Just give it to him, I urged Lei Ning, casting him a significant glance. Understanding my unspoken message, Lei Ning, though seething with indignation, tossed the brass key onto the ground. Song Jiping did not bend to retrieve it, confident in his entourage. The awkward classmates who had accompanied us picked up the key with unease. Drop the knife and step aside, Song Jiping proclaimed, brandishing his firearm with arrogance. Reluctantly, Lei Ning discarded his knife, and I pulled him aside. The classmates, their faces etched with regret, inserted the key into the door's recessed lock. Song Jiping hurried forward, eager to be the first to enter. He pushed the door open and strode inside. The classmates exchanged awkward glances with us, murmuring apologies before following suit. Lei Ning, his face twisted in frustration, yearned to enter as well. At that moment, my sense of danger escalated exponentially. Don't go in, I shouted, gripping Lei Ning's arm with determination. No sooner had my words left my lips than a cacophony of startled cries erupted from room 0903. However, their alarm was swiftly drowned out by a deafening roar. reminiscent of a mighty dragon's bellow. The very structure of the building trembled in response to this ferocious sound. Again, another spine-chilling roar echoed through the air. Crimson flames surged forth from the ajar door, illuminating the surroundings with an eerie glow. We have yet to comprehend how flames could appear. At the entrance of room 0903, a colossal shadow emerged. A massive tiger head protruded from the doorway, its entire form enveloped in darkness, a black tiger. It boasted a pair of dagger-like, fearsome fangs. Its gaping maw slightly ajar, with wisps of white smoke emanating from its nostrils. To our astonishment, vibrant red sparks erupted from within its mouth. Could that crimson flame we witnessed moments ago have been expelled by this black tiger? Such a thought flashed through my mind, sending shivers of terror through both me and Lei. Even the mere sight of an ordinary tiger would strike us with fear. What, then? Could we feel in the presence of a fire-breathing beast? Perhaps Song Jiping and his companions were reduced to cinders, leaving us, by comparison, fortunate. The black tiger had noticed our presence, stepping slowly out of the room, as the air in the corridor gradually grew warmer. It seemed to be gathering a breath of fiery wrath. In a state of bewilderment, Lei Neng and I found ourselves paralyzed with fear, utterly drained by the sight of the ferocious black tiger. My mind was a blank canvas, devoid of thought. Grasping Lei Neng firmly, we stumbled backward in a frantic retreat, while behind us echoed the furious roars of the enraged beast. Chapter 15. I now require your assistance. In a state of sheer terror, Lei and I turned and fled for our lives. The deafening sounds of roaring and claws clashing against the ground echoed behind us. A fire-breathing black tiger was in hot pursuit. Fortunately, each room on the floor was isolated, surrounded by a labyrinthine network of corridors. After navigating several sharp turns, we managed to momentarily evade the black tiger. However, it was merely a temporary reprieve. The direction in which we seek to escape diverges from both the elevator and the staircase. We find ourselves ensnared on the 9th floor. It is uncertain whether the black tiger has caught wind of our presence. Yet, in any case, the entire 9th floor now lies in an eerie silence. I stood beside Rain, pressed against the corner of the wall, our nerves frayed as we attentively observed the situation in the corridors on either side. Cold sweat trickled down our foreheads, and we trembled uncontrollably from head to toe. We gasped for breath, our legs feeling weak and feeble. The fire-breathing black behemoth was even more terrifying than the ominous black vines. In an effort to alleviate the psychological tension, Lei softly spoke. Chinyu. When I opened the door earlier, did you sense something within the room? I nodded slightly, though I could not discern the precise nature of the danger. An overwhelming sense of peril enveloped the room. Linen struck my shoulder with his fist, a tremor of laughter escaping his lips as he chuckled. In any case, you have saved my life. Had I not intervened to halt Linen, and he had proceeded to unlock the door, the fate that befell Song Jiping and his companions would have been his own. I uttered no words, yet a sense of peculiarity enveloped me. Earlier, while searching for room 1018, we traversed various chambers. Some imparted a sense of foreboding akin to what I had just experienced, while others evoked no emotion whatsoever. Could it be that those rooms which felt perilous were indeed harbingers of danger? Such conjecture sent a shiver down my spine, leaving me bewildered at my own perception, reminiscent of a supernatural ability. In a fleeting moment, I recalled the incident not long ago when I was consumed by the murderous willow. Within its depths, I had bitten into a pulsating, green luminescent entity, akin to the heart of the willow, and ingested it. Could it be that this peculiar substance bestowed upon me heightened awareness? As this thought crystallized, a door adjacent to me swung open abruptly, startling both Lei Neng and myself. I overheard a voice remark, "One among you possesses remarkable perceptive abilities." A girl with short hair emerged from the room, casting a playful gaze upon Lei Neng and me. Xia Qin Xian, Lei Neng stammered, struggling to articulate the name of the short-haired girl. I too recognized the short-haired girl. Her name is Xia Qin Xian, a student in the 2nd year of high school. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she is also a prominent figure within the school. How shall I put it? She embodies not just the essence of a goddess, but also possesses the tenacity of a warrior. There exists a legendary tale of her single-handedly confronting 10 men, having once been harassed by delinquents. Xia Qingxian, please let us into the room. We are being pursued by a fire-breathing tiger. Lei Neng implored in a state of panic. However, Xia Qingxian disregarded Lei Neng's plea, fixing her sharp, contrasting gaze upon me. Is it you? Can you sense whether there is danger lurking within the room? I remained silent, unwilling to divulge this secret. Xia Qingxian stood boldly at the doorway, her arms crossed over her ample bosom, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that exuded a sense of gallant elegance. A faint smile graced her lips as she addressed me, "Follow me, and I shall save your lives." What did that fellow mean by that? Did she intend for me to become her subordinate? I am filled with frustration under such conditions. I am reluctant to acquiesce, for I detest being commanded and manipulated. However, I find myself with no alternative regarding this matter. The sound of claws striking the ground resonates sharply. We find ourselves in a corner, flanked by passageways, yet we are oblivious to the circumstances within them, unaware of from which direction the black tiger may strike. Should we choose the wrong path, both Lei Ning and I would meet a tragic fate. The most prudent option at present is to seek refuge in Xia Qingxuan's room. With a woeful expression, Lei Ning gazes at me, lamenting, "I have just started dating, and I certainly do not wish to perish. Qingyu, you must acquiesce to her. If need be, I shall become your loyal subordinate, heeding your every command." I was left utterly bewildered, as I had never indicated my refusal. With no other option, I nodded towards Xia Qingxian. Instantly, a triumphant smile graced her lips. And in the next moment, she unexpectedly shut the door to the room. This action left me utterly perplexed, while Lei Ning was on the verge of a breakdown. He rushed towards the door, pounding on it with fervor. "Xia Qingxian, what do you mean? How can you go back on your word? You can't just say one thing and do another." Suddenly, the door swung open again, leaving Lei Ning dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer terror, as though he were being held at gunpoint. As I was about to step forward, an object protruded from the room, not the muzzle of a gun, but a rocket launcher, several times larger than any firearm. Lei, targeted by such a formidable weapon, was nearly paralyzed with fear. The sound of Xia Qingxian's impatient exclamations echoed in the room. "Hey, don't block the way." The strikingly poised Xia Qingxian emerged from the room, effortlessly wielding the rocket launcher, her fierce demeanor sending shivers down one's spine. In our room, the most formidable weapon we possessed was merely a gun, yet she had the audacity to wield a rocket launcher in her own quarters. What was there for a man of stature to hide from? Xia Qingxian cast a disdainful glance at Lei Ning. As a brazen and overbearing ruffian, he found himself belittled by a mere girl, yet instead of erupting in anger, he retreated behind me like a petulant spouse. The sound of footsteps echoed, gradually drawing nearer to us. Xia Qingxian, clutching the rocket launcher, closed her eyes as if to attune herself to the moment. I too closed my eyes, attempting to sense the location of the black tiger. Upon witnessing both of us shut our eyes, Lei Ning was understandably alarmed. Hey, what are you two doing with your eyes closed? Are you waiting to die?" he exclaimed. "Silence," Xia Qingxian shouted in response. Thus, Lei Ning fell into a reluctant silence, anxiously awaiting what was to come. The entire floor was enveloped in stillness, the sound of soft pattering echoing like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper approaching. I felt an intense nervousness within, yet there was no sense of unease. The formidable Xia Qingxian, wielding a rocket launcher, exuded a remarkable aura of security. Without any forewarning, a thunderous roar erupted, and the black tiger accelerated, darting out from the left corridor. Xia Qingxian had already aimed her rocket launcher at the corridor on the left, and without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Instantly, the rocket was launched, striking the black tiger. A deafening explosion reverberated, causing excruciating pain to my eardrums. In such a confined hallway, the shockwave from the explosion sent us crashing to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, we struggled to rise. Where the black tiger had once stood, there was no trace of him, only a heap of black ashes remained. Had he been reduced to dust? I exchanged bewildered glances with Lei Ning, utterly astonished by the impossibility of the situation. Xia Qingxian emerged from the room, her brows elegantly arched as she spoke. "The creatures within are exceedingly peculiar, far from ordinary animals, and the structure itself is remarkably robust." She pointed towards the site of the recently detonated rocket, where the walls and floor remained unscathed. This was a sentiment shared among us. In this place, we had yet to encounter anything normal. Xia Qingxian approached, her foot scattering a pile of ashes, from which she unearthed a brass key. "Hey, that belongs to us," Lei Ning began anxiously. "What do you wish to convey?" Xia Qingxian shot him a glance, causing him to lower his head in silence, his indignation quelled. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the brass key to me and turned to proceed. "From which room was that black tiger released?" "Room 3, I responded, matching Xia Qingxuan's stride. Lei Ning followed suit, whispering in my ear, "That individual hardly resembles a high school student." It dawned on us then, a newfound respect for Xia Qingxian blossoming within us. Cautiously, we approached room 3, where Xia Qingxian, armed with a gun, entered first. The room bore no traces of Song Jiping and his companions. Engulfed by such crimson flames, they had likely been reduced to mere ashes. There was no sign of destruction, and it was impossible to discern that the black tiger had ever been present. Lei Ning, ever the carefree soul, remarked nonchalantly about the room's appeal, expressing a desire for something within it. I did not criticize him. As Xia Qingxian turned and exited the room, she beckoned me with a finger. Lei was rummaging through the drawers in search of weapons, and as I stepped outside, he paid little heed to my presence. Your father visited my home during an investigation, Xia Qingxian remarked as she walked, which is why I have been aware of you, Qingyu. Oh, I said, somewhat surprised as I scratched my head, taken aback by her recognition of me. Of course, it was not an extraordinary revelation. My curiosity piqued, I inquired. Did the Buster class also encounter the thick fog that led you to this place? Xia Qingxian nodded. She pushed open the door to the room and said, We shall discuss this matter later. I require your assistance now. As I entered the room, poised to inquire about the assistance Xia Qingxian might require, my gaze fell upon the floor, strewn with numerous blood-stained bandages. Are you hurt? A sense of trepidation gripped my heart. Yes, Xia Qingxian replied with a wry smile, as she unzipped her leather jacket and began to remove it. Chapter 16. I will vow to protect her with all my might. I had not yet fully grasped the situation when Xia Qingxian removed her leather jacket. Without it, she wore only a black lingerie top, revealing a toned figure that was almost blinding in its fairness, causing me to blush and avert my gaze. I must have been one of the earliest individuals to arrive at this building. As Xia Qingxian spoke, she reclined on the plush bed. Originally, a few classmates were with us. However, while we were using the key we found to access another room, we were struck by a bomb explosion within. The other students were tragically killed, and although I turned swiftly, I was still hit by shrapnel from behind, which I was unable to remove. Later, I saw Song Jiping and the others approach, but given Song Jiping's reputation, which was well known among our peers, I refrained from seeking his assistance. Fortunately, I found myself in your company now. Xia Qingxuan's words conveyed a sense of trust in me. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment as I beheld her back. A gruesome sight marred by wounds. A jolt of apprehension coursed through me. This was no time for modesty. I hastily fetched the first aid kit from the coffee table. On Xia Qingxuan's back, there were several gaping wounds, each over an inch wide, with dark shrapnel ominously embedded within. Although there was no blood flowing at present, the sight was still profoundly unsettling. Fortunately, the shrapnel had not pierced her spine. Otherwise, she would have faced paralysis, if not death. Xia Qingxian lay sprawled on the bed, astonishingly bold as she reached behind to unfasten the straps of her undergarment. Her audacity left me quite taken aback. I felt my cheeks flush once again. Perhaps I should call a girl over to assist you. Xia Qingxian turned to glare at me, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. Which girl in your class possesses the courage to help me retrieve the bullet casings? I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Qin Yuting and Zhang Jing would undoubtedly tremble in fear upon catching a glimpse of Xia Qingxuan's back. There is no need for excessive modesty. I am unperturbed by your gaze, so why should you feel shy? Besides, I have no intention of allowing you to see. Xia Qingxian exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, embodying a rather boisterous demeanor. Her words resonated with truth, prompting a shy smile from me. I could not afford to linger any longer, thus, I proceeded to wash my hands and don the rubber gloves from the medical kit to prevent any risk of infection. The kit contained alcohol, tweezers, a surgical knife, and a plethora of medications. I sterilized the tweezers with alcohol and then sat at the edge of the bed, signaling to Xia Qingxian to endure a little longer. I extended my hand and gently parted a wound. The laceration, which had already begun to heal and staunch the flow of blood, was suddenly torn open by my touch, causing crimson blood to seep forth immediately. I hastily grasped the gauze to wipe away the flowing blood, while simultaneously maneuvering the tweezers toward the wound. Faced with such a dire situation, my heart trembled, and one could only imagine the fear experienced by Xia Qingxian herself. She clutched the bedsheet tightly, her head buried within the covers, silent as if biting down on something. If these fragments were not extracted, the wound would soon fester, rendering it incapable of healing, which could lead Xia Qingxian to suffer from various infections. Therefore, regardless of the pain, for the sake of survival, she had to endure. I steeled myself and diligently employed the tweezers to search for the shrapnel within the wound. Fortunately, the fragment had not embedded itself within Xia Qingxuan's body. Upon locating it, I gently extracted the shard, successfully retrieving a piece the size of a fingernail. I exhaled with relief, observing the silent Xia Qingxian, whose fair back glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. Hastily, I wiped away the perspiration on her back and continued my search for fragments of shrapnel embedded in her wounds. The process was relatively smooth yet undeniably harrowing. as the fragments were irregularly shaped, some even bearing barbed edges. Throughout this ordeal, Xian remained remarkably composed, save for the occasional whimper. I mused to myself that this was akin to the legendary Guangong's bone-scraping treatment for poison. Upon extracting the final shard, I sighed in relief and swiftly sorted through various medications, applying ointment to the wounds before securely bandaging them with tape and gauze. Once I completed these tasks, I assisted her in fastening her bra, gently patting her shoulder while inquiring about her well-being. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice tinged with a slight quiver and a hint of vulnerability. Regardless of her strong demeanor, she was still merely an 18-year-old girl. "Are you thirsty? Let me pour you a glass of water, and you can take an anti-inflammatory pill," I offered. It seemed she had shed some tears, yet I refrained from mocking her. What had just transpired was beyond the capacity of most. Having lost a considerable amount of blood, her cheeks appeared somewhat pale, prompting me to hand her the water and the pill. She effortlessly swallowed the medication, releasing a sigh of relief as she expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence, and I noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. I was about to inquire about a few matters, but she interrupted me. "I feel somewhat dizzy. I shall speak tomorrow. I need to take a rest." I nodded and rose to my feet. Xian did not forget to remind me. "Although the key is in your hand, do not forget that you are with me now. Without my command, you must not act recklessly. I find myself in a state of disarray." She is not jesting. If danger were to arise upon opening the door, I would be unable to rescue you. This is the crux of the matter. I nodded and stepped outside to retrieve the ammunition for Xian. My mental exhaustion is profound, and I am currently quite fatigued. As I approached the elevator, passing by room 0903, I overheard the sounds of laughter emanating from within. It was Lei Neng and Zhang Jing engaged in conversation. It appeared that Lei Neng was attempting to remove Zhang Jing's clothing, while she insisted that only her outer garment could be taken off. Those two certainly seemed to be progressing swiftly. Choosing not to intrude, I tiptoed away and descended in the elevator. Along the way, I encountered no peril and effortlessly arrived at the door of room 1018. I called out to Chen Yiting, and upon hearing my voice, she hurriedly opened the door and threw herself into my embrace. "Did Lei Neng not mention that I followed Xian?" I gently stroked Chen Yiting's head. "He did, and he also mentioned that you encountered a fire-breathing tiger." I heard the terrifying sounds, as well as the explosions. Chen Yiting whispered. Her tone was not one of fear, but rather of concern for my well-being. The sensation of being cared for is truly delightful. I lowered my head and planted a kiss on her forehead. Instantly, Chen Yiting shyly released me and pulled me into the room. Upon closing the door, I noticed food laid out on the coffee table, presumably sent by Lei Neng. With dusk approaching and having worked up quite a sweat, I made my way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After emerging, I found the room illuminated, and there was Chen Yiting seated on the sofa, endeavoring to enhance the flavor of what appeared to be bread-like delicacies. I settled beside her, observing the earnest contours of her profile. Casting aside the chaotic matters that burden us, we now resembled a couple on a date in a hotel room. Yet, the reality is far from idyllic. As I closed my eyes, images flooded my mind. The teacher and classmates ensnared by dark tendrils, Lu Dongxing and Li Feng consumed by flames. And the classmates who plummeted from the bridge, each scene evoking profound sorrow and an overwhelming sense of helplessness within me. I wish to ponder deeply, but a wave of fragrant allure envelopes me as my lips are tenderly captured by soft petals. Chen Yiting, this gentle soul, seeks to alleviate my torment caused by wandering thoughts. She initiates the kiss to divert my attention. How endearingly clumsy she is. I reached out and embraced her waist, casting aside all distractions this time, and indulged in a passionate kiss with her. Neither of us had ever experienced love before, and our first kiss transpired only last night. In our clumsy embrace, we found ourselves breathless. After parting, Chen Yiting gently pushed me away, her cheeks flushed to the point of crimson, murmuring that it was time for dinner. Once I had satisfied my hunger, I extinguished the lights in the room, anxious about being noticed by unseen adversaries. The night sky was once again a tapestry of stars, resplendent in its brilliance. I took Chen Yiting by the hand and led her to the balcony, wrapping my arms around her from behind as we gazed together at the enchanting celestial display. Setting aside all the chaos of the world, this moment felt exquisitely romantic. I had just intended to share a whispered secret with her when a knock echoed through the door. I initially presumed it was Lei Neng and Zhang Jing arriving, but instead, I heard the anxious voice of Mao Yunxiang calling out, "Qinyu, are you in there?" Her tone was filled with urgency. and I quickly deduced the reason behind her distress. With a resigned sigh, I approached the door and opened it. They had perished in the searing flames emitted by the Black Tiger. Naturally, such words remained unuttered on my lips. All I could muster was an apology. Mao Yunxiang's disappointment was palpable, propelling her to frantically seek elsewhere. Observing my despondent expression, Chen Yuting grasped my arm tightly, unable to contain her tears. "Qingyu, if one day," she began, her voice trembling, "do not entertain such thoughts, I promise to take you away from here." I swiftly placed my hand over her mouth, silencing any mention of the potential calamities that might unfold. I cradled her in my arms, whispering soft words of comfort. I am uncertain of what may transpire next, yet regardless of the circumstances, I shall ardently strive to protect her. Chapter 17. A swirling veil of darkness clings relentlessly to him. Sensing my unwavering resolve, Chen Yuting lifted her gaze to bestow upon me a sweet smile. She hesitated momentarily before nestling deeper into my embrace, softly proclaiming her determination to exert herself and not become a burden to me. I find myself in a rather perplexing situation. No matter her actions, she remains my responsibility. Though the hour is still early, the events of the day have left us utterly exhausted. I gesture for Chen Yuting to rest upon the bed while I make my way to the sofa. Upon seeing me settled down on the couch, Chen Yuting's cheeks flushed crimson as she grasped my hand, pulling me towards the bed. "Are you not afraid of my intentions?" I teased her lightly. "Not at all." She met my gaze earnestly and explained, "You once promised to marry me." Her words ignited warmth within my heart, prompting me to gently push her onto the soft bed. Startled, she shut her eyes tightly, yet I merely placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. As I lay down on the bed and pulled up the covers, I glanced at my phone. Despite being on the 10th floor, there was still no signal. Setting the device aside, I embraced Chen Yuting as we drifted into slumber. The following morning, a frantic knock at the door jolted us awake. Upon opening the door, I found Zhang Jing standing there, her face awash with anxiety. Her distressed expression startled me, leading me to fear that something had happened to Lining. However, it was not Lining in peril. Zhang Jing hastily informed me, "Mao Yunxiang is dead, and she may have been violated." The weight of her words sent a shiver through my heart. "Where?" I inquired of Zhang Jing, feeling a deep sense of unease. Last night, Mao Yunxiang had sought me out, and I had failed to inform her of the demise of Song Jiping and his companions. She had frantically searched for answers, and I had not called out to stop her. Now, with her death, I felt a shared burden of guilt. Chen Yuting was equally startled. She swiftly exited the room, and we followed Zhang Jing to the elevator, descending to the ground floor. The elevator halted on the 3rd floor, and Zhang Jing hurried down a corridor. Lining and Xia Qingxian stood at a corner, where a figure lay against the wall, covered by Xia Qingshuan's leather jacket, concealing the person's upper body and face. Upon my approach, Lining wore a look of regret and shook his head slightly. Xia Qingxian regarded me with curiosity. "Qingyu, have you ever encountered a corpse? Are you afraid?" Even though my father is a criminal investigator, he never took me to view a body. At this moment, I felt no fear. Moreover, I sensed a connection between Mao Yunxiang's death and myself. I must uncover the truth behind her demise. I nodded at Xia Qingxian, who then waved her hand towards Lei Neng and Chen Yuting, urging them to step back and not to approach, lest they be frightened. Zhang Jing pulled Chen Yuting back several paces. Having witnessed the lifeless form of Mao Yunxiang, Lei Neng exhibited no interest in her corpse and also retreated. Xia Qingxian cast me a glance that hovered between a smile and a smirk as she picked up her leather jacket. Suddenly, the almost bare figure of Mao Yunxiang came into view. Her face was frozen in a mask of terror, her hair matted with large splotches of blood, indicative of a severe blow to her head. A profound sense of reluctance to behold the scene washed over me. While fear eluded me, my heart quivered slightly. Just moments ago, a vivacious classmate now lay dead before my eyes. Her blouse was torn, suggesting an attempt at violation, if such acts were perpetrated by you. It indicates that others may still lurk within this building. Xia Qingxian articulated her deduction. I nodded. The group, led by Song Jiping, had perished, and perhaps others from different classes had also arrived here. Why did the others come without revealing themselves, yet engage in such actions? I voiced this inquiry. Previously, I mentioned that I was among the earliest to arrive at this building, while you were part of the 3rd group, indicating that after you entered, others must have followed. Xia Qingxian, resting her chin thoughtfully, speculated that perhaps the others had come at night, encountered Mao Yunxiang, and, driven by lust, chose to remain hidden due to the ensuing shame. This notion seemed plausible, and I nodded in agreement. Lei Ning, however, harbored darker thoughts as he stood at a distance. questioning whether it was possible that a monster was responsible for these events. This speculation sent a shiver down Chen Yuting and Zhang Jing's spines, even causing Xia Qingxian to furrow her brow in concern. Shaking her head, Xia Qingxian retorted, "Haven't you noticed? Whether on the way to this building or upon entering, there hasn't been a single insect, unless one uses a key to unlock a room, from which only then might something scurry out." Lei Neng nodded, acknowledging her deduction, implying that even if such a monster existed, other people must also be present. Zhang Jing rolled her eyes at Lei Neng, exclaiming, "Could you refrain from mentioning such monsters? It's utterly terrifying." Lei Neng sheepishly scratched his head in embarrassment. I cast my gaze upon the lifeless body of Ma Yunxiang. Her fair chest bore the marks of clawing. Her garments were torn asunder, which is why Zhang Jing asserted that she had been violated. Her trousers, however, remained intact, unequivocally indicating that no such act had been perpetrated upon her. Xia Qingxian, perceptive to my thoughts, ventured a conjecture, suggesting that she must have fought fiercely against her assailant, struggling with all her might, which led to such a tragic outcome. I nodded in agreement. Well, there is no need to linger before this lifeless body. This is your classmate, after all, and you are her monitor. Hurry and take her away to be laid to rest, commanded Xia Qingxian. I was drenched in sweat, realizing that this individual had previously inquired if I feared corpses, all the while intending to make me dispose of one. Indeed, she ought to be buried. I extended my hand to close Mao Yunxiang's eyes, then lifted her in my arms and hurried into the elevator. In the woods, I dug a grave and laid Mao Yunxiang to rest, standing before the small mound in solemn tribute. Zhang Jing wept bitterly, for she and Mao Yunxiang were not close friends. Rather, she was reminded that our class had once contained 50 students, and now only 4 of us remained, which filled her with a poignant sorrow as she cried uncontrollably. Lei Neng held Zhang Jing, his expression equally marked by a sense of lamentation. I held Chen Yuting's hand, softly comforting her, though my heart was heavy with sorrow. Xia Qingxian did not partake in the burial of Mao Yunxiang. Instead, she circled the building and then stood at a distance, waving towards us. As we approached, we discovered Xia Qingxian standing at the edge of a bridge, which had been severed, much like the ordeal we had faced the previous day. I recalled that the suspension bridge had been intact yesterday, yet today it lay in ruins, indicating that someone had traversed it. Did the bridge catch fire while you were crossing it, halfway through? Lei Neng inquired with astonishment. Xia Qingxian nodded in silence, clearly haunted by the terrifying memory of that moment. Lei Neng was taken aback, while I felt a sense of numbness. Having spent 2 days in this place and encountered so many bizarre occurrences, I had become desensitized. Xia Qingxian pointed towards another direction, where the bridge remained unscathed, suggesting that another group had yet to arrive here. Perhaps we could cross over that bridge, Lei Neng proposed. Both Xia Qingxian and I shot him a disapproving glance simultaneously. This place was exceedingly peculiar. If we ventured onto that bridge, we would undoubtedly confront dreadful encounters. Lei Neng, with a carefree grin, attempted to lighten the mood, indicating that he was merely jesting. The heat outside was stifling, and he casually strolled into the building. Halfway through, he raised a brass key, flashing me a mischievous smile. I was utterly flabbergasted. That scoundrel had the audacity to pilfer the keys from my pocket while I was momentarily distracted. I hastened towards him, yet he unexpectedly chuckled and began to run. How could he have the leisure to play at such a time? Perhaps he believed that the current atmosphere was suffocatingly dreary and sought to divert our attention. "Do not dare to open the door without permission," I shouted at him. "Then you must hurry and come over." The figure of Lei Neng vanished around the corner of the staircase. The 4 of us entered the elevator. Having observed the number of the key, I pressed the button for the 7th floor. After a brief moment, the elevator arrived at its destination. Before the doors had even opened, we heard the terrified cries of Lei Neng. Uncertain whether he was merely jesting or genuinely in distress, our hearts raced in anticipation. As the elevator doors slid open, a horrifying scene unfolded before our eyes. Lei Neng stood in the corridor, desperately trying to evade a swirling mass of black mist that ensnared him. He was unable to extricate himself from this ominous vapor, which visibly infiltrated his body through his mouth and nostrils at an alarming rate. Chapter 18. Have I committed a grave mistake? The chilling tableau before us startled us all. We hurriedly exited the elevator, and upon noticing our approach, Lei Neng took several hurried steps back. A sense of unease washed over me as he urged, "You must leave quickly." His voice was somewhat hoarse, as if gripped by an unseen force around his throat. The sight left Zhang Jing in tears, frightened by the scene unfolding before her. Amidst the enveloping black mist, Lei Nung raised his hand and tossed a brass key towards me. As I caught the key and examined it, I realized it was indeed the very same one from before. The dark mist was not emitted by the thunder that opened the door, from whence did the shadowy haze arise. I exchanged a glance with Xia Qingxian, cautiously surveying our surroundings. "Qingyu, you must save Lei Nung. Please, save him," Zhang Jing cried out, clutching my arm, tears streaming down her face. I found myself at a loss for words, my voice tinged with despair, though my heart ached for Lei Ning, ensnared by the ominous fog. I felt utterly helpless to assist him. "Stay away, I don't feel well." Lei Ning retreated further. At that moment, the mist enveloping him all surged into his body. It appeared as though Lei Nung had been rescued, seemingly unscathed. Zhang Jing, suddenly smiling through her tears, hurried towards Lei Ning. I wished to stop her, yet Zhang Jing moved with astonishing swiftness. As I rushed forward, Zhang Jing seized Lei Ning in a tight embrace, weeping profusely and exclaiming that Lei Ning had frightened her to death. Lei Ning's expression was one of confusion as he enveloped Zhang Jing in his arms. In the next moment, his gaze abruptly lost its focus, and an unusual transformation overtook him. It seemed as though something within his clothing was striving to break free. Zhang Jing sensed that something was amiss, yet she found herself unable to extricate herself from Lei Ning's grasp. I was filled with an overwhelming urgency to rush over and offer assistance, yet Xia Qingxian firmly grasped my arm, preventing my advance. At that moment, Lei Ning's eyes were devoid of life, as though his very soul had been stripped away. To my astonishment, he sprouted a pair of sharp fangs. His visage contorted, a grotesque expression overtaking him, as he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Zhang Jing's fair neck, voraciously drinking her blood. This horrifying scene elicited a piercing scream from Chen Yiting, while Xia Qingxian, unable to bear witness, turned her head away. My heart was engulfed in despair and fury, my vision narrowing with rage. They were a couple, having barely begun their romance, only to be met with such a nightmarish fate. Lei Ning had succumbed to the darkness, transforming into a vampire. Zhang Jing remained conscious, aware of the torment, even as Lei Nung held her, drinking deeply. Perhaps spurred by the pain, she cast aside her fear, embracing Lei Ning tightly, softly calling his name in his ear. "Lei Ning, awaken. You must wake up. How could you treat me this way, you scoundrel? You promised to cherish me, to shield me from harm, yet here you are, biting me. It hurts so much. I feel as if I am drifting into slumber. Perhaps forever. Please, look at me, just one last time." Zhang Jing's voice was a mere whisper, yet it resonated with profound sorrow in our hearts, filling us with immeasurable grief. I longed to advance, yet Xia Qingxian held me back with unwavering strength. It was not that she was indifferent to the plight before us. Rather, it was the transformation of Lei Ning into a vampire, ravenously consuming blood without pause. Nevertheless, one cannot simply stand idly by in the face of such peril. With a fierce cry, I broke free from Xia Qingxian's grasp and stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Lei Ning's head. He ceased his assault on Zhang Jing's neck as I forcefully pried his hands away from her, sending him sprawling. Zhang Jing, having lost a significant amount of blood, could no longer maintain her footing. She slumped to the ground, and I hastily caught her, gently laying her down. "Qingyu." Zhang Jing still retained some awareness, but her once fair neck was marred by a gruesome wound. To my astonishment, she offered me a faint smile, as if to say, "I feel as though I am about to be liberated, free from fear." Such words blurred my vision. I was uncertain whether I had erred to find myself in such a place, yet amidst this eerie setting, there existed a semblance of beauty. I encountered Lei Nung, who, unlike his demeanor at school, exhibited kindness. Zhang Jing's complexion had turned an alarming shade of pale, her voice dwindling, her gaze growing increasingly vacant. She was on the brink of succumbing to an eternal slumber. The occurrence of such tragedy is indeed lamentable, yet I harbor no resentment towards him. I only wish that you could understand. She gradually fell silent, resembling a slumbering beauty, having left unspoken words lingering in the air, yet I comprehended her sentiment. We have just laid Ma Yunxiang to rest, and to our astonishment, Zhang Jing has also succumbed. Moments ago, she wept bitterly, perhaps sensing an ominous premonition. Yet we never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. My heart is engulfed in profound sorrow, yet once the anguish subsides, I am left with a numbing emptiness. I placed Zhang Jing on the ground and cast my gaze towards Lei Ning. After I delivered a kick to him, he fell and now lies on the ground, writhing in agony, clutching his head and whimpering, clearly in excruciating pain. With an impassive expression, I stepped forward and delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen. Awaken from this stupor. How could you commit such an act? Did you not just proclaim that you had found a girlfriend and yearned for a fulfilling life? How could you so recklessly bury your own happiness? As I spoke, I kicked and struck Lei Ning. Qin Yuting and Xia Qinxian approached, swiftly pulling me back. Upon seeing Zhang Jing lying on the ground, he appeared as if he had been struck by a vehicle named grief. His entire being seemed shattered as he wailed in despair. He rolled and frantically crawled to Zhang Jing's side, cradling her in his arms, on the verge of complete breakdown. His sobs were heart-wrenching, rendering him utterly disheveled. We turned away, unable to bear the sight before us. Qin Yuting, with tears streaming down her face, clutched my arm tightly, while Xia Qinxian averted her gaze, occasionally raising her hand, likely to wipe away her own tears. Lei Ning lamented behind us for a considerable time before gradually regaining his composure. Upon hearing the word buried, I swiftly turned around, only to be met with the sudden crack of gunfire. I turned around and beheld Lei Ning holding a gun pressed against his own heart. The bullet pierced through his heart, yet he felt no pain. A smile graced his face. He gazed at Zhang Jing in his embrace, as if he had redeemed himself, liberated from all burdens. Qin Yuting, Xia Qinxian, and I stood there, dazed and bewildered, utterly shocked by the scene before us. In just a matter of minutes, those two individuals who had been laughing and conversing with us moments ago met such a tragic fate. Who could have done this? And why have we been trapped in such a place, subjected to this torment? I silently screamed within, confronted by a sea of despair. For a prolonged moment, the three of us stood in silence, without uttering a single word. I stepped forward and lifted Lei Ning onto my back, while Qin Yuting and Xia Qinxian supported Zhang Jing. In silence, we proceeded into the elevator. Once again, we entered the woods, where I excavated a grave of sufficient depth to inter the two. In the past, I had never believed in the existence of souls, nor in the concept of reincarnation. Yet, at this moment, I fervently wished for their souls to be reborn, to live peacefully in the mundane rhythms of life, free from such peculiar occurrences, and to continue the love that had only just begun. After laying them to rest, Qin Yuting ventured to gather flowers, adorning the grave with a profusion of blossoms. I find myself seated upon the verdant grass of the forest, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Previously, amidst the floral expanse of the meadow, we harbored a clear objective: to incinerate the malevolent willow and thus secure our departure. However, here, with each door I unfasten, a certain peril awaits. Moreover, within that colossal edifice, unknown adversaries lurk in the shadows. I find myself engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness, uncertain of how to proceed. Leave this place immediately, Summer Qinxian commanded assertively. Where should I go? Do you even know how to escape? I asked her, my heart heavy with despair. Summer Qinxian approached and struck my head lightly. Do not act like this. Qin Yuting hurriedly interjected, attempting to shield me. You should not protect him. Summer Qinxian shot a glare at Qin Yuting. Her father is a hero within the police force, having faced countless adversities and lost numerous comrades. Has he ever faltered? Truly, a tiger begets a son of the same ferocity. The words of Summer Qinxian left me feeling utterly embarrassed and ashamed. She continued to glare at Qin Yuting, and you are no different, utterly ineffectual. If it weren't for Qin Yu's protection, you would have perished long ago. If you continue this way, you will inevitably become a burden. From now on, you shall follow me, and I will train you. After delivering this decree, Summer Qinxian firmly grasped Qin Yuting's hand and swiftly departed. Chapter 19. Just kill me first. Last night, Qin Yuting expressed her desire not to be a burden to me. Now, with Summer Qinxian's words ringing in my ears as she took her away, I watched them depart the woods, my gaze lingering on the flower-laden grave nearby. A sigh escaping my lips. Taking a deep breath, I retrieved the brass key from my pocket. Lei Ning, holding the key, dashed upstairs to unlock the door, aiming to stir everyone's spirits. He raced up the stairs while we took the elevator. In the brief span of merely 1 minute apart, he was engulfed by a shroud of black mist. Where did this black mist originate? Pondering this, I surveyed the tranquil woods. The trees and flora flourished vibrantly. Yet an unsettling absence of wildlife pervaded the area. No birds nor insects could be seen. We had noticed the eerie silence upon our arrival, which indicated a troubling reality. The black mist could not have materialized spontaneously. Someone had undoubtedly opened a perilous chamber, unleashing this ominous fog. That individual might very well be the one who murdered Mao Yunxiang last night. The thought ignited a flame of fury within me. Yesterday, Lei Ning had asked if I would retaliate if someone intended to take my life. I answered that I would assess the situation. Now, I can assert with certainty that even if others do not attempt to kill me, I shall take their lives. I seek vengeance. Taking another deep breath, I steeled myself. Navigating through the narrow passage, I entered the dimly lit hall. Surveying my surroundings, I stepped into the elevator and ascended to the 7th floor. Lei Nong had been enveloped in the black mist on this floor, suggesting that it most likely emanated from a room on the 7th floor. Exiting the elevator, I noticed remnants of blood staining the corridor where Lei Ning and Zhang Jing had been. A tightening sensation gripped my heart, accompanied by a wave of pain. Taking a deep breath once more, I ventured down a different corridor in search of my goal. As long as the key was inserted into the recessed model of the door, it could not be removed. With 20 rooms on this floor, locating the one that had been unlocked proved to be quite simple. Naturally, I had to proceed with utmost caution. Apprehensive of other unknown entities that might lurk within this level, fearing an ambush from the shadows, the search unfolded smoothly on the door of room 0714. A brass key was embedded, a clear indication that it had been accessed before. The doors of previously unlocked rooms could only be locked from the inside, leaving them unsecurable from the outside. I extended my hand, cautiously pushing open the door, which yielded to my touch, indicating that no one was inside. With a decisive shove, I swung the door wide and, after a moment's pause, stepped inside with vigilance. The room was devoid of a balcony, cloaked in darkness. And as I reached for the light switch, I was met with a scene of disarray. It was evident that someone had come in search of the keys. It was highly likely that the intruder had taken advantage of our time spent burying Lei Ning and Zhang Jing to enter the room in pursuit of the keys. The mere thought of this infuriated me. Yet, no amount of anger could remedy the situation as I retreated from the room. Perhaps this was a room previously occupied by Song Jiping and his companions. With this suspicion lingering in my mind, I circled through all the rooms on the 7th floor. The other rooms remained undisturbed, but this particular room, with its key embedded in the lock, indicated that the dark mist had emanated from here. I held a key to room 0706 in my hand. As I passed by this room, I deliberately paused. An unsettling sensation enveloped me. It was highly probable that a creature lurked within. Earlier, while carrying Lei down the stairs, my clothes had become stained with blood, and I intended to wash up and change into a fresh outfit. Upon pushing open the door, I beheld Xia Qingxian seated on the sofa, disassembling a firearm. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom indicated that Qian Yiting was also bathing, presumably due to the bloodstains on her. This time, beneath her leather attire, she wore a form-fitting black tank top. I find myself in an awkward situation. My girlfriend is in the bathroom bathing, while I, her boyfriend, am engaging in flirtatious banter with another female. I must act swiftly, lest the matter become even more convoluted. Xia Qingxian shot me a disapproving glance. Well, I did not dwell on it for too long. Even if Qian Yiting were to witness this, she is not the type to misunderstand the circumstances. I have located the medicine cabinet, which is identical in every room. Xia Qingxian has lifted her vest, revealing her elegantly contoured back. However, this time, I did not observe any traces of a bra strap. I did not indulge in idle musings. I swiftly tore away the bandage that protected the wound. This fellow possessed remarkable physical resilience. The injury had nearly healed and was already forming a scab. After applying the ointment, I carefully secured the wound with a fresh bandage and disposed of the used one. Xia Qingxian turned over and donned her clothing as if nothing had transpired. She reassembled the disassembled handgun and inquired of me, "What do you intend to do?" I have already devised a plan in my mind. This building comprises more than 600 rooms. I shall meticulously search each floor and every single room, for I must locate that individual. Xia Qingxian nodded. But what shall we do once we find them? Shall we take their life? I nodded as Xia Qingxian handed me the assembled gun. However, I refrained from accepting it. To kill him with a mere weapon would be too lenient. Instead, I would confine him to a room inhabited by monsters. Xia Qingxian shot me a surprised glance and inquired whether I had ventured into the room with the key I held, and if so, what I discovered. That was sufficient for me. Xia Qingxian retrieved a key from her pocket and offered it to me, suggesting I inspect the room while searching for the shadowy figure. She had previously mentioned that a classmate of hers had perished in an explosion after entering a certain room. This key, I surmised, was retrieved from that very room laden with explosives. Having endured the trauma of that explosive incident, she was understandably hesitant to unlock doors herself, thus appointing me, with my keen perception, as her subordinate. Shortly thereafter, Qian Yiting emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. True to her word, Xia Qingxian personally instructed her in the use of firearms. After cleansing the blood from my body in the bathroom, I armed myself with a dagger and the gun provided by Xia Qingxian, stepping out of the room to investigate the location of the clandestine individual. I first took a stroll around the 10th floor. Aside from the room we occupied, all other rooms remained closed. I did not descend the stairs via the elevator. The building was enveloped in an eerie silence. The operation of the elevator would emit a considerable noise, and I feared that the sound might alert the other party, prompting them to evade my presence. As I descended the staircase, I searched the 9th floor in vain. Finding no trace there, I made my way to the 8th floor. While I was exploring the 8th floor, I heard the faint sound of voices emanating from below. I hurriedly approached a window to gaze down, but the view below eluded me. However, I beheld the once intact suspension bridge, now reduced to rubble. All 5 suspension bridges had succumbed to collapse, indicating that the final group of individuals had crossed over, rendering this place a complete island. After a brief interval, the sound of the elevator in operation reached my ears, prompting me to rush to the elevator doors and press the button. After a moment of anticipation, the elevator came to a halt, and the doors creaked open. Inside stood 6 or 7 individuals, their expressions fraught with terror, taken aback by the unexpected presence of another passenger. Upon seeing me at the threshold, their faces lit up with smiles of delight. "Chinyu, we didn't expect you to be here. It's wonderful to see you alive." The occupants of the elevator were classmates from the second year Class 7. Class 7 often shared physical education and open classes with Class 8, so they were familiar with me. As I was with them, I cast a swift glance into the elevator and noticed a somewhat unfamiliar figure who bowed his head and appeared somewhat evasive. A young woman emerged from the elevator, intending to approach me. Yet, my expression remained icy as I drew a firearm from behind me, aiming it at them. My actions instilled considerable fear in them. "Chinyu, what are you doing? We are all classmates. Put the gun down," exclaimed Luo Haojue, his round face etched with terror as he waved his hands at me. "I am not targeting you. Let that person step forward, and you may leave," I replied coldly, aiming my weapon at a boy lurking in the corner of the elevator. I did not recognize him. He could not possibly be a student from Class 7. During our outings, strict discipline was enforced to ensure safety, prohibiting any student from mingling with others outside their class. Thus, this boy could not have been part of Class 7. He must have recently joined Luo Haojue's group. "Chinyu, what do you mean by targeting Zhou Shaoquan? He is my friend. We just met." I realized his name was Zhou Shaoquan as I cast a cold glare in his direction. "Chinyu, quickly lower the gun. We are inexplicably in this strange place. We must unite and not be divided," Luo Haojue implored earnestly. "Who is causing division? If you knew what he had done, you would not speak such words," I roared. Nevertheless, Luo Haojue remained resolute in his defense of Zhou Shaoquan. "Chinyu, I am unaware of what transpired, but regardless of the circumstances, in such perilous times, we must stand united." "United? Nonsense. Do you have any idea that he is responsible for the deaths of 3 of my friends?" I retorted. "I believe it was an accident. If you must kill him, then you might as well kill me first." Luo Haojue proclaimed these noble words, standing bravely in front of Zhou Shaoquan. Chapter 20. One cannot proceed without adequate combat capability. I was taken aback by the words that Luo Haojue uttered. Although he is a student from the neighboring class, our 2 classes frequently organize activities together. He's also the class monitor, so I am quite familiar with him. However, the Luo Haojue I know could never speak with such a sense of righteousness. With a grim expression, I aimed my gun at Luo Haojue, resolute in my belief that Zhou Shaoquan, concealed in the corner of the elevator, was the one who had murdered Mao Yunxiang and unleashed the dark mist. The recent brutal deaths of Lei Ning and Zhang Jing ignited a fury within me, distorting my features as I contemplated delivering a bullet to Luo Haojue. If he did not step aside, I would take him down alongside my intended target. My voice, laced with icy anger, echoed in the tense air. Chinyu. Luo Haojue had never witnessed me in such a state, and a flicker of panic crossed his face. As the elevator doors opened, a girl stepped out, attempting to approach me. The atmosphere hung in a precarious balance for a moment before the doors slowly began to close once more. Just as I intended to prevent the elevator doors from closing, a girl standing at the entrance sprang forward, embracing me tightly and pushing me back, shouting for the people inside the elevator to hurry out. Her interference allowed the elevator doors to close smoothly, and Luo Haojue and Zhou Shaoquan vanished from my sight. "Qimingwan," I bellowed at the girl who obstructed me, pushing her aside as I attempted to dash up the stairs in pursuit of Zhou Shaoquan. "Chinyu, what are you doing?" Qimingwan caught up with me, gripping my arm firmly and pulling me back with determination. I am acquainted with Qimingwan. Although we are not closely familiar, my father and her father are colleagues. She has visited my home, and I have also been to hers. We consider ourselves friends, do we not? In our daily lives, we rarely communicated. Yet now she clutches at me with such fervor that it fills me with exasperation. I just mentioned that Zhou Xiaoquan was responsible for the deaths of 3 of my friends. Even so, you cannot resort to murder. Qi Mingwan grips me tightly, imploring me to understand the consequences of pulling the trigger. How could I bear to witness you transform into a murderer? Her words cast a shadow over my spirit. For my father, a criminal investigator, instilled in me a profound aversion to the act of killing. Yet, Zhou Xiaoquan sought to violate Mao Yunxiang, and when she resisted, he cruelly ended her life. Lei Ning and Zhang Jing had only just begun their romantic relationship yesterday. Yet the dark mist that Zhou Xiaoquan released from his room caused their untimely demise. I am filled with an overwhelming sense of discontent. I yearn for vengeance. Are you also shielding that Zhou Xiaoquan? I cast a frigid glance towards Qi Mingwan. You. Qi Mingwan was visibly shaken by my icy stare. Nevertheless, she stubbornly clung to my arm, suddenly appearing aggrieved, tears cascading from her eyes like glistening pearls. She burst into tears, and I found myself in a flurry, struggling to maintain the indifference on my face and the hardness in my heart. She bowed her head, weeping, gripping my arm tightly. Qin, you were never like this before. You used to approach challenges with calm reflection. Why now do you wield a gun with the intent to kill? Please, do not be this way. I was so pleased to see you. Yet now I feel an acute sense of fear and overwhelming terror. A sense of melancholy enveloped me, leaving me uncertain on how to console her. I set down the gun and, in a moment of resignation, took a seat on the staircase. After a brief hesitation, I recounted the events of the morning. Our classmate, Mao Yunxiang, narrowly escaped a brutal assault that left her grievously injured. Lei managed to extricate himself from the clutches of delinquency, striving for self-improvement and ultimately finding love. However, Qi Mingwan, seated beside me, grew apprehensive upon hearing my account and instinctively leaned closer. Do you now support my intention to eliminate Zhou Xiaoquan? I inquired of Qi Mingwan. She hesitated, her gaze fixed on me, and after a moment, she spoke. Zhou Xiaoquan deserves to die, but you must not take a life. My father once said that killing changes a person in unsettling ways. I sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. What should I do? I asked, but Qi Mingwan had no answer. Anxiously, she grasped her left hand with her right. After a moment of silence, she spoke. This place is so peculiar. Regardless of the circumstances, we must strive to live well. Our deceased classmates cannot return to life. We must cherish our existence. It seemed she was reminded of some sorrowful memories, and tears began to fall. She sat beside me, weeping, while I felt at a loss on how to console her. Thoughts of Wang Jinzong and the others filled my mind, casting a shadow over my heart. After a while, Qi Mingwan wiped her tears and looked at me. Qinyu, I suddenly recalled something. What is it? I inquired, eager to hear her revelation. Earlier, downstairs, that Zhou Xiaoquan suddenly appeared. He pulled Luo Haojue aside and whispered something, as if they were discussing a plan. Upon hearing Qi Mingwan's words, my thoughts clarified instantly. I had been puzzled as to why Luo Haojue so gallantly defended Zhou Xiaoquan. It turned out they had conspired together, likely reaching some form of agreement, which explained Luo Haojue's reckless protection of Zhou Xiaoquan. Yet, what benefits had Zhou Xiaoquan offered Luo Haojue? In any case, Qinyu, do not act impulsively. Even if you seek vengeance, it will not benefit you. Qi Mingwan admonished me, taking on an elder sister's tone. All right. I nodded in agreement. Qi Mingwan then stood up, indicating her intent to rejoin our classmates. I will keep an eye on those two. If they plan any mischief, I will inform you. She smiled at me. Yes, I replied gratefully, reminding her, some rooms may harbor dangerous things. If they decide to open a door, make sure to stand back and do not rush in. Qi Mingwan nodded earnestly at my warning. She smiled, waved goodbye, and hurried upstairs. Watching Qi Mingwan depart, I took a deep breath. Although we were not well acquainted, her connection as the daughter of my father's colleague brought me a sense of relief upon seeing her alive. I retrieved the key that Xiaqin Xian had given me earlier, the brass key marked with the number 2520. Rising to my feet, I ascended to the 25th floor, effortlessly locating room number 20. Standing at the threshold, an unsettling sensation enveloped me, suggesting that this room harbored danger. It was imperative that I enlisted the formidable Xiaqin Xian for assistance. Otherwise, confronting whatever lay behind that door alone would be utterly insurmountable. Qin Yuting struggled slightly, while Xiaqin Xian handled the situation with ease. For every one push-up Qin Yuting managed, Xiaqin Xian could execute 3. What is the situation? Xiaqin Xian inquired while continuing her push-ups. I've identified the culprit, But Luo Haojue and his associates have arrived as well, with him shielding the perpetrator, rendering my quest for vengeance temporarily futile. I proceeded to fetch water for the two of them. A single shot would suffice. Xia Qingxian exclaimed robustly. Indeed. I nearly pulled the trigger, but Qi Mingwan intervened. I replied with a wry smile. Oh, Mingwan is here too. Chen Yuting's flushed cheeks radiated excitement, as her rapport with Qi Mingwan was quite amicable. Who is Qi Mingwan? Xia Qingxian glanced at me in confusion. Why do you have so many female acquaintances? I am drenched in sweat. How could Qi Mingwan possibly be my girlfriend? Chen Yuting shyly explained to Xia Qingxian that Qi Mingwan was a classmate from middle school, and her father was a colleague of Qin Yu's father. Xia Qingxian nodded in understanding. Qi Mingwan mentioned that Luo Haojue and the perpetrator Zhou Xiaoquan seemed to have conferred about certain matters, and she would come to relay the information to me later. I clarified this point. That Qi Mingwan seems quite impressive. Xia Qingxian chuckled. Have you visited the room on the 25th floor? I nodded slightly, indicating my discomfort, prompting Xia Qingxuan's expression to turn serious. She and Chen Yuting rose from the ground, and I served them tea. After taking a sip, Xia Qingxian gazed at me earnestly, momentarily setting aside thoughts of vengeance. What was her current predicament? I scratched my head, organizing the information at hand. Who had brought us here, why they had done so, and what this place truly was. These questions remained unanswered for the time being. According to the message, we needed to unlock that door to escape. However, we had yet to locate the door or the key. Each room contained a key to another, yet most were fraught with unknown dangers. To find the key and leave, we must continuously open doors and embrace the risks that lay within. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxian nodded. Since Luo Haojue and the others had arrived, they could search for the key to that door while we focused on enhancing our combat capabilities. After all, each door we opened would present various threats, and we could not afford to be without sufficient strength. I concur with such a decision. Xia Qingxian bears injuries, and Chen Yuting must learn the utilization of firearms. As for myself, I too need to engage in physical activity. Chapter 21. Survival of the fittest. In our haste to open the doors of the various rooms, we would be ill-prepared for the dangers lurking within. Moreover, there is no time constraint in opening that door, thus we have chosen to first refine our physical abilities and master the use of knives and firearms. Chen Yuting possesses remarkable aptitude for learning. Having faced numerous perils, she has shed the frailty often associated with femininity, emulating Xia Qingxian as she wields a knife with precision and practices the assembly of firearms. In the afternoon, the outside of our room was filled with the howls of wolves. It is likely that Luo Haojue and his companions have opened a door, revealing wolves within. Many rooms harbor peril, perhaps all contain monstrous entities, which is an exceedingly strange phenomenon. Since entering this bizarre realm and having encountered the murderous willow, self-destructing birds, and fiery tigers, we have become desensitized to the grotesque. Concerned for Qi Mingwan's safety, I exited the room to assess the situation. The howling of wolves, gunfire, and various cries echoed from the 8th floor. As I descended the staircase, I beheld Luo Haojue leading his classmates, lying in wait amidst the labyrinthine corridors. They brandished an array of firearms, aiming at a colossal wolf, its fur a striking blue, towering at an impressive 2 meters, capable of unleashing blades of wind. They had only just arrived at this building, yet possessed such an arsenal, likely provided by Zhou Xiaoquan. I observed Zhou Xiaoquan, a seemingly frail individual resembling a reclusive nerd, hiding in a corridor with his back turned towards me. Several times, I was tempted to raise the gun in my hand and shoot him in the back. However, recalling the words of Qi Mingwan, I refrained from such an act. From the outset, I had no intention of taking a life with my own hands. Rather, I planned to push him into a perilous room and let the monsters within deal with him. Although the blue giant wolf was fearsome, it was no match for firearms. Just as previously, when Xia Qingxian dispatched a terrifying fire-breathing black tiger with a single shot from a rocket launcher. With a square face, Luo Haojue aimed his gun at the blue giant wolf's head, and the bullet struck true. In an instant, the blue giant wolf collapsed and exploded, reducing it to a pile of ashes. The operation was a success, with no casualties, and the students of Class 7 cheered with exuberance. Zhou Xiaoquan, startled, turned around and, upon seeing me in the stairwell, hurriedly sought refuge beside Luo Haojue. Luo Haojue, beaming with pride at the successful operation, glanced in my direction. His expression wanted disdain towards me. He paid me no mind and instead beckoned everyone to enter the room they had just conquered. Qi Mingwan spotted me and rushed over, pulling me around the corner of the staircase. "Qin Yu, You received that mysterious message as well, didn't you? She inquired. I nodded in affirmation. She swiftly elaborated that Luo Haojue was protecting Zhou Xiaoquan because he had discovered the door mentioned in the message. A sudden jolt coursed through my heart. I had not anticipated that Zhou Xiaoquan would discover that door. However, I swiftly felt a sense of relief wash over me. Since it had been found, once they opened the door, we too would be able to pass through it and depart. Are you aware of the location of that door? My curiosity about it grew. I nodded, cautioning Qi Mingwan that since Zhou Xiaoquan had located the door, Luo Haojue would undoubtedly be eager to flee, incessantly opening various rooms. Exercise caution. After all, I am the daughter of a police officer. It won't be so easy for misfortune to befall me. You must be vigilant as well. Indeed. Having exchanged these few words, Qi Mingwan turned and descended the stairs. Much like my own resolution, Xia Qingxian also believed that we should patiently await Luo Haojue's discovery of the key to unlock that door and then depart together. In making this decision, the three of us, akin to opportunistic fishermen, remained within the confines of the room, diligently exercising and waiting. Time swiftly passed, and several days elapsed. We had previously opened several rooms, yet with only 3 of us, our provisions were barely sufficient. Throughout these days, Luo Haojue and his group relentlessly searched various rooms in pursuit of the key to that door. Qi Mingwan sought me out on multiple occasions, mentioning that several classmates from her class had perished and that Luo Haojue had begun to exhibit peculiar behavior. It did not surprise me that Luo Haojue had changed, for I too had undergone a transformation. After all, I once held a gun with the intent to kill. I desire for Qi Mingwan to distance herself from Luo Haojue and his companions, yet she has turned me down, expressing a curiosity about the whereabouts of that door. Given Qi Mingjuan's insistence, I find myself at an impasse. Nevertheless, amidst these days, there have been moments of joy, such as the healing of the wound on Xia Qingshuan's back. Furthermore, Chen Yuting has exhibited remarkable talent, mastering the use of various blades with great proficiency. She shows no fear of firearms, and Xia Qingxian has even imparted some combat techniques to her. Presently, Chen Yuting would pose a challenge to most individuals. As the food in the room dwindles, we contemplate the opening of a door within our quarters. At that moment, Luo Haojue approached me. Qinyu. Early in the morning. His loud call resonated from outside the room. He seemed unaware of which chamber I occupied and thus resorted to this method of summoning me. It remains unclear what his intentions are. I rose to my feet, with Xia Qingxian and Chen Yuting following suit. Do not venture out. He remains oblivious to your presence. I gestured to them. Indeed, conceal your strength. Xia Qingxian flashed a cunning smile. Qinyu, exercise caution. Chen Yuting expressed her concern as she gazed at me. Do not worry, I replied with a smile as I stepped out of the room. Standing in the corridor was Luo Haojue, his square face illuminated by the morning light as he shouted, appearing to be alone, though his purpose for coming remains unknown. I closed the door to the room and cast a frigid glance in his direction. Upon seeing me, a smile broke upon his face as he hastily approached. Qinyu. It's wonderful to see you alive. Do you need something? I regarded him with an icy indifference. Are you the only one left from Class 8? Luo Haojue inquired. Standing 2 meters away from me, he wore a congenial smile. Qinyu, join my team. We have already located that door. And you cannot find the key on your own, so it would be prudent to align yourself with us. I had no intention of doing so. I crossed my arms over my chest, maintaining my aloof demeanor. Qinyu, do not be so obstinate. I am trying to save you. I wish to extend a helping hand out of camaraderie, so please consider it. Luo Haojue urged with a friendly countenance. However, I was certain that his sudden attempt to recruit me was driven by ulterior motives. Indeed, after a prolonged effort to persuade me, Luo Haojue's smile faltered, revealing a sinister edge. In that case, Qinyu, you shall hand over your key to me. This was his true intention, and I couldn't help but chuckle. As if I would entertain that notion. Let us make a trade, Luo Haojue suggested with a grin. Trade what? An uneasy premonition stirred within me. Bring me the person. Luo Haojue shouted. At the end of the corridor, 2 boys were forcefully dragging Qi Mingwan by her arms as they approached. Her mouth was gagged with torn fabric, and her cheeks were swollen, clearly a victim of maltreatment. I was instantly consumed by a profound fury, casting a murderous glare at Luo Haojue. What do you mean? What have you done to her? Luo Haojue nonchalantly chuckled. Oh, are you angry? It seems you truly have a connection with her. But fret not. I merely gave her a few slaps. I did not harm her. However, if you do not relinquish the key to me, who knows what I might do to her? He was threatening me. I turned my gaze towards Qi Mingwan, only to find her shaking her head, signaling me not to produce the key. Luo Haojue extracted a black handgun from his waist and pressed it against Qi Mingzhuan's temple. With palpable impatience, he extended his hand, demanding, "Hand over your key." "Release her," I said darkly, retrieving a brass key from my pocket. "Very well," Luo Haojue said, dismissively waving his hand, then aimed the gun at me. Qi Mingzhuan was shoved forward. Stumbling as she approached me, I tossed the brass key to Luo Haojue, while catching the nearly falling Qi Mingzhuan and retrieving a piece of cloth from her mouth. Luo Haojue took the key, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He likely learned from Qi Mingzhuan that we had discovered the whereabouts of that door. "I understood your intention to remain hidden until we found the key to unlock the door and then escape together. However, since you refused to submit to me," Luo Haojue's face twisted into a sinister grin, "I shall thwart your beautiful dreams. Perhaps that door, like the previous suspension bridge, will collapse once we pass through it, leaving you to await your demise." "Luo Haojue, how have you transformed into this?" The former Luo Haojue was merely petty, but now he is utterly malevolent. "What has happened to me?" Luo Haojue wore a bewildered expression, but in an instant, he reverted to his nonchalant grin. "Qinyu, though I am uncertain of this place, it is one governed by fairness, where the fittest survive. Do you grasp this principle? If you remain stagnant and indecisive like this, you will meet a most tragic end." With that, Luo Haojue turned to lead the two individuals away, leaving me with a cold, indifferent silhouette. Chapter 22. Returning evil with evil. As I watched Luo Haojue depart, Qi Mingzhuan gazed at me with tear-filled eyes. She whispered her apologies, her voice trembling. "Do not apologize. It is they who ought to express regret." I reached out, gently brushing aside her tousled hair. Her cheeks were swollen and red, a distressing sight that struck me profoundly. The fury within me reached its zenith. Yet I refrained from displaying it. "Do not weep. You and Qin Yiting have yet to meet. It is time now." I smiled at her, gently guiding her towards the room. Upon the door's opening, the sight of the disheveled Qi Mingzhuan caused Qin Yiting great distress. She grasped Qi Mingzhuan's hand and ushered her into the room, while I chose to remain outside, extending my hand to close the door. A hand blocked my way. It was Xia Qingxian, glaring at me. "Where do you think you're going?" Upon seeing me linger outside, Qi Mingzhuan recognized my intentions and became flustered. She hastily wiped away her tears and offered me a smile. "Qinyu, I am not in pain at all. I was just thinking of leaving them to be with you. This is truly wonderful. Please, do not act recklessly because of me." "I shall not act recklessly," I replied with a smile. However, they remained unconvinced. Xia Qingxian sighed and turned to Qin Yiting. "You take care of Qi Mingzhuan. I will accompany Qinyu and ensure he does not act rashly." With Xia Qingxian by my side, Qin Yiting nodded in reassurance. Xia Qingxian stepped out of the room and closed the door, regarding me with a serious expression. I said nothing, merely lowered my head and continued forward. Qi Mingzhuan was assaulted and threatened by Luo Haojue. "It must weigh heavily on your heart, doesn't it?" Xia Qingxian walked alongside me, having overheard the conversation outside just moments ago in the room. Without uttering a word, Xia Qingxian gently patted my shoulder and declared, "If you seek vengeance, I shall accompany you." In my heart, the haunting visage of Mao Yunxiang's terror-stricken expression lingered, as did the heart-rending words spoken by Zhang Jing and Lei. The memory of Qi Mingzhuan's swollen cheeks from earlier weighed heavily on my mind, having been oppressed to such an extent by Luo Haojue and Zhou Shuguan. If I failed to take action or to resist, I would not be worthy of the title of a man. Yet, I recalled Qi Mingzhuan's admonition against taking a life. Moreover, even if Xia Qingxian and I combined our strengths, we would still be no match for their formidable numbers. Each of them armed with a gun would be sufficient to bring us down. Pausing at the staircase, I halted my steps and withdrew the brass key from my pocket. Contemplating its significance, I possess 2 brass keys in my pocket. Having bestowed one upon Luo Haojue, only one remains. I envisioned the realm of thunder shrouded in ominous black mist, and I resolved to employ their own tactics against them. The key in my hand bore the number 2520. I had previously ventured into that chamber and confirmed the lurking peril within. Thus, I intended to unlock that door, unleashing the monsters held captive inside. Catching Luo Haojue and his companions completely off guard. Noticing my gaze fixated on the key, Xia Qingxian discerned my intentions. With a cunning glint in her eye, she suggested that we trail behind them, waiting until they had exhausted themselves conquering a room, at which point we would spring open that door. I nodded in agreement with the plan. With the keys tucked away, Xia Qingxian and I stood at the corner of the staircase, awaiting developments. Qi Mingzhuan had previously informed me that Luo Haojue and his companions resided on the 20th floor, regardless of which floor they intended to visit. They would need to take the elevator or ascend the stairs. We chose to lie in wait in the staircase not far from the elevator. Previously, I had conferred with Wang Jinzong and others on how to hunt the monsters. Now, however, humans are more detestable than the creatures themselves. Our target has shifted to mankind. Before long, the sound of the elevator in motion echoed through the air. Luo Haojue and his companions ascended to the 10th floor and subsequently switched elevators to descend. There were 5 of them, with Luo Haojue leading the way, exuding an air of authority befitting a leader. The key I had previously given him was for a room on the 7th floor, and now it seemed they were headed there. Once they had all entered the elevator, Xia Qixian and I exchanged glances, cautiously making our way down the stairs. Upon reaching the 8th floor, we halted, holding our breath in anticipation. From the 7th floor, Luo Haojue's voice resonated, instructing his team to disperse and aim for room 0706. Tang Hong, you go and open the door. Why must it be me? Because you have the best luck. Are you going or not? I heard the distinct click of a gun's safety being disengaged. Peering out, I observed Luo Haojue aiming his weapon at a frail young man, coercing him to unlock the door. The young man, accustomed to the threat of a gun pointed at his head, let out a resigned sigh as he grasped the key, trembling as he approached room 0706. Previously, you sensed that this room harbored danger. Now, you can ascertain whether your intuition was indeed correct. Xia Qingxian whispered softly in my ear. I nodded slightly, unable to suppress the blush on my cheeks. Fearing discovery by Luo Haojue and his companions, we concealed ourselves in the corner of the staircase, cautiously peering out to observe. I stood at the forefront, with Xia Qingxian positioned behind me. She craned her neck to gaze down the dimly lit corridor, her form pressed closely against my back. The gentle sensation against my spine stirred a sense of distraction within me. Soon, my attention was diverted as a slender young man carefully placed the key into the recess of the door. With utmost caution, he pushed the door open, revealing an inky darkness within, obscuring any view of the interior. Sensing no immediate danger, he turned to smile at Luo Haojue. Just as he was about to speak, a black tentacle, adorned with circular suckers, emerged from the shadows of the room. The tentacle ensnared the slender young man's waist, yanking him forcefully into the abyss of darkness. This shocking scene startled everyone present. Luo Haojue stood at a distance, indifferent to whether the young man engulfed by the room was alive or dead. He retrieved a small melon grenade from his pocket, disengaged the safety, and hurled it into the darkened chamber. Moments later, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire building until the tumult subsided. No one dared to defy his orders, while he remained ensconced in the safest position at the rear. What a scoundrel! Xia Qingxian cursed through gritted teeth, her desire to raise her weapon and eliminate Luo Haojue palpable. It seemed they had succeeded, prompting us to ascend the stairs. I grasped her hand to lead her away, but Xia Qingxian broke free, throwing an arm around my shoulders like a comrade. Qingyu, you really are something. Your intuition is spot on. There truly was danger in that room. This brash demeanor of his left me blushing. As we ascended to the 10th floor, the sound of the elevator echoed once more. While they were transferring elevators, Luo Haojue exclaimed that the bullets had proven ineffective, suggesting that they would later unlock another room. This time, the room they intended to access was on the 26th floor, a situation that greatly favored us. Upon reaching the 25th floor, the sounds of gunfire and the roars of ferocious beasts resonated from above. It was unclear what monstrous entity they had encountered, but it was evident that they would not be able to vanquish it in a brief span of time. Xia Qingxian nudged me, instructing me to ascend and pry open the elevator's button panel, severing the wires within to render it inoperable, forcing them to utilize the stairs instead. It appeared she aimed to unlock room 2520. You cut the wires, and I will open the door. Remember, my instincts are sharper than yours. And I will swiftly retreat at the first sign of danger. You must go. I insisted. No, you go. The two of us found ourselves in a heated dispute, each eager to shoulder the most perilous task. Xia Qingxian glared at me in indignation, while I stood my ground, unwavering. I've never encountered such a petty man as you, she remarked, casting me a sidelong glance, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a smile. Then do me the favor of preserving my dignity. I responded with a grin. If I were to put you in harm's way, I dare say Qin Yiting would have my head. She teased me in jest. A blush crept over my cheeks. Even at this moment, this fellow dared to make such a jest. Nevertheless, she relented and seized my hand, leading me towards the 26th floor. Since neither of us was willing to yield, we would act in unison. Ascending to the 26th floor, We found Luo Haojue and his companions engaged in battle on the opposite side of the building. The roars of beasts, the shouts of men, and the incessant sound of gunfire filled the air. Prizing open the elevator button panel embedded in the wall, Xiaqing Xian deftly severed a wire with her knife. Pressing both the up and down buttons, the lights remained dark, and the elevator showed no sign of life. Having successfully sabotaged the elevator on the 26th floor, we descended to the 25th floor, where we similarly rendered the elevator inoperable. At that moment, we crept stealthily to the door of room 2520. An overwhelming sense of danger emanated from this room. I pushed Xia Qingshuan's hand away and, taking the initiative, inserted the key into the keyhole. With a soft click, the door swung open, and I forcefully pushed it aside, prompting Xia Qingxian to swiftly pull me away. We concealed ourselves in the distant corridor, fixated on the ominous entrance of room 2520. From within the murky chamber, a resounding moo echoed. A pair of formidable horns, akin to those forged from dark iron, emerged first from the doorway. The horns were sharp, gleaming with a chilling light, yet what was even more terrifying was the sight of the bull that gradually stepped forth. Its entire body a gruesome shade of crimson, as though it had been flayed. It exhaled billowing white mist through its enormous nostrils, and its blood-red eyes ominously fixed upon us. Under its gaze, my heart skipped several beats. Chapter 23, They were riddled with shrapnel. Behind us came the thunderous sound of hooves, galloping like wild horses. The Scarlet Bull was in pursuit. Xia Qingxian grasped my hand as we sprinted towards the 26th floor, and I instantly comprehended her intent. She feared that the bull would follow us downstairs, so she aimed to lure it to the 26th floor. Upon reaching the staircase landing, Xia Qingxian, displaying remarkable courage, turned to glance down the stairs. The bull, its entire body of vivid red, had reached the bottom of the staircase, craning its neck to catch sight of us, while its colossal nostrils exhaled clouds of white vapor. More alarming still, the sharp horns, reminiscent of dark iron, were enveloped in a ghostly blue electric aura. The beast could emit electricity. Should one be gored by those imposing horns, they would likely lose half their life. If struck by the electric charge thereafter, would any survive? Both Xia Qingxian and I quivered at the sight of the flickering blue energy dancing upon the bull's horns. I grasped Xia Qingshuan's hand firmly and pulled her as we ascended to the 26th floor. Upon reaching the tumultuous level resonating with gunfire, I intended to continue our ascent to the 27th floor. However, Xia Qingxian tugged at me anxiously, whispering urgently, "Let us take a detour, otherwise it could follow us upstairs. And that would be disastrous. You go ahead, and I will lead it in circles." I wished to push Xia Qingxian to safety on the upper floor. What a time it was to display such masculine bravado. My agility was no less than hers. Xia Qingxian shot me an irritated glare. She clutched my hand tightly. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoing ominously, stirring a sense of fear within her. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson as she glanced at me, murmuring softly, "If we are to perish, let us perish together." I was quite taken aback by this individual. When did she become so pessimistic? Yet she is not pessimistic, rather, she is audacious. After uttering these words, she turned away. The Crimson Bull had already reached the corner of the staircase. Xia Qingxian grasped my hand with one of hers while waving her other arm towards the bull, beckoning, come here, we are here." What a madwoman! I cast a glance at her, drenched in sweat. Upon encountering Xia Qingshuan's provocative demeanor, those blood-red eyes suddenly widened to an alarming degree, resembling ominous copper bells. A torrent of white mist erupted from its enormous nostrils. It was as if the white fog enveloping the surrounding buildings was birthed from its very being. Even more terrifying were its colossal horns, which began to emit crackling arcs of electricity. The air crackled with the sounds of electric bursts. As the scarlet beast advanced through the obscuring mist, charging forward like a battering ram, I grasped the wildly exuberant Xia Qingxian and swiftly sought refuge behind a room. I dared not venture too far, apprehensive that the Crimson Bull, exhaling a white mist, would engulf the entire building. At that point, should we become lost within the intricate corridors, peril would ensue. Concealed in a narrow passage, we discreetly peered towards the staircase. The Crimson Bull ascended the stairs, momentarily bewildered by our absence. It stood still, pawing the ground, turning its head in search of us, ever poised to charge. Not far off, the sounds of Luo Haojue and his companions slaying creatures from other rooms echoed, while the Crimson Bull remained steadfast at the staircase, rendering our situation exceedingly precarious. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. I turned to Xia Qingxian and urged, "Remove your jacket." Startled, she momentarily failed to comprehend my request. Your coat is comparatively large. Tossing it could divert the bull's attention and lead it away. I clarified. I am clad in a light-colored t-shirt, which I believe serves little purpose, while Xiaqin dons an oversized leather jacket that undoubtedly captivates the attention of that bull. Upon hearing my explanation, Xiaqin nodded without hesitation. She released my hand and swiftly unzipped her leather jacket. I was suddenly enveloped in embarrassment. This fellow was clad solely in a black crescent-shaped lace undergarment. She swiftly shed her coat and thrust it into my hands. "Quick, throw it," she exclaimed, her face flushed as she shielded her mountainous bosom with her hands. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to dispel my wandering thoughts. I shook my leather jacket, which emitted a rustling sound that caught the attention of the bull. It charged towards me with swift strides, prompting me to hastily toss the jacket in the direction of Luo Haojue and the others. I could only hope that the bull's intelligence was merely that of a typical bovine, lacking the cunning to see through such a ruse. The garment sailed several meters away, while Xiaqin and I concealed ourselves in the narrow corridor behind the room. The pounding of the bull's hooves grew increasingly imminent, and we clutched each other's hands tightly. Our nerves fraying. A gust of wind, heavy with the scent of blood, rushed past as the crimson beast streaked by in the adjacent corridor. It halted before the leather jacket, lifting its hoof to stamp upon it. After several thuds, it became intrigued by a sound ahead and ambled forward. As we watched the scarlet bull disappear around the corner, Xiaqin and I simultaneously exhaled in relief. I hastily rushed over to retrieve her leather jacket. Upon approaching, I realized that the jacket, having been trampled by the cow, was now in a state of utter disarray. I nodded and ascended the staircase with her. Pausing at the corner to exhale deeply, Xiaqin deliberately positioned herself behind me, her arms still crossed over her chest, apprehensive that I might glance in her direction. I turned away, and her face flushed deeply, as if she were inclined to slap me. I, too, feel my cheeks ablaze. This fellow is adorned in a crescent-shaped black lace lingerie, boasting an exceptionally alluring figure, undeniably captivating. I swiftly removed my t-shirt, only to be met with a punch to my abdomen from Xiaqin. I bent over in pain, and she attempted to deliver an elbow strike to my back. I swiftly evaded her, extending the t-shirt in my hand towards her. It was at this moment that Xiaqin realized that my disrobing was intended to shield her modesty, rather than an act of impropriety. Her face flushed with an astonishing crimson hue as she hurriedly turned to don the t-shirt. Even in a men's t-shirt, this goddess-like figure remained strikingly beautiful. She cast a shy glance in my direction, murmuring apologies. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating that all was well. This individual had already shown me mercy. If she were to unleash her full strength, I would likely be knocked to the ground with a single blow. Just as we were conversing, an ominous fog began to envelop the entire 26th floor, signaling the wrath of that crimson bull. A bull? What bull? I am unsure. But that bull is utterly terrifying, drenched in a hue of blood red. Retreat. We must hastily withdraw. It must be Qin Yu who has unleashed this bull from some room, intent on our demise, shouted Luo Haojue, displaying remarkable intelligence. However, it was too late. The white mist had already permeated the entire floor. The level contained 20 independent rooms, rendering it a labyrinthine maze. For Luo Haojue and his companions to navigate their way out, they would undoubtedly require considerable time. Moreover, lurking within the fog was a murderous red bull. Not long ago, their group of 5 had lost one member on the 7th floor, leaving them with only 4. Among them was Luo Haojue, along with Zhou Shaoquan and 2 other young men. Previously, I witnessed Luo Haojue brandishing a gun at Qi Mingzhuan's head, coercing her to open doors. His transformation into such a malevolent character is certainly deserving of his fate. I harbor no sympathy for him. Zhou Shaoquan, the murderer of Mao Yunxiang and the instigator of Lei Ning and Zhang Jing's deaths, I would relish the opportunity to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. As for the other 2 young men, they had previously seized Qi Mingwan, serving as Luo Haojue's lackeys. Their lives or deaths hold no significance for me. I cast a cold gaze upon the billowing mist swirling at the foot of the staircase, straining to discern the fate of Luo Haojue and his companions. Luo Haojue yet clings to life, his voice ringing out, urging everyone to huddle together. Amidst the chaos, someone cries out that they have just slain a monstrous beast. Yet their ammunition has run dry. Their frantic words echo in the air, while a crimson bull rampages about. The sound of its hooves striking the ground is nothing short of terrifying. A harrowing cry erupts. Save me. Do not clutch at my garments. I have no desire to perish. Help. I still possess a grenade. I shall fight till the end. You madman, if you seek death, do not drag me down with you. I yearn to escape this place alive. The bloodthirsty bull approaches. There is no escape. Ah, boom. The cacophony of voices falls silent, abruptly quelled by the thunderous explosion of the grenade. The once tumultuous 26th floor now lies shrouded in an eerie stillness. I yearn to descend and explore, yet Xia Qingxian clutches my arm. Let us wait until the mist dissipates. Very well. After a brief interval, the fog on the 26th floor has completely cleared. It is likely that the Crimson Bull has perished, thus rendering the mist unable to persist. As we descended the staircase, Xia Qingxian clutched a firearm tightly in her hand, trailing closely beside me. The corridor ahead was drenched in a crimson hue, with red blood mingling with fragments of flesh splattered across the walls and ceiling. It appeared that someone had met their demise in a gruesome confrontation with the Scarlet Bull. I beheld Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan, both sprawled upon the ground, their bodies riddled with shrapnel. Blood flowed profusely from their wounds, staining the entire corridor crimson. Despite their grievous injuries, they yet clung to life. Chapter 24. Opening the door, battling the beasts. Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan lay on the ground, their forms beset by fragments from exploded grenades. A gruesome sight indeed. Yet, I felt no fear. I have witnessed classmates ensnared by dark vines, seen others devoured by carnivorous trees, and observed peers consumed by fierce flames. Having encountered an abundance of life and death, my heart has grown somewhat numbed. I am devoid of fear towards the two bloodied figures before me. Instead, I feel an exhilarating sense of liberation. Qin Yu, I implore you, save me. Lying on the ground, Luo Haojue glanced at me and, to my astonishment, cried out for help. Not long ago, you had pressed a gun against Qi Mingzhuan's forehead, proclaiming the survival of the fittest in the struggle for existence. I knelt down and spoke to Luo Haojue in this manner. Before I could finish my words, he shut his eyes in a state of profound pain and despair. In that moment, he was not only tormented physically but also spiritually anguished beyond measure. If retribution exists in this world, then this must surely be it. The more he writhed in agony, the more radiant my smile became. I am neither broken nor devoid of feeling. Luo Haojue once scorned others, coercing them at gunpoint into perilous endeavors, and he has caused the demise of many classmates. His death would be of little consequence. Moreover, even if I wished to save him, in such a place, I lack the capacity to do so. You have not perished. I can see you're in great anguish now, are you not? I turned to gaze at Zhou Xiaowan. The frail Zhou Xiaowan looked at me, his face etched with torment, yet there was not a trace of remorse in his eyes. Qin Yu, you too shall face such a day. It is inevitable. You will die. You cannot escape this place. He audaciously uttered such words, and I found myself genuinely admiring his unwavering spirit. Even on the brink of death, he shows no remorse. Does he truly believe he has committed no wrong? Xia Qingxian coldly inquired of Zhou Xiaoquan. Indeed, I am not at fault. Cough. Zhou Xiaoquan coughed up blood, a grotesque smile creeping across his face. That woman has a splendid figure, with you all absent. She mistook me for someone else and threw herself into my arms. He referred to the incident involving Mao Yunxiang. Xia Qingxian, filled with rage, aimed the gun in her hand at the unrepentant Zhou Xiaoquan. I felt a sense of relief within me. His words did not incite anger. Taking the gun from Xia Qingxuan's hands, I led her away. His intention was clear. He wanted us to give him a bullet, to end things swiftly. Xia Qingxian maintained her icy demeanor, nodding in silence, offering no resistance as I guided her away. Upon witnessing our departure, Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan wept inconsolably, lamenting their mistakes and pleading for our mercy. As we reached the staircase, I crouched down, listening to the faint echoes of their voices growing ever weaker in the distance. Luo Haojue was merely petty, not a bad person at heart, yet in such a dire place, he had undergone a profound transformation. I did not know Zhou Xiaoquan, but I was certain that in school, even 100 of his bravado would not compel him to take a life. In this wretched place, where the uncertainty of the next moment loomed ominously, the struggle to survive, to live well, was exceedingly arduous. Xia Qingxian sat beside me, taking deep breaths to shake off the haunting shadows of the recent carnage. Oh, she had quite the physique. I was surprised to see her with defined abdominal muscles. She playfully punched my arm, attempting to sound nonchalant. I managed a forced smile, turning to her and asking, "What kind of place is this?" Suddenly, Xia Qingxian swung her fist, exclaiming that dying in such a place would be a waste of the sweat I had poured over the years in the military. Her fervent desire to survive stemmed from such a reason? I find myself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, the surroundings fell into stillness. It seems that Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan have perished. I rose and approached, discovering 3 keys upon them, then pulled them into a room. The bowl had been reduced to a pile of ashes. I sifted through the remnants and uncovered a new key. What a pity. Xia Qingxian suddenly sighed in frustration. What a pity, I inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. I forgot to ask Zhou Xiaoquan where exactly that door is, Xia Qingxian lamented. I do not feel a sense of loss. Since he is capable of discovering it, we too shall find it. Xia Qingxian gazed at me with great curiosity, asking, where do you think that door might be? I smiled and retorted to Xia Qingxian, where do you think it might be? Xia Qingxian pondered while stroking her smooth chin. She extended her hand and pointed upwards. We had explored the downstairs without any revelations, yet the upstairs remained uncharted territory for us. Perhaps that door resides above, possibly in a certain location on the rooftop. I smile and shake my head. My answer is quite the contrary. 5 bridges once led to this place, yet now all 5 have crumbled, transforming it into an isolated island. If there were a door atop the building, where might it lead? To the heavens, perhaps. Before I could finish my words, Xia Qingxian, with a flushed face, angrily delivered a punch to me, believing I was mocking her. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, are you suggesting that we can only leave this place through the underground? If so, you must go to the first floor and find that door. If you fail to do so, you shall not have lunch. This individual is indeed quite willful and unreasonable. However, I cannot guarantee that my deduction is entirely accurate. So I proposed ascending to the upper floors to see if that elusive door truly exists. After taking the elevator to the 30th floor, the topmost level, we discovered there were no passages leading to the roof, nor did we find any door. Chen Yeting and Qi Mingwan were genuinely concerned, as they remained vigilantly stationed at the entrance, waiting. Just as I was about to smile, I noticed the peculiar glances exchanged between the two of them. It was at that moment that Xia Qingxian and I realized I was bare-chested, while she was clad in my t-shirt. I felt a rush of embarrassment as I sought to explain myself. Summer Qingxian, with her characteristic candor, remarked, my clothes are ruined, and that fellow Qin Yu. In a display of camaraderie, let me hiss. Chen Yiting and Qi Mingwan did not doubt Summer Qingxuan's honesty, and indeed, the truth aligned with her words. Are you all right? Chen Yiting asked, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at my bare torso. I'm perfectly fine, truly, I replied with a shy smile. Just moments ago. A cacophony of sounds had echoed from upstairs. What on earth had transpired? Qi Mingwan scrutinized me intently, her concern hinting at fears of a violent incident. Luo Haojue and the others are dead, I confessed without reservation. Qi Mingwan visibly flinched, gripping my hand tightly. Her worry lay not in the fate of Luo Haojue, but in whether I had taken a life. It was I who killed them. I am complicit, Summer Qingxian announced, striding towards the bathroom with a coat in hand, adding her remark without hesitation. Qi Mingwan's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at me. Disappointment etched on her face as she murmured, I told you not to kill. I awkwardly scratched my head and hastily provided an explanation. I had not committed murder directly, but had merely caused it indirectly. Upon hearing this clarification, Qi Mingwan instantly ceased her tears and broke into laughter. In her frustration, she playfully punched me, exclaiming that I should have been clearer from the outset, for I had deceived her into shedding tears. I scratched my head and chuckled as Xia Qingxian emerged from the bathroom, tossing my t-shirt in my direction. As I donned the shirt, I could still feel the lingering warmth and fragrance of Xia Qingxian. Suddenly, I became aware of Chen Yiting's slightly envious gaze fixed upon me. It dawned on me that she was feeling a twinge of jealousy, leaving me quite flustered. Observing my flustered demeanor, Chen Yiting covered her mouth and began to laugh, as if she had merely been jesting moments before. We nodded in agreement, all eager to hasten our departure from this place. First, we descended the stairs in search of that door. Thereafter, we would unlock the various chambers in quest of keys, ready to confront the lurking monsters, armed with our weapons. The 4 of us descended, fully equipped. The 5 suspension bridges connecting this edifice had collapsed, leaving it a mere island. Thus, I surmised that our only means of escape lay beneath the ground. We took the elevator directly to the lobby on the 1st floor. The doors to the rooms were closed, ensuring that no creatures roamed the building. We searched throughout the lobby on the 1st floor, encountering no peril along the way. I believe there exists a concealed door leading to the underground within the walls of the hall. Thus I have been diligently searching around the surrounding walls. However, after an extensive search, I have yet to uncover this so-called hidden door. As Chen Yiting strolled through the center of the hall, her keen observation led her to notice a sunken key model on the floor, prompting her to exclaim in delight and beckon everyone over. As we approached and cast our gaze upon the floor, we immediately recognized that it was indeed the door mentioned in the message. The keyhole in the floor, though larger than that on the door, was still merely the width of 2 fingers, while this grand hall stretched across several basketball courts. Had one not engaged in prior deduction, the search for such a keyhole could have proved to be an arduous endeavor for even the most meticulous individual. Now that we had located the door, our next task was to unlock each room and seek out the keys. Behind every door, there lurked the possibility of terrifying creatures. I have come to the realization that I was previously consumed by the murderous willow and absorbed into its trunk. The part 1 bit through resembles the heart of the willow, and it has bestowed upon me an extraordinarily keen sense of perception. My accuracy in detecting danger behind each door has reached an impeccable 100%. Furthermore, during encounters with monsters, I have sensed a significant enhancement in my agility. After rigorous training from Xiaqin Xian, Qin Yuting has become adept at shooting with remarkable precision. Qi Mingwan, whose father is also a detective, is proficient with firearms as well. Having grown up in a military camp, Xiaqin Xian undoubtedly stands as the primary force among our quartet. Although opening the doors poses a risk, my heightened awareness, combined with Xia Qingxuan's formidable combat strength and the cooperation of Qin Yuting and Qi Mingwan, has allowed us to proceed with great success. Occasionally, we encounter ominous black mist enveloped in thunderous energy. Fortunately, within the cabinets of certain rooms, we have discovered some exceedingly powerful weapons. For instance, the flamethrower can instantaneously obliterate that black mist. How advantageous it would have been for Lei Ning to possess a flamethrower when confronted with that ominous mist. Alas, the world offers no what-ifs. As time swiftly passed, a fortnight has elapsed. This towering structure at the foot of the mountain, standing at a height of 100 meters, boasts over 600 rooms, and we have managed to unlock nearly half of them. On this particular day, armed with our keys, we approached a room on the 30th floor. As per our usual protocol, I stepped forward to sense the surroundings before unlocking the door. Standing at the threshold, I felt a twinge of unease, accompanied by a strange sensation. Throughout the past month, I have engaged in such perception, yet I had never experienced this feeling before. Noticing my unusual expression, Qin Yuting and the others grew concerned and inquired, "Is something amiss?" I pondered for a moment and then bestowed upon them a radiant smile. For it was highly likely that the key to that door resided within this very room. Upon hearing my words, Qin Yuting and Qi Mingwan were filled with great excitement, placing their unwavering trust in me. However, Xiaqin Xian cast a curious glance in my direction, seemingly astonished that I could discern such a thing. I awkwardly scratched my head, refraining from disclosing to them the matter of having consumed the heart of a killer willow. As I was about to utter something dismissive, Xiaqin Xian smiled at me and said, "I believe in you. Your perceptions have never been wrong. They are as keen as a dog's sense of smell." I find myself in a state of dismay, unable to discern whether his words are meant as flattery or derision. "Hurry, open the door." Xiaqin Xian shot me a glare before gesturing to Qin Yuting and the others. "Ladies, take your positions swiftly. This is our final battle." Indeed, both Qin Yuting and Qi Mingwan were filled with exuberance. The three of them concealed themselves in distinct locations, while I pressed the key into the lock of the door. With a sharp click, the sound resonated crisply, and I forcefully pushed the door open before rapidly retreating. We gazed towards the ominous doorway of the dimly lit room. Having waited for quite some time without any sign of life emerging from within, Xiaqin Xian cast a puzzled glance in my direction, her expression tinged with disdain, as though she believed I had erred. Yet, despite her speculations, she would not brazenly enter that shadowy space to ascertain the truth. In her impatience, she fired a shot into the darkness. To our astonishment, a cat's meow echoed from within, as if startled by the gunfire. We had anticipated the presence of a feline as formidable as a tiger lurking in the room. We gripped our weapons tightly, filled with apprehension. Yet, in the dimly lit room, two eyes gleamed like sapphires, and emerging was an ordinary-sized, entirely snow-white Persian cat. Over the past fortnight, we had battled numerous monsters, so encountering such a seemingly normal feline left us momentarily dumbfounded. In this profoundly abnormal setting, the appearance of something normal was undeniably an anomaly. Xiaqin Xian raised her handgun. Her aim was precise, and she fired a shot at the pristine Persian cat. The cat fell in response, blood pooling on the floor. It let out a few whimpers before falling silent. The four of us exchanged glances. The situation was disturbingly normal. That cat is undoubtedly problematic. We held our breath for a moment, and indeed, the pure white Persian cat slowly rose to its feet. Its form underwent a remarkable transformation. shifting from a pristine snow-white feline to a striking striped tabby with hues of black and gold. Most importantly, its size had significantly increased, with its fangs and claws growing formidable, exuding an air of ferocity. Witnessing this astonishing metamorphosis, we wasted no time in firing our weapons. Turning the tiger-like tabby into a mere sieve, the bloodied and mangled creature collapsed, only to undergo yet another transformation, its body swelling once more. At that moment, we began to grasp the reality that this cat might be a creature of 9 lives, destined to transform at least 9 times. With each demise, it would undergo a metamorphosis, each time doubling in size. If this continued, by the time it resurrected for the 8th time, it would likely be larger than an entire room. This could not persist. Exchanging glances with Xiaqin, we deemed it necessary to neutralize this 9-lived cat. Yiting, prepare the flashbang, commanded Xiaqin, the leader of our group. Understood. Xin Yiting swiftly retrieved an object resembling a grenade from her pocket. In that moment, she bore no trace of a delicate schoolgirl. She resembled a soldier ready for combat. Everyone, take care not to be blinded by the flashbang. Mingwan, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to cover us. Understood. After 2 weeks of practical experience, Qi Mingjuan's marksmanship had reached an exceptional level. Qingyu, we will act in unison. Xiaqin glanced my way. For the past fortnight, this had been our modus operandi. We became remarkably attuned to one another. Without her uttering a single word, a mere glance conveyed her intentions. With a gesture of affirmation, we turned and closed our eyes as Chen Yuting hurled a flashbang towards the 9 lives cat. The flashbang emitted an intense burst of light for several seconds, temporarily blinding our adversary. The device detonated, and even with my eyes shut, I could still perceive a brilliant radiance. After silently counting to a few seconds in my mind, I opened my eyes and surged forward. Just as the flashbang extinguished, Xiaqin had already taken action. The half-human height 9 lives cat, under the blinding illumination, was rendered dazed. Without delay, Xiaqin and I struck simultaneously, seizing the 9 lives cat and pushing it into the room. Qi Mingwan gripped her firearm tightly, anxious that the 9 lives cat might suddenly regain consciousness and launch an assault on us. Fortunately, the process unfolded seamlessly. Before the 9 lives cat could shake off its stupor, we had already thrust it into the room. Subsequently, we swiftly initiated our offensive, ensuring it could not escape from the confines of the chamber. Each time the 9 lives cat perished, it would grow stronger, and before long, it found itself ensnared within the room, unable to navigate through the narrow doorway. We launched our assault at the threshold of the room, leaving the 9-lived cat with no refuge, reduced to a mere target, destined to absorb the bullets. After perishing 9 times, the 9-lived cat ultimately erupted, transforming into a pile of ashes. From the ashes, we discovered a singular golden key. As I sensed, this key is indeed the key to that door. Come, let us unlock it. Xiaqin waved her hand with grace. But what if a monster emerges when we open that door? Qi Mingwan expressed her concerns. Qingyu, is that door perilous? Xiaqin inquired with a smile. I shook my head, standing in the center of the lobby on the 1st floor, feeling no sense of danger. This fellow was sharper than a dog's nose. If he declared there was no peril, there surely was none. Xiaqin, full of trust, patted my shoulder. There's no need to rush to leave this place. Who knows where we might end up once we step outside? Chen Yuting interlaced her arm with mine, her brow furrowed with concern. Xiaqin nodded. After 2 weeks of continuous combat, we were all quite fatigued. Descending further underground, it seemed impossible to find our way outside. Xiaqin tossed the golden key, exclaiming that we should try to see if it could unlock that door. Everyone was in agreement. We took the elevator to the lobby on the 1st floor. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Xiaqin placed the golden key into the indentation in the ground. A faint click echoed, and a black hole with a diameter of 1 meter opened in the floor. Within that abyss lay a staircase leading downward. This was our escape route. Just as we were about to applaud our fortune, we noticed the first step bore a warning. Only 3 may pass. Chapter 26. I seem to have never confessed to you. The words only 3 may pass left the 4 of us utterly dumbfounded. This passage allowed only 3 individuals. Yet there were 4 of us. What were we to do? Qi Mingwan and Chen Yiting immediately covered their mouths, bursting into tears. Xiaqin, taken aback by such a restriction, stared blankly at me. The 3 of them were ladies, while I was a gentleman. Naturally, chivalry dictated that ladies come first. I smiled at them with my mouth agape, the corners trembling, conveying my unspoken sentiment. Before I could articulate my thoughts, Qin Yiting abruptly threw herself into my embrace. I want to be with you. She disregarded her shyness, burying her head in my arms and weeping softly. Originally, the three of you were just right. I am the surplus. Qi Mingwan unexpectedly uttered such words. I consoled Qin Yiting, guiding her into the elevator as we ascended. Upon entering the room, an eerie atmosphere enveloped us. This place was extraordinarily peculiar, teeming with an abundance of strange entities. The inscription on the staircase read limited to 3 persons only, indicating that passage was strictly permitted for 3 individuals. The 4th would assuredly be unable to proceed. We firmly believe in this notion, yet it has thrown us into disarray. Xia Qingxian sat on the sofa, disassembling and reassembling the gun in her hands, her actions repetitive and restless. Qi Mingwan poured herself a glass of water. Yet after a prolonged period, the level in the glass remained unchanged. Qin Yiting, with her head bowed, clung tightly to my arm, reluctant to part from me. She offered a faint smile. We have been ensnared in this bizarre place for nearly a month now, having been missing for so long. The outside world must be searching for us, likely making significant progress. Therefore, you should leave. Do not worry about me. No one knows what the outside world is like now. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether we are still on Earth. After all, everything here is exceedingly strange, devoid of anything that exists on our home planet. I oppose your decision to remain. You must depart while I stay. I too voiced my thoughts. This is not the time for machismo. Xia Qingxian glared at me fiercely, declaring that if I stayed here, Qin Yiting would inevitably weep endlessly. And she had no desire to be with someone who sobs. Her words were deliberately provocative. Do you believe that keeping you here would grant me peace of mind? If that were the case, I would never find solace in my life. Your sense of security is your own affair. I, for one, wish to remain. What can you do about it? My desires are of no concern to you, are they? We found ourselves embroiled in a fierce argument, our tempers clashing like sharp blades. Just moments ago, we had shared a bond of warmth and understanding, yet now, it had devolved into this. Qi Mingwan, unwilling to witness such a scene, shouted for us to cease our quarrel. We turned our gaze towards her, only to discover that she held a gun in her hand. As I had previously mentioned, I felt superfluous. Once again, she uttered such words. Xia Qingxian reacted with remarkable swiftness, snatching the gun from her grasp. I can stay behind. Qi Mingwan murmured, her head bowed. What shall we do then? Qi Mingwan looked at me with tears streaming down her face. Had I not shown up? Had I not been with you all, you would have been able to depart unscathed. I am truly superfluous. This individual continued to shout in such a manner, igniting my ire. As I was about to scold her, Qin Yiting suddenly tugged at my arm. With tear-streaked cheeks, she gazed at me and unexpectedly smiled. Qin Yu, why don't we stay here? She proposed. Although this place is perilous, as long as we refrain from opening those doors, we could cultivate the land and the woods and grow our own food. From another perspective, this resembles a paradise. Her words left everyone momentarily speechless. Xia Qingxian rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. It indeed seemed like a viable idea. After all, leaving this place meant facing unknown dangers, and staying might be the safer option. Qi Mingjuan's eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at me, almost as if she wished to bear my child. I was at a loss, caught off guard by such a suggestion. Just then, our phones, which had been silent for over half a month, suddenly buzzed. Another text message had arrived. Upon opening it, our faces turned ashen. The message was straightforward. The door has been opened. If not passed within 24 hours, it will permanently close, and this island will collapse. Such a message signified that we could not linger here. Perhaps things were about to worsen. What would happen to this island if the 3 of us exited through that passage? Would it explode? Qin Yiting clung to me tightly, unwilling to part. She then urged, Qingxian, Mingwan, you two should leave quickly. Qin Yu and I will be fine here. I refuse. Xia Qingxuan's voice was resolute. I also refuse. Qi Mingjuan's expression was defiant. We found ourselves once again at an impasse. Over the past half-month, the 4 of us had faced life and death together. Our friendship has reached a profound depth, akin to that of life and death. In such circumstances, each of us would willingly sacrifice ourselves for the sake of the other. Yet, when everyone harbors such intentions, it ultimately leads to this predicament. I cast a glance at Xia Qingxian, signaling her to keep an eye on Qi Mingwan, ensuring she does not act recklessly. I took Qin Yiting by the hand and departed from the room, descending the stairs and meandering into the woods. Sunlight filtered down from the treetops, fragmented into a myriad of colorful patterns by the branches and leaves. A gentle breeze swept through, casting dancing shadows of the trees. while the fragrance of blossoms wafted in the air, refreshing to the soul. The beauty of this place resembled a paradise untouched by the world. Alas, it was not a haven, but rather a desperate plight. We settled upon the verdant grass, leaning against the sturdy trunk of a tree. As Qin Yiting nestled into my embrace, I gently caressed her back, my fingers tracing the small ponytail at the nape of her neck. She wept softly, her shoulders trembling. I understand your desire to stay, yet I yearn for your presence. She clutched my shirt defiantly, proclaiming her resolve. You foolish girl, utterly foolish. I scolded her. Yet I held her tightly, bowing my head to kiss her hair. She whimpered softly, remaining silent. To be honest, I felt no trace of anxiety or distress at that moment. I was resolute in my decision to remain, allowing the three of them to depart. The pressing question now was how to persuade them to leave willingly. I leaned down to look at Qin Yiting and said, It seems I have yet to express my feelings to you. At the sound of my words, Qin Yiting seemed momentarily taken aback. I continued to speak cruelly. That night on the grass, I intended to tease you, yet you unexpectedly took the initiative to kiss me. We are not lovers. It was merely for amusement that we embraced, was it not? Do not utter such words. Do not say. She is not a fool and naturally understands why I voiced such sentiments. She lifted her head, her tear-streaked face illuminated by a radiant smile. Since I have not yet confessed, let me do so now. Qin, I am fond of you. Ever since we became desk mates in our first year of high school, I have harbored feelings for you, gradually growing to like you. Will you be my boyfriend? I apologize, but I must decline. I averted my gaze in another direction, refusing to look at Qin Yiting. Rejected. Qin Yiting's voice took on a pitiable tone as she pushed me away, attempting to rise. Then I have no connection with you. I shall remain here. Do not concern yourself with me. I was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that my thoughts would be so deftly exploited by her. She sought to free herself from my embrace, yet I held on tightly, unwilling to let her go. Did you not reject me, claiming to dislike me? Release me at once. Do not hold on to me. She exclaimed with fervor, struggling against my grip. I gazed intently at her, and she returned my gaze, gradually calming down. Do not presume you can deceive me. I am resolute in my desire to be with you. You once vowed to marry me. Words spoken are promises made. Do you wish to forsake your commitment? She looked at me earnestly and boldly. A warm current flows through my heart. I find myself at a loss for words, compelled merely to lower my head and kiss this delightful creature. Chapter 27. Loneliness washes over me like a tide. I am resolutely determined to stay, and Qin Yiting is equally steadfast in her desire to be with me. Unable to persuade her otherwise, I have chosen to refrain from mentioning that matter and instead relish the blissful moments in this idyllic paradise. She nestles quietly in my embrace, occasionally tilting her head to offer me a silly smile, and playfully leaning in to gently nibble on my lips. I gradually find myself in agreement with her suggestion. If the two of us were to remain here, we would indeed be living a life akin to a paradise, day in and day out. However, none can predict what may transpire should Xia Qinxian and Qi Mingwan step through that door. Perhaps, after their departure, this place would descend into chaos. What then shall we do? I nestled against the trunk of a tree with Qin Yiting, frolicking and laughing together on the verdant grass. I appear to be joyful on the surface, yet my mind is preoccupied with other thoughts. In the room, Xia Qinxian languidly reclines on the bed, while Qi Mingwan busies herself with preparing dinner. We dined in silence, devoid of conversation. Everyone seemed to lack appetite, and after a few bites, they set their food aside. I turned to Xia Qinxian, wishing to engage her in conversation. She rose and accompanied me as we exited the room. Night had fallen, enveloping the corridor in a shroud of darkness. We traversed the dimly lit corridor in silence for quite some time. Have you spoken with Qi Mingwan? I ventured to break the stillness. Yes. She still perceives herself as an extraneous presence, wishing to remain in order to fulfill our needs, Xia Qinxian sighed. I lowered my head and uttered such words. I scratched my head and smiled at Xia Qinxian. Regardless of the circumstances, I must stay. What about Qin Yiting? Has she agreed to leave? Xia Qinxian inquired, casting a sidelong glance at me. No, once she falls asleep, I would trouble you to carry her away. This was the plan I had contemplated all afternoon. What do you think she will do upon waking? Xia Qinxian continued to question me. She will cry. After the tears, she will emerge stronger. She is not one to be fragile. Xia Qinxian sighed, expressing how wonderful it would be if you two could leave together. When I smile, it will not bode well for you. What must transpire for you to depart? What must occur for you to allow me to remain? We stood at the staircase, confronting each other with wide eyes. Xia Qinxian glared at me for a considerable time, before a smile gradually graced her lips. She relented with a sigh, conceding, "All right. I shall indulge your masculine pride. To be honest, you are quite remarkable. Were it not for my existing relationship, I would certainly contemplate the possibility." This bold and carefree woman unexpectedly uttered such words. I blushed and scratched my head, muttering that this fellow should stop joking. Xiaoqingxian gazed at me, and a sorrowful expression suddenly appeared on her face. She opened her arms and embraced me tightly. Choking back tears, she urged me to hold on to life, assuring me that those outside would soon discover this place and would be able to rescue me. I gently patted her back, offering soft words of comfort. My decision to remain does not equate to a choice of demise. I am blessed with a warm family and a beloved partner, and I possess an immense desire to live. I shall not succumb to despair so easily. After embracing for a considerable time, Xiaoqingxian did not weep. She gave my back a firm pat, facilitating my awakening. Xiaoqingxian had already made a promise. It would be unreasonable to leave Qi Mingwan in a state of confusion, burdening Xiaoqingxian with her as well. Upon returning to my room, I called Qi Mingwan to converse. She casually pushed open a door to a room we had once entered before. As she flicked on the light, she stood in the room, grinning at me with a playful smile. "Qinyu, do you see? This building has so many rooms, each filled with provisions, so do not worry. I can live quite well here." With my head bowed, I uttered, "Xiaoqingxian has already agreed to depart, and Yu Ting will also leave, so you should accompany them." "No." She stubbornly shook her head. "If I hadn't appeared, the three of you would have been just fine. It is because of me that you are entangled in this predicament. So it is best for me to stay." This individual persists in expressing such sentiments. Think of your parents. You are their only daughter. Qinyu. Consider your parents, your sister, and your girlfriend. My absence would merely cause sorrow for two, but if you were to leave, it would be four who mourn. This individual proves to be even more difficult to convince than Xiaoqingxian. If my family were aware of this situation, they would undoubtedly support my choice. I gazed intently at Qi Mingwan. Upon hearing this, she fell silent. She walked to the balcony, gazing into the night sky. Though the heavens were devoid of countless stars, a resplendent full moon illuminated the darkness. From the presence of that moon, along with the date we found ourselves here, it could be deduced that we remain on Earth. Qi Mingwan stared at the moon, and I approached her, causing her to hurriedly lower her head. I understand that she wept, consumed by an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that she was the one who had brought about such circumstances. I stood silently by her side, at a loss for words to offer her solace, merely accompanying her in quietude. "Qinyu," she wept, "what is this place? How did we come to find ourselves in such a realm? Is this hell? Are we being punished?" I reassured her, "No, this is not hell, and we have committed no deeds deserving of such a fate." Over the past half-month, we have pondered similar questions together. Our class traversed through the mist, entering a meadow adorned with a sea of flowers, only to be ambushed by the malevolent willow. In contrast, Xiaoqingxuan's class emerged from the fog into a barren desert. Meanwhile, the bus carrying Qi Mingwan and her classmates became ensnared in a vast lake. Coupled with the text message alert, I am convinced this is no hellish ordeal. Rather, it is a meticulously orchestrated event. The specifics elude me, yet this is my belief. In an attempt to console her, she wept softly, leaning into my embrace. "Qinyu, I am truly sorry. There is no need for apologies. You have done nothing wrong. I still wish to stay. Do not be stubborn. No one perceives you as superfluous. In times like these, it is the boys who ought to remain. That is unfair to you. I am here of my own volition. Fairness is irrelevant. I wish to make amends." Qi Mingwan interrupted my words, gazing earnestly into my eyes. She reached out, encircled my neck with her arms, stood on tiptoe, and gently pressed her lips against mine. Such an unexpected gesture left me momentarily stunned. I had not anticipated such audacity from her. As I regained my senses, I contemplated pushing her away. Yet she clung to me tightly. "If you do not kiss me, I shall not let go. Mingwan, I have a girlfriend. I do not care. I have feelings for you too. Since you intend to stay here, do not overthink it. You may do anything you wish to me. I will not refuse." Her words revealed the guilt she still harbored, and she sought to compensate me in this manner. Unable to dissuade her, I surrendered to the kiss. After a prolonged embrace, she melted into a state of blissful languor. Meanwhile, Chen Yuting and Xiaoqingxian, having finished their bath, leaned against the headboard, engaged in conversation. Xiaoqingxian glanced my way, and I nodded slightly in response. Typically, I would have retired to another room, but this night, I chose to remain. I sat on the sofa as Chun Yiting approached, nestling into my embrace. Having just shared a kiss with Qi Mingwan, I now held her in my arms, a wave of guilt washing over me. For I felt I had wronged her. Qi Mingwan, blushing, seemed to act as if nothing had transpired, taking her clothes and retreating to the bathroom. We engaged in casual conversation, exchanging words that were devoid of substance. The lovely Chun Yiting, nestled in my embrace, gradually succumbed to slumber. As the night advanced into its later hours, I gently roused Xia Qingxian and Qi Mingwan, cradling the still slumbering Chun Yiting as I descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, I positioned myself before the gaping void in the hall, entrusting Chun Yiting to Xia Qingxian. She hoisted Chun Yiting onto her back, refraining from uttering a word for fear of disturbing her rest. Qi Mingwan, stifling her sobs, wept silently. The dim hall was shrouded in an atmosphere heavy with the sorrow of parting. Xia Qingxian, too, was profoundly affected. She offered no words, merely casting a lingering glance my way, her eyes brimming with unspoken emotions. It seemed as though she had indelibly etched my image into her heart. Qi Mingwan, tearful, embraced me, filled with an overwhelming reluctance as I urged her into the abyss. As she stepped into the darkness, the chasm abruptly sealed, leaving only a golden key embedded in the floor, as if the void had never been opened. The world around me fell silent, leaving me alone within the confines of the building, my heart echoing with emptiness. Loneliness surged over me like a tide, engulfing my very being. Reluctantly, I ascended the stairs, gathering an array of grenades and rockets, and unleashed them upon the very ground that had once opened a black hole. However, I had long since witnessed the formidable strength of this edifice. After a barrage, not even a trace marred the floor. I lay exhausted on the ground, my mind a blank slate. I could not recall when I had drifted into slumber. I was awakened by the insistent ringing of my mobile phone. Chapter 28. Victory means freedom. The incessant ring jolted me from my slumber. I retrieved my phone from my pocket and cast a glance at the screen, instantly banishing any remnants of sleep. Although the device still lacked signal, the display ominously read the word demon. A call from the demon. I trembled as I extended my hand, intending to answer the call. However, the phone connected automatically and activated the speakerphone. Have you awakened? The speaker emitted an exceedingly hoarse and eerie voice. The hall was shrouded in darkness, and upon hearing that voice, a chill coursed through my body, causing me to fumble the phone. It fell to the ground yet remained powered on. Apologies for startling you, hee. The sinister and uncanny voice enveloped me, rendering me momentarily dazed and unable to think. I offer you a chance to leave this place. Do you accept? The deep, raspy voice inquired. Who are you? Gradually acclimating to this terrifying call, I posed the question. As the screen had indicated, I am a demon. The voice was profoundly eerie. What is this place? And why are you doing this? My mind was awash with questions. I furrowed my brows, hesitating to respond immediately. A myriad of thoughts flooded my mind, urging me to escape this place and reunite with Chan Yuting and her companions. Yet, I sensed a sinister plot at play. Do not doubt my resolve. I am indeed magnanimous. Your performance has been commendable, and I would rather not face a future devoid of your presence. Can you truly see us at all times? A chill ran down my spine at the thought. I had previously speculated whether someone was covertly observing us, and now the words of the demon confirmed my suspicions. But where exactly was he watching from? Could he truly be a demon? After uttering this, the call was abruptly terminated. According to the demon, since I had consumed the heart of the murderous Willow, I alone possessed the clarity to perceive the unfolding conflict. It was my responsibility to rally them and lead the charge against the monstrous legion. I am filled with joy in my heart, yet I remain profoundly perplexed. For instance, I cannot comprehend who the they referred to by the demon might be. I felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as I hastened towards the gaping chasm in the ground. Eagerly, I yearned to share this revelation with Chan Yuting and her companions. Descending into the abyss, I found myself standing within a narrow passageway. Suddenly, a deafening thud resonated behind me, and as I turned, I beheld the black hole sealing shut. At that moment, a radiant light beckoned from ahead, guiding me out of the constricted corridor. Upon emerging, I discovered myself atop a lofty platform, standing 2 meters high above a vast square paved with green bricks. The expansive plaza was enveloped beneath a colossal glass canopy, through which sunlight streamed, casting a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. Flanking the square were numerous rooms, each housing a multitude of people. Directly opposite the platform loomed a tightly shut vermilion door, its destination unknown. In the sprawling square, clusters of individuals engaged in animated conversation, exuding an air of tranquility. It seemed that the they referred to by the demon pertained to those very people gathered in the plaza. I heaved a sigh of relief, intending to search for Qin Yuting and the others. At that moment, a girl wearing black-framed glasses passed by beneath the stage. I recognized her. She was Xie Fang, the girl whom Li Feng admired, a classmate of ours. If I am not mistaken, while traversing the suspension bridge, the ropes supporting it had been severed by fire, and she must have fallen into the abyss. Naturally, we all presumed they had perished in the mist, yet it appears they are alive and have resurfaced here. Xie Fang, I called out joyously. The bespectacled Xie Fang turned her head upwards and, upon seeing me standing on the platform, gasped in astonishment, Qin Yu. Just as I was about to speak, Xie Fang frantically waved her hand at me, urging me to hide quickly, for someone intended to harm me. Who would want to harm me? I was somewhat perplexed. Look behind you. Xie Fang anxiously pointed behind me. I turned my head to glance behind me, expecting to find a narrow passage, as I had just emerged from that direction. However, to my astonishment, what lay behind me was a colossal LCD display. It was a grand television, and upon its screen, a scene unfolded where I stood alongside Xiaqin Xian before Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan. The television emitted no sound. Yet the sight of Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan, their bodies gruesomely sprawled on the ground, while I wore a grin that unmistakably portrayed a callous indifference to their plight, evoked a chilling image of a remorseless fiend. Upon witnessing such a tableau, I felt as though a thunderous shock had struck me, leaving my mind in a state of disarray. A hoarse and eerie laughter seemed to echo in my ears as the television screen gradually faded to black, leaving no images to behold. I turned my head to glance at Xie Fang in disbelief. I was engulfed in a state of panic, my mind entangled and unable to think clearly. Song Jiping and Luo Haojue truly deserve their fate. Xie Fang nodded earnestly at me, and I understood that you, Qin Yu, are not of that ilk. You must have your own reasons for dealing with them, yet others remain oblivious to this truth. They have misconstrued your intentions and are clamoring for your demise. Who are these others? I inquired, anxiety lacing my voice. Some friends of Luo Haojue, along with Song Jiping's brother, Song Zhouhao, and Zhou Xiaoquan's girlfriend, Li Shuiying. They are all vociferously seeking to confront you, even inquiring about your whereabouts from me on several occasions. In short, you must come down and hide at once. Heeding Xie Fang's urgent voice, I leaped down from the 2-meter-high platform. I cast a restless glance at the extinguished screen, awkwardly turning to Xie Fang to inquire whether Qin Yuting and the others had arrived. Did they see the images displayed on the screen? Xie Fang shot me an irritated look, replying, "What do you think?" A sudden jolt surged through my heart. Xie Fang gestured for me to follow her as she led me toward a room, murmuring along the way, "Class monitor, you and Yuting are a couple. Yet how is it that you've become entangled with Qi Mingwan?" Listening to Xie Fang's whispers, I found myself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with sorrow. I have been outmaneuvered by that demon. Indeed, I did kiss Qi Mingwan, but there was a compelling reason behind it. Qi Mingwan threatened me, claiming that if I did not kiss her, she would not leave. It was under such coercion that I found myself kissing her. Had one been able to overhear our conversation at that moment, it is likely that Xie Fang would not harbor such grievances against me. The crux of the matter is, however, that the television was devoid of sound. A profound sense of discomfort and embarrassment enveloped me as I realized that Qin Yuting had witnessed such a scene. A dark thought of despair crossed my mind. Xie Fang guided me to the threshold of a room, gesturing towards it before turning to depart. Presumably, Qin Yuting was inside. I took a deep breath, my mind swirling in chaos, unprepared with a coherent explanation. Nevertheless, I found myself rapping on the door. Although I had shared a kiss with Qi Mingwan, I did not perceive it as a betrayal of Qin Yuting. I knocked gently, and soon, Xiaqi Xian opened the door. Upon seeing me standing there, she jumped back in surprise, as though she had seen a ghost. "You, how could you come here?" she stammered. "I will explain later." My gaze swept across the room, where Qin Yuting lay on the bed, a damp towel resting on her forehead. Qi Mingwan sat at the edge of the bed, her expression laden with guilt, seemingly engaged in conversation with Qin Yuting. Upon my arrival, Qi Mingwan's face lit up with joy, but that happiness was soon overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Last night, her threats had led me to believe that no one would discover the truth. Little did I anticipate that such a scene would be broadcasted on the plaza's television screen. I hurried to the bedside, finding Qin Yuting in a dazed state. Her cheeks were flushed, and upon touching her forehead, I discovered she was burning with fever. In just a few hours apart, she had succumbed to illness. An awkward silence enveloped us, as we both felt the weight of not having cared for Qin Yuting adequately. I am filled with a profound sense of anger, yet I can surmise the reasons behind Qin Yiting's actions. When she fell asleep, Xia Qinxian stealthily carried her to this place, which was already a source of considerable distress for her. To compound her sorrow, she was confronted with the images displayed on the television screen. She has endured a dual assault on her emotions. Is there truly no first aid kit in this room? As I surveyed the simplicity of this space, I found nothing. No, there is not. Xia Qinxian and Qi Mingwan responded with downcast heads. A wave of anxiety washed over me. A fever can be both trivial and grave. Observing Qin Yiting's flushed and feverish cheeks, my heart raced with worry. In that moment, I recalled the words of the devil, if I emerged victorious, I could escape. Chapter 29, Manipulated at their whim. Winning would grant me the opportunity to take Qin Yiting to the hospital. A thought flashed through my mind, and I immediately remembered the grand crimson door I had seen earlier. I yearned to open that grand door and depart from this place. I rose to leave, but was abruptly pulled back by Xia Qinxian. Where do you think you're going? She asked, her expression devoid of emotion as she glared at me. I wish to open the door and depart from this place, I replied. Xia Qinxian furrowed her brows and gestured towards the crimson door. Are you suggesting that simply opening that door will grant you your freedom? I provided a swift explanation regarding the matter of the devil's call. Upon hearing the explanation, Xia Qinxuan's brow furrowed even more intensely. I nodded, still yearning to venture outside. Summer Qingxian anxiously tugged at me, imploring, what more do you seek outside? There are those who wish to take your life, and most harbor a deep disdain for you. Her words elicited a sigh from her. She nodded emphatically and said, very well, I shall accompany you. I smiled gently and cast a glance at Qi Mingwan, saying, Mingwan, I kindly ask you to take care of Yiting. Qi Mingwan nodded in acknowledgement, reassuring me to not worry. Xia Qinxian picked up a wooden stick from the room and together we departed, strolling through the square. I am utterly perplexed. This individual has completely misunderstood us. In a fit of exasperation, I exclaimed, did not Qi Mingwan offer you an explanation? Last night, I urged her to leave. She felt a sense of guilt for having me stay, which compelled her to compensate me under the guise of a threat. That is why she acted in such a manner. Upon witnessing my distressed demeanor, Xia Qinxian unexpectedly burst into laughter. Could it be that this person is reveling in my misfortune? I recalled other matters and, feeling restless, inquired of her, hey, have we not shared moments of ambiguity? Was that television not broadcasting? Such words caused Xia Qinxuan's brows to furrow in irritation. Isn't it troublesome enough? Do you wish to replay such scenes? In essence, the intimate moments between Xia Qinxian and myself remained unbroadcasted, and I sighed with relief internally. At that moment, a jet of water, akin to that of a high-pressure hose, surged towards me. I was thrust backward several steps by the onslaught of the water jet. Although I did not fall, I was thoroughly drenched. As Summer Qinxian regained her composure, the wooden stick she held transformed into a wooden shield, adeptly protecting me from the incoming torrent. The transformation of the stick into a shield left me utterly perplexed. Upon witnessing the shield successfully deflect the water jet, the perpetrator of the assault scoffed and retracted the stream. What madness is this? A girl with a heart-shaped face, clutching a crystal rod, coldly laughed and exclaimed, you two murderers dare to question my sanity? What insanity led you to kill my boyfriend? Upon hearing the name Li Shuiying, I recalled what Xie Feng had just informed me, that Li Shuiying was Zhou Xiaoquan's girlfriend, and that Song Jiping's brother sought to confront me. Zhou Xiaoquan's attempted rape resulted in the death of a girl, and he was also responsible for the demise of a couple. This was our motive for ending his life. Summer Qinxian raised her voice, attempting to elucidate to the girl with the heart-shaped face, Li Shuiying. I am uncertain whether Zhou Xiaoquan committed those heinous acts. All I witnessed was your hand in his death. Li Shuiying pointed towards the television screen in the square, her features contorted as she shouted. Summer Qinxian, infuriated, was at a loss for words to explain. A sense of melancholy enveloped me. Li Shuiying was not at fault. Witnessing her boyfriend's murder, she merely sought revenge. Qinyu. A resounding shout echoed from afar, and a youthful figure resembling Song Jiping approached. He too sported a mane of golden hair. I recognized him as Song Jiping's younger brother. Song Zhouhao, dare to come closer and see what happens. Xia Qinxian declared sternly, swiftly drawing a firearm and aiming it at Song Zhouhao. Very well. Come and kill me. Take my life just as you did my brother's. Song Zhouhao exclaimed, his demeanor frenzied as he boldly advanced towards me and Xia Qinxian. Xia Qingxuan's expression darkened as she pulled the trigger, the bullet striking the sword in Song Zhouhao's grasp. The golden blade slipped from his hands, and he was left trembling, deterred from approaching any further. I sighed inwardly, realizing that he had placed the blame for Song Jiping's death upon my shoulders. Xia Qingxian, there is no need for you to protect Qingyu. If you do not step aside, we shall eliminate you along with him. Such words echoed from a distance. I turned my head to look, not in fear but in utter astonishment. The boys from Class 7 held crimson sticks in their hands. As they raised these red rods, they astonishingly transformed into blazing red bows. When they drew the bowstrings, flaming arrows materialized out of thin air. Now, a dozen or so boys were pulling back their bows, aiming them at me and Xia Qingxian. It appeared they sought vengeance for Luo Haojue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Shuiying and Song Zhouhao had also garnered assistance, wielding crystal rods resembling high-pressure water guns, as well as metallic sticks that could morph into golden swords. Summer Qingxian and I found ourselves besieged by a throng of adversaries. As I surveyed our surroundings, it became evident that we were ensnared in a tight circle. Summer, seething with fury, wore a countenance that could instill fear. "Are you truly intent on pursuing this course of action?" she demanded. The sight of her ire struck trepidation into the hearts of many. For Summer Qingxian was renowned at Jingtian High School as a formidable female warrior, having once achieved the legendary feat of single-handedly confronting 10 adversaries. "Step aside, Summer Qingxian. This is not of our choosing. It is Qingyu who instigated these events. He caused the demise of our classmate, leaving only to save himself. Do not be misled into believing that this peculiar place is devoid of law, allowing him to act with impunity," shouted a student from Class 7, brandishing a fiery bow and arrow in protest for the fallen Luo Haojue. Yet, the truth was far more complex. Summer Qingxian, though deeply agitated, felt powerless against the multitude. Her attempts to articulate her perspective were drowned out by the cacophony of voices surrounding her. Despite her formidable strength, in the face of a united front of hostility, she felt diminutive. The weight of such collective injustice weighed heavily on my heart, rendering me nearly breathless with despair. In the midst of the crowd, I beheld numerous students from our Class 8, who had fallen from the bridge yet miraculously remained alive, all congregated in this very place. Among them, there are those who know me well, harboring faith that I could never commit such an act of violence. However, they remain concealed within the throng, hesitant to speak up on my behalf. We are all but puppets in the hands of the demon. He offers the condition for our departure, demanding that I lead the people here into battle. Yet, he has tarnished my reputation, sowing distrust among others and turning them against me. I gazed at the crowd around me, those who denounced me, who rebuffed my very existence, clamoring for my demise. Unbeknownst to them, they were undermining the hope of escape from this place. Xia Qingxian continued to fervently explain, yet Li Shuiying, with her heart-shaped face, dismissed her words entirely. She rallied a few classmates by her side, raising their crystal rods to conjure a torrent of high-pressure water akin to a cascading waterfall. Several jets of water surged forth, rendering Xia Qingxuan's shield utterly ineffective, leaving her drenched from head to toe. She raised her firearm, firing several rounds into the air, yet her attempts at intimidation proved futile, as everyone knew she lacked the resolve to take a life. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Panic ensued among the surrounding students, who hastily stowed away their belongings, shouting that a monster was approaching, and rushed frantically towards the room. The crowd dispersed in a flurry, and I beheld the crimson door swing open, unleashing a billowing cloud of white mist that surged forth from within. A profound sense of impending crisis has emerged within me. Not only did I sense it, but I also beheld a terrifying creature emerging from beyond the door. Chapter 30. I hope you can replace me. The surrounding crowd fled with remarkable swiftness, evidently having encountered such perilous situations before. Xia Qingxian had only recently arrived at this place, and she had yet to experience anything of this nature. She glanced toward the entrance, murmuring in confusion, "Why is it foggy?" Upon hearing her words, a chill ran through me. "Cannot you see the creature within the mist?" Xia Qingxian was startled by my remark, her eyes wide with terror as she asked, "Is there a monster in the fog?" In that moment, I suddenly comprehended the meaning of the demon's words. Only one can truly discern the battlefield. As the fog surged, the creature took advantage of the obscurity. No one could discern its position, except for me. With a furrowed brow, I observed Xia Qingxian as she recalled my previous explanation, a joyful smile blossoming on her face. If you can discern the monsters within the mist and share this revelation, it seems those individuals would likely hesitate to confront you. Would they not? Is it truly possible for everything to unfold so smoothly? I cannot easily believe that the misunderstandings between myself and them can be resolved. Moreover, since arriving here, no one has received any text notifications, Only I have received a call from the demon, which will undoubtedly lead them to suspect my hostility even further. As I opened the door and gazed outside, a thick veil of white mist enveloped the entire square, where various eerie creatures roamed about. Yet they did not assail the confines of the room. Thus, we were safe in our shelter. Letting out a sigh of relief, I closed the door and cast a puzzled glance at Xia Qingxian. How could that wooden stick you held earlier transform into a shield? This. Xia Qingxian raised the stick in her hand and smiled as she explained. This object is known as the five-element staff, embodying the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This particular one is called the Shield of Wood. She extended the staff towards me, revealing the inscription wooden shield intricately carved upon it. The staff bore a button, and upon pressing it, it instantly unfurled into a formidable shield. There are also the sword of metal, the pillar of water, the bow of fire, and the spike of earth. Each room contains such artifacts. Xia Qingxian pointed to the corner, where a row of wooden staffs was displayed. However, they had turned their weapons upon me. As I conversed with Xia Qingxian, Qi Mingwan approached with an expression of concern, signaling for us to swiftly change out of our damp garments. Otherwise, we risked falling ill with colds and fevers, which would be disastrous. My gaze drifted towards Qin Yiting, who lay on the bed, and a wave of urgency surged within me. We had to vacate this place immediately, for her safety was at stake. After donning a fresh set of dry clothes, I furrowed my brow in contemplation of our current predicament. Xia Qingxian had also changed her attire and stood beside me, offering strategic advice. The foremost priority was to resolve the misunderstandings with them. Without clarifying these misconceptions, we would face collective resistance, making it impossible to unite and depart from this location. I nodded. This is the dilemma posed to me by the demon. A moment of inspiration struck me, and I devised a plan. Since they despised and resisted me, I would seek assistance from someone they did not oppose. Xia Qingxian, astute as ever, immediately grasped my intention. Perhaps this course of action might prove feasible. Yes. I picked up a wooden shield, rose to my feet, and gestured for them to remain in the room while I stepped outside. Upon exiting, I knocked on the door of the adjacent room. I recently observed that my classmates hastily entered this room. Xia Fong, adorned with black-framed glasses, cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing me, she exhaled in relief and gestured for me to enter swiftly. Inside the room, a group of over a dozen boys and girls huddled together, their faces etched with anxiety as they sought refuge. Their expressions brightened upon my arrival, yet a palpable awkwardness lingered in the air. They averted their gazes, and I offered an awkward smile. Do you all believe that I am responsible for the demise of Song Jiping and the others? They collectively shook their heads. Everyone was well aware of Song Jiping's notorious reputation. Despite my presence at the scene, I was not the one who ended his life. He had met his fate at the hands of a monstrous entity within the room. I nodded, refraining from questioning why they did not stand up for me. Do you know which room Chu Wuchen resides in? I inquired. Chu Wuchen, the captain of our school's basketball team, is tall and handsome, the quintessential basketball prince. Just moments ago, I had caught a glimpse of him amidst the crowd. The others exchanged uncertain glances, as they were unfamiliar with him and had not taken note of his room number. Xia Fong offered an answer, stating that she had often seen Chu Wuchen entering a particular room. With this information, I nodded and departed, hastening towards that room. The square was still enveloped in thick fog, yet the creatures began to disperse. Nonetheless, I cautiously grasped the wooden shield and knocked on the door. Who is it? A cool, aloof female voice emanated from within. I immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. Xia Fong must have been mistaken. Wasn't it said that Chu Wuchen resided in this room? Of course, it was possible that the voice belonged to Chu Wuchen's girlfriend. Summoning my courage, I uttered my name, indicating my desire to find Chu Wuchen. The door creaked open slightly, and someone peered through the crack, inquiring about my purpose. This question left me momentarily flustered. I scratched my head and offered an awkward smile, explaining that the matter was somewhat delicate and requesting merely to converse with him. How sneaky. The girl inside shot me a glare, her demeanor suggesting trouble was afoot. Leave, there is nothing for you here. Her boldness took me aback, and I was at a loss for how to respond. I hastily clarified, I merely wished to discuss how to leave this place. At that moment, the door swung open fully, revealing a striking girl adorned with a pink hairpin in her bangs, wearing a teasing expression. Indeed, you possess some information. Are you Chu Wuchen's girlfriend? I felt a strange familiarity with her. I am his sister, Chu Jiayao. Come in and wait for me. She shot me another glare and gestured for me to enter. After glancing outside and noticing the mist had dissipated and danger had passed, she briskly exited the room. striding ahead with purpose. As I entered the room, I cast a sweeping glance around, noting that the layout was uniform throughout. However, what set this room apart were the crystal rods, each inscribed with the words column of water. I pressed the button atop one of the rods, and instantly, it transformed into a high-pressure water gun, unleashing a jet of water. The stream, rather indiscriminately, sprayed onto the bed, instantly drenching the blankets and pillows. At that moment, Chu Jiayao and Chu Wuchen arrived. As they approached the doorway, they caught sight of my unintentional act of vandalism. Caught red-handed, I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chu Jiayao glared at me with a stormy expression, while the tall and robust Chu Wuchen, surprisingly, grinned and gave me a thumbs up. What a predicament! With gritted teeth, Chu Jiayao shot me a look of disapproval before attending to the soaked bed. No worries, Jiayao, you can sleep with me tonight, Chu Wuchen remarked with a playful grin. Showing no semblance of a male idol, Chu Wuchen's smile remained unbothered as he turned his gaze toward me, appraising my demeanor. I felt a chill as I was scrutinized by this individual. He too was a second-year high school student, yet we were not well acquainted. I had only heard of his decent character in the past, which led me to consider him in this moment. Do you believe me? I was the first to voice the question. I believe, Chu Wuchen replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. As Chu Wuchen spoke eloquently, Chu Jiayao, who was tidying up the bed, could not help but interject, urging him to focus on the matter at hand. Chu Wuchen, obedient to his sister's request, fell silent and turned his smile towards me. Their sibling dynamic was indeed striking, leaving me somewhat at a loss for words. I revealed that the demon had called me. They immediately realized that I had fallen victim to its deceit. What should I do? Only you can discern the truth amidst the fog, while everyone else rejects you and fails to heed your words. Chu Wuchen retracted his smile, becoming anxious. That is why I have come to seek you. I smiled, gazing earnestly at him, hoping that you could take my place and unite everyone. Chapter 31. As long as everyone listens to my command. The words I uttered left Chu Wuchen in a state of bewilderment. Chu Jiayao ceased her arrangement of the damp bedding and turned to gaze at me, her expression grave. Qinyu, you've mistaken the person. This fellow may excel in basketball, but to lead so many into battle, he is utterly unfit for the task. Being looked down upon by his own sister left Chu Wuchen feeling quite dejected. Nevertheless, he refrained from retorting, merely waving his hand in acknowledgement of his own inadequacy. Such a predicament only deepened my own frustration. Taking a deep breath, I articulated the words I had previously withheld. What I failed to clarify is that my true intention is to leverage your reputation. I hope you can unite everyone, while I remain in your shadow, issuing commands. This declaration nearly sent Chu Wuchen into a fit of exasperation. You wish to make me a mere puppet? I let out an awkward chuckle, believing that this was a collaboration and hoping not to be misunderstood. Chu Jiaya furrowed her brow as she regarded me, asserting that, given the current circumstances, I ought to prove my innocence and unite everyone. I yearned to demonstrate my innocence, yet I possessed no evidence. A look of helplessness crossed my face. My girlfriend was ill, now lying in a deep coma, and I needed to leave this place swiftly to take her to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuchen and Chu Jiaya exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Life was at stake. Whether it involved puppets or collaboration, the decision was made. Chu Wuchen gazed at me earnestly, stating, Qinyu, I trust you, for I certainly do not wish to remain trapped here with my sister. Qinyu, are you prepared with a plan? If so, we can execute it right away, Chu Jiaya declared. Hearing the news of Qin Yuting's illness, they immediately altered their attitudes, filling me with excitement. What about me? Chu Jiayao, unwilling to be left behind, insisted on assisting as well. You must gather those powerful 5-element sticks. Do not allow Song Zhouhao and his associates to claim them. Chu Jiaya nodded, pulling Chu Wuchen to his feet, eager to undertake the mission. The cooperation of these siblings moved me deeply. As we exited the room, the white mist outside had dissipated, and the crimson door was now closed. Noticing that the square was devoid of danger, students from various rooms gradually emerged. Have you all been living like this for the past month and a half? I inquired curiously. Indeed, Chu Wuchen replied somewhat awkwardly. Some had wished to step through that door to see what lay beyond, yet without unity against those monsters, it was impossible to escape. However, no one knew what awaited beyond the door. What if organizing everyone to venture out resulted in even greater peril, potentially endangering all? Chu Wuchen cast me a pitiful smile, saying, Qinyu, you must ensure our escape. Otherwise, if I rally everyone and inadvertently cause harm, I would become a sinner. Just as I was about to speak, Chu Jiayao shot a glance at Chu Wuchen and declared, I believe in Qinyu. Instantly, Chu Wuchen's resolve solidified as he replied. Yes, I too have faith in you, Qin Yu. I gazed appreciatively at Chu Jiayao, offering a faint smile as the three of us parted ways. Chu Wucheng ascended the elevated platform where the television was situated, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. Xia Qingxian also emerged from the room, and I stood beside her. Classmates, please quiet down. I have something to say. The tall and imposing Chu Wucheng commanded the stage, exuding authority. Students from various rooms gathered around the base of the platform, obediently silencing themselves to hear what he had to convey. As Chu Wucheng surveyed the crowd and spotted me among them, he smiled. Not long ago, I received a phone call from someone who claimed to be the demon. The moment he uttered these words, an uproar erupted from the audience. Does your phone have a signal? Who is the demon? Is he the one who has trapped us here? Why did he only call you and not the rest of us? The inquiry sparked an even more intense reaction. Returning from a seaside trip, we encountered dense fog on the highway, leading the bus into a strange place. After enduring numerous trials, we arrived at a suspension bridge, only to find it engulfed in flames halfway across, causing everyone to plummet. Though this plaza offers sustenance, it is nothing more than a prison. Everyone has longed to escape. After all, each time the gates open, a mist and perilous creatures surge forth. Standing atop the platform, Chu Wucheng spoke loudly, striving to unite us all. Someone tugged at the hem of my garment, and when I turned, I saw Chu Jiayao cradling a bundle of elemental rods, having gathered them as per my instructions. Upon seeing Xin Yiting lying in a state of unconsciousness on the bed, Chu Jiayao appeared deeply concerned. I placed the 5 elemental staffs upon the table and proceeded to experiment with each in turn. The sword of gold transformed into a razor-sharp golden blade. The shield of wood became an imposing and sturdy barrier. The pillar of water unleashed an unceasing torrent of water. The bow of fire morphed into a blazing weapon of arrows. The spike of earth caused the ground to tremble and extend its barbs. I held a pen, inscribing their functionalities in my notebook while engaging in discussion with Xia Qingxian. We were merely students within the confines of our school, although we could wield these weapons. It did not necessarily imply our prowess in battle. Each weapon possessed its distinct attributes, and when harmonized with specific tactics, they could undoubtedly yield remarkable results with minimal effort. Listening to our discourse, Chu Jiayao interjected, reminding us that when the door swung open, I had noticed several creatures, each bearing their own unique attributes. She took the pen from my hand and began to document various types of monsters in the notebook. Some were entirely composed of metal, while others resembled walking trees. There were those with enormous mouths, alongside fire-breathing tigers and burrowing snakes. It appeared that these monsters were also connected to the 5 elements. The 3 of us were engaged in a discussion regarding our strategies for combat. After a while, Chu Wucheng entered the room. His expression was somewhat grim, indicating that the situation was rather dire. We turned our gazes towards him, silently inquiring with our eyes. It is always preferable to have someone rather than no one at all. I smiled optimistically, raising the notebook in my hand. We had meticulously crafted our strategy. Now, could we perhaps open that resplendent crimson door? Let us first attempt to hunt down those monstrous beings. No problem, exclaimed Chu Wucheng as he stepped outside with the notebook. Those willing to fight were waiting beyond. Xia Qingxian and Chu Jiayao also approached to engage in discussion with them, while I stood aside, a mere observer. Once their deliberation concluded, Chu Wucheng hastily made his way towards the splendid crimson door. He pressed a button, and the door began to creak open slowly. The few of them, including Xia Qingxian, wielded various elemental staffs. The wooden shield was designed for defense, while the golden sword served as a weapon for attack. We had already devised numerous plans. The monsters possessed elemental attributes as well, and through the interplay of these elements, we could surely triumph over them if we adeptly utilized our weapons. As the crimson door swung open, a thick fog billowed forth, obscuring our vision of one another. Everyone, remain calm. I can see you clearly. Just follow my lead. I signaled for Chu Wucheng to convey this message. He found it rather amusing. Yet as monsters began to emerge from the door, emitting deep, menacing growls, his demeanor shifted to one of apprehension. Chapter 32. They were all disappointed in me, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Resembling a mechanical beast of artificial design, it lunged forward with its gaping maw of metallic fangs. Others could not discern the situation amidst the fog, yet the terrifying sound of metallic footsteps echoed ominously. I provided a prompt to Chu Wucheng. He quickly shouted, "A mechanical beast is approaching from the front. Everyone, remain calm. Those with wooden shields, raise your shields. Students wielding earth spikes and fire bows, direct your attacks towards the front. Others with different weapons do not act recklessly. Each of us carries several elemental staves, since water and fire are incompatible. Those with water pillars should swiftly switch to fire bows. In my grasp, I held a bow of fire, aiming it towards the mechanical beast ahead. Bang! Like a shooting star, the blazing arrow traced a trajectory, exploding beside the mechanical creature. I have never wielded a bow and arrow, thus my aim is somewhat lacking. Upon witnessing the trajectory of my attack, everyone sprang into action. Shields were raised to guard against the sudden onslaught of the mechanical beast. While the spikes of earth struck the ground, causing tremors akin to an earthquake, sharp barbs erupted from the ground, astonishingly piercing the legs of the mechanical creature. With its forelimbs injured and unable to stand, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Upon hearing the sound of its fall, exhilaration surged among us, and we hastily drew our bows and released our arrows. In that instant, it was as if a meteor shower descended, enveloping the mechanical beast. The flaming arrows detonated beside it, reducing the creature to mere ashes. Upon conveying this news to Chu Wuchen, he immediately proclaimed it, eliciting an exuberant cheer from the anxious crowd. Many individuals in the rooms flanking the square opened their doors, eager to glimpse the nature of the battle concealed within the mist. The skirmish had merely commenced with the defeat of a mechanical beast. A lush, grand tree, supported by tendril-like roots, also made its entrance through the door. Having previously engaged in combat with the murderous willow several times, I felt no trepidation in confronting such a being, armed with experience. I commanded Chu Wuchen, who then relayed orders to the others. Everyone equipped themselves with the fire bow, drawing arrows to unleash a torrential rain of flames, incinerating the man-eating tree that had just crossed the threshold into our domain. Subsequently, a beast, reminiscent of a whale with an exaggerated, gaping maw, surged into the scene. As it opened its mouth, a deluge erupted forth, akin to a river breaching its banks. The wood shield managed to deflect a portion of the oncoming torrent, while the earth spike trembled the ground, rendering the flood creature unable to maintain its footing. It collapsed, yet continued to spew forth the deluge. The fire bow proved ineffective, so I brandished the golden sword and advanced, piercing the creature's heart, thus ending the flood. After the flood creature's demise, a previously encountered fire-breathing black tiger emerged. Fortunately, the others were oblivious to its presence. Otherwise, the sight of such a formidable black tiger would undoubtedly instill terror in everyone. I deliberately refrained from uttering anything, simply commanding Chu Wuchen to initiate the assault. The earth spike felled the black tiger, while the water pillar rendered it incapable of unleashing its fiery breath. With the golden sword in hand, I advanced and pierced the heart of the black tiger. I sensed an ominous foreboding. Should two fire-breathing flame tigers appear, our demise would be unequivocal. As I pondered our predicament, serpents crafted from yellow sand suddenly emerged from the cobblestone ground beneath us. The sight of such creatures is exceedingly terrifying. Even the usually composed Summer Qinxian turned pale with fear, let alone Chu Jiaya. As a serpent slithered near our feet, the boys were utterly paralyzed with terror, crying out for their mothers. I pressed the switch of the water column, transforming it into a high-pressure water gun, sweeping across the ground with torrents of water. The sand serpents, confronted by the deluge, were instantly reduced to rubble. Beasts of various elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth emerged in succession as the dense fog began to dissipate. Everyone regained their composure, having waited for what felt like an eternity, yet no beast emerged from the Crimson Gate. Could it be that we have succeeded in this endeavor? As I pondered in my thoughts, others had already erupted into exuberant cheers. They clamored about their success, drawing forth classmates from various rooms. At that moment, I caught sight of a black cat sauntering by the distant doorway. The feline possessed a pair of terrifying crimson eyes, casting a disdainful glance at us within the door before striding away with an air of superiority. A cat, yet another cat. A sudden unease gripped my heart. Could that cat be a creature of 9 lives, suggesting that its onslaught might indeed come in 9 relentless waves? I was still lost in thought when Xia Qixin gently tapped my shoulder. She glanced towards the entrance, and I vaguely discerned a few figures making their way towards the door. I raised my head and was instantly filled with fury. Song Zhouhao, with his golden locks, was leading Li Shuiying and several classmates, stealthily approaching the Crimson Gate. Their intent was undoubtedly not to join the fray, but rather, upon hearing our jubilant cheers, they presumed that we had vanquished the beasts and could depart. Their eagerness to leave seemed rooted in the belief that passage through that door might impose certain restrictions. Much like traversing a swaying bridge, they likely thought that if they moved ahead quickly, they would avoid falling. The actions of Song Zhouhao and his companions were akin to pilfering the fruits of victory. They will undoubtedly pay a price for this audacity. for the onslaught of the beast is far from over. I found myself hesitating, torn between watching them meet their demise or rushing to their rescue. They had misunderstood my intentions, threatening my life. Yet, their death would be to my advantage. Nevertheless, I could not bear to witness their end. Previously, I had stood by as Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan perished, for they had brought it upon themselves. But now, I was incapable of such detachment. Upon hearing my voice, they halted, turning to face me, though the dense fog obscured their vision. Song Zhouhao was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can you see us clearly?" Li Shuiying, however, paid no heed, chuckling, "He must be worried that we might leave while they are trapped here, hence his shouts. We should make haste." Her words rang true. A cold smirk crossed Song Zhouhao's face. He turned and continued forward, but after a few steps, as if recalling something, he pivoted once more, raising the fire bow in his grasp. Drawing the bowstring, a fiery arrow materialized, its tip ablaze. With the bowstring taut, he released it, and the flaming arrow shot forth. Alas, while I could see him, he could not perceive me. The inferno-tipped arrow whizzed past me, miles away. As Song Zhouhao contemplated my demise, I chose to halt my pursuit of them. At that moment, a colossal silhouette emerged before the Crimson Gate. The flood monster was upon us. Song Zhouhao and Li Shuiying stood frozen in shock at the sight of the creature, with its whale-like maw, their faces pale with fear. My initial intention had been to let them face their fate, yet inexplicably, I dashed forward. The flood monster, immense and sluggish, had already opened its gaping mouth, unleashing a torrent of water. Having consumed the heart of the murderous willow, I moved with extraordinary swiftness. Surpassing my limits, I sprinted alongside the flood monster. Wielding my golden sword, I thrust it fiercely toward the creature's heart. Even when struck, the flood monster spewed forth a deluge akin to a waterfall. The stunned Song Zhouhao and his companions were instantly swept away by the cascading torrent. As the flood monster succumbed and crumbled, several mechanical beasts surged forth from behind the gate. Without my presence, Chu Wuchen and the others were unable to attack. I had no choice but to press a button on the door, sealing the crimson entrance. Once the door closed, the fog enveloping the square dissipated, soaked to the skin. Song Zhouhao and his companions gasped for breath, choking on the water. I strode towards them, intending to reprimand them. However, my furious demeanor frightened them considerably. "Help! Help! Qinyu intends to commit murder to silence us. Help!" As the fog dissipated, everyone could clearly see the scene in the square. They lay on the ground, shouting, while I held the golden sword, my face contorted with extreme anger, appearing as though I truly intended to kill. Staring at me were over 100 people, rendering me momentarily speechless. I had not anticipated such a situation. Many who had initially doubted that I had slain Song Jiping and his companions now believed there must be some underlying reason. Yet, my current behavior unmistakably suggested that I wished to eliminate Song Zhouhao and Li Shuiying, who had previously troubled me. Those who had once harbored some faith in me were now utterly disillusioned. Whispers of various sorts filled the air, seemingly all casting aspersions upon my character. Chu Wuchen and Xia Qingxian looked at me in stunned silence, likely misinterpreting my intentions as well. Chapter 33. If I do not descend into hell, who shall? Observing this situation unfold before their eyes, I realized that no matter how much I tried to explain myself, it was unlikely anyone would believe me. A pang of sorrow wells up within me, a manifestation of the anguish born from misunderstanding. The circumstances have grown increasingly arduous. Perhaps even Chu Wuchen has lost faith in me. It seems as though all of this has been orchestrated by a demon. This includes last night's audacious advance from Qi Mingwan, the slanderous accusations aired on television, and the recent serendipity. Everything appears to have been meticulously arranged by the demon, who revels in manipulating us at will. I did not approach Chu Wuchen and the others. I find myself at a loss to explain. With my head bowed, I made my way into the room. Upon entering, Qi Mingwan regarded me with surprise, clearly having witnessed the earlier events. "How is Yuting faring? Has her fever subsided?" My voice was somewhat hoarse. "It remains the same." Qi Mingwan awkwardly lowered her head. I approached the bedside and sat down, gently caressing Qin Yuting's feverish cheeks. This situation was undoubtedly dire. Yet, at this moment, I could scarcely ensure my own safety, let alone rescue her. My heart is overwhelmed with despair, so profound that tears threaten to spill. Gazing up at the pristine white ceiling of the room, my thoughts are in disarray, my mind is blank as that ceiling. "Qinyu." Qi Mingwan approaches me, intending to offer comfort, yet at a loss for words, unsure of how to express herself. "You are going to save them, aren't you?" Xia Qingxian burst through the door, her voice laced with urgency. Chu Wuchen and Chu Jiayao enter the room as well. I share their sentiment. Chu Wuchen furrows his brow, choosing to place his trust in me. Now, we must swiftly clarify everything to everyone. Chu Jiayao muses. Li Shuiying and the others must have witnessed you saving them, right? If they could testify on your behalf, it would surely dispel any misunderstandings. Li Shuiying believes I murdered her boyfriend, Zhou Xiaowan, while Song Zhouhao accuses me of killing his brother, Song Jiping. They harbor a desire to see me dead, wishing for everyone to unite in their animosity towards me. How could they possibly testify in my favor? As Chu Jiayao presents such a suggestion, silence envelopes the room, with everyone fully aware of its impossibility. Xia Qingxian steps closer, gently patting me on the shoulder. Hey, don't be so despondent. I am not despondent. I lower my head, my voice hoarse as I respond. Upon hearing my dejected and sorrowful tone, Qi Mingwan immediately breaks into tears. The room falls silent once more, and I lift my head, attempting to muster a feeble smile. Hey, I've thought of a plan. Instantly, Xia Qingxian and the others perk up. What is it? Please, share. I took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. At this moment, everyone believes that I intend to harm Li Shuiying and Song Zhouhao. I have no desire to clarify. Rather, I wish for their misunderstandings to deepen. Xia Qingxian and Chu Jiayao exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend my meaning. I flashed a wicked grin, revealing my broken smile. Since I could not lead them directly, I resolved to employ an indirect method to unify them. This approach was straightforward. I would instill hatred and fear within them, crafting myself into a figure of terror. I aimed to make it abundantly clear that as long as I was present, this place would be fraught with danger. I was more perilous than any monster. They grasped my strategy, and both Qi Mingwan and Chu Jiayao gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. Chu Wuching stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Xia Qingxian, on the verge of tears, averted her gaze and shouted with resolute conviction, "No, I disagree." Her opposition proved futile. I laughed maniacally, for without this approach, they would never unite. If Yuting did not recover from her fever soon, the situation would become exceedingly dire. But do you understand how perilous your actions are? You seek to save these people, yet they might turn against you. Xia Qingxian screamed at me, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. I smiled and shook my head. I had no desire to rescue them, for I was merely utilizing them. You are utterly degrading yourself. The demon has deliberately slandered you, and instead of seeking to vindicate your innocence, you are contemplating self-accusation. You infuriate me beyond measure. Xia Qingxian seethed with rage. I too yearn to prove my innocence, yet I find myself utterly incapable of doing so, and we are bereft of the time needed. I cast a glance at Chun Yuting, who lay upon the bed. Were it not for her illness and my urgent need to take her to the hospital, I would never have made such a choice. After all, this matter benefits everyone except for me, who stands to be harmed. I am undoubtedly a hero, yet I am burdened with the reputation of a villain. Noticing my gaze, Xia Qingxian lowered her head, somewhat despondent. Very well, I understand. Once Yuting awakens, I shall convey this matter to her, and at that time, I will ensure she loves you dearly and compensates for your suffering. Having said this, Xia Qingxian bowed her head and departed. I too rose to my feet, signaling to Qi Ming to take good care of Qin Yuting. Chu Wuchen and Chu Jiayao followed me as we exited the room. Outside, in the square, much like before, people stood in small clusters, engaging in conversation. The hour had already turned to evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun, refracted through the vast glass dome above, transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. Hey, when you make the announcement, say that I have become a bloodthirsty maniac intent on exterminating everyone. I said with a mischievous grin towards Chu Wuchen. And when you come to apprehend me, please be gentle. I have a low tolerance for pain. Are you truly going to proceed in this manner? Chu Wuchen looked at me with a hint of reluctance. Indeed, it must be this way. In these circumstances, if I do not descend into hell, who will? I replied resolutely. I shall not allow your efforts to go in vain. Tonight, I will go from room to rally support, and by tomorrow, I will ensure that everyone is armed and ready to fight. Chu Wuchen made a steadfast promise to me. Hearing his vow, I smiled at him with ease. This was my duty, and I was immensely grateful to have him fulfill it on my behalf. Just as Chu Wuchen was about to speak, I strode purposefully towards the square. What was my intention now? Naturally, it was to incite animosity and draw all the hatred towards myself. In my grasp, I held a bow of fire, drawing back the string as I aimed at a gathering of individuals, and then released. Boom. The group, engrossed in the beauty of the sunset, was startled as the blazing arrows exploded at their feet. Qin Yu, have you lost your mind? They shouted in anger, recognizing me. I shall annihilate you all. None shall escape this place. I bellowed in madness, drawing the bowstring once more to unleash another volley of flaming arrows. Realizing I was not jesting, they scattered in panic, raising their weapons to retaliate against me. You shall all perish. I have slain Song Jiping, Zhou Xiaoquan, and Luo Haojua. Indeed, once I step outside, I cannot evade the law's retribution, so I shall take you with me to the grave. I frantically drew back the bow of fire, unleashing a barrage of blazing arrows that shot outwards in every direction from my very core. As adversaries retaliated, some of the fiery projectiles exploded at my feet, igniting the hem of my trousers. Fortunately, a timely jet of water was directed toward me, effectively extinguishing the flames on my pants, albeit leaving me drenched like a drowned rat. Meanwhile, an assailant employed earthen spikes, causing the ground beneath me to tremble violently. I fell to the ground, fearful of the emergence of thorns, and in a state of panic, I rolled away from the vicinity. Fiery arrows descended upon me like a meteor shower. With one hand, I raised my wooden shield in defense, while with the other, I wielded a pillar of water to counterattack. I am fervently shouting a cacophony of frenzied words. At this moment, I am undeniably a deranged murderer. In truth, I am merely acting out a charade, misunderstood by those around me, my heart laden with sorrow, seizing the opportunity to vent my frustrations. Yet, I am but a solitary individual, while they number in the dozens, all converging upon me. When Chuichin, leading a few companions wielding wooden shields, approached and seized me, I was already in tatters, battered and bruised, a pitiable sight to behold. I found myself locked within a room, while Chu Wuchen was outside, embroiled in a heated argument with a group of individuals. It seemed that Song Zhouhao was vociferously proclaiming his intent to take my life, and to my dismay, a considerable number rallied in support of this grim proposition. Their fear revolved around the notion that I might emerge at night to commit acts of violence. Chu Wuchen vehemently protested against the notion of murder, insisting that if they were truly frightened, they should hastily vacate the premises. After an extended exchange of words, it appeared that darkness had descended, prompting them to disperse. The world fell into a profound silence as I lay with my eyes closed upon the bed, besieged by waves of pain that washed over me relentlessly. I felt as though the entire world had forsaken me, a tumult of grievances swelling within, my heart heavy with sorrow, a bitterness so profound it nearly suffocated me. Yet, this was the path I had chosen. Even amidst the scorn of the multitude, I could only press forward with unwavering resolve. Chapter 34. At this moment, I do not possess any remarkable prowess. Lying upon my bed, despite the aches coursing through my body, fatigue ultimately claimed me, and I succumbed to slumber. I cannot discern the duration of my sleep, but the searing pain and a chilling sensation jolted me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Xiaqin Xian wielding a towel, tenderly tending to my body. Her movements were clumsy, indicative of her inexperience in such matters. When she noticed I had regained consciousness, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "You're not dead. If you're alive, then take care of yourself," she exclaimed, somewhat flustered, as she tossed the damp towel in my direction. With great effort, I turned to face her, realizing that my clothing had been nearly stripped away. I blushed and glanced at Xiaqin Xian, who shot me an irritated glare and exclaimed, "Do you think I removed your clothing? It's all tattered, falling apart at the slightest touch." As she spoke, she gestured towards a heap of torn fabric beneath the bed. I nodded, wiping my body with a damp towel. Numerous areas on my skin were swollen and inflamed, the fiery pain rendering my existence unbearable. These were indeed burns. Witnessing the agony contorting my features, Xiaqin Xian, in a fit of frustration, snatched the towel from my grasp. She scolded me sharply, exclaiming, "You wanted to be a hero. Do you now comprehend the pain? Do you regret it?" "Regret? Absolutely not." I forced a grimace of a smile in her direction. It was too late for regret. Xiaqin Xian shot me a stern glance, treating me as if I were a child, and firmly pressed my head down, vigorously scrubbing my face with the towel. "I also bear wounds upon my visage. This fellow truly lives up to the title of a strong woman, exhibiting an unparalleled rudeness that causes me to grimace in pain. How is Yuting faring?" A profound concern for Qin Yuting weighs heavily on my mind. "Better than you," exclaimed Xiaqin Xian, her voice sharp and loud. "Really? Has she awakened?" A wave of joy surged within me at the thought. If she has indeed regained consciousness, would I then be the one here to assist in collecting the remains? Xiaqin Xian shot me a glance of disdain. Compared to before, she seemed to have reduced her fever somewhat, if my senses did not deceive me. I chuckled softly, finally experiencing a moment of joy. Xiaqin Xian, visibly irate, was furiously washing the towels, her demeanor reflecting her anger. Since earlier, She had been relentlessly berating me. I am aware that she is genuinely angered. She utterly disapproves of my scheme to transform into a ruthless killer. Just as I was about to utter a few words, a knock resounded at the door. Xian draped her leather jacket over my shoulders and proceeded to open the door. Chu Wuchen and his sister, Chu Jiayao, entered the room. Although I was cloaked in Xia Qingshuan's outerwear, it did little to conceal the wounds that marred my body. Upon noticing my battered state, they expressed their dismay on my behalf. Chu Wuchen held a notebook in his hand, while Chu Jiayao brought me some food. Through your relentless efforts, you have stirred a sense of panic among them. The majority of our classmates are apprehensive about your potential wrath and have agreed to participate in the battle tomorrow, hoping to secure an escape from this place, Chu Wuchen remarked as he extended the notebook towards me. I picked up the notebook and perused its contents, which were inscribed with the names of various classmates. I furrowed my brow in contemplation, pondering the presence of 5 classes among us. Chu Wuchen nodded in affirmation, confirming that, aside from those who had tragically perished, nearly 140 students resided in the square. There were also 5 types of weapons at our disposal. After a moment of reflection, I arrived at a conclusion. They should select their preferred weapons and ensure that they grouped with those they were familiar with, thereby dividing them into 5 distinct teams. Xia Qingxian, having spent time in the military, immediately grasped my intention. In the context of battle, the arrangement of troops is paramount, thus necessitating the formation of groups. This would allow them to remain in the company of acquaintances, serving to alleviate their anxiety. Chu Wuchen diligently noted these considerations. I picked up my pen and began to sketch in my notebook, casting a glance towards Xia Qingxian. Earlier, I had spotted a cat, likely the same 9-lived feline we had encountered previously, an omen suggesting that the monsters would strike 9 times. The memory of that 9-lived cat weighed heavily on Xia Qingshuan's expression, indicating that with each successive wave of attacks, the monsters would grow ever more formidable. I nodded and turned my gaze towards Chu Wuchen. Today, we merely managed to withstand the initial wave of attacks, and although it was relatively effortless, later, in my attempt to save Song Zhouhao and the others, I witnessed a series of mechanical beasts charging towards us. Before I could finish my thought, Chu Wuchen's expression darkened significantly. He was visibly shaken. If each subsequent wave of attack were to see an increase in the number of monsters, how could we possibly cope? Chu Jiayao, having experienced battle firsthand, understood the formidable challenges that lay ahead. I remained silent, and no one else spoke. As soon as the crimson door swung open, a dense fog surged forth, obscuring the battlefield from all but my eyes. The nature of our combat lay solely in my hands. All others were to heed my commands and act accordingly. Should our endeavor prove triumphant, the accolades would be mine. Conversely, should we falter, the blame would rest heavily upon my shoulders. It is not the sheer number of monsters that dictates our success or failure, but rather my ability to discern the unfolding situation that truly determines the outcome. I have faith in Qingyu. His intelligence speaks for itself, and we have all witnessed his fervent desire to escape this place. Therefore, let us place our trust in him. Xia Qingxian stood resolutely by my side. Indeed, Chu Wuchen flashed a grin at me, expressing a long-held desire to become acquainted. Now that the opportunity has arisen, once we successfully depart from this place, do not claim ignorance of my existence. When I invite you to play ball, I expect you to accept. I smiled and nodded. Chu Jiayao extended the food in her hand, saying, Qingyu, have something to eat and then take a good rest. Others may not understand, but we all know that your burden is heavier than anyone else's. Upon hearing such words from Chu Jiayao, Chu Wuchen immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Sister, I haven't had dinner either, and my burden is quite substantial as well. Chu Jiayao cast an exasperated glance at her brother, replying, your burden is the lightest. You merely need to follow Qingyu and relay messages. Chu Wuchen instantly felt hurt, muttering in frustration, I am merely a puppet. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I consoled Chu Wuchen, expressing that the gathering of everyone was indeed thanks to his efforts. Moreover, when I speak tomorrow, I am certain that all attention will be directed towards me. Although he merely serves as a messenger, the weight of his responsibility is indeed significant. Upon hearing my words, Chu Wuchen chuckled, acknowledging his own limitations. He recognized that while his intellect may be straightforward, his physical prowess was commendable. He understood that he could not accomplish what Qingyu does, and thus he focused on what he was capable of achieving. Seeing his optimism and clarity of thought, I refrained from further comments and took the food from Chu Jiayao's hands to eat. After finishing our meal, we resumed our discussion regarding the events of the following day. Subsequently, Chu Wuchen and Chu Jiayao took their leave. I cast a curious glance at Xia Qingxian, who appeared intent on staying. What are you looking at? Indeed. I intend to remain and keep an eye on you. Xian shot me a glare. You are our only hope of escaping this place. If someone breaks in during the night and kills you, we shall be forever trapped here. Very well. I wearily reclined on the bed, finding it strange to be guarded by a girl. Thank you, I said. Thank you, indeed. Xian displayed a look of disdain towards me. If she found me so unappealing, why then did she choose to care for and protect me? I chuckled softly to myself. I offered a wry smile, pondering why I should be compared to my father. I would rather lead an ordinary life, navigating through mediocrity. At present, I do not possess any remarkable qualities. The circumstances I find myself in have compelled me into this situation. Xian nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she echoed my sentiments. We are all forced into our respective paths. Yet, her smile gradually faded as she cast a curious glance in my direction. Had Luo Haojue and Zhou Xiaoquan also undergone transformations under duress? Such inquiries elude me. Wang Jinzhong and Lei Neng have also changed, albeit for the better, becoming more proactive rather than deteriorating. In identical circumstances, individuals evolve differently. Perhaps this is tied to the essence of human nature. Some may appear malevolent on the surface, yet harbor benevolence within, while others may present themselves as gentlemen, concealing their ignoble traits. Lying on the bed, sleep eluded me, hindered by Xia Qingshuan's presence beside me. I longed to see Chen Yiting. Yet I was obstructed by Xia Qingxian. If I were to step out of the room and be discovered by others, I might very well face dire consequences. Thus, I resigned myself to a state of melancholy sleep. Xia Qingxian sat beside me, and I could perceive the subtle fragrance of her presence. But I refrained from indulging in fanciful thoughts. I pondered the matters of the morrow, for they held great significance and required utmost precision, as I meticulously organized my thoughts. A sense of dread enveloped me upon realizing that while 140 individuals may not seem numerous, they must be divided into several smaller groups. How to effectively command them posed a formidable challenge. After much contemplation, an almost flawless solution finally dawned upon me. Chapter 35, The Sensation of Becoming a Demon. The dawn of the second day arrived. Upon awakening, I beheld Xia Qingxian nestled at the edge of the bed, lost in slumber. Draping her coat over her, I refrained from stepping outside, aware of the presence of others in the square. I procured a notebook and began to write and draw. Just as I finished capturing my thoughts from the previous night, a knock echoed at the door. I approached to open it, and Chu Wuchen, wary of being seen by others, stealthily slipped into the room. I handed him the notebook. Is everyone ready? I inquired as I opened the door and glanced outside. Preparations were already underway. Chu Wuchen appeared somewhat awkward. After all, we were merely students, and the sudden transition into soldiers was not something everyone could readily adapt to. Hurry and finish this, I urged him with a gentle push. He nodded and departed swiftly. Xia Qingxian was roused from her slumber by our commotion. Rising to her feet, she stretched her arms overhead, indulging in a languorous yawn. Her attire lifted slightly, revealing a smooth and flat abdomen, a testament to her enviable physique. Oblivious to my gaze and still in a state of drowsiness, she murmured, "Is it time to begin?" "Not yet. Feel free to sleep a little longer." I replied with a smile. "All right, I shall continue my slumber." "I do not intend to participate," she declared, reclining back onto her bed. This agile individual, surprisingly, had no intention of joining the fray. Perhaps it was due to the events of the previous day. I bore the marks of my classmates' rough handling, leaving me battered and bruised. Xia Qingxian was understandably irate, wishing for the demise of a few of those classmates outside. Thus, when Chu Wuchen came to inform me that he was ready, I chose not to awaken her. The crimson door had swung open, and the expansive square was enveloped in a thick white mist. The monsters had yet to make their appearance, so I hastily entered the room where Chen Yiting lay. Qi Mingwan was still attending to her. Compared to yesterday, Chen Yiting's complexion was less flushed, her temperature considerably lower, yet she remained in a deep unconsciousness. I feel a profound sense of compassion for her. This time, it is imperative that we succeed in taking her to the hospital. If we delay any further, her condition will undoubtedly worsen. After instructing Qi Mingwan to take good care of Chen Yiting, I turned and departed. As Chu Wuchen and I ascended to the elevated platform in the square, we observed that over 100 individuals had gathered for the battle, necessitating our vantage point to survey the entire scenario. Before the Crimson Gate, a formidable 9-grid diagram was inscribed with a sharp golden sword. The participants stood several meters away from this intricate design. This time, each person was equipped solely with a 5-element staff, each fulfilling their designated roles. The 140 individuals were meticulously organized into 5 major groups, each further subdivided into 3 smaller factions, culminating in a total of 15 combat units. Had they all memorized the positions of the 9-grid layout? I inquired of Chu Wuchen. I nodded, hoping for the best. The grid consists of 9 squares, numbered from 1 to 9. If a monster appears in square 1, we simply direct our attacks towards it. If it materializes in square 2, then our focus shifts to that square. We shall divide everyone into several small groups to accommodate the simultaneous emergence of multiple monsters, ensuring that each beast has a designated attacker. To be candid, I harbor doubts about achieving success on the first attempt. Let us consider this a rehearsal. Chu Wuchen gazed into the dense mist before him and spoke. It must succeed. My voice was soft, yet resolutely firm. I have illustrated numerous pages of grid patterns in my notebook, accompanied by the respective group numbers. I explained to Chu Wuchen that shortly I would connect the teams and the magic square with a pen, and all he needed to do was announce the teams and their positions that were interconnected. This was Chu Wuchen's task. He nodded with a smile, indicating that it was quite simple. It felt somewhat akin to playing chess. I nodded slightly. Indeed, if they were to discover that they are but pawns in my game, they would likely erupt in fury. However, perhaps we are all merely pawns of the devil. As for my final quip, Chu Wuchen paid it no mind, and I opted not to elaborate. The crimson doors, wide open, had already begun to usher in the monstrosity. With a swift stroke of my pen, Chu Wuchen urgently called out, Team Fire 1, Attack Zone 2. Chu Wuchen, tall and robust, possessed a voice that resonated powerfully. At his command, the 9 members of Team Fire 1 sprang into action. Their vision was shrouded by mist, yet they relied on the positions etched in their memories to draw their bows and unleash arrows towards Zone 2 of the grid. In an instant, a deluge of flames filled the air, incinerating a man-eating tree that had just crossed the threshold into the arena, reducing it to mere ashes. As it had been the previous day, the initial wave of monsters appeared solitary and were easily vanquished. However, as the second wave commenced, the situation grew increasingly dire, with monsters converging in packs for a coordinated assault, while everyone else merely needed to follow orders and attack. I was tasked with continuous analysis to devise the most efficient means of exterminating the beasts. Fortunately, the sheer number of our forces meant that even amidst chaotic strikes, we could still achieve successful eliminations. Gradually, the team became more acquainted with this combat style, their synergy intensifying, despite the obscured view of the battlefield. This mode of operation was remarkably effortless, and the morale of the group soared. As their excitement mounted, I found myself increasingly strained. Each new monster that emerged felt akin to a time-limited puzzle demanding my immediate resolution. I must resolve the challenges within a specified time frame, determining the type of assault, designating which squadron to engage, and identifying the target location. Each monster represents a unique conundrum, and the greater the number of monsters, the more intricate the problems become. As the 6th round of attacks commences, an array of creatures representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth manifests simultaneously, and I am compelled to contemplate over a dozen strategies for counteraction all at once. I felt an overwhelming tension, my body drenched in sweat. Xia Qingxian brought over a chair, but once seated, I found myself unable to discern the unfolding battle. I could only remain on my feet. Yet, I swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Xia Qingxian stood behind me, wrapping her arms around my waist, allowing me to lean against her. Her thoughtfulness was an immense relief. There was no time for gratitude. I had to continuously analyze and contemplate the situation. As the battle progressed into its 7th round, casualties began to emerge. Some classmates were ensnared by creeping vines, others choked on water, some were scorched by flames, and a few met their demise through bites or sheer terror. Fortunately, the dense fog obscured the reality for most, leaving them unaware that death lurked beside them as they stood at the threshold of the netherworld. I continued to manipulate the course of battle. I am the sole individual capable of perceiving the true state of affairs, and I am also the one who suffers the most. I am fighting with the lives of those individuals. After enduring the grueling 7th round, the 8th round commenced. Although the number of monsters dwindled, their sizes grew immensely. A single strike from these colossal beasts could annihilate a multitude in an instant. Fortunately, the principles of the 5 elements prevailed. The flame tiger arrived to unleash torrents of water, while the carnivorous tree wielded a flaming bow to combat the threats. The battle rages on, monsters continue to be vanquished, yet lives are relentlessly lost. While everyone believes the conflict proceeds smoothly, I alone grasp the grim reality. I feel as though I have transformed into a butcher, a demon. At last, after enduring 9 rounds of assault, the Crimson Gate stood devoid of any further monsters. The mist that had enveloped the air gradually dissipated. Though victory was acknowledged by all, no one erupted in jubilant celebration. Among the 140, at least 30 souls had perished. Witnessing my fallen classmates, the survivors finally comprehended the perilous nature of this unseen battle. I collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained and on the verge of unconsciousness. A chilling, raspy voice echoed in my mind. You have surprisingly endured. How intriguing. What does it feel like to become a demon? You have triumphed. I shall honor my promise. You may depart. The sinister voice brimmed with a sense of pride. You have performed commendably. Allow me to present you with a gift. Just as I pondered what this demon would bestow upon me, I awoke. Chu Wuchen and Xia Qingxian supported me as we descended from the high platform. The classmates who had just participated in the battle did not rush to leave. Instead, they encircled me. Qi Mingwan, carrying the unconscious Qin Yuting, exited the room only to encounter difficulties. You did not partake in the battle, yet you wish to leave now? How astute to reap the benefits without effort. Someone shoved Qi Mingwan, and in her attempt to protect Qin Yuting, her head struck the wall. A crimson stain marred the wall as Qi Mingwan collapsed, her face drenched in blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 36. The ugly nature of humanity. This scene felt dreamlike, a nightmare. After laboring to complete the battle, I never anticipated such a dire outcome. Chu Wuchen's voice was already hoarse. He yearned to speak on my behalf, but could barely muster a sound. Xia Qingxian released me, drew her gun, and shot the individual who had pushed Qi Mingwan. She hurried to staunch Qi Mingwan's bleeding as I staggered to Qin Yuting's side, helping her regain her footing. Song Zhouhao, Li Shuiying, and several unfamiliar classmates gathered around us. Qin Yu, a murderous fiend like you is better off staying here. Indeed, once outside, how could the police find evidence of his crimes? He would undoubtedly be acquitted, leaving us in peril. Those in favor of keeping Qin Yu here, please raise your hands. The surrounding individuals uniformly raised their hands, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight, enveloping us in darkness. Was this the gift the demon had bestowed upon me? A shroud of despair? Gazing at the radiant smiles of Song Zhouhao and Li Shuiying, I felt as though death awaited me here. Chu Wuchen could not utter a word. Anxiously gesturing, while Chu Jiaya frantically attempted to speak on my behalf, but no one paid him any heed. Xia Qingxian, cradling Qi Mingwan, approached me, and I looked at her with concern. She nodded slightly, indicating that Qi Mingwan was merely unconscious. Although the bleeding from Qi Mingwan's forehead had ceased, the blood on her face remained uncleaned. She was my dearest friend, and witnessing her in such a state ignited a murderous impulse within me. Yet, I was utterly exhausted. Even with a gun in my hand, I doubted I could muster the strength to pull the trigger. The surrounding crowd had resolved to abandon us here. Individuals like Song Zhouhao and Li Shuiying were clamoring for my execution. Exhausted beyond measure, I felt a whirlwind of dizziness, accompanied by a relentless buzzing in my ears, as if I were ensnared in the throes of an apocalyptic nightmare. Witnessing my disheveled state, Song Zhouhao and Li Shuiying were filled with unbridled glee. They audaciously launched an assault against me. Jets of water surged towards me, while wooden shields struck forcefully against my frame. Though they dared not take my life, they sought to vent their pent-up frustrations, for my reckless antics the previous day had incited considerable resentment among many. With sticks in hand, they unleashed a barrage of blows upon me, raining down their wrath without mercy. I held the unconscious Qin Yuting tightly in my embrace, fearing for her safety. My heart is burdened with boundless sorrow. I endeavored to offer them the best, yet reaped the most unfortunate consequences. I yearned to unleash a soul-stirring cry to the heavens, to vent the turmoil within my heart, yet I find myself utterly drained, on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of oblivion. What are you all doing? Have you lost your minds? Cease this madness. Xia Qingxian raised the gun in her hand, pulling the trigger, but it yielded no response. The bullets had run dry. She wished to assist me, yet hesitated to set down the unconscious Qi Mingwan, fearing that she would be trampled by the throng surrounding us. My steadfast companions, Chu Wuchen and Chu Jiayao, had long been pushed away from the crowd. Now, those encircling me are all adversaries, intent on my demise. Qin Yu, do not cast blame upon us. Do you recall the events of yesterday afternoon, the words you uttered? You were the one proclaiming your desire to end our lives, demanding our companionship in death. It is not we who seek to slay you, but rather you who have aimed to extinguish us. We are merely acting in self-defense. A multitude encircles my feeble form, surrounding me in my defenseless state. clamoring that their assaults upon me are but a necessity of self-preservation. With my head bowed, I held Chen Yuting tightly, laughing in a corner where no one could see. As laughter transformed into tears, I was struck by the grotesque nature of humanity. So wretched and filthy in its essence. Here I was, oppressing the weak while spouting grandiloquent and righteous phrases. The blows and torrents fell upon me. Yet I felt no pain. Once again, visions of my family flooded my mind. Those once warm and cherished moments swept over my heart like a deluge, and in that instant, I felt as though I were on the brink of death. I cannot bear to part with my family. I am powerless to save Chen Yuting, who lies in my arms. I harbor a deep resentment towards those who torment me. I yearn for a world inhabited by spirits, whereupon my demise I could transform into a vengeful specter, seeking retribution upon those who have wronged me. Time eludes my grasp, and my consciousness gradually fades into obscurity. Suddenly, I am jolted back to awareness by a cacophony of exclamations, as I am lifted from the ground by another. With great difficulty, I opened my eyes to behold Chu Wuchen, his eyes brimming with tears as he lifted me into his embrace. Chu Jiayao took over the still unconscious Chen Yuting. At that moment, my gaze fell upon the television set positioned on the high platform. The screen flickered to life, revealing a series of images, now accompanied by sound. The first scene depicted myself and Lei Nung preparing to unlock a door, only to be confronted by the golden-haired Song Jiping, who menacingly aimed a gun at Lei Nung's head, seizing the key from him. Subsequently, Song Jiping opened the door, only to be engulfed in flames by a monstrous entity. His demise a consequence of his own folly. Witnessing such a scene rendered Song Zhouhao's expression grim. Next, Zhou Shaoquan encountered the weeping Mao Yunxiang in the corridor, intent on inflicting harm upon her. As she struggled desperately, Zhou Shaoquan clutched her hair, forcefully striking her head against the wall. This heart-wrenching tableau was unbearable to witness, leaving Li Shuiying's countenance ashen. Following that, the gradual transformation of Luo Haojue unfolded before us, as he brandished a gun, coercing his classmates to open perilous doors, aiming the weapon menacingly at Qi Mingzhuan's head. At this juncture, it became clear to everyone that, even had I personally slain Zhou Shaoquan and Luo Haojue, it would have been justifiable, for they were deserving of their fates. Moreover, I had not laid a hand upon them. Realizing the misunderstanding surrounding me, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd, their gazes shifting to me with an awkwardness that spoke volumes. The images continued to play, revealing my desperate plea to Chu Wuchen to act as my substitute, alongside the sinister smile I wore while uttering words that incited hatred, inadvertently uniting everyone against me. There was also the moment I commanded Chu Wuchen from the high platform, issuing directives to the group. As the onlookers absorbed the unfolding narrative, a collective gasp escaped their lips. It was then they comprehended that I had been orchestrating the battle, and the success of this endeavor bore my imprint. Just moments ago, as this hero descended from the high platform, I was met not with the gratitude and recognition I deserved, but rather with a brutal onslaught of blows. I lay in a feeble state, cradled in the arms of Chu Wuchen, a sight truly pitiful to behold. The delicate girls began to weep, while the majority of the boys, overwhelmed by embarrassment, lowered their gazes. Misunderstood by all, I nonetheless labored tirelessly for the sake of others' escape, only to find my efforts culminate in such a tragic fate. Many lament my plight, yet none have approached me to offer apologies or gratitude. The expressions of Song Zhouhao and Li Shuiying soured as they turned away first. However, as they reached the threshold, retribution swiftly descended upon them. A blazing crimson flame enveloped Song Zhouhao, transforming him into a figure of fire as he collapsed, writhing and wailing. Li Shuiying was ensnared within a colossal water sphere, desperately struggling yet unable to break free. The remaining individuals were crushed beneath a heavy wooden shield, pierced through the heart by a golden sword, or impaled into the ground by earth spikes. Amidst the shock of these unfolding events, the incessant ringing of mobile phones pierced the air. Phones devoid of signal received yet another text message. Upon reading the message, everyone hastily discarded their five-element staffs and cautiously approached the Vermilion Gate. A few daring souls stepped forth, discovering no immediate danger, and they proceeded with joy. Witnessing this safety, the crowd surged toward the gate. Soon, only 6 of us remained in the square: myself, Xia Qingxian, Chu Wucheng, Chu Jiayao, along with the unconscious Chen Yuting and Qi Mingwan. Let us depart, Xia Qingxian said somberly as she lifted Qi Mingwan into her arms. Agreed, replied Chu Jiayao, as she hoisted Chen Yuting onto her back. Chu Wucheng offered to carry me, but I declined his assistance. I sensed that within my being, 2 hearts beat in unison. One of these hearts, with each pulsation, bestows upon me a surge of vitality that courses through my entire being. After standing still for a moment, I regained my composure, feeling as if I had been resurrected. The fatigue and scars that once burdened me dissipating entirely. This must be the gift bestowed upon me by the demon. In times past, I would have been elated by such a sensation. Yet, having endured the recent events, joy eludes me. I approached Chu Jiao, taking Qin Yuting into my arms with a firm embrace. Casting a glance at everyone, I strode purposefully towards the crimson doors. Chapter 37. The nation is gripped by the divine concealment incident. Crossing that crimson threshold, I entered a realm shrouded in a veil of white mist. Xia Qingxian, carrying Qi Mingwan on her back, joined me at my side. She glanced my way, and together we moved forward. The further we ventured, the thinner the mist became. Eventually, the white haze dissipated entirely, revealing a bustling street before our eyes. Looking back, there was no trace of the mist or the crimson doors. Instead, a distant highway came into view. If memory serves correctly, upon returning from the seaside, the coach traversed this very place, enveloped by dense fog, before leading us into this peculiar locale. Upon inquiring about the location of the hospital with Xia Qingxian, I swiftly made my way to the establishment, cradling Qin Yuting and Qi Mingwan in my arms. After a series of registration and diagnosis procedures, Qin Yuting and Qi Mingwan were settled into the same ward. I sat beside the hospital bed, firmly grasping Qin Yuting's hand. Xia Qingxian settled down next to me, appearing utterly exhausted, as though she were on the verge of collapse. "Aren't you going to make a call home?" she inquired with a faint smile. "Yes," I replied, retrieving my phone. As the device regained signal, I promptly dialed my father's number. He must have been quite occupied, as he failed to notice the ringing and did not answer the call. After ending the call, I proceeded to dial my mother's phone. However, it seemed she too was preoccupied, as she did not heed the phone ringing. I find it rather peculiar that none of them seemed to notice the phone ringing. I began to dial my sister's number, while Xia Qingxian, feeling bored, switched on the television in the hospital room. To my surprise, my sister Qin Anling was unfortunately out of service range. I suddenly recalled the time when our entire school, faculty and students alike, embarked on a seaside excursion. Could it be that they encountered a fog on their return journey as well? At this thought, my heart sank, and I dared not ponder further. At that moment, Xia Qingxian anxiously tapped my shoulder. I turned my gaze towards her, and she, in a state of terror, pointed at the television. The screen displayed a news channel, currently broadcasting a live report. A female reporter, microphone in hand, desperately attempted to stop a group of students on the street. However, those students, unwilling to partake in the interview, shielded their faces and fled. We recognized those students. They had just emerged from the Crimson Gateway. Unable to detain them, the reporter resigned herself to addressing the camera directly. A month prior, Jingtian High School had organized an outing for its students, during which their vehicle mysteriously vanished into a thick fog. Experts referred to this phenomenon as Shen-in or divine disappearance. Now, after a month of being missing, the students reappeared in Bayou County, a locale traversed by a highway, which was also the site of their initial disappearance. Upon observation, the students' complexions appeared quite pallid, leaving me uncertain of the ordeal they had endured. I attempted to interview one of them, exclaiming, "Hey, please don't run away. I'm a reporter from CCTV." The reporter, unable to halt the students for commentary, ultimately gave up. Listening to the reporter's words, I turned to look at Xia Qingxian, who was equally astonished, and turned her head towards me. It became evident that such occurrences were not confined to Jingtian High School. Similar Shen-in incidents were transpiring across the nation. Xia Qingxian continued to watch the news, while I, feeling anxious, retrieved my phone and dialed my aunt's number. This time, the call connected swiftly. "Qinyu, is it truly you?" My aunt's astonished voice resonated through the receiver. "Of course, it's me." Upon hearing her familiar tone, I couldn't help but chuckle, though a tinge of sadness lingered within. "Oh dear, where have you been? Are you all right? You haven't been hurt, have you? Where are you? I'll come to get you." My aunt's voice was filled with profound concern for my well-being. I assured her that I was fine, hoping to ease her worries. Why haven't my parents answered their phones? Perhaps they simply did not notice. "The entire student body of your school has vanished. They have been relocated to a clandestine location for investigation." "What did you just say?" My heart clenched at my aunt's words. "Aunt, has Anling also disappeared?" "I was just about to ask you if you had encountered Anling." My aunt began to weep in distress. My heart felt as though it had been hollowed out. I was utterly unprepared for the revelation that my sister had endured such tribulations. I pondered the circumstances she found herself in and whether she had fought valiantly for her survival. Reflecting on my own experiences, I was left in a state of profound disarray. I am profoundly anxious about that girl encountering misfortune. Upon seeing my distressed demeanor, Xian had already turned off the television. After exchanging a few words with my aunt, she insisted on coming to fetch me. Once I hung up the phone, I lowered my head, and Xian gazed at me with concern, softly inquiring about my well-being. In a hoarse voice, I confided in her that my sister, Qin Anling, had also gone missing in the fog. Xian covered her mouth, her concern palpable. She grasped my hand, softly reassuring me that everything would be all right. Her touch was warm, gradually calming my frayed nerves. As the gravity of the situation sank in, I hastily opened my call log, and the name of the demon appeared before me. With a gentle tap, I noticed that this name lacked a saved number, yet could still be dialed. Moments later, a sound emanated, but it was not the voice of the demon. Rather, it was an automated message indicating that the line was busy. After ending the call, I turned to Xian in astonishment, realizing that the demon's number could be reached. Did this imply that he was merely an individual lost amidst the vast sea of humanity, rather than a mythical entity? Of course, it was not the time to draw such conclusions. What mattered most now was to locate my sister, Qin Anling. Before long, Chen Yiting awoke. Upon opening her eyes and seeing me, I felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet she rolled over and unhesitatingly threw herself into my embrace. Xian stood up and quietly exited the ward. Releasing me, Chen Yiting blushed and, disregarding everything, kissed me fervently. After an extended moment, she found herself breathless and quickly retreated beneath the covers. I find myself perplexed by the circumstances, uncertain as to why she is exhibiting such initiative. As I draw back the covers, I gaze upon her flushed cheeks. As I was about to speak, she shyly interjected, although I had been in a state of unconsciousness. I was aware of everything you had done. Qin, you foolish boy, burdened by so many misunderstandings, it must have been difficult for you. Has Tiet? I smiled and shook my head at her, indifferent to the opinions of others. As long as you do not misinterpret my intentions, I find joy in that. Chen Yiting reached out, pinching my cheek, her eyes glistening with tears. Earlier, I had seen you kissing Mingwan on television, and it nearly shattered my heart. I apologize. I awkwardly lowered my gaze. No need for apologies. I now understand the reason behind it. It was my own narrow-mindedness and lack of trust in you. I did not allow her to continue speaking. Instead, I lowered my head and kissed her. For an extended moment, I was enveloped in a soothing balm that quelled the tumult of misunderstandings and slanderous emotions swirling within me. The opinions, gazes, and words of others became inconsequential. All that mattered was her understanding, her belief in me. Chen Yiting was still receiving an intravenous drip, yet her fever had subsided, and she was no longer in any peril. She pulled me down to lie beside her, whispering sweet nothings. In the adjacent hospital bed, Qi Mingwan had also awakened. With a soft whimper, she turned, cradling her bandaged forehead. Upon seeing Chen Yiting and me lying together, her expression was one of astonishment. You two are in a relationship? She inquired. Chen Yiting and I exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. We had lived together for over half a month, yet she seemed unaware of our romance. However, Qi Mingwan truly did not know. Her bewildered gaze roamed the surroundings. Where's this? A hospital? I distinctly remember dozing off on a bus. How did I end up in a hospital? Could it be that I was in an accident? Qi Mingwan asked us, her voice tinged with fear. Our expressions were tinged with terror as she uttered such words, as if she had forgotten certain matters. Chapter 38. After a month apart, you seem to have changed. Upon seeing Qi Mingwan's bewildered face, I hurriedly called for the doctor. Following the doctor's examination, it was revealed that Qi Mingwan had sustained a mild concussion from colliding with the wall. In essence, she had lost her memory, particularly of the bizarre events that unfolded when the bus, shrouded in fog, ventured into that strange place. Perhaps it was a stroke of misfortune turned fortuitous. Forgetting those events might spare her from nightmares in the future. If only I could also erase the memories of what transpired in that peculiar location. The recollections of the past month had vanished for Qi Mingwan, and naturally, she had forgotten the moment we shared a kiss. We refrained from divulging anything to her. Let bygones be bygones. Once the Ford drip had concluded its course, we exited the hospital. My aunt, piloting a vibrant red Beetle, arrived just in time. Stepping out of the vehicle, her crimson hair cascading down, she resembled a rebellious young woman as she enveloped me in a warm embrace. After holding me tightly, she gazed at my tattered clothing, her eyes brimming with tears as she anxiously inquired if I had sustained any injuries. I smiled and shook my head at her, introducing this fellow to Chen Yiting and the others. My aunt's name isn't Biyo, although she is my mother's younger sister. There is merely a few years age difference between us. She is currently a university student and has formed a rock band. As the lead vocalist of the band, she has dyed her hair a fiery red. Upon realizing that this girl is my aunt, Chen Yuting hastily released my arm, hesitant to hold my hand. I too felt a flush of embarrassment, yet I confidently grasped her hand and smiled at my aunt, indicating that this was my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, my aunt was overjoyed and embraced Chen Yuting warmly. Previously, I had inquired about this fellow's romantic inclinations, and he had mentioned someone special. It seems he was indeed referring to you. At such words, Chen Yuting's cheeks blushed like the dawn, and mine too burned with warmth. The lively atmosphere that had briefly enveloped us began to wane, giving way to a somber mood. After all, the incident of the missing persons had occurred nationwide, with all the students of Jingtian Middle School, including my sister, having vanished. My aunt asked us about the events we faced after our disappearance, but we chose to remain silent. The demon had cautioned us against speaking, warning of dire consequences should we divulge anything. Throughout our journey, I continuously attempted to contact the demon, yet the line remained persistently busy. Xia Qinxian, engrossed in her phone, came from a military family and possessed various channels of information. Suddenly, she informed us that several students had succumbed to heart attacks. Upon hearing this, I turned to her in confusion, uncertain of what she was alluding to. She lifted her phone to show me, revealing that we had been spotted in Baiwei County earlier. Now, numerous police officers had arrived, some of whom were notably adept at interrogations, capable of uncovering even the most concealed truths. A sudden pang of unease gripped my heart. In other words, those students who suffered sudden cardiac events had revealed certain information under police interrogation, and then, Xia Qinxian nodded solemnly, indicating that this must be the consequence referred to in the message. One must take responsibility for their actions. It was undoubtedly the demon who learned of the leaked information and decided to eliminate those individuals. Yet, how did he accomplish such a feat? There were far too many similar enigmas to decipher. Having shared a desk with her for 2 years, I recalled that her grandmother's birthday was in September. Our trip to the seaside occurred in August, and now, a month later, it was already the end of September. Upon arriving in Hualing City, Chen Yuting and Qi Mingwan had already contacted their parents. Chen Yuting's parents appeared on the street. As she alighted from the car, she blushed and gently pinched my arm, concerned that I might speak out of turn. Qi Mingwan's father, also a detective, was currently occupied with the case, so it was her mother who came to pick her up. As for Xia Qinxian, no one was there to greet her. When she got out of the car, she asked for my phone number and departed with a decisive air. As I watched her leave, the car was devoid of other company, and my aunt flashed me a mischievous smile. That Xia Qinxian is truly beautiful. It's evident that she harbors an interest in you. I shook my head, drenched in sweat. Xia Qinxian, sensing something amiss, abruptly turned around and shot me a glare. That girl always had a fierce demeanor. Suddenly, I recalled the night before last when I urged her to leave while I chose to stay. She embraced me briefly and remarked that if I weren't already in a relationship, she would. The memory caused a flush to rise on my cheeks. Perhaps she was merely jesting at that moment, uttering sweet words to alleviate the sorrow of parting. Are you blushing? Did I hit the mark? My aunt teased playfully as she glanced at me. Upon returning home, my parents' phones remained unreachable. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you, my aunt said, tossing down the car keys and heading towards the kitchen. Anything is fine, I replied, settling on the sofa while continuing to dial the devil's number. The call still wouldn't connect, and I pondered the various events that had transpired over the past month, speculating whether Qin Anling would manage to survive unscathed. I was uncertain how much time had passed when my aunt suddenly leaned over from behind, inquiring, "Why are you always on your phone? Are you chatting with your girlfriend?" I was startled. Her delicate cheek pressed against my burning face, revealing an audaciousness that was truly remarkable. Surely, she must have wept in my absence. I sighed inwardly, gently patting her hand that clung to my neck, offering her a soft word of comfort. This audacious individual smiled and bestowed a kiss upon my cheek, leading me away to indulge in a bowl of noodles. I sat at the dining table, savoring my noodles, while she held the chopsticks, not using them to eat, but instead gazing at me with a smile. Her gaze sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to bury my head and noisily consume my noodles. After a month apart, what on earth have you encountered? She looked at me, whispering softly, "You seem different." Different? I raised my head in confusion, intrigued by her observation. How have I changed? Ah, it seems I have grown bolder, much like before, when you audaciously admitted to having a girlfriend. When I smile, it is not due to my audacity, but rather because I have made a promise with Chen Yuting. My aunt continues to observe me. murmuring as if my demeanor has undergone a transformation. I remained silent, sensing that my aunt believed I had changed, and it was not merely an illusion. After all, I had consumed the heart of a murderous willow. As I listened to her words, I could not help but ponder why the demon had ensnared us in that peculiar place. What was his true intention? To torment us, to mock us, to incite us to turn against one another? This question, perhaps, would remain a mystery that the demon would never reveal, leaving me forever in the dark. After finishing a bowl of noodles, night had already fallen. My aunt urged me toward the bathroom, insisting that I take a bath, change into a fresh set of clothes, and then enjoy a good night's sleep. I made my way to the bathroom while she busily tidied up the dust-laden home. Observing her diligent figure, a warm sensation enveloped my heart. How I wished that Anling were here as well, with a sigh echoing in my mind. I stepped into the bathroom for a rejuvenating soak. After indulging in a refreshing bath, I emerged to find the house impeccably clean and transformed. My aunt was preparing a nutritious concoction for me, suggesting that it would aid my slumber. With her vibrant red hair, she resembled a rebellious young woman. In the past, she had struck me as somewhat careless, embodying a hint of mischief. Yet now, she unmistakably radiated the essence of a devoted wife and mother. I obediently walked over and dutifully consumed the nutritious concoction she had prepared for me. She muttered about how exhausting it was to clean, then headed off to take a shower, deciding to spend the night here. She has always resided at the school, occasionally staying here, and it seems she has chosen to remain tonight to tend to my needs. There is a sense of being cherished, a feeling that is utterly delightful, when I had previously overlooked her deep concern for me. As I watched her enter the bathroom, the sound of a mobile phone ringing echoed through the room. A sudden tightness gripped my heart as I hastily entered the room. Chapter 39. I know what lies in your heart. Previously, I had desperately tried to contact the demon. Yet, upon entering the room and glancing at my phone, I was surprised to see a call from Xian. What could that individual want? I pondered internally as I answered the call. Are you on a date with Yuting? She inquired right away. A flush crept across my face, leaving me momentarily speechless. What time is it for a date? I wondered. Is there something you need? I asked. Xian seemed to chuckle with satisfaction, and a sense of foreboding washed over me as she continued. I'm downstairs at your building. I find myself somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. It is indeed effortless for Xian to acquire my home address under her guise. However, what brings her here at this hour? Before I could utter a word, she spoke for herself, declaring, since you are not with Yuting, I shall ascend. I am presently entering the elevator, and the signal may falter. So I shall end the call for now. Do remember to let me in. With that, she promptly disconnected the call. Powerless to express my grievances, I dutifully approached the living room door, standing at the threshold, awaiting the grand arrival of Sister Xian. Shortly thereafter, she appeared, her neatly cropped hair and form-fitting black leather attire giving her the appearance of a femme fatale. What, am I not welcome? Upon seeing my gloomy countenance, she broke into a radiant smile. Why aren't you at home? My curiosity surged. She had previously informed me that her household was eerily quiet, and now, due to the disappearance incident, her family was on standby in the military, leaving her entirely alone at home. Xian elaborated as she strode into the room, displaying an utter lack of formality. I scratched my head in embarrassment. Even though there was no one at her home, there was no need for her to come rushing to mine. Of course, we are friends bonded by life and death, and I would not mind her visiting. But the issue at hand is that it is night. Have you had dinner? Although I felt quite troubled, my lips expressed concern for this person. I had already eaten compressed biscuits at home. Xian casually replied, and turned to survey the living room of my house. I was at a loss for words, seeing her casually eating compressed biscuits at home. So I merely poured her a cup of tea. As she sipped her tea, she glanced at me, lost in a sea of thoughts, and uttered a statement that sent my mind spiraling further. I intend to stay here overnight. If possible, let us share the same room. I felt my face flush with embarrassment, suddenly disheveled. So that was it. I had misunderstood the situation. Taking a deep breath, I composed myself and turned my attention to Xian. You need not concern yourself with matters regarding my sister. On the contrary, it is of utmost importance. Xian interrupted me, gazing at me with grave sincerity. As I met her earnest eyes, the true intention of her visit dawned upon me. She had come to assist me, to help heal my wounds. Previously, as a hero, I had faced the most unjust treatment, surrounded by jeers and physical assaults. Now, she offered warmth and companionship as a friend. Although she often came across as clumsy and carefree, her attention to detail was remarkably profound. Just as I was about to say something, My aunt emerged from the bathroom after her shower and entered the living room. Upon seeing me holding hands with Xian, she turned around as if struck by an electric shock, muttering that she had seen nothing at all, and darted out of the room like a frightened rabbit. Xian hurriedly released my hand, her cheeks flushed, diverting her gaze elsewhere. I wished to explain to my aunt that Xian tugged at the hem of my garment, gently shaking her head at me. In an instant, I comprehended her meaning. Explanation is merely a guise. There exists nothing between us that warrants clarification. However, my aunt has truly misunderstood the nature of our relationship. After entering the room, she has not emerged to intrude upon us. As I conversed with Xian, she picked up her phone to show me something. Have you received the invitation? On her screen were several photos taken at a KTV. What invitation? I inquired. Glancing at the images, where some faces appeared vaguely familiar. Our school boasts a wealthy young man, Zhao Cheng, who hosted a gathering at the KTV, celebrating his miraculous survival. Could it be that anyone would attend such an event? I furrowed my brow, stepping away from that peculiar notion. Surely, the most suitable place to be right now was at home. It's because there are girls. That's why the boys all flock together, Xian remarked. I feel somewhat embarrassed. The boys are truly insufferable. However, Xian was merely venting her frustrations earlier. She revealed the underlying truth. Most of those invited by Zhao Cheng were participants in the assault against you. They are united in this manner out of fear. I was momentarily taken aback, my expression turning icy. Reflecting on that moment, in addition to Song Zhouhao and Li Shuiying wielding the 5-element staff to strike me, Zhao Cheng and his companions had also assaulted me. Furthermore, there was another matter. Xian gazed at me intently, as Zhao Cheng and his associates accused me of being a murderer, hoping that the police would apprehend me. A sense of unease gripped my heart, yet confusion ensued. For no officers had sought me out. Did they not believe their accounts? Xian tucked away her phone, murmuring, who knows? Upon witnessing her demeanor, a smile crept across my face as I expressed my gratitude. It was undoubtedly Xian who intervened on my behalf, and I found myself suddenly intrigued by the status of her parents. In response to my thanks, Xian offered a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. At that moment, my phone in my pocket chimed. Chen Yuting had sent me a message, revealing that the past month felt like a dream. I directly dialed her number. We are currently engulfed in the throes of passion. Xian, feeling rather bored, chose not to watch television and instead proceeded to knock on her aunt's door. I conversed with Chen Yuting for quite a while when she suddenly whispered, Mom has come in after her shower. She had been missing for a month, and her mother was filled with anguish. Now they were to share a bed together. After wishing her sweet dreams, I concluded the call. I, too, find myself enveloped in a dreamlike sensation, utterly astonished that my aspirations have materialized, and I have become her beloved. Upon ending the call, I was taken aback to discover an anonymous text message on my phone. It was undoubtedly a message from the demon. My heart tightened, and I hastily opened the message. The content of the text read, I am aware of your thoughts. I have sent you a gift. Go and receive it, and I shall fulfill your desires. The demon did not inform me where to collect the gift, yet in the blank space of the message, there was a spinning compass. Holding my phone, I felt an irresistible urge to follow the direction indicated by the compass. Yet, a moment of reflection crossed my mind. I might be away for quite some time, and my aunt, along with Chen Yuting, would undoubtedly be concerned. With that thought, I tucked my phone away and seated myself at my desk. Opening my notebook, I resolved to leave a note for my aunt, informing her of my whereabouts and reassuring her and Chen Yuting not to worry. As I was about to finish my message, Xian entered the room. It seemed she had come over after hearing me conclude my phone call. Upon seeing what I had been writing, a look of surprise spread across her face. I cast a glance at her, signaling for silence. Once I finished writing, I tore the page from the notebook and placed it upon the coffee table in the living room. Then, I stealthily departed the house with Xian. Where to? Descending the stairs, Xian regarded me with curiosity. Follow the arrows, I exclaimed, retrieving my phone to show her the text message. Aware that I could not rid myself of her presence, I chose not to dismiss her. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and the night market in Hualing City was bustling with life, indistinguishable from its usual vibrancy. Although vanishing incidents had occurred nationwide, even in the face of an impending apocalypse, life must continue as long as one draws breath. I held my phone, occasionally glancing at the screen while also discerning my surroundings. Xian walked beside me in silence. After some time, the compass on my phone transformed into a dot, signifying that we had arrived at our destination. Xia Qingxian and I exchanged a glance before turning our attention to the building beside us. We find ourselves beneath a mass-produced KTV establishment. Chapter 40. Their Youth. A Gift from the Devil. Upon seeing this KTV, I recalled what Xia Qingxian had mentioned earlier. Was Zhao Yicheng celebrating here? I glanced over at Xia Qingxian. Indeed. She retrieved her phone and perused the information it contained. They were located in room 503. I pocketed my phone and made my way into the KTV. As I entered the elevator, Xia Qingxian regarded me with a peculiar gaze, inquiring, "Did the demon send you here for revenge?" I shook my head, uncertain of the meaning of demon. He mentioned a gift, yet I remained oblivious to its nature. Xia Qingxian hesitated before speaking. If the demon had not brought you here, would you seek revenge upon them? Zhao Yicheng and his companions, along with Song Zhouhao and his ilk, had once taken advantage of the chaos to beat me with clubs. Though Song Zhouhao and his associates have perished, Zhao Yicheng and the others still roam freely. Given the brutality with which they assaulted me, how could I possibly let it go unpunished? I cast a smile at Xia Qingxian without uttering a word. As the elevator reached the 5th floor, we stepped out. Traversing the corridor, we were met with the dissonant wails and cries emanating from each room. In the distance, we spotted 2 burly men, clad in tailored suits, stationed at the entrance of room 503, presumably bodyguards. It seemed that Zhao Yicheng, fearing I might stir up trouble, had summoned these sentinels to guard the door. Nevertheless, I approached them resolutely. Upon reaching the threshold, the bodyguards halted our advance. After inquiring our names, one of them retreated into the private room to deliver a report. Shortly thereafter, likely upon realizing my presence, the once boisterous chamber fell into an eerie silence. The door to the room swung open, and the bodyguard gestured for us to enter. As Xia Qingxian and I entered the dimly lit private room, Zhao Yicheng and the others had already risen, their eyes warily fixed upon us. Even before we departed from that peculiar place, the demon had played the television, thereby vindicating my innocence. I am undeniably a hero destined to save everyone, yet the gazes directed towards me now are filled with the same wariness one would reserve for a murderer. I gazed at them in silence. Having endured previous misunderstandings and assaults, my heart had become a tranquil sea, or rather, numb, regardless of their perceptions of me. Not a ripple stirred within. The girls were exceedingly fearful of me, believing I might act recklessly, while the boys, having participated in the violence against me, were filled with trepidation. I locked eyes with them for half a minute. The dimly lit booth was enveloped in an eerie silence. The tall and handsome Zhao Yicheng was the first to break the stillness, inquiring, "Qingyu, what brings you here?" I cannot claim that I have come to receive the gifts bestowed upon me by demons. I gazed at them, my eyes briefly skimming over each individual present. There were more than 30 people here, nearly all of whom had participated in the assault against me. They were all my adversaries. What brought me here, you might wonder. A smile graced my face as I revealed my intention. I had come to hear your expressions of gratitude. This proclamation left Zhao Yicheng and the others exchanging bewildered glances, taken aback by my audacity. Qingyu, do not delude yourself into believing that your command during the battle renders you a hero. You must recognize that without our relentless efforts on the front lines, your survival would have been uncertain. Moreover, your mismanagement resulted in the deaths of over 30 individuals. Zhao Yicheng asserted, and to my astonishment, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding merit in his words. A pack of scoundrels. Xia Qingxian's brows knitted in fury as she unleashed a torrent of invective. Xia Qingxian, I once perceived you as an aloof and ethereal beauty. Yet I never imagined you were entangled with Qingyu. Have you compromised yourself for the sake of survival? Before Zhao Yicheng could finish his taunt, Xia Qingxian's face turned a shade of iron as she raised her firearm. In an instant, Zhao Yicheng and his entourage turned pale, nearly paralyzed with fear. The 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance cautiously entered the private room, their expressions tense upon witnessing the gun in Xia Qingxian's grasp. I turned around, my gaze fixed warily upon the 2 of them. Without Qingyu, do you truly believe you could be seated here? You attacked him indiscriminately. And even when the truth lay before you, revealing your wrongdoing, you could muster not even a single word of apology. You are indeed a pitiful lot. Such a remark left some in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, a raucous laugh erupted as a burly young man stepped forward, his face adorned with flesh. Qingyu, do you wish for my gratitude? Come then, defeat me, and I shall kneel in thanks. What does it mean to hide behind a woman? I turned around and recognized the young man. His name was He Hu, a notorious figure within the school. Upon witnessing Zhao Yicheng being threatened by Xia Qingxian with a gun, he bravely stepped forward to assist Zhao Yicheng. regardless of whether Xia Qingxian wielded the weapon or not. He who was no match for her. He perceived me as an easy target and sought to challenge me to a duel. I resolved to make him kneel and apologize. I reached out and pulled Xia Qingxian behind me. In that moment, I was not the usual version of myself. An aura of ferocity enveloped me, my latent power unmistakably radiating. Perhaps this was the reason my aunt claimed I had changed. I sensed that it would be he who would kneel, he who bellowed loudly, striding towards me with the intent to overpower me. His towering, muscular frame resembled a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, exuding an imposing presence as he approached. I possess a well-proportioned physique. Though not slender, I cannot be deemed robust. In comparison to he who, we are akin to an eagle and a chick. In the eyes of any observer, I appear to be no match for he who. However, as I have previously mentioned, my lack of experience in brawls does not imply that I am incapable of fighting. My father, a seasoned detective, has imparted to me various grappling techniques and combat skills. Moreover, having consumed the heart of a carnivorous tree, my perceptual abilities have reached an exceptional level, and my agility has significantly improved. When he who strikes with his fist, it may seem formidable, yet it is fraught with vulnerabilities. I stood my ground, bending low to evade, and swiftly delivered a punch to his abdomen. Struck in the belly, he instinctively hunched over, clutching his midsection, and I seized the moment to unleash an uppercut that connected with his jaw. The formidable he who reigned supreme at school and instilled fear in all, appeared before me as nothing more than a child. In mere moments, he who was curled up on the ground, cradling his stomach, utterly humiliated. This spectacle left Zhao Qing and the other students in a state of astonishment, utterly unprepared for my prowess. Zhao Qing, gripped by terror, feared I would turn my attention to him and hastily gestured to his two bodyguards. Upon receiving the command, the bodyguards advanced towards me, intent on subduing me. Summer Qingxian joined me in the fray. I had already witnessed her ferocity. With remarkable precision, she brandished her firearm and incapacitated one of the bodyguards with a single shot. The opponents were seasoned protectors, yet I exerted considerable effort to bring one down. Zhao Yiqing and his companions were increasingly alarmed. Without the shield of their bodyguards, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Someone shouted about calling the police, as if I were the instigator of the conflict. At that moment, I felt as though two hearts were beating within me, one pulsating with increasing intensity. A finger pointed in my direction, accompanied by shouts branding me a monster. I was horrified to discover that my chest was emitting a radiant glow. Within my chest, it seems there resides a verdant light bulb. The emerald glow gradually expands, becoming increasingly resplendent. Qingyu, you monstrous being. Haha, this must be what they call retribution. Zhao Yiqing and the others erupted in malicious laughter. Xia Qingxian gazed at me in terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. I too felt a pang of terror. Yet I was reminded of the gift spoken of by the demon. I offered a gentle smile to Xia Qingxian, signaling her to exit first. Though perplexed, she chose to place her trust in me and swiftly departed the private room. As soon as she closed the door behind her, the emerald glow within my chest erupted, radiating outward in a magnificent display. I felt as though I had transformed into a luminous fluorescent light, enveloping the dimly lit compartment in a verdant glow. Zhao Yiqing found me quite amusing at that moment, but soon, a wave of terror washed over them as they began to realize their slow descent into old age. Their once fair skin lost its elasticity, becoming saggy, adorned with spots and wrinkles. Silky strands of hair lost their luster, gradually turning gray. Their once sharp and clear pupils became murky, and their backs hunched. From their bodies emanated tiny, radiant orbs, reminiscent of shimmering stars, merging into my being. In that instant, I comprehended the true nature of the gift bestowed upon me by the demon. It was the vitality of youth residing within them. As their youthful vigor coursed through my body, I felt my own strength ascend to unparalleled heights, an overwhelming power surging within me. They wronged me, they assaulted me. They couldn't even muster a simple thank you, and now they faced their just retribution. I suddenly realized that even demons possess a semblance of justice. As I opened the door to the private room and stepped out, Xia Qingxian glanced back into the chamber. She was taken aback by the scene within, rendered speechless by the unsettling transformation. The once vibrant group of spirited youths had now morphed into a gathering of stooped, elderly men and women. Chapter 41. This is not our city. I took out my phone to show her, saying, "The demon promised me a gift. Avenging me must be his offering." Xia Qingxian nodded, visibly shaken, as she linked her arm with mine, and we descended the stairs together. Upon exiting the KTV, we stood on the street, when a loud bang resonated in the distance. We turned our heads and beheld a figure lying on the ground, stripped of youth and transformed into an old man. Some, unable to bear the weight of such despair, chose to leap from heights to end their suffering. Witnessing such a scene, Xian furrowed her brow. She harbored a disdain for such occurrences. Even though my heart lay numb, and I felt no affinity for those individuals, I too found no solace in the unfolding of such tragedies. Xian clasped my arm, and together we strolled along the street. I have received the gift. The demon should have sent me to Qin Anling by now. Yet, my phone remained silent, leaving me perplexed about the demon's intentions. As I stroll through the bustling streets, Xian shows no inclination to release her grip on my arm. Being linked to such a beautiful girl causes a faint blush to creep across my cheeks. However, her current demeanor suggests she is somewhat shaken. Qinyu, it seems the demon is quite considerate of you, she suddenly remarks. I cast a bemused glance in her direction. When he falsely accused me yesterday, was that his idea of care? Why, then, did he not falsely accuse someone else? Xian gazes at me in confusion. Upon careful reflection on this matter, a particular incident came to mind. After you departed the building, he called me to reveal something significant. He had been observing us from a certain vantage point. Xian perked up, attentively absorbing my words. Yesterday, when he falsely accused me of manipulation, I felt as though I were orchestrating a strategic game while directing everyone to combat the monsters. Perhaps, in the shadows, he too was playing a game, treating us as mere pieces on a chessboard. You mentioned that he takes great care of me. Perhaps he merely finds me amusing. As I uttered such a sigh, Xian could not help but draw closer to me. She glanced around, her eyes brimming with perplexity. He referred to himself as a demon. And we have encountered a myriad of bizarre occurrences. Could it be that in this world, divine beings and demons truly exist? After all, there are countless mysteries yet to be unraveled. Although humanity's technology advances towards its zenith each day, we have yet to fully comprehend even the earth we inhabit, let alone the boundless enigma of the vast universe. Should the day come when deities and demons manifest or extraterrestrials descend from the heavens, I would find it far from astonishing. Humanity's understanding of this world is profoundly limited. Nevertheless, regardless of how wondrous or strange this world may be, if my family, my beloved, or my friends were to find themselves ensnared in peril, I would exhaust every ounce of my strength to ensure their safety. In the recesses of my mind, I pondered various matters. Xian remained linked to my arm, gently reminding me, Qinyu, the fog has rolled in. Emerging from my reverie, I glanced around. On the bustling street, tendrils of white mist seemed to materialize from nowhere. Gradually, the fog thickened, obscuring the entirety of the thoroughfare. The figures of passers-by became indistinct, and the clamor of the crowd receded like a receding tide, fading into the distance. Before long, the white mist dissipated, leaving us standing in the very street we had been moments before. Yet, the throng of pedestrians had vanished, and the once vibrant street now lay in ruin. Only a few dim streetlights flickered to life along the length of the avenue. The towering buildings lining the street were shrouded in darkness. It felt as though the entire population of the world had evaporated, leaving only Xian and myself behind. In the stillness, the growls of unseen beasts echoed through the air, prompting us to exchange wary glances. Xian gripped her firearm tightly, while I retrieved my phone to check for service. There was none. It appeared we had entered a peculiar realm. This was our city, yet how had that demon managed to clear the streets of its inhabitants? The current state of affairs resembled a calamity befalling Hualing City, where humanity had vanished, leaving behind a desolate urban landscape. The concrete ground bore numerous pits of varying sizes, along with spiderweb-like fissures. I could only wonder what calamity had transpired to inflict such devastation. I stumbled upon an iron rod upon the desolate ground. With the rod positioned horizontally before me, it became my weapon. I apologize for involving you in this predicament. I offered a sheepish smile to Xian. It was my own volition to enter. My home is empty, and I was lamenting the tedium of solitude. Xian expressed such sentiments. Not only is this individual strikingly beautiful, but she is also extraordinarily righteous, for which I am immensely grateful. Xian nodded, warily following my lead as we proceeded forward. The entirety of Hualing City lay in profound silence, occasionally pierced by the distant roars of wild beasts, which only accentuated the city's desolation. The buildings stood shrouded in darkness, devoid of the dazzling city lights, while a resplendent starry sky hung above. The multitude of stars, typically evoking a sense of romance, transformed under the celestial glow, casting the towering structures into an endless concrete jungle, instilling a sense of foreboding. Before long, we arrived at the community where I reside. The area was in disarray. with flower beds ravaged and trees toppled, as if it had endured a harrowing battle. A foreboding sensation lingers within me. The elevator remains operational, and we ascend directly within its confines. Upon its cessation, we cautiously exit, making our way towards my abode. A gentle clap of my hands illuminates the corridor, where the sound-activated lights spring to life. The surroundings are in utter disarray, the walls marred with a myriad of claw marks left by various beasts, particularly a pool of vivid crimson blood, a sight both shocking and disturbing. The door to my living room stood ajar, revealing an abyss of darkness within. The mere fact that the door was open indicated that Qin Anling could not possibly be inside. Nevertheless, I stepped into the house and switched on the lights. The interior was in disarray. Although the sofa and furnishings bore a striking resemblance to those in my own home, there were no blankets, and the refrigerator was devoid of sustenance. This was not my home. How could that demon have orchestrated such a situation? Qin Xian had previously scrutinized my house, and now, upon encountering this identical abode, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Since he referred to himself as a demon, it was evident that he possessed extraordinary powers. After all, he had transformed the entire Hualing city into a ghost town, so creating an identical house was hardly remarkable. I have not concerned myself with such matters. My sole desire now is to locate my sister, Qin Anling. I pushed open the doors of various rooms, searching for any sign of her. Yet she was nowhere to be found. However, I am certain that Qin Anling had been here, for all the other doors were firmly shut, while the door to my home stood ajar, bearing the marks of a struggle. After a thorough search of the surrounding houses and confirming that Qin Anling was absent, I left in disappointment. Where to now? As I descended the stairs, Qin Xian inquired of me. Since we had entered this flower-filled city as students, surely everyone would convene at the school. Qin Xian nodded, unconditionally following me toward the school. Just as we stepped outside the community, an unsettling feeling washed over me. Caution. I seized Qin Chuan's hand and quickly retreated. A half-human-sized, muscular black dog, resembling a calf, suddenly leapt out from the dark alley, blocking our path. The mere height of an ordinary dog was enough to instill fear. How much more terrifying was this genuine giant, its muscles more robust than those of an average person. Qin Xian was startled by the imposing creature and hastily raised her firearm, pulling the trigger at the dog. The thunderous sound of the shot echoed loudly in the silent street. In her haste, Qin Xian misfired, the bullet narrowly grazing its scalp without penetrating its skull. The bullet sliced through its skin, causing crimson blood to seep forth. Provoked by the pain and the scent of blood, the black dog emitted a deep, menacing growl from its throat. It bellowed ferociously, baring its gleaming, menacing fangs, and charged toward us with alarming speed. Given the dog's formidable strength, Qin Xian and I knew we could not outrun it. Since escape was not an option, we resolved to confront it head-on. I swung the iron rod in my hand as if I were playing baseball, aiming to smash the large black dog's head with a single blow. However, its reaction was astonishingly swift as it ducked to evade the fatal strike. After dodging, it lunged towards me with great speed. Having absorbed the vitality of over 30 individuals, I felt my physique had reached its zenith. Consequently, my reflexes were equally unparalleled. I grasped one end of the iron rod, positioning it across my chest, perfectly aligned within the gaping maw of the formidable black dog. Astonishingly, the beast clamped down on the rod, attempting to sever it with its powerful jaws. The foul stench emanating from its breath nearly rendered me unconscious. Realizing it had latched onto the rod, I twisted it, successfully toppling the black dog to the ground. Understanding that it could no longer maintain its grip, it released the rod in an attempt to rise, but my foot was firmly planted upon its body. I struck its head with the iron rod, eliciting a mournful howl from the creature, seizing the moment while it struggled in confusion on the ground. Qin Xian swiftly approached and delivered a decisive shot to its head. With a thunderous gunshot, the black dog succumbed, disintegrating into a pile of dark ashes. As a gust of wind swept through, among the ashes, a card emerged. Chapter 42. Where to go? To my home. I bent down, driven by curiosity, to retrieve a card from the ashes. The card, akin to the size of a bank card, bore intricate patterns along with 3 simple, yet enigmatic words. Exchange card. An exchange card? I handed the card to Qin Xian, scratching my head in bewilderment, pondering what it could be exchanged for. Perhaps it could be traded for survival supplies. Qin Xian examined the card in her hand, her mind astute. She speculated that earlier, when we were at your house, you had opened the refrigerator, only to find it completely empty. If we are to endure here, we must surely require sustenance. I nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning of Xia Qingxian quite compelling. To validate her conjecture, I cautiously led her forward. Ahead lay a large supermarket. I wondered whether it was barren or brimming with goods. As we approached from a distance, we observed that the area surrounding the supermarket was shrouded in darkness. Yet, upon nearing, dim lights flickered to life within, casting a gentle glow that revealed an array of food items: cakes, bread, roasted chickens, sausages, steaks, whether Western pastries or traditional Chinese delicacies. The supermarket seemed to offer everything. However, the entrance was securely locked, allowing us only to gaze through the windows at the enticing sights within. I swung the iron rod in my hand and struck it forcefully against the glass of the display window. To my astonishment, not a single scratch marred the surface of the glass. I gazed at Xia Qingxian in astonishment as she smiled and raised the exchange card in her hand, searching for a suitable slot to insert it. After a brief search, she indeed discovered a vending machine. Upon inserting the exchange card, the screen of the machine illuminated with the items available for redemption. The exchange card in our possession permits us to redeem only a few loaves of bread, but it does not allow for the acquisition of cakes or roasted chickens. It seems that there exists a hierarchy among these cards, with no option to return the card. Xia Qingxian felt a twinge of frustration. She clicked on the bread option, and a compartment opened beside it, revealing 3 loaves. "Are you hungry?" she inquired, extending a loaf towards me. "Not just yet. Let's hold on to it for now," I replied with a smile. In a playful gesture, Xia Qingxian swiftly stuffed the bread into my pocket before we both departed from the vending machine. However, just a few steps away, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over me. I had initially thought that monsters would emerge from the shadows, but to my astonishment, a vast net descended from above. It was a fishing net, and in an instant, both Xia Qingxian and I found ourselves ensnared within its grasp. We reached out in an attempt to disentangle ourselves from the fishing net, when suddenly, someone leaped from above. He was tethered to a rope that connected to the net. With a vigorous tug, the net swiftly closed around us, akin to a cinched pouch, rendering both me and Xia Qingxian as if trapped in a jar. Ensnared by the net, we fell to the ground, with Xia Qingxian sprawled atop me. At that moment, the atmosphere between us was fraught with ambiguity. Teetering on the brink of peril, Xia Qingxian struggled, attempting to retrieve the gun secured at her waist. The individual pulling on the rope approached. He was a young man, one hand gripping the rope and the other brandishing a dagger. "Do not struggle," he warned. "The more you resist, the more tangled the net becomes, and it will be quite troublesome when you emerge." His audacity in stating such a phrase, "when you emerge," was utterly astounding. I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding the intentions of that young man. "Quickly, open the net, or I shall shoot you," Xia Qingxian exclaimed in exasperation. Though she had yet to acquire a firearm, "All I desire is the bread you hold. Hand it over, and I shall release you," the young man declared. No sooner had he spoken than a tearing sound echoed, for I, at the pinnacle of my physical prowess, effortlessly ripped apart the fishing net. Upon witnessing that the net could not restrain us, the young man immediately fell into a state of panic and hastily turned to flee. "Hey!" I shouted, only to see him accelerate even more. I rummaged through my pocket and hurled a piece of bread at him. The bread struck him squarely, causing him to pause momentarily, hesitating for a fleeting second before swiftly bending down to retrieve it. Just as he picked up the bread, both Xia Qingxian and I appeared before him. He was startled, his instinct urging him to flee, but an enraged Xia Qingxian held a gun to his head. The young man trembled violently, overwhelmed by fear. I pushed aside the gun held by Xia Qingxian, gazing intently at the young man before me. "Are you a student in the first year at Jingtian High School?" I inquired. The boy nodded in a state of panic. "Do you know Qin Anling?" I fervently wished for him to affirm. "No, I do not know her," he answered, trembling with anxiety. A wave of disappointment surged within me. Why must one resort to stealing another's sustenance? Could you not seek out a redemption card for yourself? Xia Qingxian exclaimed in frustration towards the boy. "Are you truly alone in this endeavor? Have you not allied with your fellow classmates in this struggle?" Xia Qingxian continued to inquire. "The surrounding monsters have been nearly vanquished. They have all departed, yet my girlfriend, she cannot leave." As he spoke of this matter, the boy broke into tears, fervently wiping his eyes with his hands. As I exchanged glances with Xia Qingxian, a sense of astonishment filled my heart. Xia Qingxian sheathed the gun in hand, and I offered him the last 2 pieces of bread from my pocket. The young man gazed at me in surprise, bewildered by my gesture of sharing the bread with him. I offered him a gentle smile as we ventured into this unfamiliar place filled with uncertainties. "Might you share the knowledge you possess with us?" The young man hesitated for a moment before eagerly nodding. He began recounting his tale. Upon returning from a seaside excursion, as our bus approached the city of Hualing, a thick fog enveloped the road. Once the mist dissipated, Hualing appeared transformed into a desolate ghost town, devoid of pedestrians yet haunted by lurking monsters. Initially, when the monsters attacked, many lives were lost. However, the survivors united to resist these creatures. Though the emergence of exchange cards upon the monsters' demise incited conflict among individuals vying for them, presently, people band together in small groups, hunting monsters to obtain exchange cards while simultaneously guarding against others who might seek to seize their rewards. As the local monsters have been largely hunted down, many have relocated to other areas. Have you received any peculiar text messages? Xian inquired with curiosity. Yes, I have. The young man hastily nodded, producing his phone from his pocket to show us a message. The text was succinct, eliminated to escape. What is it? I furrowed my brow, seeking clarification. I don't know, no one knows. The young man replied awkwardly, shaking his head. We continued to inquire further, and the young man revealed a crucial piece of information. One must never be bitten by the monster, for the consequences are dire. A bite induces madness, followed by a state of delirium and unconsciousness. As he spoke, he wiped his eyes, revealing that his girlfriend was unable to leave this place, having been bitten by the creature. His sorrow was palpable, and both Xian and I chose not to press further. Unsure of how to console him, I merely patted his shoulder, and together with Xian, we turned to depart. The young man and his girlfriend remained, perhaps facing grave peril. Yet, we were not saviors, bearing no obligation or responsibility to protect him, especially since we had urgent matters to attend to. Despite the young man's assertion that others had vacated the area, Xian and I ventured to the school. Along the way, we encountered several monsters, but our teamwork was seamless, allowing us to progress with remarkable ease. Slaying these creatures yielded exchange cards, and soon enough, we found ourselves with a substantial stack. Upon reaching the school gates, we peered inside. Under the starlight, the entire school lay in ruins, a ghastly sight. The ground was riddled with terrifying pits, and several buildings were cleaved in two, their walls marred by horrifyingly large claw marks. From these immense markings, it seemed that colossal beasts might lurk within the desolated city of Hualing. Regardless of the monsters that appeared, there would always be a means of defense. The young man had informed us that the exchange cards could be redeemed not only for food but also for weapons or temporary superpowers. Finding the school devoid of life, we departed in disappointment. I couldn't help but wonder if Qin Anling was still alive, pondering her whereabouts at this very moment. I am filled with anxiety, my heart racing with urgency, akin to a headless fly flitting about aimlessly. Along our journey, we have encountered numerous battles, leaving us utterly exhausted, and the hour grows late. Xian reaches out to grasp my hand, suggesting that at this hour, everyone is likely hidden away in slumber. When dawn breaks, they will emerge, and we too shall rest, resuming our search on the morrow. I nodded in agreement with Xia Qingxuan's words. She took my hand and led me forward. The fellow appeared somewhat bashful, lowering his head as we headed to my residence. Chapter 43, Brother Qinyu, exercised caution when Xia Qingxian suggested going to her home. I hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. Realizing my amusement, she turned to glare at me, then released my arm, no longer guiding me forward. Her abode was a magnificent and opulent villa, its doors ajar, suggesting that someone had intruded. Upon entering, we were greeted by a chaotic scene within. Although this was not her own home, merely a replica of the demoness, Xia Qingxian was still visibly agitated. Follow me, she exclaimed, gesturing for me to come along, leading me into a study. Although labeled as a study, the room was devoid of books, save for the shelves lining the walls. She discovered a switch beneath the desk and pressed it, causing the bookshelf to slowly part, revealing a hidden passageway leading underground. As the door creaked open, the lights within began to glow softly. She guided me downwards, assuring me that this place was utterly secure, impervious to the ordinary assaults of underground projectiles. I was utterly astonished and could not help but inquire, "Pray tell, what rank do your parents hold?" Some inquiries are best left unasked. This individual turned around, casting a glare my way. Oh, I scratched my head in frustration, yet I noticed a slight smile tugging at the corners of her lips. The basement appeared rather unremarkable, resembling the dwelling of an ordinary family. However, 3 rooms were securely locked, impenetrable to our attempts. Xia Qingxian was evidently vexed. It seemed the demon had sealed off all locations where weapons could be obtained in order to facilitate the use of exchange cards. It was not surprising that her family, being military personnel, would conceal weapons in their basement. She removed her black leather jacket and tossed it onto the sofa, clad only in a fitted black tank top that revealed her flat abdomen, and mumbled something about taking a shower as she departed. Not long after she entered the bathroom, she suddenly shouted, "Chinyu, could you please go upstairs to my room and check if there are any clothes in the wardrobe? If so, kindly bring down a few sets. I worked up quite a sweat hunting monsters and my clothes are utterly foul." She certainly knew how to delegate tasks. After ascertaining the location of her room, I reluctantly ascended the stairs. Upon successfully locating the room and opening the wardrobe, I was rendered speechless. The wardrobe was filled to the brim with clothing. However, aside from the bright-colored school uniform, every piece belonging to Xia Qingxian was, without exception, a shade of black. Black leather jackets, black trousers, black t-shirts, black tank tops, black undergarments. Her aesthetic sensibilities left me utterly speechless, unsure of what she might wish to wear. I gathered all the garments and placed them at the bathroom door. I gently knocked on the door, signaling that the clothes were outside, and then took a seat on the sofa. Before long, a freshly bathed Xia Qingxian approached, her arms laden with a pile of clothing. She appeared slightly flushed and shot me an annoyed glance. "You don't have any clothes to change into, do you? Here, take this, and this one too." She tossed me several oversized t-shirts and long pants. Xia Qingxian, her face still tinged with color, snatched them back hastily. All the garments were black. Perhaps she had become momentarily disoriented, leading her to throw those items at me. Once I finished my shower, I emerged into the living room clad entirely in black as well. Both of us were clad in garments of ebony hue, resembling each other somewhat, akin to a couple's attire. However, we did not dwell on this resemblance. Each of us claimed a separate sofa and reclined, drifting into slumber. Perhaps it was due to my proximity that Xia Qingxian found herself restless, tossing and turning in her attempts to find sleep. I find myself deeply preoccupied with Qin Anling, which renders me restless. "Qinyu, your parents have ventured to a clandestine location for investigation. Do you think they have uncovered something?" She suddenly posed this question. I shook my head in uncertainty, indifferent to the matter at hand. Even if the demon were indeed the mythical creatures from ancient lore, I would remain unconcerned. My sole desire at this moment is to locate that girl, Anling. "You are truly kind to your sister," remarked Xia Qingxian. I smiled softly. My sister had vanished, and as the elder brother, it was only natural for me to search for her. Xia Qingxian remained silent, and I turned to glance at her as she lounged on the sofa across from me. She appeared to harbor some resentment, for she had no siblings. I was quite curious about what a demon truly was. She deftly shifted the topic. I too was eager to know, but at this moment, finding my sister took precedence. "You really can't go 3 sentences without mentioning your sister. You truly are a doting brother," Xia Qingxian remarked with a hint of sarcasm, to which I could only respond with a resigned defense. After engaging in a myriad of conversations from distant lands, we gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, I noticed several pieces of bread laid out on the coffee table. It seemed that Xia Qingxian had ventured out early. That girl was indeed fearless, daring to roam alone in perilous places. As I made my way to the ground floor, she appeared from a distance. "Have you had breakfast?" she called out. "Yes." I nodded, and she waved at me. I discovered a perfectly suited golf club as a weapon in Xia Qingxuan's home. Now, with the club in hand, I stride purposefully towards her. Upon seeing my approach, she offers a smile. Having surveyed the surroundings, I found that there were indeed no creatures lurking nearby. The ensuing question is left for your contemplation. To where have they truly ventured? I cast her a reproachful glance, expressing my discontent with her reckless behavior. Choosing a direction, we proceeded while engaging in analysis. Hualing City is divided into 5 distinct regions: the Eastern District, the Western Suburb, the Southern Lake District, the Northern Mountain Area, and the Central City. The Eastern District serves as a residential area, which is where we currently find ourselves. The Western Suburb is regarded as a recreational zone, home to ecological parks and similar attractions. The Southern Lake District is a picturesque enclave for the affluent. The Northern Mountain Area is designated for industrial purposes, and the Central City functions as the commercial hub. I cast a bemused glance at her, realizing that all the food was under the dominion of the demon. Surely, wild fruits would be an impossibility. Xia Qingxian shot me a glance, and even if it seemed unlikely, they would still gravitate toward that direction, harboring a mindset of exploration to see what might be found. I smiled helplessly. The issue is, they have been in this place for nearly a month. Haven't they? Surely, they must have visited the western suburbs by now. So, where do you think they could be? Xia Qingxian inquired with evident irritation. Well, I pondered for a moment, returning a resigned smile. If they cannot leave Hualing City, they could be anywhere. Xia Qingxian rolled her eyes and walked ahead in silence. I believe my conjecture is accurate. A month has elapsed, and Qin Anling and her companions may be in the western suburbs or perhaps on the northern mountain. To locate her will require considerable effort and a stroke of fortune. After taking a few steps forward, Xia Qingxian noticed that some of the cars parked on the street still had their keys inserted. With a surge of excitement, she opened the car door and started the vehicle. I slipped into the car, allowing her to drive me forward. Yet, after traversing a few hundred meters, an unsettling sense of foreboding welled within me. I gestured for Xia Qingxian to halt, pushed the door open, and seized her hand, fleeing in haste. From the shadows, they emerged, advancing toward the parked vehicles on the street. The engine still roared, and the creatures, drawn by the sound, lunged at the car. In an instant, the entire vehicle contorted as if it were a mere plaything, and anyone trapped inside would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared. Xia Qingxian cast a startled glance my way. Had I not been vigilant moments before, we would have surely found ourselves cornered by the monsters within the confines of the car. How is it that you possess such acute perception? She inquired, her curiosity evident. Perhaps it is innate, I replied nonchalantly, scratching my head. That radiant light seemed to channel the youthful vigor of Zhao Yicheng and his companions into me. It is a gift bestowed upon me by the demon. Xia Qingxian tilted her head, her mind swirling with questions, her curiosity piqued by the enigma surrounding everything. Last night, she had clamored to uncover the true visage of the demon. How splendid it would be to encounter a human. I diverted the conversation, gazing at the once familiar Hualing City, now transformed into a desolate wasteland, a sight that weighed heavily upon my heart. Wasn't there an encounter before? It hardly seemed advantageous. Xia Qingxian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I paid no heed to her complaints, my heart racing as I searched anxiously for the figure of Qin Anling. To our astonishment, after a short while, we truly encountered someone. A man clad in a tattered white shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood in the dilapidated street. His expression fraught with urgency as he sought something. Upon seeing him, a wave of joy washed over me. This man was Li Jianyu, the homeroom teacher of Qin Anling's class. Teacher Li, I exclaimed with excitement, rushing towards him. Hey! Xia Qingxian attempted to restrain me, but I darted ahead with swift determination. I was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement upon encountering my homeroom teacher, Li Jianyu, which led me to surmise that Qin Anling must be in the vicinity. Upon noticing my gaze directed towards him, Li Jianyu displayed an enigmatic smile. Suddenly, a voice echoed from an unknown source, urgently calling out to me, Qinyu, be careful. The voice, though familiar, momentarily eluded my recollection. Chapter 44. A host of creatures approaches. The warning to exercise caution sounded eerily familiar, yet I could not immediately place its origin. I rushed excitedly towards Li Jianyu, eager to inquire about the whereabouts of Qin Anling. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in a tattered white shirt, Li Jianyu greeted me with a peculiar smile. The moment he uttered the word death, an unsettling transformation overtook him. A profound sense of impending doom suddenly enveloped my heart. Realizing that something was amiss, I found it nearly impossible to turn and retreat. Li Jianyu's physique began to morph, and before I could discern the nature of his change, a blinding flash preceded the impact of his fist against me. It felt as though I had been struck by a battering ram, as I was propelled backward several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. I fell to the ground, pain crashing over me like a relentless tide, rendering me breathless, as if every bone in my body had shattered. Xia Qingxian was terrified, rushing over to crouch beside me, her face as pale as death, her demeanor frantic. You fool! Why did you rush over without assessing the situation? Now you realize your folly, don't you? You idiot! She berated me, helping me to my feet. As I sat up and coughed, I finally focused my gaze, and there stood Li Jianyu, transformed as if he were a mutant. Once an ordinary man, he now towered with an imposing stature, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling a colossal steel giant. Not dead? Upon seeing me rise, Li Jianyu regarded his own fists with skepticism, murmuring softly, could it be that my powers are waning? He removed his gold-rimmed glasses, his countenance shifting to one of malevolence, starkly contrasting with his usual amiable demeanor. After receiving a punch to the chest, I felt several ribs fracture, a sharp pain mingled with a tingling sensation, as if the broken ribs were gradually mending themselves. I am reminded of a certain event, wherein the youthful vitality of over 30 individuals, including Zhao Yicheng, converged within me. Should I sustain an injury, The speed of my recovery would be more than 30 times that of an ordinary person. Understanding this profound truth brings forth a mischievous smile. As I find fortune amidst adversity, I struggled to rise to my feet, and Li Jinyu regarded me with incredulity etched across his features. It seemed that my abilities were indeed waning. I had to swiftly eliminate them. Li Jinyu muttered to himself as he advanced toward me and Xia Qingxian with purposeful strides. Li Jinyu, as a teacher, how can you resort to violence against your students? Xia Qingxian shouted in exasperation. Then I shall not hold back, Xia Qingxian declared, drawing a gun from her waist and swiftly pulling the trigger. The deafening sound of the gunshot echoed as the bullet struck Li Jinyu's forehead. However, the bullet failed to penetrate his skull. Instead, it ricocheted off as if it had struck an iron plate, sending sparks flying. Li Jinyu wore a triumphant smile. I am no mere mortal. I am a god. Aim for his eyes, I commanded Xia Qingxian. Understood, she replied, gripping the gun with both hands for greater accuracy. Li Jinyu immediately shut his eyes and slowed his pace, revealing that his eyesight was indeed his vulnerability. Seeing him close his eyes, I seized the opportunity to pull Xia Qingxian away to a different location, for my wounds had yet to heal, and I intended to buy some time. However, after a few seconds of darkness, sensing the absence of gunfire, Li Jinyu swiftly opened his eyes. Upon observing us retreating, he instantly realized he had been deceived. With a thunderous roar, he charged after us, resembling a human Tyrannosaurus, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. It seemed there was no escape. I glanced at Xia Qingxian. The unspoken understanding between us is profound. A mere glance suffices. I tightly grasped the golf club in my hand, advancing towards Li Jinyu. Xia Qingxian stood still, cradling her pistol, aiming directly at Li Jinyu's eyes. Upon witnessing our choice to fight, that familiar voice suddenly cried out in urgent desperation, Jinyu, run. You are no match for him. He has exchanged for the Iron Man's abilities using a redemption card. He is now impervious to blades and bullets. Hearing this, Li Jinyu glanced towards a nearby building, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Chinchichi, where are you? I have been searching for you for quite some time. Just stay put and wait for your teacher. I will come for you soon, and then I shall cherish you dearly. Upon hearing that name, a realization struck me. That voice was all too familiar. Chinchichi is a close friend of my sister, Qin Amling. If Chinchichi is here, then where is Qin Amling? The words of affection uttered by Li Jinyu ignited a tempest of fury within me. Where is this place, hell itself? How could he utter such words? Claiming there are no teachers and students? As a so-called teacher, what on earth have you done to your students? I bellowed, raising the golf club in my hand, and struck it fiercely against Li Jinyu's head. However, the golf club bent at a right angle, sending a jolt of pain through my hands. While Li Jinyu merely tilted his head, aside from a mark left on his face, he appeared utterly unscathed. Jinyu, this is not hell, it's paradise, he sneered, seizing my throat with a vice-like grip. His hands gleamed with a metallic sheen, as hard as iron pincers, and in the next heartbeat, my neck could very well be crushed. Bang! Xia Qingxian fired her weapon, the bullet striking Li Jinyu's ear. Ack! He let out a cry of agony, instinctively loosening his grip on me as he clutched his ear, now a bloody ruin. Seizing the opportunity, now so close to Li Jinyu, I struck decisively, pouring all my strength into a punch aimed at his abdomen, even though I felt as if I possessed immense power, capable of obliterating him with a single blow. The gap between aspiration and reality proved starkly disappointing. I felt as though I were striking against iron. The pain in my fist was excruciating. Li Jinyu, however, remained unfazed, merely retreating a few steps under the force of my blow. Surprised by being pushed back, he cast a fierce glance in my direction, realization dawning upon him. So, you two have exchanged abilities. No wonder my punch failed to incapacitate you. Having adapted to the injury inflicted upon his ear, he clenched his fists once more and charged at me. Xia Qingxian, do you recall what transpired earlier? I called out, evading Li Jinyu's onslaught. Of course, she replied, swiftly distancing herself. Li Jinyu paid her no heed, his frustration manifesting as he swung his fists at me. Although his skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, rendering him akin to a man of iron, he lacked any martial skills. His fighting stance bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. Although I cannot confront him directly, I can effortlessly evade his assaults. Nearby, a frantic voice emerges from the building. Chinchichi exclaims, Brother Jinyu, run. He is a titan, and you are no match for him. None of you will escape. Li Jinyu bellows, furiously swinging his massive metallic fists. His blows strike the ground and the walls, leaving deep craters in their wake. Li Jinyu, how have you become this way? You once cared deeply for your students, I inquire while dodging his attacks. Indeed, I cherish my students, yet they do not reciprocate that affection. Why must the teacher always be the first to rush into danger? Time and again, I risked my life to protect them, enduring countless perils, but what did I receive in return? They mocked me, saying I was inept, that I lacked courage. Faced with such students, even the most patient of teachers would lose their sanity. And so, I have indeed lost my mind. Do you know Zhang Tian from our class? I have long desired her, yet she has always scorned me with disdain. Now, guess what? She willingly knelt before me, and I seized the opportunity, haha. Li Jinyu's maniacal laughter echoes around us. Filled with rage upon hearing this, I retaliate with another powerful punch, sending Li Jinyu crashing to the ground. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberates from afar. Earlier, I had instructed her to drive over and collide with Li Jinyu. Now, as he struggles to rise and evade, Xia Qingxian floors the accelerator, and the pickup truck speeds towards him, striking him squarely. However, Li Jinyu is no ordinary foe. This impact is not fatal for him. He spreads his arms wide, his feet firmly planted on the ground, seemingly attempting to overturn the truck. With determination, Xia Qingxian swiftly maneuvers the steering wheel, directing the vehicle to crash against the wall. The sound of the collision is deafening, the truck's front end is mangled, and Li Jinyu appears as though he has been cleaved in two, sprawled across the truck's hood, blood gushing from his mouth. I am uncertain if Xia Qingxian has sustained any injuries, and I dash towards the wrecked vehicle. Qingyu, the door won't open. I'm trapped in the driver's seat. Xia Qingxian shouts desperately. Brother Qingyu. Chun Chi-Chi's terrified voice reaches me. Many monsters are approaching. Chapter 45, A Tragic Romance. The sound of the car attracts the monsters, a fact we have long been aware of. Yet without the vehicle's collision with Li Jinyu, we cannot hope to defeat him. Xia Qingxian and I have battled numerous monsters, and we are confident in our ability to evade their relentless pursuit. However, there exists no infallible plan in this world. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events has occurred. Xia Qingxian has become trapped in the vehicle. I hurriedly ran over, witnessing the pickup truck collide violently with the building's exterior wall. Its windshield shattered and both the front and doors grotesquely warped. Li Jinyu lay sprawled across the truck's hood, seemingly lifeless. In the distance, a dark, ominous group of creatures approached, moving in scattered pairs. From above, Chun Chi-Chi had already succumbed to terror, weeping as she cried out, Qin Yugo, the monsters are coming. We must flee at once. I paid no heed to that fellow. How could I possibly abandon Xia Qingxian and flee? What is the matter with you? I stood outside the vehicle, observing Xia Qingxian within. My foot ached slightly, as it had become trapped. Xia Qingxian's complexion was notably pale, and she struggled to unfasten her seatbelt. We have spent a month together. Despite enduring pain, she seldom cries out. Now that she claims to feel a bit of discomfort, it appears the situation is quite dire. I grasped the doorknob firmly, attempting to pry open the warped door. However, I underestimated the resilience of the doorknob. With a sudden exertion of strength, my hand unexpectedly slipped from the car door. The glass embedded in the door lay shattered as I clutched the frame with both hands. My feet braced against the vehicle, straining with all my might. In this moment, I felt an extraordinary surge of strength. The contorted metal of the car door creaked ominously as I wrenched it, slowly yielding to my efforts. Given a little more time, I was certain I could pry it open. However, the creatures drawn by the sound of the car were steadily encroaching, their approach imminent, poised to lunge at us with bared fangs. Qingyu, please, run. It's maddeningly loud. Can't you find a rope, tie it to the balcony, and lower it down to help us? I shouted at Chun Chi-Chi, realizing that I would not be able to sprint alongside Xia Qingxian later. So I sought to escape from above. The sound of Chun Chi-Chi swiftly running upstairs in search of a rope echoed in the air. I desperately tugged at the car door, my hands becoming a gruesome mess from the shards of glass, blood flowing incessantly. Witnessing the state of my hands and the monstrous figures advancing towards us, Xia Qingxian turned to me, her gaze suddenly softening. Qingyu, I fear I may not escape. You must leave quickly, she urged, placing her hand over mine, attempting to push it away. Don't say such foolish things. I brought you here, and I will also take you out. I continued to strain against the contorted door. The situation was dire. If we were to perish here, what would become of your sister? You must leave and find her. Xia Qingxian smiled at me, and I found myself staring at her radiant cheeks. Her beauty at that moment almost ethereal. How could she remain so calm and utter such words in such a time? Was she not afraid of death? Stop saying such things. A wave of dread washed over me. If I failed to rescue you, how could I ever face my sister? It's all right. She understands. Please, just go. Xiaqin insisted, her smile unwavering as she pushed against my hands. Her demeanor filled me with a sense of helplessness. And I suddenly felt tears welling up. Please, don't say such things. When did you become so pessimistic, wishing to die here? Her eyes reddened, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I don't want to die. I just can't bear to watch you perish for my sake. I don't want us both to die here. Who says we must die here? I glared at her, frustration boiling within me. Stop speaking such disheartening words that render me so powerless. Encourage me. I will soon open this door and save you. Yes, keep going, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she smiled at me. In that moment, she appeared far more fragile than her usual strong-willed self. Have you not eaten? You need to scold me like you usually do. That way I can perform at my best. I braced myself against the car, gripping the door tightly. Veins bulging on my forehead as my face flushed with effort. Quickly, your hands are bleeding. Xiaqin placed her hands over mine, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiaqin, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be so delicate, to give up so easily under these circumstances. I scolded her, my voice rising in anger. Indeed, I have given up, for I cannot bear the thought of you dying, you rogue. If you were to die, how heartbroken your sister would be, how devastated your girlfriend would feel. And do you think that if you die, no one would grieve? Your current state has already shattered my heart. Xiaqin sobbed quietly, urging me to leave. With a playful grin, I replied, Hey, how about a kiss before I go? Huh? She looked at me, puzzled. Just a peck on the cheek will do, hee. I beamed at her, my smile radiant. After sharing a moment of levity, I once again summoned all my strength, and this time, the deformed car door let out a resounding crack. With a resounding screech, the sound of metal tearing filled the air. Bang! I successfully wrenched open the contorted car door. I was overwhelmed with excitement, believing that Xiaqin could finally escape. However, she turned to me with a gentle smile. She reached out, wrapped her arms around my neck, and, with a blush adorning her cheeks, planted a kiss on my face. After that, she released me and urged me to leave. Realizing something was amiss, I crouched down and discovered that Xiaqin's foot was trapped beneath the distorted dashboard, a pool of blood pooling beneath the seat. In such a dire situation, the only way to free her would be to employ a cutting machine to sever the front of the pickup truck or to amputate Xiaqin's foot. There was no other escape. The gravity of the situation nearly brought me to tears. Xiaqin pushed me towards the exit, insisting, You fool, just go. How could I be unaware of my own predicament? I glanced back at the vehicle, and 5 or 6 grotesque creatures were approaching, merely a dozen meters away from us. Shin-Chi had already found a rope. She tied one end to the balcony railing and let it dangle. Hurry up. Your sister is waiting for you. If I leave now, I would rather perish together than live with the guilt that would haunt me for a lifetime. I do not wish to bear that burden of guilt and remorse. I would rather perish alongside Xiaqin. Fool, let us go. Xiaqin's complexion was ashen, not only from the loss of blood, but also due to the fright I had instilled in her. I refused to go. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words, clumsy in my attempts, only desiring to be by her side. Xiaqin raised her fist to strike me, yet her blows lacked any real strength. I grasped her hand firmly and offered her a gentle smile. At that moment, Xiaqin was enveloped in profound loneliness and helplessness. Unable to persuade me to leave, she opened her arms and embraced me. In that instant, she shed her usual strong demeanor. Her voice trembled as she wept softly into my ear, her lips lightly biting my shoulder. Though she yearned for my departure, deep within her heart, she also longed for my presence to stay by her side. As I embraced Xiaqin, an overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped me, yet I felt utterly powerless. The monstrous beings had advanced to within mere meters of our position. There were large black dogs, feline creatures reminiscent of tigers, terrifying venomous snakes, and frightful insects. From the upper floors, we could hear the muffled cries of Shin-Chi, and we all believed that our end was nigh. However, lying atop the engine hood, as if lifeless, Li Jianyu suddenly raised his head and grinned at us, proposing a most romantic notion of mutual demise. Yet, I felt compelled to interject a him. As I spoke, he erupted into a violent fit of coughing, expelling large gouts of alarming blood. After a moment, he regained his composure and smiled at us both. Now, I shall assist you. Once you have escaped this place, I ask of you a small favor in return. How does that sound? Li Jianyu's face suddenly contorted in a scream. How old are you? You are in the prime of your youth. It would be such a pity to perish. My body is shattered, yet I still wish to live. He continued, you two listen closely. After you leave here, please visit my home and convey a message to my mother. Tell her I am well and that I have merely gone on a distant journey. Ahem. He then turned to Qinyu, help me buy some time. I will assist Xia Qinxian in her escape. With those words, Li Jianyu coughed up more blood. Despite his condition, he retained the strength of a titan, raising his hands high to forcefully wrench open the hood of the pickup truck. With powerful hands, he began to dismantle the components within the engine. To my astonishment, Li Jianyu was actively aiding us. As the monsters closed in, I released Xia Qinxian, seizing a steering wheel lock from the vehicle to fend off the approaching creatures, buying Li Jianyu precious moments. The monsters were no match for me individually, but their numbers were formidable. Had it not been said that this area was devoid of monsters? Why then did the thunderous roar of vehicles herald the emergence of so many? I internally voiced my complaints, valiantly battling against the encroaching monsters while simultaneously keeping an eye on Xia Qingxuan's situation. Just as I felled the 10th creature, her voice rang out, calling for me. She had escaped. Chapter 46. Here, one's true nature is amplified upon hearing Xia Qingxuan's call. I hurled the locked steering wheel, which struck and toppled a snake as thick as a bowl. I hurried to her side, where her foot was already extending from the vehicle. Her right foot was a gruesome sight, a mangled mess that filled me with immense sorrow. Li Jianyu had dismantled the front of the pickup truck, now panting like a bellows. The metallic sheen upon him was gradually fading, and his once formidable frame was diminishing. We have to go. What will he do? Hurry. I'm about to die. Don't worry about me. Li Jianyu shouted as he waved his hand, urging us not to forget him, insisting we tell others that he had gone on a distant journey. Coughing, the monster attacked once more. Gritting my teeth, I hoisted Xia Qinxian onto my back. Hold on tightly to my neck, I instructed, grasping the rope that dangled from above as I swiftly ascended. Below us echoed the monstrous roars, and as I climbed, we glanced back to see Li Jianyu collapsed on the ground, being devoured by the creatures. This sight was too harrowing for us to bear. Earlier, Li Jianyu had wished to end my life, but perhaps sensing his imminent demise, he had experienced a moment of clarity. He had made mistakes, yet he remained fundamentally a good person. Not daring to look at Li Jianyu any longer, I gently set Xia Qinxian down. Her bloodied feet were grievously injured, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Yet she did not cry out in pain. A sorrowful smile graced her pale cheeks. I was at a loss as to how to staunch her bleeding. Fortunately, Chinchichi was beside me, reminding me, Qin Yugo, do you have any exchange cards? You can use them at the pharmacy to obtain miraculous medicine that can heal any wound instantly. I retrieved a stack of exchange cards from my pocket and inquired if they would suffice. Upon seeing the multitude of cards, Chinchichi exclaimed in astonishment, affirming that they were undoubtedly ample. Thus, I lifted Xia Qinxian into my arms and entered the building, seeking a more secure room. She offered me a sweet smile, though in truth, she was nearly at a loss for words, appearing somewhat dazed. I turned around and gently stroked Chinchichi's bob haircut, signaling her to take good care of Xia Qinxian. Having given my instructions, I swiftly exited the room and departed from the building's opposite end. As I strolled down the street, I felt a sense of relief. After all, this was Hualing City, a place I knew intimately. It was effortless to locate a pharmacy, which, much like the supermarket from the previous night, boasted a vending machine for medications. The limited number of products one could acquire with a single exchange card prompted me to insert all of mine at once. Though Xia Qinxian required only one medication, I opted to purchase several, ensuring ample preparation for any unforeseen circumstances in the future. Upon returning to the building, I sprinkled the powdered medicine onto Xia Qingxuan's foot. It was almost magical. The wounds on her foot began to clot and heal at a visibly accelerated pace. In no time, she stood up as if she had never been injured, bouncing around with renewed vigor. However, her complexion was pale from blood loss. Rejuvenated, she smiled brightly at me. Let us seek out Qin Anling. Not so fast. You should rest properly, I replied, shaking my head. Then I shall take a moment to recuperate. Aware of her own condition, Xia Qinxian did not insist, instead choosing to settle comfortably onto a nearby sofa. Having attended to Xia Qingxuan's needs, I turned my attention to Chinchichi, who bore a doll-like face framed by her bobbed hair. Chi-Chi, do you know where Anling is? With a hint of shyness. Chinchichi shook her head. A few days ago, we were together in a small team, planning to head to Central City. However, we encountered a monster along the way, and we were scattered. And then? Did she not come looking for you? I inquired, curiosity piqued. I'm not sure. We were constantly on the run to evade the monster. but it's highly likely that Anling is currently in Central City since that was our intended destination. Naturally, we would reunite there after becoming separated. Upon hearing Chinchichi's words, I nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, I had some news about that girl, Qin Anling. I stepped onto the balcony and gazed downward. The monsters had departed. In the spot where Li Jianyu had fallen, only a pool of crimson blood and some shattered bones remained. He had been consumed by the beasts. Chinchichi cautiously approached the balcony, gripping my arm, mustering her courage to look down. Upon seeing that Li Jianyu was no longer there, she felt a wave of sorrow threatening to overwhelm her. In truth, the transformation of our teacher into such a state was a consequence of our own actions. Each time danger loomed, we merely hid behind him. When he was injured, none of us offered him solace. Instead, we mocked his failures. I extended my hand, gently caressing her bobbed hair, offering silent comfort. Unexpectedly, she shifted her tone, exclaiming, "However, ever since Mr. Li has turned wicked, he has become utterly detestable. He actually. Words faltered on her lips as her cherubic face flushed crimson. Earlier, Li Jianyu had mentioned something about Zhang Tian from our class. I surmised that Chinchichi must have witnessed it. What happened to Zhang Tian? I could not restrain my curiosity. She perished. When the monster attacked, Mr. Li used her as a shield. Chinchichi lowered her head in sorrow. My heart tightened as I anxiously gazed at Chinchichi. You weren't harmed, were you? By the way, just now, Li Jianyu was looking for you, wasn't he? I wasn't harmed at all. Chinchichi replied, her cheeks flushed as she quickly clarified. However, after her explanation, a look of panic overtook her expression. By the way, Zimming helped me escape just now. I wonder if he... Chinchichi began to speculate with worry. She dared not continue, gripping my arm tightly, fearful of the unfortunate events that might unfold. I nodded, turned, and entered the room, reminding Xia Qinxian to rest well before departing with Chinchichi. Xia Qinxian, having overheard our previous conversation, solemnly nodded and cautioned us to be careful. After securely closing the door and barricading it with a table, I led Chinchichi downstairs and out into the night, treading cautiously along the street. Chinchichi clutched my arm, recounting the events of the day. After becoming separated from Qin Anling and her companions, she had joined Zimming and several classmates, following Li Jianyu. However, after Li Jianyu had taken a turn for the worse, Zimming had led her away. Their escape was short-lived, not long ago. Li Jianyu had discovered their whereabouts. In an act of bravery, Zimming had confronted Li Jianyu to facilitate Chinchichi's escape. The specifics of what transpired next remain unclear, but the turmoil in Chinchichi's heart was palpable. Upon returning to the place where they had previously hidden, there was no sign of Zimming. The ground bore traces of blood, the origin of which was unknown. It was highly likely that Zimming had met with misfortune. Overcome with fear, Chinchichi collapsed into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. He had harbored feelings for me, confessing several times to which I had remained unresponsive. I never imagined it would come to this. Oh, how I should have taken him with me to flee. I was so selfish. She wept like a child, her cries echoing in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, she began to stutter through her sobs, her shoulders shaking with profound sorrow. As we ascended the stairs, Xia Qinxian, aware of the situation, revealed a tender side, embracing Chinchichi and offering comfort for what seemed like ages. The usually boisterous Xia had shown a gentler aspect of her character, surprising me with her capacity for empathy. In the span of merely half a day, I had witnessed her vulnerability. Though she may be a strong-willed girl, she is, after all, an ordinary young woman. I smiled at her, and she discerned the meaning behind my smile, only to glare at me fiercely in return. We rested in this place for quite some time. In the afternoon, Xia Qinxian had nearly recovered, while Chinchichi appeared somewhat listless. The three of us set forth towards the heart of the city, seeking the elusive Qin Anling. Our journey, however, was fraught with peril. We encountered not only monstrous creatures but also individuals far more terrifying than the beasts themselves. Some among the populace believed that the current circumstances signified the apocalypse, prompting them to commit unspeakable acts. Noticing my company of two young women, they harbored malicious intentions towards the beautiful Xia Qinxian and Chinchichi. They had strategically positioned a frail-looking boy, seemingly pitiful, lying by the roadside. As I approached to ascertain his condition, he lunged at me with a dagger in hand. Meanwhile, behind Xia Qinxian and Chinchichi, several young men advanced with outstretched arms, their faces adorned with lewd grins. Had I lacked a certain awareness, and had Xia Qinxian been an ordinary girl, we would surely have met a tragic fate. Yet, fate had other plans, for they encountered us. A sense of urgency surged within me as I swiftly pinned the boy's weapon-bearing hand to the ground. In that instant, Xian pivoted with determination, expertly pulling the trigger. The bullet struck one of the assailants in the thigh, sending the others into a frenzied retreat. In this place, where the basest instincts of humanity were magnified, my thoughts turned anxiously to Qin Anling and her well-being. Chapter 47. Brother, it truly is you. The heart of the city is situated in the very center of Hualing City, bustling with numerous commercial streets and the headquarters of significant corporations. Among its landmarks stands the iconic Flower Tower, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Upon our arrival in the heart of the city, it became evident that the number of monsters here far exceeded those in the Eastern District. In a bustling department store, we chanced upon a shelf adorned with telescopes. Seizing one, we ascended to the rooftop terrace, towering dozens of meters above, and surveyed the surroundings in search of Qin Anling's figure. After a moment of vigil, Qiqi was the first to notice something amiss. In astonishment, she exclaimed that it was our classmates, Zhang Mumu and Cheng Yuhui, who had previously been with Anling. Lifting the telescope towards the direction Qiqi had indicated, we beheld 6 young souls standing before a grand edifice, clutching an assortment of makeshift weapons, anxiously awaiting an uncertain fate. I recognized them. Indeed, they were students from Qin Anling's class. Realizing the urgency, I swiftly turned to descend the staircase. As we descended, our presence was detected from afar, and the group spotted us. Qiqi, a girl named Zhang Mumu, called out excitedly, waving fervently. While the excitement was palpable on their end, Qiqi remained subdued, her heart weighed down by an undeniable sense of disappointment. I strode towards them and inquired, "Where is Qin Anling?" Upon seeing me, they were taken aback. You are Qin Anling's brother, Qin Yu?" one exclaimed. "I thought only our first-year students were here." I did not anticipate the presence of second-year students as well. Indeed, I feel considerably reassured now. They gazed at me, engaging in excited chatter. However, my expression was grim. "Where is my sister?" Qiqi glared at them. "Did you allow Anling to face the monsters alone?" My presence rendered them rather uncomfortable. Zhang Mumu, with an air of boldness, shouted, "Qin Anling is highly skilled. It is only natural for her to lead the charge." "What is wrong with that?" "Natural? How could she audaciously utter such words? My lungs feel as though they might burst." "Is it her obligation to protect you?" Xian inquired with a stern expression. "We are classmates. In moments like these, we should unite." Someone weakly spoke up, their voice evidently lacking conviction. "To let her charge ahead while you wait outside. How is that unity?" Xian felt a surge of anger rising within her. "We intend for her to lure the monsters. And once they are drawn out, we will strike together." A boy named Cheng Yuhui shouted. "How dare you, a boy, shirk the responsibility of luring the monsters and leave such a perilous task to a girl? You truly have the audacity, coward." Xian cast a disdainful glance at the group. Cheng Yuhui and his companions felt a sense of frustration, yet they were powerless to retort. I did not engage in conversation with them, but instead made my way toward the adjacent building. Xian and Qiqi followed closely behind. I signaled for them to wait outside, yet they refused to comply. Together, we entered the lobby of an office building. The elevator was operational, yet I opted not to take it, choosing instead to ascend via the fire escape. With each floor I reached, I called out the name of that girl, my voice echoing through the stairwell. Along the way, I encountered several peculiar creatures, and I retrieved a fire axe from the wall, dispatching them all without hesitation. Upon reaching the 10th floor, I shouted Qin Anling's name. Suddenly, a door to an office in the workspace swung open, revealing a voice filled with curiosity. "Brother?" At the sound of that voice, a wave of excitement surged within me. I strode towards the office with an axe in hand, initially believing that the fellow had sought refuge within due to fear. However, to my astonishment, as I approached, I found her standing vivaciously at the office door, gnawing on a chicken leg. "Goodness, it's truly you. What brings you here? Isn't this placement solely for our first-year students?" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a playful smile, revealing a pair of charming little canine teeth. I glared at this mischievous spirit with a hint of irritation. I was just pondering how she could be so kind-hearted as to willingly draw the monsters away by herself. It turns out she was merely hiding to indulge in a meal. How foolishly I worried. I approached her, a mixture of joy and annoyance prompting me to squeeze her delicate cheeks. With a beaming smile, she raised the chicken leg in her hand, offering it to me. "Brother, you seem to have lost weight. You should eat," she said, though her face was adorned with a cheerful grin. Tears brimmed in her eyes, clearly indicative of the distress she had endured. I took a bite of the chicken leg she held and gently ruffled her hair. Her sweet laughter filled the air. But as she chuckled, a blush crept onto her cheeks upon noticing the arrival of Xia Qingxian and Shinchichi. In a flurry, she shoved the chicken leg into my mouth, nearly choking me in the process. "Enling, wah!" Shinchichi cried as she rushed towards us. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead." Qin and Ling, with a carefree demeanor, playfully tapped Shinchichi's head. "He Ziming is dead." Ah. Qin and Ling was well aware of He Ziming's affections for Shinchichi and could easily deduce that her tears were likely linked to his demise. After offering her some consolation, Qin and Ling turned to me and then to Xia Qingxian, a mischievous smile revealing her delight in uncovering a secret. She pulled Shinchichi closer to me, whispering, "Brother, I never would have guessed. You, who usually remain silent and withdrawn, have managed to win over the illustrious Xia Qingxian." I was drenched in sweat, perplexed by the girl's perception. Did she truly believe that our mere proximity signified a romantic relationship? According to her reasoning, what then could be said about her current embrace with Shinchichi? I internally scoffed at the absurdity of it all, awkwardly shaking my head in denial. "Do not speak carelessly. Your sister-in-law is someone else." Qin Amling gazed at me in astonishment, exclaiming, "But you two are dressed in matching outfits." I exchanged a glance with Xia Qingxian, both of us adorned with expressions of disbelief. Last night, I found myself without a change of clothes, and Xia Qingxian graciously offered me her attire. Typically, dark-colored garments are gender-neutral, yet this girl has the audacity to label them as couples' outfits. Xia Qingxian turned to Qin Anling with a smile, exclaiming, "So, you are Anling. You are truly beautiful, and you have a wonderful brother." Qin Anling beamed and hopped over to Xia Qingxuan's side, and the two engaged in animated conversation. I absent-mindedly scratched my head, as Xia Qingxian referred to me as a good brother, leaving me with the impression that she was merely bestowing upon me the label of a virtuous friend. Upon seeing this girl safe and sound, the anxiety that had long burdened my heart finally dissipated. As we lingered in the office area, engaging in conversation for quite some time, a dog with 3 heads suddenly took notice of us. The 3-headed beast lunged towards us with a menacing growl, its terrifying visages inducing a sense of vertigo in any ordinary observer. We are but ordinary individuals, yet we have encountered such formidable beasts before, and we harbor no fear. Xia Qingxian swiftly drew her weapon and shattered the head of a hound, yet the 3-headed creature remained unvanquished. Qin Anling, eager for battle, emerged from the office wielding a metallic baseball bat, ready to engage. With a scowl, I seized her and pulled her close. When my father taught me the art of grappling and combat skills, she was also practicing nearby. Her agility surpasses that of an average person, yet in such moments, with me, her elder brother, present, she ought to remain dutifully behind me. Pulling Qin Anling to my side, I snatched the metal bat from her grasp. Swinging the bat, I advanced swiftly and shattered one of the 3-headed dog's skulls. Crimson blood splattered through the air, rendering the moment exceedingly gruesome. Suddenly, Xia Qingxian shouted at me. Not because I was in peril, but because the dog head she had just obliterated was now slowly regenerating. Is this 3-headed beast immortal? We are devoid of suitable weaponry capable of swiftly vanquishing these 3 hounds. I beheld the expansive floor-to-ceiling window in the distance, wielding a metal bat to fend off the gaping fangs of the 3-headed dog. With a swift motion, I toppled it over. Following this, I seized its 2 hind legs and hurled it towards the window. The glass shattered, and the 3-headed creature emitted a mournful howl as it plummeted downward. Qin Anling stared at me in astonishment, taken aback by my fierce display. Suddenly, a scream erupted from below, and Xia Qingxian cast a fierce glance in my direction before hastening towards the shattered window. A sudden jolt of realization coursed through me as I recalled that Zhang Mumu and Cheng Yuhui, along with their companions, were still standing downstairs. We hurried to the shattered floor-to-ceiling window and gazed down. The 3-headed dog had landed on the ground, yet it was not slain by the fall. It pursued a young man and sank its teeth into him. The boy's arm was severed, and whether it was the agony's stimulus or a sudden infection of rabies that ensued, he swelled with fury, turning to engage the 3-headed beast in combat. His fate, of course, was tragically sealed, as the creature swiftly consumed him, moving on to hunt other panicked souls in flight. Chapter 48. I stand with you, brother. I felt a sense of embarrassment, as I had not anticipated such a situation would arise. Just as I was about to descend to rescue someone, Qin Anling grasped my arm firmly. Forget it. Even if you save them, they will not express gratitude. Instead, they will become reliant on you, believing that your protection is merely a given. Her head hung low as she spoke these words, clearly burdened by sorrow. Although she harbored disdain for those individuals, they were nonetheless her classmates. Xia Qingxian nodded in agreement, her earlier anger palpable as she recounted their words. People like them are better off dead. This is how Mr. Li was driven to become bitter. Chinchichi chimed in from the side. I was just seeking an opportunity to extricate myself from their company. And now seemed the perfect moment. With a playful grin, Qin Amling lifted her head, revealing a mischievous smile. I could perceive the sorrow that filled her eyes. She grasped my hand, conveying her thoughts. She detested those individuals and was even more reluctant for me to engage in perilous endeavors. I conceded with a nod. After all, I am not a savior. I bear no responsibility, obligation, nor the capability to rescue all those individuals. My current responsibility and duty is to lead the 3 companions by my side away from this place. The evening has descended, and darkness is nearly upon us. Setting aside this matter, we seek a safe haven for the night. Along the way, Xia Qingxian informs Qin Amling that I had sought the devil's aid to rescue my sister, which brings a gleeful smile to Qin Amling's face as she tightly clings to my arm. Though a hint of worry crosses her features, an overwhelming sense of happiness radiates from her. On our journey, we encountered a vending machine capable of bestowing superpowers in exchange for special tokens. As long as one possesses a sufficient number of these tokens, any ability can be attained. Naturally, each power is accompanied by a temporal limitation. Once a certain duration elapses, the extraordinary ability will vanish. For instance, previously, Li Jianyu had acquired the power known as the Steel Body. Upon observing the vending machine, which offered abilities such as X-ray vision and invisibility, Xia Qingxian seemed to be struck by an idea and promptly seized all the tokens from my pocket. I am drenched in sweat. She must be indulging in wild fantasies. Does she truly believe I would exchange such an ability for nefarious purposes? Just moments ago, she was proclaiming that I am a good person. After harboring these grievances in my heart, I recall my earlier confrontation with Li Jianyu, during which he asserted that I too possess extraordinary powers. I gently touch my previously fractured rib, which has long since healed. Is this remarkable capacity for self-healing confined solely to this area? I recall a time when, after commanding everyone in battle, I was assaulted by Song Zhouhao and Zhao Cheng. Subsequently, I experienced a remarkable revival, feeling as though 2 hearts resided within me. During my previous visit to the KTV, I was not in the realm of demons. Yet the heart of the murdering willow had erupted with brilliance. Could it be that, irrespective of my location, the heart of the murdering willow exists within me? This thought fills me with apprehension. Although, at present, my body shows no signs of adverse effects, the heart of the murdering willow, referred to as the heart of the tree by the demon, has aided me on several occasions. Yet, I distinctly remember my first encounter with the heart of the tree. It descended upon my chest, taking root, intent on draining me dry. Am I destined to be drained by the heart of the tree within me? I pondered anxiously. Brother, your complexion appears quite pale. What troubles you? Qin Amling noticed my distracted thoughts and inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a fleeting thought. I refrained from divulging the matter of the heart of the tree, lest it cause her undue worry. Instead, I hastily conjured an excuse. Earlier, we visited the school, where we discovered terrifying claw marks. Is it possible that a colossal beast lurks here? Qin Amling nodded gravely. The monstrous creature had been sighted at night, and its true nature remained a mystery. It had effortlessly toppled an entire building. Xia Qingxian cast a fearful glance in my direction. The message read, "Eliminated, in order to escape." Could it be that we must slay the beast? There lies a possibility. I lowered my head in contemplation. Such a formidable creature would be beyond our capacity to confront without extraordinary abilities. Indeed, tomorrow we shall commence our hunt for monsters to collect exchange cards. The more powerful the ability, the greater the number of cards required. We shall gather these cards first, and then seek out the beast for battle, Xia Qingxian decisively proclaimed. I nodded, uncertain whether the gas station possessed gasoline. If it did not, I would scavenge from the vehicle. After all, such a formidable entity could be vanquished with the strategic use of fuel, yielding extraordinary results. Indeed, igniting it or luring it into a building to collapse the structure and entomb it. Precisely. Summer Qingxian and I took turns to quickly suggest various methods for hunting colossal beasts. When we regained our senses, Qin Amling and Chen Qiqi stared at us in astonishment. Brother, you didn't know Sister Qingxian before, did you? How come you two are so in sync? They inquired. Their questions made both Summer and me blush slightly. I coughed and glanced away. Xia Qingxian quickly explained that you had been trapped in this place by the mist for a month, and we too had ventured to several locations due to the fog. The reason for our rapport was that we had been fighting side by side throughout this past month. I see. Qin Anling nodded, tightening her grip on my arm. So, Chen Qiqi was filled with questions. Qin Yu is indeed quite remarkable. Suitable to be a boyfriend. However, he already has a girlfriend, so let us not joke about it. Xia Qin Xian stated with a hint of bravado. Hee, brother. You previously mentioned a sister-in-law. Who is she? Qin Anling playfully inquired. It's Qin Yuting, the one you've met. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh. So you two found true feelings in adversity? It seems you both are rather introverted. Who confessed to whom? Qin Anling released my arm, and, along with Chen Qiqi, clung to Xia Qingxuan's arm, eager to uncover the details. Xia Qin Xian, though not privy to much information, shared bits about our lives together over the past half-month. I trailed behind them, drenched in sweat, harboring a deep resentment towards the loquacious Xia Qin Xian. Subsequently, we stumbled upon a supermarket for food exchanges and a weapon store where one could trade for arms. Xia Qin Xian, with an evident fondness for firearms, already possessed a gun and opted to exchange for several magazines. Acquiring weaponry necessitated a substantial amount of exchange cards, after trading one for a stun baton for Chen Qiqi. Neither Qin Anling nor I pursued any weapons. We chose instead to convert the remaining exchange cards into provisions and made our way to a luxurious hotel. After confirming the absence of any monsters within, we secured the hotel door to ensure a swift escape should any creatures approach. We committed the layout of the hotel to memory. With over 20 floors, we settled into a room on the 10th floor, affording us multiple avenues of escape, whether the threat emerged from above or below. Although this city resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, it still boasted a supply of water and electricity. We gathered for dinner before retreating to our chosen chambers. Concerned about being discovered by monsters, I merely turned on the dim bedside lamp before heading to the shower. Having just finished my bath, the lively Qin Anling dashed over to me. Her shoulder-length hair was damp, suggesting she had also just bathed. Lacking a hairdryer in the room, she sought out her older brother. With a playful grin, she revealed her charming little canines. So, it appears I am your personal hairdryer, I teased. With that remark, I took a dry towel, gently urged her to sit on a chair, and then stood behind her to assist in drying her wet hair. I could not help but chuckle, remaining silent as I delicately tended to her silky hair. This mischievous sprite was quite restless. She glanced towards the door, and then looked up at me, inquiring, Hey, big brother, are you truly not together with Sister Qin Xian? Do not fidget or entertain wild thoughts. I replied sternly, gently pinching her little ear. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that they were indeed not in a relationship. The girl pouted in disappointment, lamenting, What a shame. I find myself in a state of confusion. Alas, it is regrettable that I am not together with Yuting. Indeed. It is a pity not to be with Sister Yuting. She nodded her head and expressed this sentiment. My bewilderment deepened. May I inquire whose side you truly stand on? This is unfortunate, and that is unfortunate as well. The girl tilted her head back and giggled, proclaiming, I am on your side, dear brother. How wonderful it would be if they were all your girlfriends. I found myself in a blend of amusement and exasperation as I gently tapped her forehead, urging her to cease her nonsensical chatter while I continued to caress her hair. Listening to her whimsical musings, inhaling the fragrance of her locks, and gazing at her playful smile, I felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, as if we were nestled in the comforts of home. Yet, the distant roars of monstrous creatures served as a stark reminder of our precarious surroundings. Chapter 49. Everything is a game of demons. Just as I finished drying Qin Anling's shoulder-length hair, the door to the room was abruptly thrust open with a rough shove. It was none other than the boisterous Xia Qin Xian. Upon seeing Qin Anling in my room, an air of awkwardness enveloped her. With her hair now dry, Qin Anling sprang to her feet, casting me a mischievous glance and giggling as she exclaimed her intent to find Chen Qiqi. Xia Qin Xian, not one to be easily deceived, quickly grasped the misunderstanding that had arisen. However, she paid it little mind and approached me directly, seizing my hand to scrutinize it earnestly. All good now, she murmured, releasing my hand thereafter. It turned out her concern stemmed from the wounds on my hands. Earlier, while trapped in the car, I had sustained cuts from the shattered glass of the door as I struggled to pry it open. Xia Qin Xian assumed I had treated my injuries. Yet the truth was that my wounds were healing autonomously. Perhaps I had absorbed the youthful vitality of Zhao Yiqing and his 30-odd companions, granting me an astonishing capacity for self-healing. Of course, it might also be a manifestation of the heart of the tree's powers. Upon witnessing my hand's recovery, Xia Qin Xian prepared to take her leave. I could not help but grasp her hand, and after doing so, Xia Qingxian looked at me with a puzzled expression. I was suddenly struck with embarrassment, at a loss for words. Releasing her hand, I scratched my head, swiftly recalling something important. I remarked, "You truly are too prone to despair. You mustn't give up so easily in the future." "But didn't you also give up? You said we would face everything together." Xia Qingxian retorted, her face flushed as she glared at me. "I did that merely to accompany you," I stammered, struggling to find a valid justification. "Accompany you indeed." She delivered a playful punch to my arm and fixed me with a stern gaze. "Let us not dwell on this matter. If something similar occurs again, it must not unfold in such a manner. I shall ensure it does not happen again." I vowed earnestly. "I hope so," she murmured, lowering her gaze as she turned to leave. This time, I refrained from stopping her, allowing her to depart. After a brief interval, Qin Anling came rushing over, her expression grave, suggesting something troubling had transpired. Seeing her like this made my heart race. "Brother, you need to comfort Chi-Chi. Ever since her shower, she has been hiding under the covers, weeping." Qin Anling urgently conveyed the situation. It seemed Chi-Chi was crying over He Ziming, who had likely sacrificed himself to buy her time to escape, possibly at the hands of Li Jianyu. In light of such events, it was understandable that Chi-Chi would be inconsolable. However, in this perilous environment, if she continued in such a despondent state, it could endanger not only herself but also those around her. With this thought in mind, I nodded to Qin Anling and followed her into their room. The other girls stood by, seemingly inept at offering comfort. On the bed, a bulge in the blankets quivered rhythmically, as Chi-Chi wept softly beneath the covers. I settled down by the bedside and gently lifted the quilt, revealing Chi-Chi curled up like a small kitten. Upon seeing the sorrowful Chi-Chi, Qin Anling's eyes brimmed with tears, for she was not adept at offering comfort and sought my assistance instead. I extended my hand and gently caressed Chi-Chi's bobbed hair. She lifted her tear-streaked, swollen face, and upon seeing me, she mumbled that she was fine. Yet, her appearance belied her words. "Chi-Chi, shall we have a talk?" I suggested. Feeling extremely clumsy, unsure of how to offer comfort, I could only proceed step by step, first attempting to divert her attention. She complied and sat up. Wiping away her tears, her red, puffy eyes fixed on me. She glanced at me and then at Xia Qingxian, and with a choked voice, she said, "Brother Qinyu, I truly envy you and Sister Qingxian." Anticipating what Chi-Chi wished to express, Xia Qingxian blushed deeply, seizing Qin Anling's arm and pulling her out of the room. Earlier that morning, Xia Qingxian and I had contemplated ending our lives, a scene that Chi-Chi had witnessed from upstairs. "You are so fortunate to survive together and be willing to die together, while I—" She began to cry again. "Please, don't cry." I hurriedly reached out to help her wipe her tears. "You're also very blessed. Someone is willing to sacrifice their life for you. Their sacrifice is not meant to bring you sorrow, but rather to encourage you to live well." Upon hearing my words, Chi-Chi paused, her tears momentarily ceasing as she looked up at me. After a moment of contemplation, she began to cry once more. "But I don't want it to be like that. The events had transpired, and all we could do was accept them. I did not intend for you to feel joy, but rather to bury your sorrow deep within your heart, transforming grief into strength, so as not to squander their sacrifice." Chi-Chi nodded earnestly while wiping her tears. Lost in thought, she gazed at me, her eyes filled with confusion. "Brother Qinyu, in light of our current circumstances, is this the end of the world? No, we have merely entered a peculiar place. The world outside remains quite fine. Why did we end up here? Why are we facing such events?" As I pondered, a realization struck me. Though demons had conjured these strange realms, a considerable number of individuals had not perished at the hands of demons, but rather by the actions of others. Take, for instance, the bus that transported our class into a meadow of flowers. Had those two girls not acted so impulsively, the teacher would not have met her demise. The reckless crossing of the bridge into the towering buildings at the mountain's foot, Song Jiping's rashness led to his own death and that of those around him. Zhou Shaohuan was responsible for the deaths of Mao Yunxiang, Lei Ning, and Zhang Jing. Luo Haojue caused harm to his classmates. The previously encountered Li Jinyu had descended into madness due to the pressures imposed by his peers. As we journeyed to the heart of the city, we encountered individuals of dubious intentions. It was not the environment that corrupted the people, rather, it was the very essence of this place that unearthed and magnified the innate nature of humanity. In reality, each person is steeped in hypocrisy, yet here, in the struggle for survival, everyone stripped bare their true selves. Take, for instance, Luo Haojue, who, in a desperate bid to preserve his own life. Coerced his classmates into perilous undertakings at gunpoint. Or He Ziming, who, in a valiant effort to secure Chinchichi's freedom from the clutches of Li Jianyu, fought for her chance to escape. Under ordinary circumstances, these two might seem quite similar, but in such dire moments, their choices diverged dramatically. Reflecting on these events, I began to grasp the rationale behind the demon orchestrating such scenarios. "What's the matter, Qinyu?" Chinchichi asked, shaking my arm, as I lost myself in contemplation. I pondered various thoughts, then smiled at her, acknowledging that while sadness is permissible, it is imperative to remain resilient. We must carry on, living not just for ourselves but also for the memory of He Ziming, ensuring that his sacrifice was not in vain. We must validate his decision as the most righteous choice. Chinchichi nodded earnestly, though afterward, she looked at me with a hint of fragility. Yet I was uncertain as to how to proceed. "Aren't we here by your side?" I smiled at her, affirming that no matter the challenges ahead, we would face them together. "Yes." At last, a smile graced Chinchichi's face. "Qinyu, you are truly wonderful. I understand now." I scratched my head, not believing myself to be particularly exceptional. Yet, if she is able to recover, then that is indeed wonderful. I rose to depart when Chinchichi grasped my arm. With a flushed face, she lowered her head and timidly spoke. "Qinyu Gu, could you do me a favor?" I found myself unable to fathom what this girl desired of me. She hesitated, her embarrassment palpable, and finally uttered, Qinyu Gu, could you pretend to be He Ziming for me, please?" I was momentarily taken aback, as I did not anticipate Chinchichi to utter such a thing. I smiled and nodded, for such a task was truly a mere trifle. "It's settled then." Chinchichi, her cheeks flushed, cast a serious glance in my direction. In one swift motion, she extinguished the lights in the room and leaped into my embrace. Clinging tightly to me, her head nestled against my chest, she began to weep softly. "Oh, you've confessed your feelings to me several times. Though I have turned you down, it does not stem from any dislike. I yearn for an opportunity to discuss this with you. I believe we are still young. If, when we reach university, you still hold affection for me, I shall accept your feelings." Her tearful words stirred something within my heart, yet I understood that these sentiments were not solely intended for my ears. I held her petite form tightly. At this moment, I was no longer Qinyu but He Ziming. Chinchichi truly regarded me as He Ziming, uttering words that should never have crossed her lips. Her cries were heart-wrenching, and I gently caressed her head, offering her solace. In my heart, I addressed the demon whose whereabouts remained unknown, asking whether it found pleasure in such a scene, where so many had already perished. Surely, this cruel game must come to an end. Indeed, I believed all of this to be the demon's game. It reminded me of our childhood, when we would obstruct ants' paths, enticing them with a piece of candy, then covering it with a glass to trap them. Chapter 50. The beast strikes without warning. I could not discern whether Chinchichi had become too immersed in her role or if she simply needed someone to lean on. In any case, she clung to me fiercely, and amid her tears, she eventually succumbed to slumber, with her fingers entwined tightly around me. Any attempt to extricate myself would surely awaken her. Given her current state, Qin Anling and Xia Qingxian both suggested that I hold Chinchichi through the night. I resentfully watched that fellow depart. Qin Anling, that girl, climbed onto the bed and nestled beside me. "You silly girl, hurry up and go to sleep," I shouted at her, my cheeks flushed. "Brother, what if Chi-Chi cuddles with you all night and ends up falling for you?" This mischievous girl burrowed into the blankets, posing such a question. Upon hearing it, I chuckled. She was unaware of the circumstances. Currently, it was not me that Chinchichi embraced, but He Ziming. "That won't happen. Just sleep." "How can you be so sure it won't?" "It simply will not happen." With a scowl on my face, I waved my hand at Qin Anling, intending to give her a light tap on the head. The girl shrank into her blanket, revealing her playful little tiger teeth as she giggled. "You should quickly acknowledge her as your sister. I certainly do not wish to call someone younger than me sister-in-law." I waved my hand once more, and only then did Qin Anling retreat into her blanket, obediently succumbing to slumber. Sighing in relief, I gazed at Chinchichi nestled in my embrace. This girl possessed a delightful doll-like visage, strikingly beautiful, yet now her face bore traces of tears as she slept peacefully, evoking a sense of deep compassion. I harbor no particular feelings for her, perceiving her merely as a younger sister. My thoughts remain untroubled as I gently stroke her bobbed hair, closing my eyes and leaning against the headboard, gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, I find that it is already the following day. Chinchichi has long since vacated my embrace. Qin Anling is engaged in discussion with Xia Qingxian. Upon noticing my consciousness returning, Chinchichi, with her cherubic face aglow. Brings me breakfast. After I finish my morning routine and partake in the meal, that mischievous girl Qin Anling stands atop a chair, raising her arms in a manner reminiscent of a leader rallying her followers, declaring that after a month of residing here, I have learned how to effectively confront the monsters. Hence, everyone shall heed my command. I have grown accustomed to the whimsical antics of Qin Anling during ordinary times, and I cast a glance towards Xia Qingxian. Xia Qingxian gazes at Qin Anling with a smile, seemingly quite charmed by her. Brother, you are already aware that the monsters will be drawn to the sound of the car, and we must exploit this fact to set up a trap. Qin Anling flashed me a playful smile. Brother, you are smarter than I. You know what must be done, don't you? I nodded, starting the vehicle to draw the monsters towards me, and then employing explosives or gasoline to swiftly annihilate a multitude of them. Upon witnessing my affirmation, Qin Anling revealed her mischievous smile, akin to that of a little imp, and exclaimed, "Now that we are aware, let us act swiftly." I walked outside, feeling dejected. When Qin Anling swiftly approached, linking her arm with mine and flashing a playful smile, Xia Qingxian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while utilizing grenades to eliminate monsters is indeed efficient, acquiring such grenades necessitates a substantial number of exchange cards. Our endeavor is to gather these exchange cards diligently. Thus, we should refrain from utilizing them and instead focus on collecting gasoline from the vehicles. Let us exercise caution and not stray too far apart. Indeed, armed with a bottle and a bucket discovered in the hotel, along with a hose, we ventured out onto the street. Qin Anling recounted their previous expedition to a gas station, where they endeavored to gather gasoline for their endeavors, only to find the station utterly devoid of fuel. Thus, we were left with no choice but to scour the streets for gasoline. Numerous cars lined the sides of the roads, some with their keys still inserted, granting us the means to unlock their fuel caps. We swiftly located a vehicle with the keys still in the ignition. We opened the fuel tank lid and, employing the principle of siphoning, extracted the fuel from the tank. This process, although devoid of any monstrous interruptions, proved to be exceedingly tedious and monotonous. I proposed to Xia Qingxian the idea of starting the vehicle to lure the monsters closer, allowing them to leap onto the car before I shot the fuel tank, resulting in an explosion for enhanced efficiency. However, Xia Qingxian merely rolled her eyes at me, criticizing my excessive consumption of films. In movies, bullets striking a fuel tank invariably lead to explosions, yet that is merely a product of cinematic effects. In reality, typical bullets lack the potency to penetrate a fuel tank, and even if they were to do so, igniting an explosion would prove exceedingly difficult. Given this, I reluctantly resorted to gathering fuel. Once we had amassed a sufficient quantity of gasoline, the four of us divided our roles. Qin Anling and Shinchichi took their positions on the balcony of the building, while I was tasked with driving to attract the monsters. Upon drawing them near, I parked the car beneath the balcony. As the monsters lunged towards the vehicle, I swiftly opened the door to escape. Xia Qingxian concealed herself nearby, ready to assist me should I become ensnared by the monsters. When the monsters had leapt onto the car, Qin Anling and Shinchichi on the balcony began pouring gasoline over both the vehicle and the creatures. Once the gasoline had drenched both the car and the monsters, Xia Qingxian fired her weapon at the ground. The sparks generated upon the bullet's impact with the surface were sufficient to ignite the gasoline. Once the gasoline caught fire, the monsters soaked in it would stand no chance of escape. By employing such a strategy, we amassed a substantial stack of exchange cards within just a few days. Witnessing our successful conquest of the monsters, others began to emulate our approach, and some teams, taking advantage of the crowd, attempted to seize the exchange cards we had gathered. In the hotel where we resided, we devised a clever trap. This contraption involved placing a barrel of gasoline on the door. When they pushed it open, the gasoline would cascade down. Although we had no intention of igniting it and causing harm, the very act of being drenched in gasoline instilled fear in everyone. Employing such a strategy, we managed to navigate through several days relatively unscathed. During this time, we encountered an enormous gorilla. This creature, when on all fours, stood approximately 5 meters tall, and when it rose upright, it towered at a staggering 7 meters. It was akin to a colossal beast from the movies. Despite its terrifying stature, it was not particularly vast compared to a building. However, this gorilla possessed immense strength, capable of demolishing a structure with ease. A feat we witnessed firsthand. Initially, we were oblivious to the reason behind the gorilla's appearance and its relentless wandering in the city center. Eventually, we uncovered the truth. But it was too late. Confronted with such a monstrous entity, We realized we needed to amass a substantial number of exchange cards to acquire the most formidable superpowers and ultimately defeat the beast. Yet, the gorilla could sense that we possessed a significant quantity of exchange cards. The greater the number of cards we held, the more perilous our situation became. As we employed tactics involving vehicles and gasoline, we once again vanquished dozens of monsters. We collected the exchange cards dropped by the monsters, and at this moment, we had amassed nearly 1,000 cards in our hands. Suddenly, the gorilla lurking in the distance erupted into a frenzy without warning. It stood upright, pounding its fists against its iron-like chest, producing a resounding thud akin to the beating of war drums. With a mighty roar directed skyward, it charged towards us with alarming speed. The cars on the street were crushed beneath its foot, and the buildings that obstructed its path were obliterated by its powerful punch. Such a colossal beast was truly an invincible force. To make matters worse, we were utterly unprepared for this encounter, as the enormous gorilla bore down upon us. Even if we were to discard all our exchange cards at this moment, it would scarcely alter the dire situation. Thus, we had no choice but to engage in battle. The four of us swiftly dispersed, avoiding congregating together. Chi-Chi, we will hold it off. You go in exchange for the most powerful ability. Xian exclaimed as she hastily thrust the exchange cards from her pocket into Chi-Chi's hands. Understood. Chi-Chi nodded emphatically, clutching the cards tightly as she dashed towards the superpower vending machine. Having gathered numerous exchange cards, each of us had acquired a handgun a few days prior. Now, faced with the colossal gorilla, the utility of our firearms became evident. Aim for its eyes, I shouted to Xian and Qin Anling. The massive gorilla was still a mere dozen meters away from us, and the three of us fired our weapons incessantly. However, that formidable beast remained unfazed by the bullets, and none of us managed to strike its eyes. The enormous gorilla lingered in the distance, sending a foul, pungent wind our way. We cannot retreat or flee, for otherwise it will turn its attention towards Chi-Chi, who is holding the redemption card. Chapter 51. Seizing an opportunity to reverse the situation. We originally stood on the street, gathering the exchange cards dropped by monsters. Now, a colossal gorilla has descended upon us, and Chi-Chi has ventured forth to exchange for superpowers. Meanwhile, that girl, Qin Anling, has taken advantage of my distraction and dashed upstairs. Bro, Sister Qin, divert its attention while I douse it with gasoline, she exclaimed as she swiftly reached the balcony above us. You reckless girl, let me handle this, I shouted anxiously. Hee. I've been the one pouring gasoline these past few days. My technique is quite refined, Qin Anling replied with a smirk. Her words rendered me speechless, and I could only worryingly admonish her to exercise caution, urging her to flee indoors at the first sign of danger and to descend quickly. My greatest concern is that the colossal gorilla would discover Qin Anling pouring gasoline over it. It might retaliate with a powerful swipe towards the building. Just moments ago, we witnessed it demolish several structures with ease. Qin Anling smiled and nodded at me, signaling me to remain calm. Xian glanced my way, giving me a thumbs up, exclaiming, You're just as formidable. I shot her a silent glare. Here it comes. Xian turned her attention forward, gripping her firearm tightly. The immense gorilla was merely 4 to 5 meters away from us, a perilously close distance, yet we stood resolutely in the middle of the street, refusing to flinch. If we fail to capture the attention of the gorilla, Qin Anling will be in peril. If we depart, Chi will also be in jeopardy. We aimed at the eyes of the gorilla, yet it dashed forward, rendering our aim impossible. However, a few shots struck its cheek, shattering its teeth. In agony, it halted, threw back its head, and let out a thunderous roar, pounding its chest with its colossal arms raised high, fiercely descending upon us. Xian and I swiftly retreated. After distancing ourselves by several meters, 2 colossal fists crashed down upon the very spot where we had just stood. The ground was left with 2 enormous craters, the thick concrete surface appearing as fragile as paper before the imposing presence of the giant gorilla. Summer Qin and I exchanged a pale glance, our hearts racing with trepidation. The colossal gorilla came to a halt as Qin Anling, standing on the balcony above, raised a canister brimming with gasoline. With determination, she doused the massive creature's back with the entire contents of the canister. In a swift motion, she ignited the remnants of the gasoline and hurled it onto the gorilla's back. In an instant, flames erupted from its body, reaching towards the heavens, while thick smoke billowed forth, mingling with the scent of charred flesh and the anguished cries of the gorilla. It was a success. A wave of joy surged within us. However, the gorilla was not devoid of intelligence. It would not resign itself to fate. It promptly lay on the ground, rolling about, and before long, the flames on its back were extinguished. This spectacle left us utterly astonished. Had there been an ample supply of gasoline, no amount of rolling would have availed the creature. Yet, we were not prepared for such an eventuality. Rising from the ground, the gorilla unleashed a powerful roar, pounding its chest fiercely. It delivered a devastating blow to the balcony where Qin Anling had once stood. The railing shattered under its might, causing the entire building to tremble. Fortunately, that girl had long since fled. Qin Anling had made her way to the rooftop of another building. She must have spotted some individuals as she called out to them, urging them to join forces to vanquish the gorilla so they could escape from this place. I did not hear what that group of people uttered. Yet I caught sight of Qin Anling's expression of disappointment alongside several figures fleeing into the distance. Just as my concern for Qin Anling deepened, Xia Qinxian acted recklessly. She ascended to the balcony of a nearby building. Taking advantage of the gorilla's roar directed at Qin Anling, she leapt from the balcony railing. She soared through the air, covering more than 2 meters, and successfully landed on the gorilla's charred back. Swiftly, she approached the back of the gorilla's head, pressing her gun against it and firing repeatedly. The gorilla, struck by bullets at such close range, let out a pained roar. Its arms could not reach behind its back, yet it was able to stand upright. Suddenly, the gorilla rose to its full height, catching Xia Qinxian off guard, akin to a fall from a precipice. This towering creature stood 7 meters tall, making Xia Qinxian's descent equivalent to plummeting from the 3rd floor. While such a fall might not prove fatal, fractures were certainly inevitable. Although the exchange cards could procure miraculous medicines, all of them had been claimed by Chun Chi-Chi to acquire superpowers. I am filled with a sense of urgency, consumed by an overwhelming anxiety that feels suffocating. My heart trembles, and my mind is enveloped in a profound void. Yet, in the midst of this mental blankness, my body springs into action with astonishing swiftness, surpassing the very limits of human capability. I dashed like lightning to the side of the gorilla, extending my arms to catch Xia Qinxian as she plummeted from a height of 7 meters. Bang! Crack! I caught her with both hands as she fell upon me, causing me to topple to the ground. We lay at the feet of the gorilla, and with a mere lift of its foot, it could effortlessly crush us into a mere pulp. My visage contorted, my countenance terrifying, in my fervent attempt to catch Xia Qinxian. Both my hands and the ribs within my chest have fractured. Though I shall soon recover, that does not preclude the pain I endure. Where are you injured? Is it excruciating? Xia Qinxian inquired anxiously, rummaging through her pockets in search of a miraculous remedy. However, our recent endeavors have unfolded with such ease that none among us thought to procure the special medicine. I am fine, merely struggling to catch my breath. I shall regain my composure shortly, so do not fret, I reassured Xia Qinxian. I apologize. I was overly reckless just now. I had thought I could vanquish it. Yet its skull proved as formidable as steel, Xia Qinxian quickly elucidated. I nodded, realizing that conventional methods were utterly insufficient to subdue the formidable gorilla. Only extraordinary abilities could provide any hope. After merely a minute, we found ourselves in a state of utter disarray. You take a moment to recover. I shall attempt to halt its advance, lest it pursues Chi-Chi, I urged. Be careful, and do not act recklessly, came the cautious reply. Have no fear. As Xia Qinxian rose, preparing to depart, a sudden thought struck her. She swiftly leaned down and pressed a kiss upon my cheek. Whispering a soft thank you in my ear, she then hurried away. Rather than feeling a sense of ambiguity from her kiss, an ominous premonition settled within me. That individual likely sensed despair and intended to employ drastic measures to thwart the gorilla. True to my fears, Xia Qinxian fired several shots at the beast, successfully diverting its attention before darting into a nearby building. The gorilla, intent on following her, could not navigate the structure. Instead, it raised its massive arms and, with unparalleled force, struck the edifice with its colossal fists. Concrete, bricks, and steel beams crumbled beneath the weight of its blows, rendering the structure as fragile as sandcastles. As the gorilla wreaked havoc upon the building, Xia Qinxian remained trapped within. That individual was indeed employing such a clumsy tactic to buy time. Xia Qinxian, I bellowed, as my injuries healed sufficiently for me to stand. Qin Anling smiled, sharing my optimism that the tide of battle could be turned, and she swiftly departed the rooftop. In that moment, the silhouette of Qin Chi-Chi emerged around the distant street corner. I hurried towards her, anticipating the opportunity to receive an extraordinary power card from her. However, even from a distance, I could hear her sobs and see her swollen cheeks. Woo-woo, Qinyu. I'm so sorry, she cried, apologizing to me. The exchange card had been snatched away by Cheng Yuhui and his companions. There were several of them, and I was no match for them. Lowering her head, I lifted her chin, revealing 5 distinct fingerprints on her inflamed cheek, igniting a furious desire for vengeance within me. Yet, despite my intentions, I lacked the means to act. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, none other than Cheng Yuhui, whom we had encountered a few days prior. He bore a pair of angelic white wings, suggesting he had seized the exchange card and traded it for these wings. Cheng Yu, you sought retribution on us for the way we treated your sister, which is why you cast the 3-headed dog down the stairs, intending to harm us, right? Cheng Yuhui flapped his wings in the air, arms crossed triumphantly. Disappointed? I survived. And for the past few days, I've been tracking you. At last, I found an opportunity to turn the tables. Haha, do you realize what you're doing? If we kill that gorilla, we can escape from here, you fool. Your actions will endanger us all. I roared angrily at Cheng Yuhui. Where are we? Isn't this Walling City? The world has ended. Where can we go? Cheng Yuhui laughed derisively from the air. Now that I have wings, none can touch me. Enjoy the gorilla's relentless pursuit. He turned and soared away. I raised my gun, pulling the trigger, only to find it devoid of bullets. Chapter 52. Acquiring the power to counterbalance before I could curse the treacherous Cheng Yuhui, the colossal gorilla that could topple buildings had already fixed its gaze upon us. Chen Chi was visibly shaken by the gorilla's menacing stare, prompting me to swiftly pull her away. We dashed behind a building as the gorilla unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder, causing our eardrums to ache painfully. Qin Anling and Xia Qingxian arrived to join us, having descended from a high rooftop. They brought alarming news. Moments ago, they had witnessed a tide of beasts emerging in the distance. The gorilla, like the king of all beasts, summoned other monsters with each roar. Now, we found ourselves in the heart of Hualing City, where monsters from the East City, West Suburbs, North Mountain, and South Lake had converged, forming a beastly horde advancing towards us. Many had already become mere bloodstains in this tide of beasts, meeting untimely deaths. When the hordes from all directions descended upon us, we would have no escape, and the center of the city would fall into the hands of the monsters. The precious exchange card I had painstakingly accumulated was seized by the unscrupulous Cheng Yuhui. How could we possibly contend with the enormous gorilla now? It was not merely a matter of resistance. It was imperative that we eliminate it. If there were sufficient numbers, we could employ the tactic of sheer human force. With each individual wielding a gun, or even a mere stone, we could undoubtedly subdue the formidable gorilla. However, upon witnessing such a terrifying creature, the others were paralyzed by fear, hastily fleeing for their lives. Only the 4 of us dared to confront the gorilla. It roared menacingly down the street, while we cowered in the shadows of a nearby building, engulfed in despair. My dear friend, Qin Anling, was utterly terrified, convinced of her impending doom. Tears welled in her eyes as she clung tightly to my arm. Do not worry. Let me think. Let me think. I murmured, my mind a blank canvas. Zimming. Chen Chi, resembling a frightened kitten, trembled as she nestled into the crook of my arm. I lifted my gaze towards Xia Qingxian. Her face was also etched with despair, yet she exhibited a strength greater than that of Qin Anling and the others. Nevertheless, her eyes were veiled with a mist of tears. Being a girl herself, she too faced this moment of utter hopelessness. She felt fear and yearned for solace. I extended my arms and embraced the 3 of them. I have promised that it was I who brought you here, thus I shall ensure your safe return. My purpose in coming here was solely to escort you out, and since I was able to enter, I shall undoubtedly be able to lead you out as well. Chi. Do not be afraid. Do you remember what I told you? Be strong. I embraced the 3 of them tightly, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped them. The scent they exuded gradually soothed my troubled heart. Oh, Qin Yugo, I'm so sorry. It was I who ruined everything. Chen Chi sobbed in her apology. From now on, let us be siblings. Qin Anling's words, referring to the future, must surely pertain to the next lifetime. I released the 3 of them and reached out to gently pinch Qin Anling's delicate cheeks. You mischievous girl, what are you saying? Do not utter such ominous words. Regardless of whether we become siblings or strangers in the future, at this moment, we are siblings. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall undoubtedly protect you and lead you to safety. Qin Anling gazed at me in a daze, unable to comprehend the source of my confidence. I devised a plan and turned my gaze towards Xia Qingxian, offering her a gentle smile, promising to take good care of both of them shortly. Xia Qingxian shook her head, enveloping me in a tight embrace, her arms clinging to my neck as she quietly sobbed and softly uttered her protests. It appeared this astute individual had already foreseen a solution, which explained her profound sadness. Hey, don't hold me like this. I have a girlfriend. I jested, purposefully pushing Xiaqin Xin away. Let me go. Yet, she clung to my neck with unwavering determination, reluctant to release her grip. You cannot leave. I shall go instead, and I will share a secret with you later, I whispered into Xiaqin Xuan's ear. I consumed the heart of a murder willow. And now that very heart resides within my being, I remain uncertain as to whether it shall aid me. I possess something akin to a cheat, and being a male, it is only natural for me to confront that formidable gorilla. Yet, despite my assertion, Xiaqin Xian remains resolute, unwilling to relent. She understands that any method capable of dealing with the gorilla is fraught with peril. Come now, let go. I implore. Not a chance. At this moment, Xiaqin Xian resembles a melancholic woman, clinging to me with unwavering tenacity. Her timid demeanor is nothing but a waste of precious time. The monstrous tide of beasts could strike at any moment. With a surge of audacity, I reached towards the prominent bosom of Xiaqin Xian, driven by an impulsive desire. Perhaps this would be my last moment. I squeezed firmly. Caught off guard by my audacious advance, Xiaqin Xian stood there, wide-eyed and blushing furiously. Seizing the opportunity, I pushed her away and gently patted the heads of Qin Anling and Qin Chichi before turning to leave. Where are you going, brother? Qin Anling sensed something amiss and called out as she chased after me. Brother. A heart-wrenching cry from behind me made me feel an inexplicable urge to weep. On that fateful night when we entered here, the one who attacked us with a fishing net warned us not to be bitten by the monsters, for it would drive us to madness and leave us in a state of unconsciousness. We had witnessed those who had been bitten by the three-headed hound. Their bodies grotesquely swelled and morphed. Now, nearly defenseless, our only means of acquiring the power to resist these creatures lay within the very mouths of the monsters themselves. Standing on the balcony of a building, I beheld a colossal gorilla, seemingly driven to madness, raising its enormous fists to brutally strike at the people on the street below. In the 4 districts of Hualing City, a tide of beasts surged forth, and the hidden monsters of the central city emerged, forcing some individuals into a corner with nowhere to escape. Yet arriving here only sealed their fate. Almost everyone who laid eyes on the gigantic gorilla was paralyzed with fear. Their minds rendered blank, forgetting how to flee. Even those who remained unshaken raised their feeble weapons, which were utterly ineffective against the mighty gorilla. In comparison to the towering beast, the people on the street appeared as ants. A mere finger from the gorilla could crush a multitude. At this moment, everyone should have comprehended the torment of the ants we once played with in our childhood. In a frantic descent onto the balcony, he spotted me standing there and was nearly paralyzed with terror. With a scowl on my face, I approached him and seized his neck, demanding that he take me to the gorilla's shoulder. What? Cheng Yue looked at me in sheer terror, unable to comprehend the madness of my words. Take me there. I grasped him firmly and, stepping onto the railing, leaped down. Cheng Yue flapped his wings in panic as I clutched his ankle, urging him to soar towards the gorilla. He flew towards the creature, his heart pounding in fear, yet dared not approach too closely, opting instead to circle high above the gorilla's head. I seized an opportunity, releasing Cheng Yue's ankle, and descended upon the colossal figure of the gorilla. I clutched the fur on the back of its neck tightly, successfully stepping onto its shoulder. Realizing that I was descending from the skies, the gorilla looked up and, spotting Cheng Yue flapping his wings in a frantic escape, hurled a massive rock in his direction. The boulder struck Cheng Yue with unerring accuracy, eliciting a mournful cry as he plummeted to the ground. A pang of sorrow tugged at my heart. Not long ago, I had wished for his demise, yet now I felt a deep sense of pity for him. Taking a deep breath, I nearly succumbed to the overpowering stench emanating from the gorilla. The beast let out a thunderous roar, reverberating like a bomb exploding beside me, the sheer volume almost causing me to faint. I stepped onto his shoulder, grasping his fur with my right hand while extending my left hand towards his mouth, filled with sharp fangs. My actions at this very moment are astonishingly reckless, as if I can hear the fervent cries of Qin Anling echoing in my ears. Snap! It feels as though the world has come to an abrupt halt. I watched in horror as the sharp, dagger-like teeth of the gorilla severed my arm in half. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and in the next second, pain surged through me like a tempest, enveloping my entire being in an instant. The excruciating pain nearly rendered me unconscious, as crimson blood gushed forth from my fractured arm. With each fleeting moment, my consciousness began to wane. In a daze, I tumbled from the gorilla's shoulder, crashing onto the unforgiving ground. The impact of the hard surface jolted me back to a semblance of awareness. I witnessed that the bleeding from my severed arm had ceased, and I felt an unsettling presence within my chest, as if something were striving to escape. It was not the heartwood of the murderous willow, but something entirely different. That entity did not burst forth, instead. It coursed through my limbs and every fiber of my being like a gaseous infusion. I feel as though my body is rapidly inflating like a balloon. Upon regaining my senses, I find my gaze aligned with that of a colossal gorilla, towering alongside it. I feel an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through my entire being. My mind brimming with a tumult of violent thoughts. I opened my mouth and let out a beastly roar, clenching my only fist tightly, summoning all the strength within me to strike fiercely at the gorilla's head. Bang! It was as if I had burst a watermelon. The crimson hue splattered across the entire expanse, obscuring my vision and clouding my consciousness. Chapter 53. The temptation of returning to normal life. It felt akin to having consumed a bottle of strong liquor and then succumbing to intoxication. I could not discern how much time had elapsed, but gradually, my awareness began to resurface. My head was heavy and my body felt uncomfortable. The memory of battling the colossal gorilla loomed over me like a nightmare. Yet, it was not merely a dream. In a panic, I raised my hand. The left hand that had been severed by the gorilla was now perfectly intact. It seemed that Xian and her companions had administered a miraculous antidote. Turning my head, I beheld the peaceful visage of Qin Anling as she slept. Her fair and exquisite cheeks bore the marks of 2 distinct tear tracks, indicating that my frenzied actions had indeed frightened her profoundly. She did not sleep soundly. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and her rosy lips occasionally parted, emitting faint sounds. It was night, and the dim air was exceptionally silent. I could hear her voice. She was calling for me in her dreams. I smiled and extended my hand, tenderly caressing her cheek, easing the furrow in her brow. Feeling a pang of hunger, I turned over, intending to seek something to eat. At that moment, I noticed someone perched by the edge of the bed. It was night, and a dim bedside lamp cast a soft glow in the room. The identity of the person leaning against the bed eluded my clarity, yet I discerned a strikingly prominent ponytail at the back of her head. Among those I know, only Qin Yuting wears her hair in a ponytail. As I leaned in for a closer look, a familiar scent reached my senses, confirming that the person by the bed was indeed Qin Yuting. After defeating the colossal gorilla, had we truly departed from the apocalyptic city of Hualing? The thought brought a surge of joy to my heart. However, the familiar roar of a monster echoed from outside. Such sounds had no place in a normal Hualing city. I longed to awaken Qin Yuting, only to find Xia Qin and Qin Chichi resting on another bed. I changed my mind and gently lifted Qin Yuting, laying her down in the spot where I had just been resting. After ensuring that she and Qin Anling were properly covered with the quilt, I intended to rouse Xia Qin. As I approached her, I extended my hand, only to find her exceedingly vigilant. She awoke with remarkable swiftness and aimed her weapon at me. Upon recognizing my presence, she momentarily froze before swiftly rolling over and embracing me tightly. When did she become so proactive? I mused silently, gently patting her back. "Are you all right?" She whispered softly in my ear, clinging to my neck. "Yes," I replied with a smile and a nod. Satisfied with my answer, she suddenly bit down hard on my shoulder. A surge of pain radiated from the bite. Yet I stifled any sound, fearing it would disturb the others. Xia Qin did not merely bite and release. She gnawed fiercely, exerting relentless pressure. In my heart, I cursed her for her madness. Amidst the pain, a sudden recollection struck me. Previously, in an attempt to push her away, I had reached out with an inappropriate gesture, committing an act of indecency against her. The reason I acted so boldly at that moment was the belief that I would perish. It was to push her away that I did not contemplate the consequences. After a while, the little tigress, Xia Qin, finally relinquished her grip on my shoulder. I felt as though a piece of flesh had been bitten from my shoulder, and the pain was so intense that it was nearly numbing. Once released, Xia Qin took my hand and led me outside. Only when we reached the fresh air did I begin to breathe deeply. She wore a deliberately stern expression, yet it could not entirely conceal the faint blush that graced her cheeks. "Are you hungry?" I nodded in agreement as she beckoned me to follow her. She guided me away from the hotel and led me to a supermarket where we could exchange our currency for sustenance. I inquired about how Qin Yuting managed to enter this place, and she indicated that she would explain later. As we traversed the dimly lit, dilapidated street, the distant roars of monsters echoed, yet we encountered nothing ominous, rendering our journey relatively safe. Xia Qin, with her carefree demeanor, seemed to possess an innate assurance that we were not in peril. After exchanging a few coins at a vending machine for some bread and beverages, Xia Qin led me into a rundown restaurant. We settled at a window-side table, although devoid of artificial light. The starlight shone just enough for us to discern each other's features. She placed the food in front of me and propped her chin up, gazing out into the night sky. I ravenously devoured the bread while she gazed at the stars, gently reminding me to sip on some drink and to eat at a more leisurely pace, cautioning that I had been unconscious for 3 days and to be mindful of my stomach. 3 days unconscious? I was taken aback, staring blankly at Xiaqingxian, wondering if we had made a mistake. Had we slain that mighty gorilla yet still found ourselves unable to depart from this place? Xiaqingxian turned to me, her expression earnest, affirming that we were not mistaken. Indeed, after you vanquished the gorilla, a path to escape had indeed manifested. A surge of joy filled my heart. Yet I swiftly furrowed my brow. How is it that we have not departed? And how did Ting make her way here? Xiaqingxian let out a sigh and explained. I had my suspicions earlier regarding the demon's unexpected generosity. You wish to save your sister, yet he has ushered us into this place. Only a few days ago did I realize that we would inevitably find ourselves here. He merely expedited our arrival. After you vanquished the gorilla, a passageway appeared. And just as we were about to escape, a throng of individuals surged in from the other end, those from our school. Upon hearing this, a jolt of apprehension coursed through me. Were the newcomers from the second and third years? Xiaqingxian nodded in affirmation. The news had previously reported that all students from Jingtian High School had vanished, lost within the fog, presumably scattered to various locations. Now, the demon has gathered us all. Although not entirely, a significant portion of the school has already perished. Did everyone receive a text message upon entering here? Yes. I rummaged through my pockets, only to realize I had forgotten my phone. Xiaqingxian handed me hers. Returning to our normal lives. These few words were irresistibly tempting. Yet a pang of unease struck my heart. With only 10 exemption cards available, how many students remained at our school? This indicated that each exemption card was coveted by 50 individuals. The demon intended for us to turn against one another. Xiaqingxian nodded slightly, her gaze drifting towards the stars in the night sky, a shadow of melancholy passing over her features. Had anyone discovered the exemption cards? It remained uncertain. Setting the phone aside, I continued to nibble on my bread. Although I was aware that the existence of these exemption cards was designed to incite our mutual destruction. Xiaqingxian suddenly turned to me, her eyes locking onto mine with earnest intensity. You previously mentioned wanting to share a secret with me. Under her gaze, I felt my cheeks flush. Earlier, when Xiaqingxian had embraced me, preventing me from confronting the gorilla, I had desperately sought a way to escape her hold, promising to reveal a secret if she let me go. Yet now, I hesitated. If I confessed that I harbored a heart of a murderous willow tree within me, it would surely alarm her and fill her with apprehension. I resolved to keep this to myself. Lacking other excuses, I continued my pretense, munching on the bread. Oh, Xiaqingxian replied, unfazed, her demeanor light and carefree as she turned her attention back to the stars. I gazed at her in astonishment. Her profile, illuminated by the starlight, was adorned with a blush of rosy hues. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Could it be that Xiaqingxian had misconstrued something? Surely. She could not believe that the password I mentioned previously pertained to matters of the heart. Shaking my head to dispel such notions, I hastily consumed the bread in my hand. On the way back, Xiaqingxian informed me that not only had Xin Yiting arrived, but also the siblings Qi Mingwan and Chu Wuchen. Qi Mingwan, still devoid of her memories, appeared quite frightened upon entering such an unfamiliar environment. Chen Yiting and Qin Anling regarded me with warm smiles, instilling a comforting sensation within me. I smiled at them, though I uttered no words, yet within my heart, I vowed to ensure their safe departure from this place. Even if the exemption card lay amidst perilous flames and treacherous mountains, I would exert every ounce of my strength to obtain it. Chapter 54, The Legendary Terrifying Creature. Once again, I encountered Chu Wuchen and his sister, Chu Jiayao. Chu Wuchen grasped his sister's hand, flashing a mischievous grin in my direction. Chu Jiayao, visibly reluctant, persistently pinched him, yet he refused to let go. Are you all right now? Have you recovered? She inquired with a look of genuine concern. Yes, I replied, smiling as I nodded. Then I wrapped my arm around her slender waist and pulled her into my embrace. Xin Yuting's cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist. Instead, she draped her arms around my neck, gazing at me with intense eyes. I gazed at her with curiosity and inquired, how did you come to be here? Understanding dawned upon me, and I embraced her tightly, leaning down to kiss her. Suddenly, a cough broke the moment. Hey, I'm still here. Qin Anling revealed a playful set of little tiger teeth, standing in the dim corner, smiling at us with vibrant cheerfulness. Qin Yiting and I were instantly enveloped in an awkward silence. She brusquely pushed me away, muttering that she was going to rest with Qi Mingwan. As I watched Qin Yiting depart, Qin Anling, that mischievous girl, pulled me into the room. I gently tapped her on the head, feeling a wave of frustration. My apologies for the interruption. It was merely a kiss, and I shall compensate you for it, this girl muttered, rising onto her toes to wrap her arms around my neck, boldly planting a kiss upon my cheek. After the kiss, she continued to hold me tightly, reluctant to let go for an extended moment. I lay in a stupor for 3 days, and the most agonizing aspect was the presence of this girl, my sister, my kin. Brother, you foolish fool, you must never engage in such perilous endeavors again, she whispered softly, her gentle sobs brushing against my ear. I responded with a faint acknowledgement, tenderly stroking her back. This girl, always vivacious and cheerful, rarely shed tears in my presence, leaving me at a loss for how to console her. How utterly dismissive, devoid of sincerity. What am I to do if something were to befall you? She exclaimed, releasing her grip on my neck. Her small fists clenched tightly as she pounded on my chest. If I were to encounter misfortune, you must live well, I replied with a somewhat heartless smile. She gazed at me with misty, tear-filled eyes, staring for a moment before resuming her fervent strikes upon me. I reached out to gently wipe away the tears from her cheeks, but she abruptly pushed my hand away and nestled her head into my embrace, rubbing her tears onto my clothing. After soothing her for a while, she finally settled down on the bed. Brother, why do you think such things happen? She asked curiously, gazing up at me as she lay there. I do not know, but regardless of what transpires, no matter how this world may change, I shall remain by your side, I promised her. She tightly grasped my hand, nodded earnestly, and then closed her eyes. I had been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days, having long fulfilled my need for slumber. Now, seated at the edge of my bed, I held her hand, quietly accompanying her in a bid to alleviate the fears that resided within her. Time passed swiftly, and before I knew it, the dawn of a new day had arrived. After awakening and partaking in breakfast, the 8 of us convened to deliberate. The demon had decreed that the time frame for seeking the exemption card was 7 days. And with my 3-day slumber, only 4 days remained. During the past 3 days, Scion and her 6 companions had divided into 2 groups. One group engaged in hunting monsters to gather exchange cards, ensuring a steady supply of food and weapons. The other group ventured into various zones of Hualing City in search of the exemption card. Now that I had regained consciousness, I chose to adhere to Xiaqinshuan's plan. However, I resolved that I alone would suffice for the task of seeking the exemption card. I possess an inexplicable confidence that I shall undoubtedly locate the exemption card. My decision was promptly dismissed by Xiaqin, Qin Anling, and Qin Yiting. The 3 of them were deeply concerned about the potential dangers I might face alone. After much deliberation, I ultimately conceded and indicated that Chu Wuchen should accompany me in search of the exemption card. Having 2 of us would allow for mutual support. Xiaqin agreed, while Qin Yiting, recognizing her inability to assist me, refrained from insisting on joining. However, Qin Anling clung tightly to my arm, resolutely refusing to let go, determined to accompany me. Reluctantly, I acquiesced and brought her along, and the 3 of us set off together. We chose a direction and proceeded onward. Along the way, we encountered numerous individuals, many of whom I recognized, as we were all students of Jingtian High School. Several second-year students regarded me with expressions of fear. Chu Wuchen informed me that word had spread regarding that night at the KTV, where I had transformed Zhao Qing and his companions into elderly figures. I paid little heed to such matters. After all, it was of no use to dwell on the past, as I could not prevent others from scrutinizing me in whatever manner they chose. After walking for quite some time, we arrived at the densely wooded outskirts of the ecological park. Ahead, a commotion erupted, with voices raised in exclamation, announcing that Su Lai and his group from the 3rd year had discovered the exemption card. I exchanged glances with Qin Anling and Chu Wuchen, and we swiftly made our way over. Even from a distance, we were met with a terrifying roar. In the sky, something resembling a bird was soaring. However, it was not a mere bird, but rather a tyrannosaurus adorned with bat-like flesh wings. It was a flying dragon, as described in Western lore. Having encountered various peculiar creatures before, the sight of such a legendary beast merely stirred a hint of astonishment within us. The appearance of the dragon deepened my intrigue regarding the identity of the demon. This demon was capable of conjuring mythical beings and wielding a mobile phone to contact us. What manner of entity could it be? Su Lai was indeed formidable, Chu Wuchen exclaimed in awe as he observed the battle unfolding in the distance. Indeed, formidable. I nodded in agreement with Chu Wuchen's assertion. Ahead, Su Lai led a dozen individuals, taking cover behind buildings as they launched their assault on the dragon in the sky with firearms. Although the colossal and fearsome dragon could exhale flames, the concrete structures provided sufficient protection, preventing any casualties among Su Lai's group. It appeared that Su Lai possessed a keen intellect. By employing such tactics, even a terrifying creature from legend could be vanquished. Where might the immunity card be? I glanced around, and the massive black dragon had descended from the sky. It was not grounded due to injury, but rather stood on the ground, unleashing claw strikes and flapping its flesh wings to create fierce winds, wreaking havoc upon the buildings. I observed the movements of the flying dragon intently, my gaze fixating on a grove of trees behind it. Perhaps the exemption card lies hidden within that thicket. The thought sent a thrill through my heart, and I felt an undeniable certainty. Let us proceed. I patted Chu Wuchen, who was watching the battle, and grasped Qin Anling's hand as we turned to venture aside. I cast a bewildered glance at him. Have you forgotten our objective? I gestured to him, suggesting that while they were preoccupied with the dragon, we could stealthily enter the woods in search of the exemption card. Upon hearing my plan, Chu Wuchen's expression darkened slightly. Qinyu, do you think this is somewhat unethical? Indeed, this plan did seem rather unscrupulous, akin to taking advantage of someone's misfortune to seize the fruits of Su Lai's victory. However, in such dire circumstances, moral considerations were hardly paramount. I understand, Chu Wuchen replied, his face solemn as he nodded emphatically. It was evident that he was deeply protective of his sister. The others were engrossed in watching Su Lai and his companions battle the dragon, marveling at the legendary creature. Meanwhile, the three of us stealthily circled around and successfully entered the woods. Not far off, the sounds of gunfire and the dragon's roars echoed ominously. The dragon appeared to be gravely injured, its cries resonating with a haunting sorrow, stirring an inexplicable sense of dread within us as we traversed the forest. At the center of the woods stood a colossal greenhouse, and an instinctive premonition urged me to exchange glances with them before we approached the structure. As I pushed open the greenhouse door, a wave of heat enveloped us. The temperature inside was exceedingly high. Peering within, I observed various flowers and plants, seemingly devoid of danger. You two go ahead. I'll keep watch outside, Chu Wuchen said, fanning himself as he was assaulted by the heat, already drenched in sweat. It really is stifling, I remarked as Qin Anling and I stepped into the sweltering greenhouse. Initially believing it to be safe, we separated to search for the exemption card. However, shortly after parting, a low growl reminiscent of an angry puppy reached my ears. Brother, Qin Anling shrieked. What's wrong? I felt a tightening in my chest and hurried towards her. Upon arrival, I was taken aback to find a small black dragon, roughly the size of my fist, on the ground. It unfurled its leathery wings and bared its teeth, emitting a low growl in an attempt to intimidate Qin Anling. Chapter 55. Exploiting curiosity, a diminutive black dragon was snarling fiercely at Qin Anling. Though it was small, its black skin was covered in a fine layer of fur, resembling a bat. Nonetheless, it was a genuine dragon, and despite its size, it radiated an ominous sense of danger. Brother. Qin Anling looked at me, her fearless demeanor silently conveying her desire to squash the little dragon beneath her foot. I shook my head in disbelief. After all, it was a dragon, and underestimating it would yield dire consequences. Ignoring my warning, Qin Anling slowly raised her foot. My expression darkened as I pulled her back. However, as we retreated, the little dragon advanced, relentlessly pursuing us. It bared its teeth, displaying a fierce countenance while growling softly. After a few steps forward, it suddenly softened its fierce demeanor and gazed at me with curiosity. The little dragon clearly exhibited a look of intrigue directed at me. Qin Anling smiled at me mischievously. Brother, why is it so curious about you? Could it possibly be a little female dragon? I shot a glare at Qin Anling, drenched in sweat. How could she still be joking at a time like this? With the little dragon gazing at me with curiosity, I hastily took a few steps back, but it swiftly followed suit. Could this be related to the heart of the tree? I ventured a guess, reaching out to touch my heart, yet felt nothing out of the ordinary, even if there were a tree at the core of my being. It is unlikely that the little dragon would harbor any interest in a mere tree, is it? Suddenly, another thought crossed my mind. Perhaps I bore the sin of blood. My dear, after I vanquished the gorilla, did I not become stained with blood? I gently inquired of Qin Anling. To my surprise, her cheeks flushed at the question, and she shyly nodded in affirmation. A sense of confusion washed over me, and I too felt my face grow warm. I was covered in blood. Who had bathed me? No. After the gorilla severed my arm, I had been tainted by its virus and transformed into a giant. Surely, my garments could not have grown with me. They must have been torn asunder during my metamorphosis. Reflecting on this, I comprehended the reason behind Qin Anling's blush, and my own cheeks burned with embarrassment. At that moment, a small dragon fluttered its wings and alighted upon my shoulder. Perched there, it seemed to greet me. It opened its mouth, emitting a chirping sound, revealing its sharp little teeth and the flickering flames emanating from deep within its throat. With barely 10 centimeters separating my shoulder from my neck, should it choose to attack, I would be utterly defenseless. I gazed at the diminutive dragon as it unfurled its fleshy wings, seemingly indulging in a leisurely stretch. I was tense, my entire body rigid. The greenhouse was suffocatingly hot, yet my back was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Qin Anling exclaimed from the side, "Brother, it surely adores you. How on earth did you manage that?" I gazed helplessly at the girl, feeling as though I might be scared to death. She seemed utterly indifferent to offering any assistance. The little dragon appeared genuinely fond of me, perching upon my shoulder and licking its sharp little claws with its tongue. Upon witnessing the terror etched upon my face, it flapped its wings and took flight. Before I could even catch my breath, it returned with a rodent-like creature, evidently attempting to win my favor. Upon seeing the little dragon's antics, Qin Anling approached with a smile. However, as soon as the dragon turned, it bared its teeth and emitted a low growl directed at her. Startled, Qin Anling instinctively recoiled, casting a look of disdain toward me. I suddenly feel an urge to laugh, allowing the girl to revel in her pride. Now she realizes her folly. Suddenly, a chilling and piercing howl emanates from outside the greenhouse. Exchanging a glance with Qin Anling, we were both taken aback. Had Su Lai and his companions truly subdued the dragon so swiftly? Upon hearing that resounding roar, the little dragon seemed electrified. It unfurled its furry wings and darted out of the greenhouse with the swiftness of lightning. With the little dragon's departure, Qin Anling let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly sought the exemption card. I shook my head. The exemption card was not present here. I was uncertain. I shook my head again, a twinge of melancholy enveloping my heart. Previously, I had felt that the exemption card resided within this greenhouse, yet once the little dragon departed, all sensations vanished. Could it be that the exemption card truly lay within the little dragon's body, and that only by vanquishing it could I obtain it? A wave of melancholy washed over me. Had it attempted to bite me moments ago, I would have swiftly ended its life. Yet it had instead shown me kindness. How could I possibly bring myself to harm it? A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, producing a sound reminiscent of an impending hurricane, causing the entire greenhouse to tremble. Chu Wuchen shouted at us from the entrance of the greenhouse, informing us that the dragon had been injured by Su Lai and his companions and had fled. They were likely on their way here, urging us to depart quickly, lest we encounter trouble. I nodded and took Qin Anling's hand, leading her away from the sweltering greenhouse. I had hoped this would allow us to evade Su Lai and his companions. However, to my dismay, their group had dispersed, approaching us in a surrounding formation from various directions through the woods. Chu Wuchen sensed the impending danger and cast a concerned glance in my direction. My face bore no expression. It is likely that when we ventured into the woods, they spotted us, which is why they are now obstructing our path. The three of us ventured out of the woods, only to be confronted by individuals who had just entered, their arms outstretched to obstruct our path. What do you mean by this? Chu Wuchen growled, his countenance darkened as he directed his ire towards those barring our way. Do you truly think we need to explain ourselves? The obstructors smirked, amusement dancing in their eyes. At that moment, a robust young man emerged from the trees, the very one who had led the charge against the dragon moments prior. His name was Su Lai, a former captain of the school's basketball team, a figure of considerable repute at Jingtian High School. Su Lai, instruct your people to let us go, Chu Wuchen. The current captain of the basketball team and somewhat familiar with Su Lai, implored with a smile. Yet, Su Lai's expression remained impassive, as if he did not recognize Chu Wuchen at all. With a forceful wave of his hand, he curtly commanded, "Search them." Instantly, several unsavory-looking boys approached us, grinning mischievously. It appeared that Su Lai believed we had somehow stumbled upon an immunity card, while I and Chu Wuchen were indifferent to the search. It was unacceptable for a girl like Qin Anling to be subjected to such treatment. Brother Qin Anling clutched my arm nervously. Su Lai, what is the meaning of this? Chu Wuchen shouted in fury. However, Su Lai paid no heed to Chu Wuchen's anger. He merely glanced at Qin Anling and gestured to a girl, signaling her to search Qin Anling. With a female conducting the search, Chu Wuchen suppressed his rage and acquiesced. Nonetheless, I found Su Lai's demeanor utterly intolerable. We are students of his school. Although I do not expect him to care for us, I find it utterly humiliating that he wishes to search us. The boy responsible for the search approached, and in a moment of defiance, I drew a gun from my pocket and aimed it at his head. Instantly, those around us brandished their weapons, the atmosphere thick with tension. Su Lai, we have not found the exemption card. I turned to Su Lai and spoke. You are Qin Yu. I have heard of your exploits. Su Lai regarded me with an air of arrogance, his expression challenging. Can you clarify what transpired in the KTV? He inquired. That matter does not concern you. I have no obligation to explain myself, I replied, locking eyes with Su Lai, neither of us willing to yield. Yet, the situation is indeed of my concern, for there were over 30 individuals in the KTV, including my cousin. Su Lai regarded me with a cold smile. A sudden pang of apprehension gripped my heart. Although I was unaware of Su Lai's cousin's identity, it seemed implausible that he could find amusement in the matter at hand. Given that his cousin had lost his youthful vitality and transformed into an elderly figure, it was evident that he was attempting to deceive me, fabricating an excuse to uncover what had transpired within the KTV. The parties involved recounted how my body emitted a green light, causing them to age, while I remained unscathed. Su Lai fixed his gaze upon me, retrieving a card imbued with special abilities from his pocket. Could it be that you have taken your powers outside? Chu Wuchen, too, was privy to this situation, his curiosity evident as he regarded me. Qin Anling, having remained outside, was oblivious to the events unfolding, rendering her unable to comprehend our exchange. Su Lai wore a countenance of arrogance mingled with intrigue as he scrutinized me. Witnessing his demeanor sparked a flicker of inspiration within my mind. He had encircled us, convinced that we had discovered an exemption card, and thus would not allow us to depart easily. Yet, his desire to ascertain the truth of the matter presented a potential leverage for me. Chapter 56. I, too, am perplexed by the circumstances. After contemplating in my mind, a solution began to take shape. Lowering the firearm I held, I offered Su Lai a smile. I shall not leave. Chu Wuchen's expression was one of fervent excitement. Qin Anling tightened her grip on my arm, equally reluctant to depart. These two fools were unaware that I was endeavoring to resolve the current stalemate. I cast a playful glance at Qin Anling, and then turned my gaze towards Chu Wuchen, silently communicating with the two through the language of our eyes. However, upon hearing our words, some of Su Lai's companions immediately voiced their objections, clamoring that we possessed an immunity card and were merely attempting to seize the opportunity to flee. Are you not intrigued by the prospect of taking the unique abilities contained within this place to the outside world? I smiled confidently at Su Lai. The arrogant Su Lai pondered for a moment before nodding. He instructed the two to leave while commanding me to remain. I exchanged glances with Chu Wuchen and Qin Anling. Both had been persuaded by me and were willing to depart. Do your utmost to delay, Chu Wuchen softly urged me. I shall soon bring others. Do not bring anyone. I can leave on my own and will swiftly reunite with you. I shot a glare at Chu Wuchen, wishing to keep matters discreet. Brother, please be cautious. Qin Anling gazed at me with deep reluctance. Do not worry. I shall soon be with you. As we were leaving, Chu Wuchen glared fiercely at Su Lai, declaring, If you dare to harm Qin Yu, I will not spare you. However, Su Lai seemed oblivious to Chu Wuchen's threat. Once again ignored, Chu Wuchen seethed with fury. I smiled and waved goodbye, bidding farewell to the two individuals. Su Lai had agreed to release them, while the others could only watch me with clenched teeth. Unable to pursue. Are you certain you want me to speak in front of so many people? I surveyed the dozen or so individuals surrounding us. Su Lai hesitated for a moment before striding towards an isolated area, beckoning me to follow. Some voiced their objections, but Su Lai silenced them with a cold glance. It seemed that Su Lai, much like Luo Haojue, possessed a domineering and forceful nature. Many were dissatisfied with Su Lai's decision. Yet they could do nothing but glare at me in frustration. Upon reaching a secluded grove, Su Lai crossed his arms over his chest, regarding me with a disdainful gaze. He remained silent, signaling with his eyes for me to explain myself. I offered him an apologetic smile, yet at that moment, I was utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. It is inconceivable for me to reveal that the demon bestowed a gift upon me. Upon hearing my words, Su Lai's expression instantly turned as frigid as ice. Are you mocking me? He glared at me with eyes as sharp as blades, evidently taken aback by my audacity to deceive him. You are courting death. Su Lai's face contorted with rage as he swiftly lunged toward me. Yet I evaded his attack with remarkable ease. I did not wish to confront him, so I swiftly dashed into the depths of the forest. His agility was quite impressive, compelling me to resort to my ability card. Su Lai retrieved a card from his pocket and crushed it in his hand, causing it to dissolve into a cascade of luminous particles that merged with his being. Uncertain of the ability he had invoked, a flicker of unease stirred within me, prompting me to quicken my escape. Gunfire erupted behind me, compelling me to alter my course. I had assumed that changing direction amidst the trees would allow me to evade the bullets effortlessly. However, to my astonishment, Su Lai's bullets seemed to possess a sentient quality. curving deftly around tree trunks as they pursued me relentlessly. Even after absorbing the youthful vigor of over 30 individuals, and with a heart of wood coursing within me. My reflexes and motor skills had transcended the ordinary, yet I remained unable to evade the bullets. The sharp crack of gunfire drew nearer, and in a moment of desperate instinct, I executed a sharp 90-degree turn. One bullet struck a tree trunk, another pierced my arm, and yet another lodged itself into my back. Pain surged through me, and I collapsed amidst the carpet of fallen leaves. Before I could rise, Sulai appeared before me, unhurriedly treading on the leaves. He flipped me over and waved a vial of special medicine in front of my eyes, stating, "You moved quite swiftly. It seems you have also utilized an ability card. But no matter how fast you are, you cannot escape my tracking bullets. Speak quickly, or face your demise." Though agony radiated from the 2 bullet wounds, I managed to grin at Sulai and queried, "Will you grant me the special medicine if I divulge information?" Sulai offered a faint smile, assuring me that he indeed would. Yet, deep down, we both understood the truth of the matter. The circumstances were conditional. I had to comprehend the situation. My words were mere fabrications, a tactic to buy time. After a moment of hesitation, Sulai divulged that after encountering the mist, they had entered a labyrinthine jungle. I inquired about their escape, and Sulai recounted the tale with a sullen expression. By the time he finished, several minutes had elapsed. My self-healing ability had already expelled the bullets from the wounds on my arm and back, and the injuries had nearly mended. The bullets had struck my body from behind. And now, as I lay on the ground, Sulai remained oblivious to my condition. I sprang to my feet and swiftly seized the firearm from his grasp, aiming its muzzle directly at him. Sulai's pupils constricted, visibly alarmed, as he had not anticipated such vigor from me. My self-healing ability. Upon observing that my wounds had already ceased bleeding and begun to mend, he appeared somewhat disheveled. "Your speed just now was astonishing. You must have utilized an ability card. Now that your injuries are healing autonomously, it's impossible to employ 2 cards simultaneously. You. With that, I turned and fled towards the forest's edge. Perhaps startled by my sudden action, Sulai did not pursue me. I had not ventured far when a chirping sound echoed through the air. The diminutive dragon, no larger than a fist, which I had encountered earlier in the greenhouse, appeared before me. It chirped excitedly, flapping its fleshy wings in my direction. Although I was aware it posed no threat, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. I altered my course, yet it continued to obstruct my path. It settled upon my shoulder, squawking and extending its fleshy wings, seemingly indicating a certain direction. "Do you wish to guide me somewhere?" I inquired, filled with curiosity. To my astonishment, it nodded. Could it truly comprehend human speech? My suspicions ignited. I curiously followed the direction indicated. After a short while, I discovered a plethora of bloodstains upon the ground, causing a jolt of apprehension within me as I began to fathom the reason behind the little dragon's summons. Previously, Sulai and his companions had hunted dragons, and a wounded one had fled. Now, this small dragon was leading me forward. Could it be that it sought my assistance to heal its injured mother? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. While the little dragon did not perceive me as a foe, I could not help but wonder how its mother would regard my presence. If I approached and she unleashed a torrent of flame, I would surely meet a tragic end. Nevertheless, driven by an insatiable curiosity, I continued my advance. I am exceedingly curious as to why the little dragon is so amicable towards me. After traversing a considerable distance, I arrived at the true outskirts of Hualing City. Surrounding me was a vast expanse of mountainous forest, where the silhouettes of monstrous beasts lurked. These creatures were far from friendly, yet the little dragon's fierce roars intimidated them, preventing any advance. Upon entering the woods, I felt as though I were walking towards the gates of the underworld. However, my insatiable curiosity compelled me onward, despite the trepidation that gnawed at my heart. In the distance, I could hear a deep, guttural growl and the sound of heavy breathing. Guided by the little dragon, I entered a valley and beheld a black dragon, resembling a small mountain. Its body was riddled with bullet holes, and it lay helplessly on the ground, emitting pained cries and labored breaths. The little dragon chirped and soared onto the massive dragon's head. The great beast opened its eyes, fixing its gaze upon me. Its eyes were strikingly similar to those of a human, yet they exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. After scrutinizing me for a moment, it closed its eyes, tacitly acknowledging my presence. The little dragon's persistent calls seemed to beckon me closer. I took a deep breath, steeling myself to approach. The immense dragon loomed before me, instilling a profound sense of dread within my heart, as though a heavy stone were pressing down upon me, causing great discomfort. As I drew nearer, I retrieved several vials of potent elixir from my person and sprinkled their contents upon the colossal beast. Miraculously, the elixir took effect, and the dragon's wounds began to heal almost instantaneously. The agony subsided, and flames erupted from the dragon's entire body. The little dragon lingered, inexplicably producing a card from somewhere and presenting it to me with its mouth. Chapter 57. Chu Wuchen captured, a transaction with Sulai. The little dragon, reminiscent of its earlier gesture of bringing me a prey as a sign of goodwill, now offered me a card. I took the card, filled with confusion, and upon seeing the 3 words inscribed upon it, I was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with elation. This card is an exemption card. Previously, I had sensed a connection between the exemption card and the little dragon. I was under the impression that it was necessary to hunt the diminutive dragons in order to obtain the exemption card. My intuition was correct. The little dragon is indeed connected to the exemption card. However, I was mistaken in thinking that I needed to hunt the little dragon to obtain the exemption card. Is there anything else? I inquired greedily of the little dragon. Gurgle. The little dragon neither nodded nor shook its head. Its stomach rumbled, and it looked at me pitifully while clutching its belly. Weren't you previously able to catch prey? If you're hungry, you should hunt for your own food. I murmured to it, tucking the exemption card away. Chirp, chirp. The little dragon extended its delicate claw and pointed into the distance, then gestured towards me. The direction it indicated was that from which its mother had departed. In an instant, I comprehended its meaning. It conveyed that the mother had departed, entrusting me with its care. I am drenched in sweat, increasingly perplexed by how this little dragon has become so attached to me. Nonetheless, its companionship proves beneficial. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for how to navigate out of this dense forest. Surrounding me are numerous monstrous beasts, their predatory gazes fixated upon me. The little dragon comfortably rests upon my shoulder as I hasten towards the forest's edge. It appears to be hungry, and I wish to procure some prey for it. However, every creature we hunt mysteriously disintegrates into exchange cards. With no other option, I take the exchange card to a vending machine, where I redeem it for a piece of fried chicken. Although the chicken is several times larger than the dragon, which is merely the size of a fist, it eagerly opens its mouth and gulps it down without hesitation. After consuming a piece of fried chicken, it still seems unsatisfied, clutching its belly and gazing at me with pitiful eyes. Upon entering the hotel where I reside, I find it eerily empty with no one in sight. When they see me seated in the lobby, they momentarily freeze. Weren't you captured by Sulai? How did you end up here? Chu Jiao confronts me, her voice laced with anger. When was I ever captured by Sulai? I scratch my head in confusion. Hey, you managed to escape. Qin Anling exclaims excitedly as she bounds over. You weren't leading everyone to rescue me, were you? I inquire, bewildered, casting a glance at Qin Anling. She sheepishly chuckles. Chu Jiaya steps forward, glaring at me with fury. To save you, my brother was captured by Sulai. I was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when a deafening roar erupted. The little dragon leaped onto my shoulder, convinced that Chu Jiao intended to confront me. It bared its teeth and growled menacingly at her. However, this diminutive creature failed to intimidate Chu Jiao. The lively Qin Anling approached, wearing a cheerful smile as she spoke. Brother, you have tamed it. Little Black, do you still remember me? I was drenched in sweat. This girl actually named the little dragon. Is this the same dragon you encountered before? Summer Qinxian inquired, her face brimming with astonishment. Indeed, it is true. For some inexplicable reason, it has taken quite a liking to my elder brother. Qin Anling smiled as she reached out to stroke the little dragon. Roar. The little dragon opened its mouth and emitted a stream of flame. However, no one was frightened. The fire it breathed was no larger than that of a lighter, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Qin Anling looked at me with tearful eyes, saying, Elder brother, it does not like me. A sudden headache overcame me, and it seemed hungry, prompting you to offer it some sustenance. Thus, Qin Anling swiftly procured a chicken leg from her belongings, enticing the little dragon. Come here, little one, be good, she beckoned. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, the little dragon, salivating, darted toward Qin Anling with remarkable speed, instantly captivated. Such a fickle creature. Qin Chichi and Qi Mingwan were equally charmed by the adorable little dragon, and all 3 began to present various morsels to lure it. Witnessing this scene, Chu Jiao lowered her head despondently as she ascended the stairs. Qin Yu and Chu Wuchen had been apprehended by Sulai. Chen Yiting approached, casting a worried glance upstairs. We initially thought Sulai had captured you, but when we attempted to rescue you, we found ourselves outnumbered by Sulai and his associates, Xia Qinxian awkwardly explained. I shot Qin Anling a glare. That wretched girl. I had explicitly instructed you all not to come to my rescue. I was momentarily at a loss for words, as I had been taken to the forest by the little flying dragon to rescue its mother, leaving me no time to inform anyone. Now is not the moment for complaints. I lowered my head in contemplation, pondering how to save Chu Wuchen. Sulai had declared that only by presenting a pardon card would he release Chu Wuchen. Xia Qingxian furrowed her brow, believing that they had seized his pardon card. While I had heard from Enling that they had found nothing at all, she cast a worried glance upstairs, fearing that if Chu Wuchen were to be killed, Chu Jiayao would be utterly devastated. I glanced at Qin Anling and her two companions. They were still amusing the little flying dragon. I beckoned Xia Qingxian and Chun Yiting with a gentle curl of my finger, then turned to enter a room. Once they followed me inside, I closed the door behind us and retrieved the exemption card from my pocket. Upon seeing the card, both Xia Qingxian and Chun Yiting gasped in astonishment, their hands covering their mouths as they gazed at me with profound curiosity, puzzled as to how I had come by such a card. There was little I felt compelled to conceal from them, so I recounted the incident of rescuing the colossal dragon. Upon hearing this tale, they were left utterly speechless. I shall articulate my conjecture. Previously, I had vanquished that great gorilla, and its blood had drenched me. It is plausible that I now bear the sin of a creature, thus leading the diminutive dragon and the colossal dragon to perceive me as one of their own. Xia Qingxian, her cheeks flushed, nodded in acknowledgement, evidently recalling the incident where my attire was torn as I enlarged in size. I too felt a hint of blush, yet I commanded the two of them, Yiting. Shortly you shall comfort Chu Jiayao, assuring her that we are about to rescue Chu Wuchen. Chun Yiting nodded earnestly. Although the immunity card was of great value, the life of Chu Wuchen held even greater significance. Thus, before engaging in any transaction with them, you shall disseminate the information, urging everyone to gather and witness with their own eyes as I hand the immunity card to Sulai. Are you intending to use others to do your bidding? Xia Qingxian raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping my strategy. Using others to do my bidding is rather harsh. I merely wish to send a few fearless individuals to harass Sulai and his companions, imparting upon them a lesson, I replied, scratching my head. Xia Qingxian nodded unconditionally and promptly departed to spread the word. As I watched her leave, it was only Qin Yiting and I left in the room. We have been apart for a full week, and now, in this rare moment of solitude, I embraced her tightly. Qin Yiting, equally stirred by emotion, held me close and softly whispered my name, gradually closing her eyes. I lowered my head to kiss her, feeling a sense of longing that surpassed even that of a newlywed couple. As our lips met, an unsettling sensation washed over me. I opened my eyes and glanced towards the doorway, where I noticed a crack in the door ajar. Through that narrow opening, two pairs of glistening eyes peered in, blinking curiously at us. Qin Yiting, sensing the situation, was instantly overcome with embarrassment and abruptly pushed me away. In a fit of exasperation, I flung open the door, only to witness Qin Anling and Chun Chi-Chi scream and dart away like startled birds. Turning my gaze towards Chun Yiting, I noticed her face flushed with an intense crimson. Under my watchful eyes, she fumbled awkwardly as she made her way out, mumbling that she was off to find Chu Jiayao. I leaned in and gently kissed her cheek, yearning for more, but she, startled, fled in haste. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yiting accompanied Chu Jiayao down from the upper floor. With reddened eyes, Chu Jiayao, despite her usual disdain towards Chu Wuchen, could not forget that he was her brother. Xia Qingxian insisted on joining me, and Chu Jiayao also wished to accompany us. Qin Anling called out to Xiao He, playing with Xiao Fei along, seemingly uninterested in joining our mission to rescue Chu Wuchen. I gestured for them to remain in their rooms upstairs while I led Xia Qingxian and Chu Jiayao away from the hotel to meet Sulai for our transaction. Chapter 58. Surviving within his established rules. As we made our way to meet Sulai, numerous eyes were discreetly upon us. However, none dared to take action. Xia Qingxian had once created a legend at Jingtian High School, and most would not provoke her. As for me, my reputation had already been tarnished due to previous events at the KTV. People found me peculiar and generally kept their distance. Nevertheless, we three arrived safely at the hotel where Sulai and his entourage were stationed. Sulai sat regally upon a sofa in the hotel lobby, surrounded by armed individuals. Upon my arrival, those wielding firearms cast me furious glances, wishing for nothing more than to put an end to me. Having escaped Sulai's clutches before, I expected anger, yet he merely offered a faint smile. However, such a cold and haughty demeanor revealing a smile was not a sign of joy, but rather akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. I have brought the immunity card. But what of Chu Wuchen? I produced the card from my pocket. Whispers erupted around me, confirming that he had indeed stolen our immunity card, explaining his sudden flight. I furrowed my brow, refraining from offering an explanation. Su Lai gestured with his hand, signaling for Chu Wuchen to be brought forth. Chu Wuchen was dragged from a room, his hands bound behind him and a rag stuffed in his mouth. Upon seeing us, his expression was one of palpable anxiety. As the cloth was torn from his mouth, he immediately shouted at me, "Qinyu, the exemption card is far too precious to be exchanged for my life." I was taken aback by Chu Wuchen's words and glanced toward Chu Jiayao. Her emotions were in turmoil, and she began to weep once more, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What are you saying? How can I manage alone without you?" Observing Chu Jiayao's desperate tears, Chu Wuchen, however, wore a radiant smile. "Jiayao, I am merely a brawny fool with limited intellect. I have always feared my inability to protect you from harm. But now, with that exemption card, you can leave this place and return to a normal life." "Qinyu, do not heed his words. Quickly give the exemption card to Su Lai," Chu Jiayao cried out. Shaking my arm fervently, Chu Wuchen looked at me, his face grave, and suddenly knelt before me. "Qinyu, you have a sister. You should understand my current feelings. Honestly, in such a bizarre place, I lack the confidence to survive for long. My greatest worry is for my sister. Please do not save me. Instead, grant the exemption card to her." His words stirred something within me. Were I in his position, I too would make such a choice, willing to sacrifice myself for the safety of my sister. "Qinyu, do not hesitate. I have suffered enough in this place and have long wished for death. Let Su Lai kill me." "You lunatic! What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Jiayao was on the verge of collapse, desperately shaking and pleading with me. "Qinyu, please save him. I beg you, I implore you. I will bow to you, Qinyu. You must leave now. Do not concern yourself with me." Chu Wuchen knelt, bowing his head to the ground with a resounding thud, and soon, blood stained his forehead. Witnessing the scene shattered Chu Jiayao's heart. She wanted to rush forward to stop the reckless Chu Wuchen, but was restrained by his captors. The situation had escalated, leaving everyone in the hall utterly dumbfounded, intimidated by Chu Wuchen's actions. Now, his conduct had touched a tender chord within many hearts. Xia Qingxian was also moved. She gazed at me in silence, her expression inscrutable. "Release him," I directed towards Su Lai. "Qinyu." Chu Wuchen shouted at me, his face smeared with blood. I smiled at him and said, "If you were to perish, it is likely that Chu Jiayao would take her own life. Do you wish for her to live, yet do you not believe she desires the same for you? If you fear not death, can you truly be afraid of your inability to protect her? No one can predict what tomorrow may hold. Since we are alive in this moment, let us cherish every fleeting second." After uttering such words, I turned to Su Lai and instructed them to depart, promising to return the card to you. Su Lai waved his hand, signaling for them to release Chu Wuchen. Chu Jiayao rushed forward, throwing herself into Chu Wuchen's embrace. He appeared quite awkward, and just as he intended to return her embrace, she pulled away and raised her fist, striking his chest with force. "You take them away first," I directed to Xia Qingxian. "I want to stay." Xia Qingxian resolutely disregarded my command, her gaze unwavering. With no other option, I gestured for Chu Wuchen and the others to leave first. Although Chu Wuchen wished to remain, I insisted that Chu Jiayao lead him to tend to his wounds. After watching them depart, I noticed that everyone in the hotel lobby had their weapons trained upon me, wary of my potential deceit. To be frank, I was tempted to act dishonestly, but in such circumstances, both Xia Qingxian and I would undoubtedly find ourselves in peril. I tossed the exemption card towards Su Lai and took hold of Xia Qingxian as we prepared to leave. "Qinyu," Su Lai called out to me. I halted my steps and turned around, where Su Lai gestured for everyone not to aim their firearms at me. A smile graced his lips, yet it felt disingenuous. Before my arrival, he had disseminated news of the immunity card, and it was likely that many would soon come to seize it. Upon hearing such words from him, a wave of unease washed over me, leaving me perplexed about his intentions. "Your intellect is commendable," Su Lai continued, "to survive in this realm. One must possess a substantial team. Qinyu, I hope you will either join us or collaborate with us." Naturally, I rejected his proposal without hesitation, grasping Xia Qingxuan's hand as I led her outside. Upon exiting the hotel, our palms were clammy with sweat, both of us apprehensive about Su Lai possibly giving the order to fire. However, he refrained from such actions. We exchanged a glance, releasing a long sigh of relief. As I smiled, Xia Qingxian pinched me playfully, exclaiming, "How can you still manage to smile? Having successfully rescued Chu Wuchen, why wouldn't I be smiling?" My curiosity prompted me to glance at her. Xia Qingxian cast me a stern look, remaining silent. I could sense what she intended to convey, leaving me momentarily speechless. This fellow seemed to regard the exemption card as a precious item, believing that trading it for Chu Wuchen was an unfortunate exchange. The demon had granted us 7 days to seek the exemption card, and 3 days had already elapsed, yet we had only managed to locate a single card. I turned to Xia Qinxian with a smile, reminding her of my earlier statement regarding how one could find the exemption card. Xia Qinxian paused for a moment, and then finally beamed at me, exclaiming, "Little Black." She playfully pinched me again, asking why I hadn't mentioned it sooner. "It's merely your slow reaction." "What did you say?" "All right, I admit my fault." Faced with the spirited Xia Qinxian, I raised my hands in defeat. Since the little dragon had successfully discovered one exemption card, could it assist us in locating a second? The mere thought thrilled Xia Qinxian immensely. Upon our return, Qin Anling and the others were still frolicking with the little dragon. Xia Qinxian joined in, tugging at the little dragon's wings, not in playful jest, but rather in a state of mischief. Before long, the little dragon flapped its wings and darted out of the doorway like a flash of lightning, leaving Xia Qinxian and the others in utter astonishment. Xia Qinxian cast an awkward glance in my direction before dashing upstairs. Furthermore, it appeared that some individuals were surveilling us around the hotel. Clearly, they believed that we might once again uncover an exemption card, thus keeping a close watch on our activities. We gathered together to discuss the current situation. As Xia Qinxian descended from the upper floor, she informed us that she had been on the rooftop, using a telescope to search for the little dragon, when she inadvertently witnessed a group of individuals being assaulted by a monstrous beast. It is likely that their encounter with the creature stemmed from the same reason as ours, the accumulation of an excessive number of exchange cards, which instigated a sense of threat in the beast. However, among those individuals, none possessed the reckless courage to confront danger as I did. Instead, they fled in panic, ultimately falling prey to the beast. Upon hearing Xia Qinxian recount such an event, I could not help but wonder if slaying the monstrous creature might unveil an exit for us. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The notion that one could escape by vanquishing the beast had long since become obsolete. The demons had already disseminated new messages. We can only rely on his messages and the rules he has established to survive. The thought of this fills me with frustration. Chapter 59, The Stolen Exemption Card. The Dragon's Trust. It placed the exemption card in my hand, then flapped its wings and chirped, as if seeking praise. We were all taken aback, staring in astonishment at the 3 exemption cards. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from Hualing City, shaking the very ground beneath us. Upon hearing those resounding roars, the little dragon, overwhelmed by fear, sought refuge by burrowing into my clothing. We exchanged glances, realizing that each exemption card was guarded by a formidable beast, and only by vanquishing this beast could we obtain the coveted card. At this moment, I recalled the earlier contemplation. It had always been the demons who devised the rules to toy with us. Although I too was subjected to their malevolent regulations, I found myself more fortunate than most. I consumed the heart of the murderous willow, endowed with acute perception. I have received a gift from the demon, possessing a robust physique and an extraordinary ability to heal. With a mindset of inevitable demise, I allowed the gorilla to take a bite, thereby acquiring an instantaneous surge of ferocity, which enabled me to obliterate the creature with a single punch. The blood of the gorilla splattered upon me, imbuing me with an aura reminiscent of a monstrous being, leading the little dragon to mistakenly perceive me as one of its own kind. Due to this peculiar connection, we effortlessly secured 3 exemption cards. Throughout this journey, it felt as though I was engaging in deceit. Yet, each time, I fought with utmost fervor. And it is precisely this relentless effort that has granted me such bountiful rewards. I do not consider myself fortunate. Had it been Lei Nung who was consumed by the murderous vine, then it would have been Lei Nung who devoured the heart of the vine, rather than myself. Everything I have attained is within the reach of everyone. Contemplating such matters, I find myself unable to resist pondering the motives of the demon. What does it truly seek to accomplish? The exuberant voices of Qin Anling and her companions interrupt my ruminations. I whisper to them, urging them to keep the matter of our exemption cards strictly confidential. Otherwise, an overwhelming number of individuals would come to seize them. Gradually, the group fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the exemption cards in my hand. There were only 3 cards, yet we were 8 in total. Each one of us yearns to escape this peculiar place and return to a semblance of normalcy. Chi-Chi and Ming-Wan, you both must depart. I cast a glance towards Chun Chi-Chi and Chi Ming-Wan. Chun Chi-Chi lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling rather uncomfortable. Qin Yu, thank you. Qi Mingwan graciously accepted my proposal. Having previously collided with a wall, causing her memory loss, she found herself in this strange realm once more, struggling to adapt. She was acutely aware of her own vulnerability and recognized her inability to contribute, feeling like a burden instead. It would be better for her to leave. There remained a waiver card, and instead of looking at Qin and Ling and Chen Yiting, I turned my gaze to Chu Jiayao. Before I could speak, she eagerly interjected, "I want to stay with my brother." This declaration made Chu Wuchen beam with delight. He reached out to embrace Chu Jiayao at the waist, only to be met with a sharp pinch from her. In light of this, I turned my attention to Chen Yiting. She immediately shook her head, suggesting it would be best for Ling to leave. Her words caused everyone to look at both me and Chen Yiting. Chen Yiting was nearly mortified, and I found myself in a similarly awkward position. How could one explain such a situation? Surely, we could not proclaim that nothing had ever transpired between us. I remained silent, casting a fierce glare at Qin Anling. That insufferable girl flashed her little tiger teeth, whispering secrets into Chen Qiqi's ear. The memory of those two girls spying on our kiss ignited my fury. We would address this matter later. There are still 3 days to seek the exemption card. For the next 3 days, we must divide our actions into 2 groups, ensuring that no one discerns we possess the exemption card. I tucked the exemption card away and clapped my hands to conclude the meeting. Qin Anling and Chen Qiqi, apprehensive of my reprimand, clasped hands and scampered upstairs, giggling. In the afternoon, the city of Hualing was filled with the roars of colossal beasts. The height of these creatures exceeded 10 meters. Su Lai and his companions battled the dragons, and in the midst of this chaos, the news of my stealthy acquisition of the exemption card spread throughout Hualing. Everyone was aware that the exemption card was guarded by these immense beasts. To obtain the exemption card, one must vanquish the giant monsters. Ordinary individuals are no match for these creatures, yet slaying lesser monsters yields exchange cards. These exchange cards can be traded for powerful firearms and superhuman abilities. Teams of adventurers ruthlessly hunted monsters, gathering exchange cards, and then sought out the giants to engage them in battle. Naturally, there were also those lurking in the shadows, waiting for other teams to secure the exemption card before attempting to seize it for themselves. The entire afternoon, Hualing was a cacophony of chaos. Buildings crumbled, the ground trembled, and thick smoke billowed. At that moment, Hualing resembled a post-apocalyptic landscape. We are situated in the heart of the city, untouched by the tumultuous battles raging around us. Yet, an ominous sense of foreboding gnaws at my heart. Initially, I believed we were in peril, but upon encountering the little dragon, a realization dawned upon me. When the moment arrives, witnessing my mother in such distress, the little dragon will undoubtedly urge me to assist her. The dilemma arises: should I lend my aid or refrain? Not assisting would seem reasonable, yet to help would mean aligning myself with the creature, standing against humanity. Contemplating this conundrum brings a throbbing ache to my head. Observant Chen Yiting senses my turmoil and gently inquires, yet I choose not to disclose my inner conflict. I have been lost in thought throughout the afternoon. That night, while everyone else slumbers, I seize the sleeping little dragon and leap from the window. The little dragon blinks its drowsy eyes, gazing at me in confusion. Chirp, chirp. Understanding my intentions, it suddenly perks up, anxiously flapping its wings and regarding me with its small, bean-like eyes. Though it is a dragon, within its gaze lies the innocence of a child. What do you wish for me to do? My brow is drenched in sweat as I ponder. Are you suggesting that I should rescue your mother when she is in danger? Chirp, chirp. It reveals a row of delicate, sharp teeth, grinning at me with an endearing yet mischievous smile. I covered my eyes in exasperation, for I dreaded the occurrence of such an event. Come, lead me to your mother. I grasped the little dragon's tail firmly. With a reluctant chirp, it soared ahead. Following the little dragon, we traversed the familiar path once more, passing through the forest and re-entering the valley. The valley lay shrouded in darkness, and the little dragon chirped as it flew onward. I could only advance through the darkness, groping my way forward. After a while, I encountered a wall. As I reached out to touch it, 2 blazing orbs emerged from its surface. No, they were not mere flames. Rather, they were the immense, glowing eyes of some unseen creature. I was thoroughly startled and hastily retreated. At that moment, a powerful gasp reverberated, and the air grew intensely warm. Flames flickered from the massive dragon, illuminating the shadowy valley. It had significantly increased in size, suggesting a remarkable transformation that rendered it more formidable. However, no matter how mighty it became, it could not withstand the onslaught of firearms. The little dragon played with fire upon the back of the great dragon, which regarded me with a gentle gaze, displaying no animosity, and I felt no imminent danger. Even so, I was exceedingly anxious and stumbled over my words as I attempted to explain. The little dragon has already granted me a waiver card, and you do not possess one to protect. Therefore, it would be wise for you to conceal yourself within the mountains, lest you be discovered. For the consequences could be dire. As I was speaking, a sudden wave of unease washed over me. I had not yet fully registered the situation when the colossal dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. From the shadows behind me, several piercing screams erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. Someone had followed me. Realizing this, I was gripped by fear. I wanted to save the mighty dragon, but nearly brought about its demise. The colossal dragon soared into the sky, stirring a fierce wind before vanishing once more into the horizon. The little dragon perched upon my shoulder chirped insistently, seemingly urging me to remain in place. Thus, I stood still, awaiting further developments. In the distance, the city of Hualing echoed with the roars of various monstrous beings. I was left to wonder what chaos had unfolded. It emitted a low, mournful cry, glancing at me and then at the little dragon. Chapter 60. Utilizing the rules set by the Demon's 7 exemption cards, alongside the 3 previously bestowed upon me by the little dragon. I now possessed a total of 10 exemption cards. A message from the demon stated that there were only 10 exemption cards in the entirety of Hualing City, and now all of them resided in my possession. Gripping the 7 exemption cards given to me by the colossal dragon tightly in my hands, I did not feel elation. Instead, I was consumed by an overwhelming sense of tension. The dragon had entrusted me with these exemption cards, glancing between me and the little dragon, clearly hoping that I would care for it. Perhaps it sensed its impending demise at the hands of others, prompting such an act of kindness. While other monsters were mere beasts, driven solely by the instinct to attack humans, this magnificent dragon possessed a remarkable intellect. I waved my hand at it, disregarding whether it could comprehend my gesture, and shouted, "Since you are aware of your impending demise, why not refrain from attacking humans? Would it not be better to remain here peacefully?" The colossal dragon regarded me, its eyes ablaze with flames, yet it gazed at me with an unexpected gentleness. I cannot comprehend its meaning. "Hey, do you understand my words? Do not engage in battle. Do you hear me?" I anxiously waved my hands. Chirp, chirp. The little dragon, upon seeing my waving hands, innocently fluttered to my shoulder, joyfully chirping. I am infuriated by both it and its mother. They have treated me with such kindness, even bestowing upon me a waiver card. How can I bear to witness them engage in battle, only to face demise? If you insist on fighting, should you perish, I shall not take responsibility for caring for the little dragon. I shouted vehemently. The colossal dragon comprehended my sentiments and gazed at me with its immense eyes. Under its scrutiny, I felt a twinge of guilt. Yet it merely regarded me for a moment before closing its eyes and settling down as if to slumber. "Hey!" I cried out in utter helplessness. This mother and child duo have presented me with an insurmountable dilemma. They have shown me such generosity, seizing the waiver card to grant it to me. If they find themselves in peril, I simply cannot stand idly by. However, in order to save them, I must engage in combat with others. I shall stand in opposition to my fellow students at school. I found myself standing in a dimly lit valley, engulfed in profound turmoil and vexation. At that moment, a deep, gravelly, and sinister voice echoed beside me. I never anticipated such an occurrence. Chinyu, you are indeed fortunate. Indeed, I am the demon. The voice, laced with a hint of arrogance, sent chills down my spine, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. The colossal dragon also perceived the voice. Its eyes flew open, and its entire being ignited with flames, revealing dagger-like, razor-sharp fangs as it let out a deep, resounding roar. The air in the valley suddenly became scorching. I scanned my surroundings anxiously, searching for the presence of the demon. Yet, nothing emerged. I found no trace of it. Chinyu, what choice shall you make? Do you know that its plight mirrors yours? I brought it here from another realm. Its intellect is quite formidable. I commanded it. And should it refuse to engage in battle, I would resort to harming its offspring. Who could have anticipated that it would ally with you now? As the demon revealed such matters, a pang of unease gripped my heart. What exactly are you? I warily glanced around, questioning your true intentions. I am a demon. And a demon requires no justification for its actions. The demon's voice was laced with amusement. I am seething with anger. Indeed. He is toying with all of us as if we were mere pawns in his game. He emits a sinister laugh, declaring that you may now take your exemption card and depart with your friends. Yet, you must understand that in this world, virtuous individuals often receive no rewards for their goodness. With a scowl on my face, I disregarded his nonsensical ramblings and posed a query. Speak, the demon replied succinctly. You mentioned earlier that they were brought here from another realm, and that possessing a waiver card would allow them to leave and return to their former lives. I wish to inquire, is the waiver card effective for them? Indeed, it is effective. This is one of the reasons they willingly protect the waiver cards and engage in battle with you. The demon's voice ignited my ire. What is it that you truly desire? Yet, the demon's voice fell silent thereafter. The flames enveloping the massive dragon gradually extinguished, indicating the demon's departure. With a sigh of resignation, I resolved to act. I retrieved 2 waiver cards and placed them upon the dragon's formidable talons. The mighty beast seemed to comprehend my intentions, regarding me with its large, bewildered eyes. Do not be so hasty to attack. Allow me a moment to prepare and gather additional exchange cards. Furthermore, do your utmost to refrain from taking lives. Though many here have undergone transformations, becoming fierce and volatile, they, like us, are merely striving to survive. The dragon nodded in agreement, acquiescing to my decision. I could not help but chuckle. The time to collect the exemption cards is 7 days. And now only 3 days remain. If you launch your attack on the evening of the 7th day, it would not contravene the pact with the demon. We all exist within the confines of rules established by a malevolent force. Since we cannot escape these regulations, I shall exploit them to my advantage. The colossal dragon nodded repeatedly, comprehending my words. As we prepared to depart, I cautioned it not to be discovered by others in the coming days. At that moment, the little dragon was already fast asleep in the enormous dragon's claw. Upon returning to the hotel, dawn was approaching. I left 2 exemption cards for the great dragon and the little dragon, while I still possessed 8 cards. With our party consisting of exactly 8 individuals, it meant every one of us could escape. After careful consideration, I decided against informing the others. Should they learn that I was willing to engage in battle with others to protect the colossal dragon, it would spell disaster. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The other giant beasts that had appeared in this location shared a fate similar to that of the colossal dragon. The great dragon had taken their exemption cards, inciting their fury and prompting them to unite in an assault against it. Fortunately, the dragon could soar high, possessing aerial superiority, rendering it safe from the other beasts. Yet, the assault on the dragon led to its exposure, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Some teams had already hunted giant beasts but had not acquired any exemption cards. Many believed that a particular team possessed such cards, thus escalating the conflict between teams and the battles with the beast as the final day drew near. The colossal dragon, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, constantly shifted its position, evading those who sought to vanquish it. Our group had also caught the attention of other teams. Despite our smaller numbers, our combat prowess was formidable. Each time another team attacked, I repelled them successfully. Time swiftly passed, and we found ourselves on the 7th day. Without exemption cards, many teams felt disheartened, believing they had been toyed with by the demon. Meanwhile, some teams exhibited a last-ditch frenzy, desperate to secure exemption cards in the final moments. Last night, under the cover of darkness, our group departed from the hotel where we had been stationed and relocated to the basement of Xia Qinshuan's home, coming from a family of military personnel. The basement they constructed was impervious even to penetrating missiles. Even if we were discovered, we need not fear losing our exemption cards. As the sky darkened, we simply had to remain in the basement and wait for the 7th day to pass. Everyone felt remarkably at ease. Qin Anling, the mischievous girl, had found a deck of cards and was drawing everyone into a game. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, I pulled Xia Qinshian aside to request all her exchange cards. What do you need the exchange cards for? She inquired, producing them with a puzzled expression. Well, if I were to leave, I would need someone to cover for me. Otherwise, Qin Anling and Chen Yiting would become anxious. I took out 8 exemption cards and recounted the events to Xia Qinshian. She was left utterly astonished, rendered speechless for a considerable time. I assured her that I alone was sufficient. She should safeguard the others, for once the clock struck midnight, our safety would be assured. Chapter 61. I became the public enemy after much persuasion. I convinced Xia Qinshian to provide me with cover as I departed from the basement. The sky had fully darkened, and time slipped away moment by moment. The desolate city of Hualing was enveloped in silence, devoid of the monster's roars. In recent days, teams had been relentlessly hunting monsters to acquire exchange cards for weapons or abilities. The monsters in various districts of Hualing City were nearly exterminated. Of course, many teams had perished due to counterattacks from the monsters, the hunting of colossal beasts, or assaults from rival teams. Initially, over 500 individuals had gathered at Jingtian High School. Now, it is estimated that only a little over 100 remain alive. It was already the 7th night, and no team had managed to collect exemption cards. Despair hung in the air as everyone resigned themselves to fate, awaiting the arrival of the new day and the anticipated text messages. Previously, I had made an agreement with the giant dragon to launch an attack on Hualing City on the 7th night. Should it fail to do so, the demon would eliminate the little dragon. I have cautioned it against taking lives, and I will do my utmost to shield it, delaying until midnight. As long as we successfully navigate past the stroke of 12 into the 8th day, then, according to the rules set forth by the demon, we shall be safe. I took the exchange cards I had collected over the past few days and ventured forth to redeem them for an array of weapons and extraordinary abilities. I harbor an audacious ambition to protect the colossal dragon. This notion may seem utterly insane, yet my motivation stems from a deep sense of gratitude. After all, it pilfered all my exemption cards from other formidable beasts. I am immensely thankful that Qin Anling and Chen Yiting are able to depart from this place and return to their former lives. Should I fail to assist its survival and facilitate its escape, my conscience would be burdened. Having exchanged for the necessary items, the little dragon made its appearance. It alighted upon my shoulder, chirping affectionately at me. I found myself pondering, from where could you possibly hail? Curiously, I grasped the little dragon in my hands for a closer inspection. Surely, it could not originate from Earth? With a playful flick of its tiny claws, it engaged in a game with my fingers. Encountering the legendary dragon, as well as the emergence of the demon, my mind was inundated with a cacophony of thoughts. Regrettably, although the little dragon comprehended my words, it was entirely incapable of reciprocating in conversation. Observing my contemplation, it gazed at me with its petite, bean-like eyes brimming with curiosity. This charming creature is undeniably adorable. The prospect of taking it away as a pet fills me with exhilaration. Alas, our separation looms ever closer. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a thunderous roar resounded from the western outskirts of Hualing City, akin to a bolt from the blue. The immense dragon, as per our agreement, commenced its assault. Enveloped in flames, it transformed the darkened sky into a canvas of crimson. Descending from the heavens, it folded its leathery wings and traversed the concrete forest of towering buildings. Wherever it tread, flames erupted, igniting everything in its wake. Before long, the entire western district was engulfed in a fiery inferno, illuminating the city in a dazzling display. As the dragon descended, those who perceived themselves as threatened naturally raised their weapons in defiance. The dragon perched atop a building, opened its maw wide, and unleashed a torrent of fire, inflicting burns upon many unsuspecting souls. I had made a solemn pact with it, forbidding the act of taking life. However, it was coerced by a malevolent force. If it refrained from attacking, the little dragon would perish. After a colossal dragon wreaked havoc in the western suburbs, it soared towards the southern Lake District. In an instant, it laid waste to the entire city of Hualing. The metropolis was engulfed in flames, yet I remained convinced that the dragon had not taken any lives. I could hear the fervent cries emanating from various locations. Faced with the dragon's onslaught, the populace resolved to hunt it down, fearful that if it were not slain, it would annihilate everyone. People began to congregate, and I hastened to join them, armed with an array of firearms and ammunition. The massive dragon appeared to be merely flesh and blood, utterly vulnerable. Observing the unfolding scene, I swiftly advanced. The dragon evaded the attacks, while I interposed myself to shield it from those intent on assaulting it. Cautious of being discovered, I concealed myself in the shadows, collapsing buildings to obstruct their paths or setting traps in dimly lit corners to ensnare those pursuing the dragon. This grim engagement persisted for an hour, during which numerous individuals inexplicably fell victim to misfortune. Realizing the situation, the crowd grew astute, cornering me in my hidden lair. Qinyu, upon sighting me, their expressions turned hostile. The reason you orchestrated this chaos to impede us, could it be that you covet the immunity card? They speculated. Indeed, it was plausible. Just days prior, they had accused me of stealthily pilfering the immunity card while Su Lai and his companions were preoccupied with the dragon. One might wonder, was it not suspicious that the immunity card held by Su Lai and his group had vanished? Instead of pursuing the dragon, they had now encircled me. I stood amidst the crowd in silence, time slipping away gradually, wishing for the standoff to persist. However, Su Lai made his appearance. Upon seeing me, he smirked coldly and remarked, "Qinyu, I believe you do not desire the exemption card. Your recent actions seem to suggest you were attempting to thwart our attack on the flying dragon." This assertion found agreement among the onlookers. Humph. If he cannot obtain the exemption card, he surely does not wish for us to have it either. But Sulai countered, turning to face the crowd. He prevented us from attacking the flying dragon not out of a desire to deny us the exemption card, but rather as if he were safeguarding the creature. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the gathering. Sulai then turned towards me with a sinister grin. Did everyone forget what Chinyu did inside the KTV? Everyone was aware of the incident where my body emitted a green glow, transforming a group of individuals into frail elders. Reminding them of this, Sulai continued. A month ago, while returning to school from a seaside trip, we encountered a thick fog and entered a bizarre realm where several classmates perished. To this day, we remain oblivious to what transpired. Sulai's gaze bore into me as he spoke, asserting, we are all ordinary people, yet Chinyu's behavior is exceedingly peculiar. I heard from the second-year students that when they were trapped in a square, monsters took advantage of the fog to launch an assault. And only Chinyu could discern the creatures lurking within. Considering this incident alongside the KTV affair, does it not seem strange to you all? Why does Chinyu exhibit such bizarre behavior? I suspect he is linked to the mastermind behind all of this. Sulai's conjecture elicited a wave of astonished murmurs from those around us. Upon reflection, many began to concur with his perspective. Indeed, we had received messages stating there were 10 exemption cards, yet thus far, only one had appeared, and it was found by Chinyu. Where did he procure this exemption card? Furthermore, when he handed it to Sulai, he deliberately leaked information to incite us to fight over the card, leading to our mutual destruction. In an instant, the atmosphere buzzed with fervent discussions, and the crowd began to perceive me as an accomplice to the shadowy figure orchestrating this chaos. Chinyu, do you have anything to say? Sulai's cold stare betrayed his disdain for me. He must possess the exemption card. Let us subdue him and search his person. A voice shouted, inciting the crowd to turn against me. In that moment, I became the object of their collective ire, and sensing imminent danger, I hastily turned to flee. My speed surpasses that of the ordinary, and although they are numerous, none can catch up with me. However, they wield weapons and employ ability cards. Previously, Sulai's tracking projectile inflicted considerable pain upon me. Fearing another encounter with such a missile, I activated an ability card, propelling my speed to its utmost limits as I fled with the swiftness of lightning. I raced around the entirety of Hualing City, driven by a singular purpose, to buy time. However, my adversaries numbered over 100, and facing them, I found myself nearly devoid of hope for victory. Soon, I was swiftly encircled. Just as I found myself in dire straits, a colossal dragon surged forth, unleashing a torrent of flames around me, providing much-needed respite. The dragon's intervention only served to bolster Sulai and his companions' suspicions of my involvement in these events. Chinyu, you are the one responsible for my brother's demise. You shall pay for this transgression. My dearest friend perished in this very place, and you must bear the consequences. You scoundrel, I shall end your life. They rallied together, consumed by a frenzied rage, recklessly charging toward me. I sprang forth and landed upon the back of a colossal dragon, urging it to soar high above the city of Hualing, striving to remain aloft. With only half an hour until midnight, enduring a little longer would herald our triumph. Chapter 62. The moment of parting approaches. The immense dragon bore me aloft, gliding over the expanse of Hualing City. The starry sky, picturesque in its splendor, felt devoid of beauty at this moment. The entirety of Hualing was engulfed in flames, bullets whizzing perilously close to me. I had thought that this would suffice to buy us some time, yet I had severely underestimated the intellect of that 100-strong assembly. A ferocious roar pierced the air. Someone activated a power card, transforming into a titan towering 20 meters high. That individual seized a massive boulder and hurled it towards the great dragon. The stone flew like a meteor. The dragon, with its vast bulk and sluggish reflexes, was struck directly. The dragon emitted a piercing cry, struggling to maintain flight as it plummeted towards the ground. The sensation of weightlessness was profoundly unsettling. I retrieved the power card I had exchanged and crushed one of them in my hand. A radiant energy surged into my being, and I too transformed into a giant. This metamorphosis through the power card allowed my attire to enlarge as well, rendering the situation more favorable than the previous transformation induced by poison. I descended first, catching the descending dragon midair and placing it atop a towering building. Though it was not severely injured, having been struck by a massive rock, it required time to recuperate. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, the giant charged towards me, each of his steps causing the very earth to tremble. Chinyu, perish! He bellowed with a voice like thunder. Without uttering a word, I swiftly advanced to counterattack. Dodging his fist, I delivered a powerful blow to his body, unleashing a tempest of energy. Absorbing the youthful vitality of over 30 individuals, my physical prowess was exceptional, After transforming into a giant, this advantage was further magnified. With a single punch, I sent him soaring into the air. As he was propelled backward, he crashed into several buildings in succession. At that moment, my stature was colossal, and many took the opportunity to launch their attacks against me. Bullets and shells struck my form. Although it caused a modicum of pain, my extraordinary self-healing abilities prevailed. The giant who had been knocked back quickly regained his footing and charged at me once more. I could effortlessly extinguish his life in an instant. Yet I find myself unwilling to commit such an act. Instead, I am compelled to remain entangled in this struggle. The cacophony of gunfire around me suddenly diminished, and as I surveyed my surroundings, I spotted Xia Qingxian. Not only her, but Chu Wuchen also appeared, alongside the silhouette of Qin Anling. That group had emerged from the basement, all coming to my aid. Had I not instructed you to remain safely hidden below? I bellowed in frustration while fending off the approaching giant. How could I allow you to bask in the limelight alone? I have not contributed at all, Chu Wuchen exclaimed, as he and his sister Chu Jiayo engaged the assailants seeking to attack me, though I had not wished for their assistance. The sight of their presence filled my heart with warmth. The specifics of the situation eluded me. I turned my gaze towards that girl. Take good care of Yiting. He understood. Qin Anling saluted me. Qin Yiting stood beside Qin Anling, silently observing me, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Everyone else must also exercise caution. Indeed, they all positioned themselves atop the building where the colossal dragon resided, while I stood at the forefront, repelling the onslaught. With a powerful punch, I rendered the giant unconscious and let out a primal roar, attempting to intimidate them with my ferocity. Several teams launched their assaults on the building. With Qin Anling and the others above, I could not afford to demolish the structure with a single blow. In the face of the attack, the coordination among Xia Qingxian and her companions was impeccably synchronized. Xia Qingxian, Qin Yiting, and Qin Anling employed firearms to strike back, while Chu Wuchen and Chu Jiaye utilized their ability cards, their sibling synergy nothing short of seamless. Su Lai activated his invisibility, stealthily approaching Qin Chichi to seize her. Qin Yu, you had better cease your actions, or you shall regret it. He dragged Qin Chichi to the edge of the rooftop. A mere shove would send her plummeting from the 100-meter-high building. Scoundrel! Qin Anling seethed with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. Su Lai's team swiftly encircled him, preventing anyone from approaching. Qin Yu, do you have anything to say? Su Lai inquired, aiming his gun at me with a mocking smirk. I have nothing to say. I glanced at Qin Chichi, signaling her to remain unafraid. A ceasefire had been established, and those below began to ascend to the rooftop. I turned my head towards those individuals, feeling a sense of embarrassment as I uttered, I do not know. Are you forcing us to commit murder? Someone raised their weapon, aiming it not only at me but also at Qin Chichi. If there is something you desire, direct it towards me. Do not put her in jeopardy. I furrowed my brow, acutely aware that our predicament was exceedingly dire. Xia Qingxian and the others were engaged in hushed discussions, their intention shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and smoke curled from the muzzle of Su Lai's firearm. My arm was struck, blood gushing forth, eliciting shrieks from Qin Yiting and Qin Anling. Yet, despite the trickle of blood, the wound on my arm swiftly clotted, the bullet expelled from the injury, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Though it was night, the surroundings were illuminated by flames, making this spectacle all the more vivid to the onlookers. Indeed, this was far beyond the realm of human capability. Furthermore, what do you believe could possibly protect such a monstrous being? How do you account for the events at the KTV? Why was it only you who could perceive the mist before? The crowd erupted with various inquiries, many brandishing their firearms and pulling the triggers to test my regenerative abilities. In a short span, I was struck by a barrage of bullets, my body riddled with wounds, each one a source of excruciating pain. I was incessantly under fire, causing Qin Yiting and Qin Anling to nearly succumb to terror. Xia Qingxian had allied with the Chu Wuchen siblings and Qi Mingwan. They had set their plan into motion. They placed explosives downstairs. Though insufficient to bring the entire building crashing down, they would induce a violent tremor. Despite Xia Qingxian not consulting me, an unspoken understanding existed between us. A thunderous roar resonated beneath my feet as the building trembled violently. Many people fell to the ground, gripped by fear as they worried about the potential collapse of the structure, leaving no one to attend to my plight. Seizing the opportunity, I advanced and struck Su Lai, forcefully pushing him aside and grasped Qin Chichi's hand. Su Lai, who had fallen to the ground, swiftly flipped over and, in a frenzied manner, shoved us, sending us tumbling down the stairs. I plunged downwards, cradling Qin Chichi in my arms. After the building trembled, it returned to a state of calm. and onlookers witnessed our descent, convinced that our demise was inevitable. However, the mighty dragon, struck by a boulder, regained its composure. It flapped its wings and swooped down, catching both Chun Chi-Chi and me in its embrace. I swiftly leapt down from the back of the dragon and approached to draw Qin Anling and Qian Yuting onto the dragon's body. We found ourselves perched upon the back of the dragon, which soared majestically into the skies, carrying our group of 8 aloft. On the rooftop terrace, Su Lai and his companions stared in astonishment at our ascent. The city of Hualing had been engulfed in flames, once home to thousands. Jingtian High School now harbored but a mere 100 souls. Their gazes were filled with despair as they watched us. For today marked the 7th day of collecting exemption cards, and without them, they remained trapped in this dire predicament, awaiting an uncertain tomorrow. In the high altitude, Qin Anling and her companions were equally astonished and elated, unable to comprehend why the colossal dragon, which should have been their adversary, was instead carrying us through the air. I took out my phone and glanced at the screen. It was nearly midnight. Soon, we would be departing from this place, and the moment of parting was upon us. I directed these words to the great dragon and the little dragon. Chirp, chirp. The little dragon nestled on my shoulder, seemingly reluctant to say goodbye. I cast my gaze towards Xia Qingxian and the others, each of us firmly clutching an exemption card. Let us part ways here until we meet again, I declared. A chorus of nods and smiles followed, yet within their eyes lingered an unfathomable sorrow and confusion. Each individual harbored a multitude of words yearning to be spoken, yet none knew how to begin. As the clock struck midnight, the exemption cards in our hands erupted in a radiant glow, enveloping us. Chapter 63. Where have you gone, brother? We found ourselves enveloped in a realm of light, its brilliance becoming increasingly blinding, until ultimately, we closed our eyes. As the radiance faded, upon reopening my eyes, I discovered that I was in a room. Glancing around, I recognized it as my own sanctuary. Suddenly, she screamed and leaped into my embrace, holding me tightly, unwilling to let go. Thank you, big brother, Qin Anling exclaimed as she nestled against me, expressing her gratitude. For what? I inquired, perplexed by her words. Thank you for not fearing danger and venturing into that perilous place to find me, and thank you for rescuing me. Qin Anling gazed at me earnestly, asserting, we did nothing. It was always you who exerted the effort. Her heartfelt words warmed my soul, and I relished the sensation of being appreciated. You are my sister. If I do not strive to save you, whom should I save? I chuckled, playfully tapping her forehead before releasing her from my grasp. With a playful grin revealing her little tiger teeth, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on my cheek. I shall call Mom and Dad and give them quite a scare, Qin Anling said as she settled beside me, retrieving her phone to make a call. However, her attempts to reach our parents were in vain. Consequently, she dialed her aunt in Bayou, delivering the most delightful surprise to her. I managed to reach Qian Yuting on the phone. Her voice was filled with exuberance as she whispered to me that she had made a sudden appearance, much to the delight of her parents, who were now bustling about preparing dinner for her. After exchanging a few words, we concluded the call, and I proceeded to contact Xia Qingxian and Chu Wuchen. Setting my phone down, I realized it was already midnight. It seemed that the desolate Hualing city was synchronized with its vibrant counterpart. Are you hungry? I glanced over at Qin Anling. I am a bit hungry, she replied with a smile. When my aunt arrives later, she will bring us something to eat. I nodded in agreement, and since that was the case, we would wait for my aunt to arrive. Qin Anling, restless, stood up and pulled me out of the room, feeling quite uncomfortable. Let us take a shower first. All right. Let us wash together. Hee. I meant you can go to the large bathroom while I use the small one in my mother's room. We're still washing together. Where did your mind wander off to, big brother? This girl always manages to catch me off guard with her words. I playfully flicked her smooth forehead in annoyance. She clung to my arm, her lips pouting in a feigned grievance. Dear brother, I have so much to share with you. I, too, have much to express. Throughout the passage of time, we have remained ever vigilant and exceedingly occupied, leaving us with no opportunity for conversation. I shall take a bath first, and then we shall find a moment to converse. This is my resolution. Qin Anling released my arm and swiftly darted into her room, clutching her clothes as she went to bathe. I also entered the bathroom, holding my clothes, and gazed out of the window. Even at midnight, Hualing City glittered with lights, thriving in its splendor. Yet, behind this day of prosperity, the mysteries that lay hidden remained unknown to all. After my bath, my aunt, with her vibrant red hair reminiscent of a rebellious young woman, arrived, burdened with numerous bags. Upon seeing Qin Anling, she embraced her tightly, having just emerged from her bath, fragrant and fresh. Tears streamed down her face as she wept. Having been anxious for over a month during which she had not seen Qin Anling, she pounded on me in a fit of emotion. I could tell that after a week apart, she had lost quite a bit of her vitality. "Do not weep. We will not vanish. We shall remain here at home," I said, smiling to console her. "Really?" She gazed at me with hopeful eyes. "Yes, indeed," I replied. "Hee, Auntie, when you cry, you resemble a child." Qin Anling teased from the side. "Who are you calling a child? Be careful, or I shall strike you." Annie raised her hand as if to hit Qin Anling. But instead, she drew Qin Anling and me into her embrace. "Seeing both of you brings me immense joy," she exclaimed, tears of happiness streaming down her face. We comforted her for quite some time until she finally regained her composure. As we enjoyed the food she had brought, I inquired about my parents. Qin Anling turned on the television, and nearly every channel was broadcasting news about the disappearance incidents. Over the past month, the scale of these occurrences had escalated. Not only were they happening domestically, but incidents had also begun to surface abroad. Universally, those who experienced the disappearance were high school students. To prevent further vanishings, please remember our backup domain, 8080txt.com. Many of the missing individuals had reappeared, yet they were too terrified to recount their experiences. Those who dared to speak would suffer fatal heart attacks. Various nations had established special task forces to investigate the disappearance incidents. However, according to news reports, these task forces had made little progress in their inquiries. Numerous radical groups had emerged worldwide, seizing the opportunity to propagate apocalyptic rhetoric. Many schools, fearing the disappearance incidents, granted students leave to prevent gatherings that might lead to further vanishings. Despite this, the world remained relatively stable, and the order was not disrupted by the disappearance events. After watching television for a while, we decided not to continue. She sat between Qin Anling and me, embracing our arms on either side, drawing us close to her. A blissful smile illuminated her face, and her heart brimmed with contentment. Qin Anling and I exchanged glances, and we both erupted into laughter. We could sense the joy emanating from our aunt, along with her affection towards us. Sitting on the sofa, she embraced our arms, engaging in conversation late into the night. Subsequently, she took us by the hand and cheerfully urged us to join her in the bedroom, insisting that we sleep together. I resisted her insistence with all my might, but ultimately capitulated with a reluctant nod, my mind wandering into a realm of fanciful thoughts. However, my aunt retrieved a mat from the cupboard and tossed it onto the floor, instructing me to sleep there while she and the others occupied the bed. This, as she termed it, was her notion of sharing a night's slumber. I lay on the ground, burdened by a sense of grievance, while those two rascals, upon seeing my glum expression, erupted into incessant laughter. As I reclined, we continued our conversation. My aunt promised to take us out for a leisurely drive the following day, suggesting we should unwind and enjoy ourselves. In the midst of our chatter, the three of us gradually drifted into a slumber. I cannot ascertain how long we slept, but I was roused from my dreams by a sensation of weight pressing upon my chest, making it difficult to breathe. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the entire room. The sounds of clattering dishes echoed from outside, and the aroma of delectable food wafted through the air. Qin Anling, that little imp, lay atop my chest, her eyes closed and lips pursed, lost in a deep and peaceful slumber. Over the past month, we had scarcely enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. After enduring such trials, this moment of tranquility fills me with unparalleled joy and contentment. I felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but pinch Qin Anling's delicate, rosy cheeks. Raising my hand, I playfully smacked her perky behind. Startled awake, she blinked her eyes in confusion and let out a soft whimper of discomfort. "You naughty brother. Did you hit me? How did you end up on the bed? You rolled off the bed and landed on me. So what if I press down on you? Sister Yiting does it every night. Do you strike her as well?" I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment, bewildered by the nonsensical remarks of the girl before me. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, mumbling incoherently, still yearning for slumber. The door to the room swung open, and upon witnessing our disheveled state, my aunt blushed profusely. "Hey, what on earth are you two up to? Aren't you both old enough to know better? Hurry up and get ready for lunch," she exclaimed, hastily pulling Qin Anling away. That mischievous girl decided to play the victim, rubbing her eyes and whining, "Auntie, my brother is bullying me. He was trying to, you naughty boy. Is having 2 girlfriends not enough for you?" My aunt scolded, pinching me sharply. I don't have 2, I stammered. scrambling to sit upright. Wait, Auntie, why do you say I have two girlfriends? Oh, it was because of that time. My aunt began, leading Qin Anling out of the room as she recounted an incident involving Xia Qingshuan's visit. I was left utterly speechless, unable to articulate my thoughts. After finishing our morning rituals, we took our seats at the dining table, where Qin Anling flashed me a playful grin, revealing her charming little canines. Clearly having misunderstood the situation, I am disinclined to explain, engrossed in my meal. Just as I was nearing the conclusion of my lunch, the doorbell rang. Chapter 64, Winning the Competition, as you wish. At this moment, it is perhaps the arrival of Xia Qingxian and her companions. I paid little attention and directly carried my bowl to the door. However, upon opening it, I was met with the sight of three individuals standing outside. Two men and one woman, all impeccably dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses, exuded an unsettling aura. Among them, the woman took the lead, holding a device in her hand. At that moment, the instrument was aimed at me, its red indicator light blinking incessantly. Are you Qingyu? She inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Indeed. But who are you? I found myself perplexed by their identity. We are the personnel responsible for the divine disappearance incident, the woman replied, presenting her credentials. The identification resembled a police badge, adorned with a national emblem but lacking any further text. It bore her name, Yuan Yueqing. As I reflected on the events that transpired in the KTV, an unsettling premonition gripped my heart. Indeed, Yuan Yueqing stated, we are aware of your actions in the KTV from a week ago. We kindly ask for your cooperation in assisting with our investigation. I nodded, realizing that they could easily find me, leaving me with no escape. However, I was quite intrigued by the device she held. It resembled a detector, though its purpose remained a mystery. If possible, please accompany us as we depart now. I still have a bowl of food in my hand. Where are we going? My aunt and Qin Anling emerged from the dining room, their expressions tense upon hearing that someone intended to take me away. Yuan Yueqing reiterated her previous statement. Qin Anling quickly grasped my arm and implored Yuan Yueqing, I am also a participant in the Shannon incident. Please take me with you. Yuan Yueqing directed the detector towards Qin Anling, but the device's indicator light did not illuminate. With an impassive demeanor, Yuan Yueqing dismissed Qin Anling's request. Witnessing this exchange, a chill ran through me as I recognized the distinction between myself and Qin Anling. The question lingered, has technology advanced to such an extent that a device like that could be developed? This suggests that my father and the others have been conducting clandestine investigations. Perhaps they have indeed uncovered something significant. I am particularly eager to understand what demons truly are, and perhaps by accompanying them, I might uncover some truths. I have made my decision. I shall follow you. I placed the bowl in my hand into my aunt's grasp. Where are you taking my elder brother? Qin Anling asked uneasily, clutching my arm as she turned to Yuan Yueqing. How long will it take? Qin Anling continued to inquire. It won't be long. Yet, I found myself unable to extract the answers I sought. Qin Anling held my arm tightly, her sobs breaking the silence. After leaving that strange place last night, I had hoped to return to a life of tranquility, only to be confronted with such unforeseen events. I find myself in a quandary. I do not wish to part ways with Qin Anling. Yet, the two men standing behind that woman, with firearms holstered at their waists, instill a sense of trepidation. Should I dare to resist, I cannot foresee the actions they might undertake. I tentatively inquired if I might remain at home for a few more days. The woman named Yuan Yueqing sternly refused, stating that I must have seen the news about the emergence of various radical groups around the world. She warned that should they find me, the consequences would be dire, and insisted that I accompany them, claiming it was for my protection. With no other option, I entered the room and began stuffing my clothes into my backpack, preparing to leave with them. How could this be happening? Brother, I don't want you to go. Qin Anling exclaimed, clinging to me like a child, unwilling to let go. Everything will be fine. Even if they don't come, I will encounter various troubles. Please help me inform Yuting and the others, I reassured her, patting her back gently. I don't want you to leave. I can't bear to be apart from you. Woo-woo. The girl was profoundly saddened, and I could only wonder what thoughts plagued her mind. I gently tapped her on the head. After all, this was not a matter of life and death. My aunt's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as she perceived that I was destined to endure suffering. With a gaze reminiscent of one assessing an adversary, she directed her attention towards Yuan Yueqing. I silently signaled to my aunt to take good care of Qin Anling, and then I followed the three individuals as they departed. Descending the stairs, I entered a discreet luxury car, where two men occupied the front seats, while Yuan Yueqing and I settled into the back. She produced an eye mask and handed it to me, urging me to wear it. Presumably, we were bound for a clandestine location, and she wished to keep the route from my knowledge. I neither inquired nor declined, obediently donning the eye mask. Even with it in place, my senses remained remarkably acute. The vehicle roared to life and embarked towards an unknown destination. I couldn't ascertain their whereabouts. An unsettling feeling lingered that we were merely meandering in circles. I leaned against the car window, dozing off, oblivious to the passage of time, when an unsettling sense of urgency began to creep into my mind. A sudden shock coursed through me, compelling me to remove the blindfold. Yet, a delicate fragrance infiltrated my senses, sapping my strength and causing my consciousness to fade away gradually. I lost track of time, but eventually, my awareness began to return slowly. I remained clad in a blindfold, yet I find myself not seated within a vehicle, but rather reclining in a frigid locale. The atmosphere is rife with commotion, a multitude engaged in fervent discourse. Behold, the cells within his corporeal form possess an extraordinary regenerative capacity. Regardless of the injuries he sustains, as long as life persists, he is capable of rapid self-healing. This is indeed a boon for humanity. What could possibly account for such remarkable self-restorative abilities? Well, one might posit that human cells are influenced by myriad factors, perhaps hormones, or even mutations. We must expedite blood tests. The heightened activity of his cells has undoubtedly bolstered his physical prowess. He may even transcend the super soldiers we have meticulously trained. Is this not a touch hyperbolic? I am so eager to unveil the mysteries of his body. Alas, his formidable self-healing ability is not solely confined to physical injuries. He can swiftly neutralize the effects of sedatives as well. He is on the verge of awakening. With this declaration, the surroundings grew increasingly cacophonous. I was carried to a certain location and laid down, followed by the sound of a door closing. After a while, I regained full consciousness, removed my eye mask, and surveyed my surroundings, left speechless. From the prior conversations of those individuals and the current environment, it was evident that they intended to confine me for research purposes. The room was dimly lit, devoid of windows, furnished with a bed and a desk, resembling a dormitory. I turned over, took out my phone to check, but I had no idea where I was. The signal was weak and intermittent. Approaching the door, I desired to glimpse the world outside. Just as I was about to reach for the handle, the door swung open. With an impassive expression and clad in a black suit, Yuan Wuqing appeared, holding a voice recorder. She entered the room directly, glanced around, and stated, "For now, you will reside here. Feel free to express any needs, as we are conducting an investigation." She seated herself on a chair, pressed the recorder, and looked at me, inquiring, "Could you recount the events you encountered?" I replied, "You must be aware of the consequences should I disclose what has transpired." I warned, "The demon has cautioned us against sharing our experiences, lest we bear the repercussions." I was already aware of several students who had succumbed to mysterious heart attacks after being interrogated by the police. Yuan Wuqing nodded, not dwelling on the matter, and asked, "Could you describe your physical condition?" I responded, "I am in good health and feel no discomfort." As I spoke, I subtly scrutinized Yuan Wuqing and the room around me. I discovered that this room is equipped with surveillance cameras, and I saw Yuan Wuqing wearing in-ear headphones. It is evident that someone is observing us from a remote location, instructing her to pose certain questions. "We are here to ensure your safety. The door to this room can only be locked from the inside, leaving us unable to secure it from the outside." Yuan Wuqing stood up and made her way towards the door. "As you are new here, allow me to give you a tour. All those who have endured similar experiences to yours are gathered here. Those who share my plight?" A sudden jolt coursed through my heart as I recalled the detection device previously held by Yuan Wuqing. Qin Anling wished to accompany me, yet her request was declined, for the indicator light had not illuminated. What manner of existence do those who share my plight possess? Do they, too, possess capabilities akin to self-healing? A sense of nervousness mingled with excitement swirled within me. As I followed Yuan Wuqing outside, I addressed her. "Would it be possible to remove the surveillance cameras from the room? I prefer not to be monitored." Yuan Wuqing turned to me, her attempt at maintaining a stoic expression faltering as surprise flickered across her face. It was evident she had not anticipated my discovery of the discreetly installed cameras. After a brief moment of hesitation, likely prompted by someone communicating through an earpiece, she nodded. "If you can triumph in the upcoming competition, then your wish shall be granted." Chapter 65. They will eventually become super soldiers. Beyond the door lay a leisure lounge, furnished with comfortable chairs, a billiard table, and various gaming machines. A number of young men and women were seated, engaged in play. Surrounding this area were individual rooms, reminiscent of a dormitory, suggesting that they resided here. The air was refreshingly cool, a sensation distinct from that produced by air conditioning. I too did not observe any windows. The hall was illuminated solely by fluorescent lights. It is now September, and without air conditioning to alleviate the heat, the only respite from the sweltering temperatures lies below ground. I followed Yuan Wuqing forward, unnoticed by the young men and women around us. Previously, she had mentioned giving me a tour, but upon my request to dismantle the surveillance cameras in the room, she changed her mind. She led me into an elevator that was rather peculiar, equipped not only with buttons but also a touchscreen. Placing her hand upon the screen, it immediately initiated a scanning process. After the scan was completed, she remained silent and did not press any button, allowing the elevator to operate autonomously. It appeared that someone was monitoring us. More accurately, they were controlling Yuan Wuqing's actions and demeanor. I discerned that the elevator was ascending, and shortly thereafter, it came to a halt, arriving at a space reminiscent of a training ground. The area was remarkably vast, with individuals lifting barbells, others running, and some engaged in sparring on the ring. Over 100 young men, each around 20 years of age, were present, all dripping with sweat, clad in black trousers. Their upper bodies bared, showcasing their formidable physiques. Upon the appearance of Yuan Wuqing, these men approached with palpable excitement. Wuqing has returned. Who has she brought this time? Does she possess any superpowers? The mere utterance of superpowers elicited uproarious laughter from the assembly as if a jest had been made. Some audacious individuals even reached out, attempting to touch Yuan Wuqing's cheek. With an impassive expression, she evaded their advances, choosing silence, likely reluctant to offend those present. Coach Wang, Yuan Wuqing called out sharply. Do not interrupt our training so casually. A middle-aged man, also bare-chested and perspiring profusely, approached, a pipe clenched between his teeth. His body bore numerous scars, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. This is an order from above, Yuan Wuqing explained, her brow furrowed. But what of it? In this world, where are the so-called superpowers? One cannot lift 100 pounds merely through mental prowess without physical training. Your Institute of Ability is truly a farce. The middle-aged man, still with his pipe, spoke disdainfully. Coach Wang, mind your words. Yuan Wuqing showed signs of anger. Have I misspoken? Count for yourself how many individuals you have brought here to challenge me. Which one has not entered upright and exited horizontally? Such remarks provoked another round of laughter from the crowd. Yuan Wuqing, infuriated, cast a glance in my direction. I am still pondering the essence of the Institute of Capabilities. Is this the individual you have brought forth this time? He appears rather lacking in substance. Master Wang cast a disdainful glance in my direction. With a pipe clenched between his teeth, he turned to leave, shouting as he went. Who was the last in yesterday's physical fitness test? Hurry and send them away, then continue with the training. A shorter man emerged from the crowd. Perhaps due to his position at the bottom of the rankings, his complexion appeared rather poor, though he was slightly smaller than the others. He still stood half a head taller than I. Surviving the Shinin incident and being brought here by me signifies your remarkable abilities. Remember our agreement and strive diligently. Yuan Wuqing patted my shoulder and swiftly stepped back. In the battlefield, looking around aimlessly is tantamount to courting death. Such a voice accompanied a sudden gust of wind. I possess a keen perception and a lightning-fast reaction speed. Even without witnessing any impending threat, I instinctively took a swift step back. Turning my head, I beheld the individual in last place, frozen in a stance ready to strike. His face was a portrait of astonishment, mirrored by the startled expressions of the men around him. To my delight, Yuan Wuqing broke into a rare smile, her excitement evident as she exuberantly waved her fist. However, upon noticing my gaze, she quickly masked her joy, reverting to an expressionless demeanor. He had barely glanced my way, yet had somehow evaded a punch. Perhaps fortune had favored him, or so it seemed. I resolved to observe further. Around me, a cacophony of astonished murmurs erupted as the expression of the individual in last place transformed from shock to indignation. He retracted his fist before launching into a rapid barrage of punches, a flurry of strikes, swift and ferocious. I could sense the terrifying speed and ferocity of his punches. Yet, to my astonishment, I found myself able to evade every strike he delivered. Coach, look! Someone shouted towards the departing Coach Wang. The burly middle-aged man halted his steps and turned to observe the battle at the center of the hall. I had been evading, and the individual ranked last was infuriated. Shouting at me, is evasion all you can do? Show some courage and strike back. I acknowledged with a nod, deftly dodging his whip-like kick. And I surged forward in a flash, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen. Previously, I had always battled monstrous foes, unleashing my full strength without reservation. Even now, as I tempered a portion of my might, I still sent the last-ranked individual flying. He soared several meters before crashing to the ground, remaining motionless for quite some time. This spectacle left the onlookers astounded, their jaws agape. After a brief moment, they regained their senses and hurried over to assess the situation of the fallen contender. To their astonishment, they discovered that he had lost consciousness. Emerging from the crowd was a man of modest stature, his physique brimming with taut muscle. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an air of maturity. His gaze was piercing, as if he could see through everything. After a brief appraisal of me, he remained silent and launched an attack. It was evident that he was on an entirely different level from the previous contender. His strikes were executed with lightning speed. Although my perception was commendable and my physical attributes were exceptional, I had not undergone systematic training. Compared to their daily rigorous regimen, my experience comprised only sporadic practice. The man named Zhou Jiarui advanced with remarkable swiftness. My instincts were sharp enough to evade his strikes, yet I found myself unable to counterattack. As his fist approached, I could not evade it entirely, and all I could do was raise my palm in defense. The force of his blow sent me staggering back several steps, akin to being struck by a battering ram. He could not land a hit on me, and I was unable to retaliate. Thus, we found ourselves in a stalemate for a while. Coach Wang waved his hand, signaling us to separate. Under these circumstances, one could consider it a draw. I felt a wave of embarrassment, uncertain whether Yuan Yuqing would dismantle the surveillance camera in my room. However, when I turned my gaze towards her, I was met with an unmistakable expression of excitement on her face. She radiated joy akin to that of a child during the festive season. I scratched my head in frustration, unable to comprehend what there was to celebrate. It was then that I noticed the men around me, each sporting a grim expression. And the countenance of Zhou Jiarui was particularly dismal. Coach Wang, puffing on his pipe, exhaled clouds of smoke while fixing a penetrating gaze upon me. This fellow appears rather promising. Let us conduct a fitness test. Coach Wang broke the silence with his remark. There is no need to trouble you. I apologize for intruding upon your training. Yuan Yuqing expressed her apologies, yet her face bore not a trace of contrition. With a rather smug smile, she gestured for me to proceed towards the elevator. Someone, with a hint of jealousy, interjected, "You've only won this one match in the past few years. What is there to be jubilant about?" Yuan Yuqing retorted with a smile, "Indeed, it is but a solitary victory, yet it was over your most formidable competitor." Most formidable? I turned my gaze toward Zhou Jiarui, who was also staring back at me with a sinister glare, perceiving me as a mortal enemy. Concerned about potential retaliation, Yuan Yuqing gently pushed me forward, urging me into the elevator. As it descended, her smile remained unwavering, seizing the moment of her delight. I curiously inquired about the identities of those individuals. Yuan Yuqing was forthright, explaining that, if they were not eliminated, they would eventually become super soldiers. Chapter 66, Is Xia Qinxian your girlfriend? Super soldiers? And what about you? I furrowed my brow and asked, what is the Ability Research Institute? It is precisely the place where you find yourself, Yuan Yuqing remarked just as the elevator doors opened. Upon returning to the original hall, I finally noticed the peculiar nature of the group of young men and women within. Some were playing billiards, effortlessly sinking every ball into the pockets with a single stroke. Others were engaged with slot machines, each pull yielding a jackpot. A few were solving Rubik's cubes, the once chaotic colors restored in mere moments. I stood there, utterly astounded, gazing at those individuals. Yuan Yuqing smiled, proudly asserting that they merely possessed a higher intelligence, which did not equate to any true capability. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that individuals with extraordinary abilities truly exist? Aren't you one of them? She remarked, smiling at me. I was utterly taken aback. When did I become one of those endowed with such powers? The emergence of the divine concealment incident indicates that this world harbors many unknown entities. Do not dwell on it too much. For now, just focus on living here. As Yuan Yuqing uttered these words, she turned to leave. Wait, I called out to her. Did you not ask me to assist in the investigation of the divine concealment incident? We are indeed conducting an investigation, and we will request your help afterward. Well, that depends on the higher-ups' decision. What on earth does the higher-ups' decision mean? I sense an unsettling atmosphere, yet I find myself utterly unable to escape this place. Before long, Yuan Yuqing dispatched someone to dismantle the surveillance camera in my room. Following that, I was left to languish in isolation, although I could venture out to the hall. The highly intelligent individuals present exhibited exceedingly peculiar behaviors, completely disregarding my presence. As I retrieved my mobile phone, I discovered the signal to be alarmingly weak. Attempting to make a call or send a message resulted in the feeble signal vanishing entirely. For several consecutive days, I endured a life reminiscent of imprisonment. Yuan Wuqing made several appearances, but each time, she merely took me for blood tests and examinations. I have seen the identification of Yuan Wuqing, and I estimate that the credentials are authentic. This implies that this location is a clandestine research facility of the state. On this particular day, Yuan Wuqing visited once more. She once again guided me into the elevator, which swiftly opened its doors to reveal a vast training ground. Were we to compete once more? I stepped outside with curiosity. I paid little heed to it. However, the moment I stepped out of the elevator, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within me. There was no time to evade. As a shadow, akin to a bolt of black lightning, hurtled towards me. Bang! I was thrown backward, crashing onto the unforgiving surface of the training ground. My entire body throbbed with pain. However, due to my regenerative abilities, the discomfort swiftly dissipated. Raising my gaze ahead, I beheld Zhou Jiarwei, who had recently matched me in combat. The Zhou Jiarwei of today was a stark contrast to the one I had faced days ago. His eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson, devoid of humanity, and imbued with a feral intensity. As I rose to speak, Zhou Jiarwei struck again with lightning speed. I hurriedly dodged, yet compared to previous days, Zhou Jiarwei's speed had surged remarkably. He approached me like a torrential downpour, leaving me with no opportunity to defend myself. I was merely subjected to amateur training by my father, whereas Zhou Jiarwei has undergone systematic training. He is indeed a super soldier. I have been brought to the ground 3 times by him. Although I am not physically harmed, I feel an immense sense of frustration. Coach Wang appeared, pipe in mouth, grinning as he led Zhou Jiarwei away. She cast a fleeting glance in my direction but uttered not a word. How can I possibly escape this wretched place? Even when trapped by demons, I have never felt such a sense of suffocation. After arduous efforts to liberate myself from the malevolent clutches of a treacherous game, I found myself ensnared by these individuals. Witnessing my emotional turmoil, Yuan Wuqing produced a uniquely designed firearm from her possession. The weapon resembled a laser gun straight out of a science fiction film, and I dared not take any aggressive action against her. The next time Yuan Wuqing appeared was in the dead of night, her demeanor suggesting she had come to seek me out stealthily. Despite having locked the door to my room, she effortlessly pushed it open. I cautiously turned over in bed, and she looked at me with an expressionless face, posing a question that bewildered me. Is Xia Qingxian your girlfriend? Such an inquiry left me perplexed, as I could not fathom how Yuan Wuqing was acquainted with Xia Qingxian. Nod or shake your head. Your fate hangs in the balance. Yuan Wuqing stated flatly. You are in grave danger here. If you are indeed Xia Qingxuan's boyfriend, I will save you. Why? I furrowed my brow and asked, although I was unclear about the circumstances. I realized that I could easily fabricate a response to such a question. I chuckled, sensing that Yuan Wuqing was indeed a good person. She gazed at me with a serious expression and remarked, Xia Qingxian claims you are her boyfriend and implores me to rescue you at any cost. I have merely come to ascertain this. That fellow had the audacity to fabricate such a lie to save me. To honor her goodwill, I blushed and nodded, suppressing my conscience. Hey, you can take me away now, I exclaimed, grasping her arm. Yuan Wuqing shot me a glance, stating, a few days ago it was feasible. But now that the authorities have recognized your immense value, I have been placed under house arrest as well, and many of my privileges have been revoked. My heart tightened at her words. Oh, thank you. I did not rescue you for your gratitude, Yuan Wuqing replied, casting me one last look before hastily exiting the room. I scratched my head in bewilderment, sensing that she seemed rather indifferent towards me, her act of saving me seemingly rooted solely in her association with Xia Qingxian. How could Xia Qingxian possibly know Yuan Wuqing? No, how could she establish any connection with Yuan Wuqing? Resuming my position on the bed, I delved into contemplation. After a while, clarity dawned upon me. Yuan Wuqing mentioned that the individuals upstairs were referred to as super soldiers. This place is a clandestine government facility, and those soldiers are indeed warriors. Moreover, Xia Qingxuan's entire family comprises military personnel, suggesting that her parents likely hold significant ranks, thus granting them knowledge of such a location. Having spent a week here, circumstances began to shift, lifting my spirits, and I soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, I found myself once again escorted by Yuan Wuqing for a blood test. I smiled at Yuan Wuqing, yet her expression remained impassive, as if she had not approached me to speak the previous night. She escorted me into the medical room, filled with an array of medical instruments. Yuan Wuqing stood outside, as was her custom, for she lacked the authority to enter. Previously, when I had entered this medical chamber, I was surrounded by numerous doctors attending to me. Now, however, within the room, there was only a solitary physician clad in a white coat and wearing a mask. He gestured for me to recline on the examination table. A few days ago, we assessed your body's self-healing capacity, and now we shall continue our evaluation, he stated, extracting a vial of blue liquid with a syringe. In the past few days, while they tested my self-healing abilities, I too had garnered a certain understanding of my own capabilities, although the tests were mild. Involving the deliberate infliction of wounds and the introduction of common viruses, I discovered that the wounds healed autonomously, while those familiar viruses were swiftly eradicated by my body's cells. My body displays such resilience, it is as though I am invulnerable. Presently, this physician intends to inject a vial of azure liquid into my being, and an overwhelming sense of foreboding envelopes me. What is this? I inquired, fixating on the tube filled with the cerulean substance. It is, of course, a virus. The doctor replied with a nonchalant air. I felt an ominous potency emanating from this virus. My body may not withstand its effects. Furrowing my brow, I expressed my concern. You can sense that, can you? The doctor appeared astonished, and then, to my dismay, he seemed to chuckle softly, muttering, Indeed, you cannot be allowed to remain. What? A chill ran down my spine as the doctor advanced with the syringe, aiming it towards me. I rolled away, escaping from the operating table. A sharp pain shot through my back. That doctor, astonishingly skilled, hurled the syringe like a dart, piercing my back. Chapter 67. They all believed you were dead. The syringe lodged itself in my back. The blue venom was chillingly cold, and I could feel it spreading across my back like a spider's web. I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss, the biting cold rendering me nearly incapable of standing. Yuan Yueqing stood outside the medical room, her gaze penetrating through the glass door to observe the scene within. I yearned to open the door and welcome her inside. Yet the doctor clad in a stark white coat approached me, wielding a glinting scalpel. Despite the mask concealing his face, I could sense the malevolent smile lurking beneath it. You are a treasure trove of wonders. Have you evolved or mutated? Regardless, you possess the potential to usher humanity into an unprecedented era of progress. Alas, you shall meet your demise at my hands, he proclaimed, raising the scalpel and relentlessly thrusting it towards me. I am enveloped in an unbearable chill. The cold has numbed my muscles. Even though my mind remains acutely aware, my body grows increasingly unresponsive. My clumsy evasion ultimately led me to tumble into the corner of the medical room. The doctor, clad in a white coat, approached me like a malevolent specter. Suddenly, the door to the medical room was flung open by Yuan Yueqing, who stormed in, gun drawn, aimed squarely at the doctor. Professor Zhang, what are you doing? There have been rumors of a traitor these past few days, and are you the one? Yuan Yueqing shouted at the doctor. Traitor? The doctor retorted with a mocking tone, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Yuan Yueqing. He is not in a hurry to kill me, for I am poisoned and could perish at any moment. Yueqing, do you understand? Everything we have done here could be deemed a crime against humanity in a court of law. Mere treason pales in comparison. Huh? He laughed derisively. Which nation lacks secret research facilities? For the sake of national security and human advancement, anything justifies the means. Yuan Yueqing, unwavering, kept her gun trained on him. The doctor cackled. You speak of justification? The higher-ups proclaim your parents as heroes, declaring they died for their country, sacrificed themselves. Do you wish to know the true cause of their demise? His words struck Yuan Yueqing like a bullet, draining the color from her face. Indeed, I am a traitor. Long ago, I was bought off by a foreign government. Otherwise, how could I sustain my family on this meager salary? How could I ensure their happiness? He continued. I have witnessed the tragic fates of many colleagues. I know I shall meet the same end. I do not wish for my children to be exploited after my miserable demise. Yuan Yueqing felt as if struck by lightning. The doctor's revelations left her in utter disarray. Yueqing, you are truly beautiful, resembling your mother so closely. Let me take you away from here, to seek a new life abroad, the doctor said, advancing towards her. Stay back. Yuan Yueqing, seemingly gripped by some thought, was filled with tears. She saw me in the corner, racked with pain, and steadied herself, continuing to aim her gun at the doctor. You must administer the antidote. The doctor waved his hand dismissively. I spent a week studying his self-healing abilities and then concocted a new toxin. I have yet to prepare an antidote. His words struck fear into Yuan Yueqing. In that case, give me the molecular formula of the toxin, she demanded, pulling out her communicator, intending to call for assistance. The formula resides in my mind. Moreover, the other professors are absent. They are all attending a conference today. The doctor discarded his scalpel and removed his mask, revealing a gaunt visage. He gazed at me with a sinister grin. You wish to save him? Even if you succeed, what then? You must realize that all who reside here are merely our laboratory rats. Hearing such words while poisoned only deepened my sense of dread. Yuqing. Staying here will lead to no good end. I advise you to. The doctor began, but his words were drowned out by the blaring of alarms. The doctor cast a helpless glance at Yuan Wuqing and lamented, You have triggered the alarm by breaking the door. This is unfortunate. And I find myself at a loss to take you away. As he spoke, the doctor retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and inhaled deeply a few times. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest as if struck by a heart attack, falling silent. Upon entering a room, she laid me upon the bed. My mind is remarkably clear, yet my entire body is engulfed in a frigid chill, causing me to tremble and exclaim my discomfort. Yuan Wuqing has gathered all the blankets and quilts to warm me. In this place, there is neither air conditioning nor heating. The underground space typically maintains a temperate climate, rendering any form of temperature regulation unnecessary. Gesturing for me to remain still, she departs to attend to subsequent matters. Once Yuan Wuqing has left, I find myself lying in the pitch-black room, my thoughts drifting to the images of Qin Anling and Chen Yiting. This is not the first time I have encountered such a dire situation. Each time I teeter on the brink of death, their faces come to mind. It seems that once again, I am lingering at the threshold of the afterlife. Qin Anling had tied a colorful safety cord around my wrist. The day I left with Yuan Wuqing, she wept profusely, likely sensing an ominous premonition, which is why her tears flowed so freely. A woman's intuition is indeed remarkably accurate. Had I harbored any foreboding at that moment, I would have certainly refrained from coming here. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. I am reminded of Chen Yiting and the longing I feel for the sensation of kissing her. Our relationship has yet to blossom into a proper romance before we stumbled into this chaotic situation. I yearn to escape this place and share a life with her, one where we are never apart. The image of Xia Qingxian lingers in my mind. She is a true confidant, a remarkable friend. Yet it seems I may never see her again. Despite this heart-wrenching realization, the bone-chilling cold enveloping me brings no relief. I shiver, feeling as if I am encased in ice. She touches my body in disbelief, her voice filled with concern as she shakes me awake. Hey, don't you dare die. If you do, how will I explain to Xia Qingxian what has transpired? As I regain consciousness, I clutch the blanket tightly, trembling as I inquire. Professor Zhang incapacitated the surveillance system while dealing with you, so the only one who knows what actually happened is me. I informed the other professors that he had dissolved you with a chemical substance, leading them to believe you were dead and unaware of your presence here. Where is this place? It's my room, Yuan Wuqing replies, her cheeks flushing, perhaps perplexed by how I ended up in her private quarters. Thank you, I stammer. Still shaking. How can I leave? This. Yuan Wuqing looks troubled. I lack the authority to summon the elevator to the surface. I can only escort you to the underground level. At the very bottom of the elevator shaft lies a particle accelerator, a vast circular structure with a diameter spanning several kilometers. Its passageways resemble those of a subway. Xia Qingxian and I discussed it and decided that you should escape through that route. When will we escape? The pressing concern is not the timing of our departure, but rather your current condition. Yuan Wuqing gazes at me with a hint of compassion. I clutched the blanket tightly, yet it offered no warmth. I felt as though I were encased in a block of ice. Those medications proved utterly ineffective. Yuan Wuqing reached out, her hand brushing against my frigid forehead. Her touch radiated warmth, and I instinctively grasped her hand. This modest warmth felt like a beacon of light in the darkness, akin to hope amidst despair. Caught by my grip, Yuan Wuqing paused for a moment before softly inquiring, Do you find this comforting? I nodded, hoping she would extend her other hand to me. She withdrew her hand, standing by the bedside while mumbling for me to wait a moment. Turning her back to me, she removed her black suit. After a moment of hesitation, she donned a white shirt, lifted the covers, and nestled into the bed. The bedding was incredibly cold. She shivered and, turning her head defiantly towards me, said, You should hold me to keep warm. I was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the unfolding situation. Noticing my lack of response, she instinctively nestled into my embrace, wrapping her arms around me. Her warm body sought refuge in my arms, and the sensation was nothing short of exquisite and comforting. She softly began to apologize, revealing that when she sought me out, she had deceived me. Her intention was not to enlist my help in investigating the Shenin incident, but rather, she aimed to study me, for I was a unique existence. I am truly sorry. She murmured her gratitude. Even as her body trembled from the cold, she continued to burrow closer into my embrace. My consciousness became somewhat hazy, and they re-emerged in my mind. As I embraced Yuan Yueqing, in a daze, I felt as though I was holding Chen Yuting. I lowered my head and leaned in to kiss the person in my arms. Chapter 68. However, plans often fall short of reality. I seemed to hear the melodious sound of a harmonica wafting through the air, inhaling the ubiquitous fragrance of flowers, embracing the warm figure in my arms. I felt as though I were immersed in a paradise of exquisite beauty, uncertain of when I had drifted off to sleep. I awoke still enveloped in an unparalleled sense of comfort. The air was fragrant, and my hands felt soft and tender. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Yuan Yueqing, lying beside me, utterly devoid of clothing. Previously ensnared by a numbing chill, I had now regained my warmth. Consequently, the blankets that had covered us had been cast aside. Tumbling to the floor, Yuan Yueqing remained in a deep slumber, her white shirt long discarded. I could not discern whether she had removed it herself or if it had been my doing. My hand rested upon her ample bosom, her fair skin adorned with a myriad of pinkish love bites. Such marks of affection are undoubtedly the fruits of my own endeavors. Last night, in a haze of slumber, I dreamt of Chen Yuting. In my reverie, I kissed her, yet the figure I embraced was Yuan Yueqing. I gazed at Yuan Yueqing in a daze, unable to comprehend why she offered no resistance despite my unwavering attention. Awakening from her slumber, she noticed my gaze upon her and realized she was unclothed, her face flushing a deep crimson. "Have you seen enough?" She shot me a glare before swiftly turning her back to me. In that moment, I caught sight of the horrific scar adorning her back. This was her room. She hurried to the wardrobe, retrieved some clothing, and made her way to the bathroom with urgency. I rose and leaped slightly, inspecting my hands, finding no abnormalities. Last night, that through the bathroom door, I intended to offer my apologies. Bringing you to this place was my way of expressing remorse. Consider it settled now. She spoke swiftly, turning on the shower, and the sound of water gently cascading filled the bathroom. "Yet you saved me. I have yet to save you. Your rescue is irrelevant to this matter. I acted out of gratitude towards the Xia family." "Is that so? Then I truly have gained an immense advantage." Before long, she finished her shower and emerged before me. Fresh and composed, she gestured towards the bathroom, indicating that I should also wash up. Once I completed my shower, she returned with food and a set of clothing typically worn by bodyguards. I glanced at the time. It was morning. As we shared breakfast, Yuan Yueqing acted as if nothing had transpired. A twinge of guilt stirred within me, although I had merely kissed her the previous night without further intimacy. A lingering sense of remorse enveloped me. "Do you have a boyfriend?" I found myself asking, almost as if compelled by an unseen force. "What? Do you wish to be my boyfriend?" Yuan Yueqing retorted, her expression devoid of emotion. "Then spare me the inquiry." Despite her continued stoic demeanor, I sensed a flicker of irritation beneath the surface. After finishing breakfast, she rose to depart. A few steps away, she tossed a mobile phone in my direction. "This device is signal-enhanced and encrypted. You may contact Xia Qingxian to discuss our operational strategy. Keep it brief. If anyone detects the signal and breaches our security, we will be finished." With that, she exited the room, for she was an employee of this establishment and needed to attend to her duties. I picked up the phone and dialed Xia Qingshuan's number. The call was swiftly connected, and her excited voice resonated. "Sister Qing." I refrained from speaking but cleared my throat. "Qingyu." Realizing I had mistakenly called out to the wrong person, Xia Qingxian berated me with clenched teeth. "You fool. Do you even know where you are?" To which I replied, "Well, not really." Scratching my head, I felt an inexplicable warmth despite her scolding, an uncontainable joy blossoming within me. "You imbecile. They came to take you away, and you foolishly followed them without a second thought. Where has your usual cleverness gone?" At that moment, they had presented their credentials, confirming their affiliation with a government agency, claiming to invite me to assist in the investigation of the God concealment incident. My phone incessantly received messages about winning prizes. "And did you really think you had won something? Have you forgotten what you did at the KTV? What could possibly warrant your assistance in the investigation?" Xia Qingxian continued her tirade, leaving me feeling rather sheepish. I truly had acted thoughtlessly. "You idiot, fool, you infuriate me." She continued to chastise me. "Hey, I'm terribly sorry," I said, sheepishly apologizing. "Don't think this will earn you my forgiveness once I rescue you. Just wait and see how I deal with you." After this outburst, she cautiously inquired, "You didn't deny our relationship to Qing Jie, did you? Why did you say I was your girlfriend?" Curiously, I retorted, "Is it embarrassing to be my girlfriend?" Because Qing Jie owes my parents a favor. Her willingness to assist me is already a rarity. If you were merely a friend, she wouldn't have helped at all, which is why I said you were my boyfriend. Moreover, my parents have met you and approved of you. As she explained, Xia Qingxian sensed something awry and shouted at me. What? Do you think being my boyfriend is something to be ashamed of? No. I stammered. In any case, I currently found myself beneath your location. When the particle accelerator was constructed, some passages were left unsealed below. Qing Jie would find an opportunity to bring you down, and then I would support you. The two had meticulously planned everything, and I felt profoundly grateful. By the way, where exactly am I? I was immensely curious about my surroundings. You are in the underground of Hualing City's central area. If you head upwards, you can enter the iconic Huiting building of Hualing City. The place you occupy is a research facility established by the state, and I suspect you have an inkling of what they're studying. If I were to escape from here, would I be wanted? I will enlist my father's help with that. Do not worry. When you have time, call in Ling and Yuting. You've been missing for a week. You have surely frightened them to death. After a few more exchanges, Xia Qingxian hung up. And I called Qin and Ling. Upon receiving my call, the anxious Qin and Ling finally felt a sense of relief. I was taken aback to find Qin Yuting and Qin Anling together. Higi, my dear brother, Yuting's culinary skills are simply exquisite. Even my aunt cannot stop praising her. Declaring her intent to have Yuting as the daughter-in-law of our family. I was in a cold sweat, wondering why my wife would allow that fellow to make such claims. By the way, you two lazybones, do you make Yuting cook for you every day? Hee, it's because you're not home, brother. Qingyu. I take great joy in preparing meals for Anling and my aunt. That girl, along with the unreliable aunt, dared to bully my girlfriend in my absence. Concerned that my phone signal might be intercepted, I could only reluctantly end the call after a brief conversation. There is some good news. She placed the food on the table and remarked that the professors believe you are deceased, hence I need not keep a close watch on you. Tonight, I will undertake a mission. You are to feign being my bodyguard and accompany me on this endeavor. What mission are you to undertake? I inquired with curiosity. Yuan Yueqing shot me a glance, conveying a message that I shouldn't pry further. After lunch, she casually reclined on the bed, seemingly ready to rest before her evening mission. She paid me no mind, and I likewise ignored her, finding a book to read while seated in a chair. It was not until midnight that she rose from her slumber, informing me that she was stepping out and instructing me to prepare the bodyguard attire. I donned a slightly oversized suit and adorned myself with sunglasses. As I entered the elevator, I opened my mouth to inquire about a few matters. But she shot me a glare, signaling me to remain silent. I believe this journey will proceed smoothly. She is set to undertake a mission, while I serve as her bodyguard, which is entirely appropriate. I nodded in acknowledgement. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The elevator halted before reaching the identity verification point, and a familiar figure stepped inside. I refer to him as familiar because we had crossed paths on 2 occasions, once in a stalemate and once in defeat. Zhou Jirui entered the elevator, seemingly oblivious to my presence. He seized Yuan Yueqing's hand and, with a smile, inquired if she was on a mission and whether she required his assistance. I had previously witnessed Zhou Jirui and his companions teasing Yuan Yueqing. Observing Zhou Jirui's behavior now stirred something within me. Yuan Yueqing cast a quick glance my way, signaling me to refrain from any rash actions. Although she was reluctant to be grasped by Zhou Jirui, she was compelled to smile. Noticing that Yuan Yueqing did not reject him, Zhou Jirui grew bolder, pushing her towards the corner of the elevator. Chapter 69. The Demon Factory of Monsters. Zhou Jirui pushed Yuan Yueqing into the corner of the elevator, clearly intending to engage in unsavory deeds. In their training grounds, where men predominated, it was likely that no one could resist the allure of a striking woman like Yuan Yueqing. I turned my gaze towards Yuan Yueqing, who was attempting to push Zhou Jirui away, uttering words of refusal while casting a warning glance at me, signaling me to refrain from any reckless actions. I was infuriated by her audacity. How could she still impede me at such a critical moment? Zhou Jirui positioned himself at the corners of the elevator, effectively blocking Yuan Yueqing's escape. Observing her demeanor, he declared, having been injected with the extraction serum, I am now the most formidable entity. The Super Soldier program has been in the making for quite some time, and I may very well be the first to truly embody a super soldier. The instructor has informed me that soon I shall depart from here to serve our nation, and at that time, Yuqing, you shall accompany me. For I hold affections for you. I stood to the side, utterly speechless. This fellow had the audacity to profess his feelings in such a setting, completely oblivious to the essence of romance. I'm afraid my ability to leave this place is not within my control, Yuan Wuqing unequivocally declined. Zhou Jiarwei chuckled. I have consulted with the instructor. My current value to the nation is immense. I can make certain requests to the higher-ups, and if I desire you, they will undoubtedly acquiesce. In other words, with a mere word from me, you shall be mine, regardless of your consent. Zhou Jiarwei flashed a predatory smile. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wuqing visibly faltered. Zhou Jiarwei leaned in to kiss her, but she swiftly evaded him. He reached out, seemingly intent on disrobing her. As he tore open a few buttons of her blouse, he beheld the delicate, pale skin of her neck adorned with several pink marks. He was no fool. He recognized them as remnants of kisses. I could no longer contain my frustration and struck Zhou Jiarwei with a punch. He stumbled back, colliding against the elevator buttons, inadvertently causing the doors to open. Qingyu. Zhou Jiarwei's eyes widened in recognition. Terror etched across his face, for in his mind, I was already dead. Indeed, it is I. As the elevator doors parted, I forcefully kicked Zhou Jiarwei out. He glanced back at Yuan Wuqing, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ah, you two have betrayed me. You two have betrayed me. He attempted to lunge forward, but I grasped Yuan Wuqing's hand, urging her to press the screen, prompting the elevator to ascend once more. We cannot go any higher. Yuan Wuqing shouted, pressing the screen with urgency as she sought to close the doors swiftly. Why can't we? I wondered aloud, sensing the elevator descending instead. Yuan Wuqing turned to me, her eyes ablaze with fury. Why did you intervene just now? Any ordinary person would have acted in such a situation. I rationalized. The issue is, are you an ordinary person? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the moment? Your interference has jeopardized the entire plan. Yuan Wuqing yelled at me, seething with anger. I was taken aback by the way he looked at her. Are you out of your mind? He intended to violate you. And you asked me to refrain from taking action. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? The elevator is about to reach the ground floor. He has no time to harm me. If you intervene now, he will undoubtedly alert others to seal off the exit. Your reckless actions have completely derailed our well-laid plans. He has already torn your clothing. As a man, how can I stand by idly? You still acknowledge your identity as a man, yet last night, when I extended warmth towards you, how did you repay my kindness? Tears shimmered in Yuan Wuqing's eyes, although she had casually stated in the morning that we were even. She is, after all, a woman, and I wonder if she has ever experienced love. She selflessly offered her assistance, while I apologize. I awkwardly lowered my gaze. Does my apology even hold significance now? I have been entangled in your troubles, and I can no longer remain here. Yuan Wuqing's voice was laced with resentment. If we cannot stay here, then let us escape together. After all, this is not a safe place. Where shall we go? Will you support me outside? Yuan Wuqing glared at me in frustration, as if she intended to cling to me. A few buttons of her shirt had been torn off by Zhou Jiarwei, revealing the delicate lace of her white undergarments. She turned away to adjust her clothing, murmuring a word of thanks. After a moment, having composed herself, she remarked, "You have exposed our situation. The upper floors are likely sealed off, and we can only exit from below." I nodded, signifying that there was no issue. The elevator descended into the depths below, and I found it difficult to fathom just how deep it had been excavated. The descent seemed to stretch on interminably. As the elevator finally came to a gentle halt, I initially believed we had reached our destination, yet that was not the case. Suddenly, the lights within the elevator extinguished, plunging us into darkness, trapping us inside. Zhou Jiarwei took control of the situation, first disabling the elevator's operational system with the intent to restart it shortly, subsequently aiming to escort us to his designated floor. In the enveloping darkness, Yuan Wuqing spoke swiftly. "What shall we do now?" I instinctively inquired. "Force the elevator doors open and escape, you fool." Yuan Wuqing had already stepped forward, attempting to pry the doors apart with her hands. "Step aside. Allow me," I said, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "We need to apply our strength together. Your presence hinders my efforts." Yuan Wuqing reluctantly retreated, and I advanced, my hands prying apart the narrow opening of the elevator doors, my fingers reaching through. With a determined effort, the doors suddenly swung wide. The dim light from the corridor outside spilled in, and I smiled, while Yuan Wuqing regarded me as one might a creature of the night. As we exited the elevator, Yuan Wuqing took a shot at the control panel, attempting to sabotage the mechanism. Upon stepping into the corridor, her first action was to fire at the surveillance camera, shattering it. Such an act would undoubtedly render this place unforgiving towards her. The corridor outside was shrouded in shadows. After surveying the area and discerning her location, Yuan Wuqing unexpectedly drew closer to me, seeking comfort, perhaps out of fear. There are still several floors below us, she remarked, although we could traverse the stairs. Every stairwell is secured, and I lack the clearance to unlock them. Secured? I felt a headache brewing. Are there explosives or something of that nature? How could there be? Yuan Yueqing shot me a disapproving glance. Just then, an eerie scream echoed down the corridor, causing her to clutch my arm tightly. What's wrong? Is something lurking on this floor? The unsettling sound sent a shiver down my spine. A monster. Yuan Yueqing's voice trembled as she uttered those two words. What kind of monster? A sense of foreboding washed over me. Any type of monster exists. This is a clandestine research facility. If the nature of their experiments were to leak to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Yuan Yueqing gripped my arm, her voice quaking with trepidation. I grasped her hand in a state of confusion, urging her forward. A fire axe hung ominously on the wall, and I took it down for protection. As we traversed the corridor, I observed a dozen iron doors lining either side, reminiscent of dormitory accommodations in a school. Behind each door, a cacophony of low, guttural growls echoed. Perhaps sensing our approach, the sounds behind the doors grew increasingly agitated. Each door bore a small glass window, and curiosity compelled me to peer through. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted, revealing a pair of sharp fangs that startled me. Regaining my composure, I looked again and beheld a room teeming with dogs, mutated, grotesque creatures. Some possessed abnormally thick limbs, others were grotesquely fused with dog heads, transforming them into two-headed beasts. While some were stripped of fur, their bodies drenched in blood. In essence, each dog was terrifying in its own right. And this was the source of Yuan Yueqing's fear. They were akin to laboratory subjects, mere pawns in the hands of scientists conducting experiments. All in the name of human advancement. Clearly, Yuan Yueqing had encountered such horrors before, and she struggled to cope. I find myself at a loss for words. The use of creatures such as laboratory mice for experimentation is a widely accepted practice, and few raise objections, regardless of how these mice are subjected to death. The collective sentiment remains apathetic. However, when the notion of transforming these mice into other animals arises, the situation becomes grotesque and terrifying. Those esteemed scientists, who once appeared noble in my eyes, have undergone a profound transformation. While they have made significant contributions to the advancement of humanity, they also embody the role of merciless executioners. Just as I was engulfed in shock, the two rows of iron doors in the corridor thunderously swung open. Chapter 70. A good news to share. Suddenly, the two rows of iron doors in the corridor burst open, revealing a multitude of animals emerging from within. There were dogs, wolves, snakes, and even bears and gorillas. Such a congregation of animals could scarcely be witnessed even in a zoo. Each creature that stepped forth from behind the doors had been grotesquely altered by scientific experimentation, evoking a sense of horror. It was evident that Zhou Jirue had activated the computer to unlock the doors confining these animals upon seeing us on this floor. As the animals emerged from their chambers and beheld Yuan Yueqing and me, they emitted low growls and advanced toward us with deliberate steps. Their gazes were anything but friendly. Despite the low intelligence of these animals, they possess an acute awareness of who treats them kindly and who does them harm. Many of the creatures were swathed in bandages. The once white fabric now stained crimson with blood. They had endured unspeakable cruelty, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward humanity. Though I have faced far more terrifying monsters, I felt a sense of helplessness in the presence of this formidable assembly of animals. I feel a profound sympathy for them. Yet I am acutely aware that they must be eliminated. Otherwise, they could very well bring about my demise. There are no firearms or gasoline here, nor any companions to watch over one another. Both Yuan Yueqing and I find ourselves in a perilous situation. What should we do? Yuan Yueqing gazes at me in terror. What can we do but flee? I glance to the side, observing two corridors, each leading to an unknown destination. I pulled Yuan Yueqing down the corridor to the right. That group of creatures was already hastening their pace in pursuit. We took off running, and Yuan Yueqing could not resist raising her firearm to shoot at the pursuing creature behind us. Fool, conserve your ammunition. I snatched the gun from her grasp. You're going to get us killed, she exclaimed, panic and urgency evident in her voice as she struck me with a fist. Who brought me to this place? Who made you so foolish? I was drenched in sweat, utterly at a loss for words. Indeed, it was my naivety and propensity to trust others that led me into her trap under the guise of aiding an investigation. As I ran, I discerned the layout of this place. It was circular, surrounded by corridors, and I found myself racing alongside Yuan Yueqing in the circular passage, evading the creatures that were circling us. It seemed that all the animals had emerged, I seized Yuan Yueqing's hand and darted into a room, hastily shutting the door behind us. The room was reeking of a gruesome stench and stained with blood. It was the dwelling of these beasts. Wolves and dogs approached, drawn by our scent, yet they could not enter. They battered against the iron door, the sound echoing ominously. Although Yuan Yueqing and I have found safety, we remain trapped. What shall we do? What shall we do? At this moment, Yuan Yueqing is utterly panicked, anxiously shaking my arm. I need to think. I pondered while surveying the room. It is quite spacious, approximately 30 square meters. Surrounding us are various models of trees, presumably intended for the exercise and play of animals. My keen senses detected an unsettling discrepancy. I approached and tapped on a large tree model, discovering it to be hollow within. To my astonishment, a shadow leaped out in response to the sound. A gorilla emerged from the top of the tree model, its fur bristling with dirt as it unleashed a menacing roar towards us. How could it be covered in soil? I swiftly deduced a matter, intent on displacing the colossal tree model. However, the model was firmly embedded in the ground. Realizing this, I took a step back, raised the fire axe in my hand, and struck the tree model with great force. With a resounding thud, the wooden model splintered open, revealing a hollowed-out ground within. A faint luminescence emanated from the excavated earth, suggesting that an intelligent gorilla was attempting to tunnel its way to freedom. Upon discovering the burrow, the gorilla perched atop the model tree became exceedingly anxious and irate, leaping down to charge at us. Yuan Yueqing screamed in terror, and I delivered a swift kick, sending it sprawling away. I raised my gun, intending to take another shot. But upon seeing it collapse in the corner, unconscious, I holstered my weapon and leapt into the hollow of the tree. Hey, you really are fearless. Yuan Yueqing shouted at me, her voice laced with panic. Staying here is what truly defies death. I called out from within the tree hollow. Yuan Yueqing turned her gaze towards the door of the room, which was being battered and warped by the frenzied animals outside. In an instant, she became flustered. Damn it. Wait for me, she exclaimed as she joined me in the underground refuge, quickly discerning our surroundings. Can you feel the breeze? She whispered to me. This group of gorillas is indeed clever, having realized that there are ventilation ducts here. This is a basement, devoid of air, but humans require oxygen, necessitating the construction of ventilation systems. In such a place, Yuan Yueqing became utterly fearless. She was the first to lie down and crawl into the vent. As we traversed the duct, we could glimpse the situation on the next floor through the air vents. To my astonishment, I noticed that there were bodyguards stationed on that level. Just as I was filled with curiosity, I discovered the reason. Through a window of one of the rooms, I caught sight of a figure lying inside. A sense of unease gripped my heart as I struggled to accept the shocking reality that they were conducting experiments on human subjects. Noticing my troubled expression, Yuan Yueqing raised an even more concerning issue. Do you know why Zhou Jiarui has suddenly grown stronger? She inquired. I recalled our earlier encounter in the elevator, where he had mentioned receiving an injection of some extract. Why had he not undergone such a procedure before, and what had prompted this change now? I pondered this matter and gazed at her in astonishment. I was thoroughly startled, staring intently at Yuan Yueqing. And what about you? Are you a mere guinea pig, an executioner, or perhaps a sycophant? Yuan Yueqing was visibly enraged, casting a fierce glare my way as she remarked. I originally had some good news to share with you, but now I have no intention of divulging it. This individual had ignited my curiosity. Pray tell, what is this good news? Do share it with me, I implored with a disarming smile. Who did you just refer to as a sycophant? Yuan Yueqing maintained a stoic expression as she regarded me. Did I mention anything about sycophants? I feigned ignorance, adopting a naive demeanor. With a darkened expression, Yuan Yueqing extended her hand and pinched my arm with considerable force. After venting her frustration, she finally revealed the so-called good news, that Professor Zhang previously accepted funds from a foreign government with the intent to eliminate you. Your existence holds the potential for our nation's technological advancement, and since he sought to terminate you, he has destroyed all pertinent data, including your blood and hair samples. This indeed was auspicious news, and I felt a surge of joy within. Yuan Yueqing regarded me with irritation, exclaiming, You are truly like a cockroach. Evidently poisoned yet somehow surviving, as cold as ice, with no one to rescue you. But you saved me, I replied with a smile. Thank you. I merely. Yuan Yueqing attempted to assert that she had not saved me, but upon recalling her earlier voluntary entry into my bed, her cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily turned her head away, unable to meet my gaze. A sense of foreboding swept over me, prompting me to swiftly cover Yuan Yueqing's mouth with my hand. Upon realizing my motives, her expression shifted to one of terror. I glanced back, apprehensive that the creatures might burst through the door and follow me into the burrow. Yet, there was nothing behind. The animals did not pursue. Peering through the ventilation shaft, we beheld a figure far more perilous than any creature, Zhou Jiarui. He had arrived, instructing the guards stationed at their posts on various matters. After a while, he departed to another location, prompting me to release Yuan Yueqing's mouth and inquire about our next course of action. Yuan Yueqing elucidated that the ventilation ducts were interconnected, allowing us to descend directly to the lowest level. Recalling that Xia Qingxian had mentioned she would be waiting for us at the bottom, I felt a surge of excitement and urged Yuan Yueqing to discern the direction of the ducts before we proceeded downwards. The entire underground ventilation system was a labyrinth of interconnected pathways, with the ducts leading downward arranged in a vertical manner. We supported ourselves against the walls of the duct, gradually descending. Upon successfully reaching the lowest level of the ventilation system, we were met with a resounding rumble. The particle accelerator was indeed operational, indicating the presence of scientists diligently working at the depths below. Zhou Jiarui anticipated our escape route and also descended to the lowest level. Voices rang out, warning him against entering this place. Nonetheless, Zhou Jiarui disregarded the counsel, brutally incapacitating the scientist who attempted to dissuade him. He lifted his gaze towards the duct, his eyes ablaze with a feral intensity. He had injected himself with various extracts. In essence, he was akin to a laboratory mouse, no different from the grotesque creatures that had pursued us moments earlier. Chapter 71. You shall no fear. Zhou Jiarui surmised that we would descend through the ventilation duct. Thus, he raised his weapon and fired at the duct in the ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire drew the attention of the scientists operating the particle accelerator, and upon witnessing Zhou Jiarui's reckless actions, they rushed to intervene. Yet, in a fit of madness, Zhou Jiarui launched an attack on the scientists. I can comprehend his madness. Remaining in such an environment, his mind cannot possibly develop in a sound manner. Furthermore, his recent confession to Yuan Yueqing, coupled with the discovery of my kiss marks upon her, has driven him to madness. The sensation of seeing the woman one adores being claimed by another is sufficient to unravel any man. While he assailed the scientist, Yuan Yueqing and I swiftly descended from the ventilation shaft. This place is filled with various instruments, and we concealed ourselves in a corner, attempting to contact Xia Qingxian. Yuan Yueqing dialed Xia Qingxuan's mobile phone, seeking to inquire about her whereabouts and the location of the escape route. To our astonishment, Xia Qingxuan's phone was turned off. I am enveloped in a profound sense of frustration. That unreliable individual, Xia Qingxian, has truly exceeded all bounds. We had distinctly agreed to commence our operation in the evening. Yet at this critical juncture, she has inexplicably turned off her phone. With a sigh, Yuan Yueqing turned her gaze towards Zhou Jiarui, who was systematically incapacitating the scientists one by one. It was imperative to halt his reckless actions, for the particle accelerator was still in operation. Yuan Yueqing furrowed her brow. The particle accelerator is a device utilized for the exploration of the cosmos, and should it be left unattended or spiral out of control, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. I nodded, gripping the gun in my hand tightly, intending to rush out and shoot Zhou Jiarui. To my surprise, Yuan Yueqing snatched the weapon from my grasp, casting me a disapproving glance. "What kind of place is this," she exclaimed, "that you would even consider firing a weapon?" I rolled my eyes. "You are about to leave this place, yet still wish to safeguard its belongings?" Yuan Yueqing was quite infuriated. "Who wishes to protect anything? You foolish one. There are numerous instruments here. What if they are struck by a bullet and explode?" Understanding her point, I sheepishly scratched my head and smiled. "What are you grinning at? Hurry and deal with Zhou Jiarui." Yuan Yueqing shot me a fierce glare, reminiscent of Xia Qingxian. Oh. I couldn't help but chuckle slightly as I stepped out of the corner and swiftly approached Zhou Jiarui. Upon hearing my footsteps, Zhou Jiarui discarded the scientist he was holding and turned to face me, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Qingyu, I want you dead." His face contorted as he charged at me like lightning. Bang! He launched a fierce kick, and I raised my hands in defense, stumbling backward from the impact. In comparison to him, my only advantage lay in my precise perception abilities. I can sense his next move. However, his speed is astonishing, striking like lightning. Even though I am aware of his actions, I am unable to respond in time. He has undergone systematic training, and his physical prowess is extraordinary. He has injected himself with various serums, enhancing his physical capabilities to an unparalleled level. During our first encounter, we fought to a standstill, yet in our second, he effortlessly brought me to the ground. Now, as we meet for the third time, I must confess that I feel a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, I have reached a point of no return. If I do not bring him down, he will surely kill me, even if I escape death at his hands. I will forever be trapped in this place, a mere lab rat exploited by scientists. Zhou Jirue, how pitiful you are. You are not a super soldier, but merely a lab rat subjected to manipulation and various injections. Acknowledging the disparity in our combat abilities, I have resolved to employ verbal assaults. Upon hearing my words, Zhou Jirue revealed a sinister smile. After all, what does it matter if he becomes stronger, even if it means being a mere lab rat? A sudden jolt of disbelief coursed through me. Could this individual truly be so misguided as to willingly become a mere guinea pig? A guinea pig is no different from cannon fodder. Individuals like him will never comprehend that in this world. There are lives that are even less significant than that of a mouse. I have improved 1,000-fold from my former self. I could have been even better. Yet you have tarnished that potential. Such a person deserves to be condemned. He shouted furiously, lunging towards me once more. I relied on my keen reflexes to parry his attacks, barely managing to avoid defeat. After a brief struggle, Yuan Yueqing unexpectedly surged out from the corner with fierce determination. Her agility was remarkable as she delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhou Jirue flying, overcome by the shock of being struck down by someone he admired. Zhou Jirue's heart seemed to shatter. Yuan Yueqing stood beside me, aligning herself with my cause, her expression tinged with awkwardness. Zhou Jirue, you must relinquish your delusions and depart from this place at once. If you linger here, subjected to bizarre injections, you shall surely not see your 30th year. What will you choose? Zhou Jirue rose from the ground, his smile grotesque. To live a fleeting 10 years in bliss before perishing, or to endure a lifetime of torment? Yuan Yueqing, what will you choose? I choose to live a fleeting 10 years in bliss before perishing. Zhou Jirue chuckled darkly, yet his face contorted with rage as he glared at both me and Yuan Yueqing. You have destroyed the 10 years of joy that were rightfully mine. I do not feel bliss. I feel only anguish. You shall pay. Zhou Jirue had truly gone mad, charging at us with reckless abandon. Even when Yuan Yueqing and I united our strength, we were no match for him. Though he was merely flesh and blood, his body seemed to have been transformed. And in his fury, he was resolute in his intent to kill us both. The man, indifferent to the surroundings, raised his weapon, firing relentlessly at Zhou Jirue. While she did not strike at his vital points, the formidable Zhou Jirue was swiftly incapacitated by bullets to his limbs. He lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Never imagining his fate would be such. Even if you kill me, you shall not escape this place. Here, no one is permitted to flee. Those who leave represent either the honor of the nation or its disgrace. Prepare yourselves to be hunted for a lifetime. How naive. Xia Qixian dismissed Zhou Jirue's words with disdain. Rules are made by men, and those who create rules can certainly amend them. Your understanding is woefully limited. For you dwell in fear. As Xia Qixian spoke, she bore the air of a distinguished lady. My curiosity about her parental lineage intensified. Sensing my gaze, she turned to me, her cheeks flushing slightly as she cast a playful glare my way. Fear? Zhou Jirue lay on the ground, chuckling darkly. I know not what fear is, but soon you shall learn its true nature. At these words, confusion washed over us, leaving us uncertain of his meaning. We were taken aback as he suddenly produced a whistle, fervently blowing into it. The sharp sound of the whistle pierced the air. I find it utterly perplexing. Yuan Yueqing's complexion suddenly turned ashen. This is disastrous. We must act swiftly to prevent him. I hurried forward and swiftly kicked the whistle from Zhou Jirue's mouth. He lay on the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he shouted vehemently, It's too late. You cannot escape. You will all perish here, accompanying me to the grave. Those creatures have undergone a certain level of training. Yuan Yueqing gazed at me, her voice trembling as she spoke. I recalled the terrifying creature I had encountered upstairs, furrowing my brow as I glanced at Xia Qixian. Where's the exit? We must leave at once. Xia Qixian shook her head. We cannot leave now. The particle accelerator is still operational. The exit is within the tunnel of the accelerator. Then shut down the particle accelerator, I exclaimed, only to be met with the raucous laughter of Zhou Jirue, who lay on the ground. The scientists had all been rendered unconscious. Without their expertise, it was impossible for us to deactivate the particle accelerator. At that moment, various sounds echoed from the ventilation ducts. The pipes above us shattered, and down fell creatures that were grotesque, as if mutated. Let us go. Take the elevator upstairs. Yuan Yueqing urged as she pulled Xia Qixian towards the elevator. I hurried to catch up, yet the elevator had already ceased its operational system. Yuan Yueqing, undeterred, discovered a pass from an unconscious scientist and dashed towards the stairwell, attempting to escape via the stairs. However, much to her dismay, Access to the stairway had also been restricted, thwarting any attempts at authorization. Zhao Jirui, in a fit of madness, had sealed off all possible exits. Do you realize? Lying on the ground, blood seeping from his body, Zhao Jirui laughed maniacally, proclaiming that he had disabled a portion of the system to amplify the voltage of the particle accelerator. Such reckless operation would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic failure. And with the voltage further increased, what could the consequences be? He chuckled ominously. You lunatic! Yuan Wuqing could not contain her fury. Eliminating Zhao Jirui now would be futile. From the ventilation ducts, mutated creatures, the result of various experiments, began to descend one by one. A pack of these beasts had already formed, viciously tearing at the scientists sprawled on the ground. Xia Qingxian and Yuan Wuqing fired continuously, attempting to shoot down the bizarre animals. Yet, their ammunition was severely limited, and the creatures only multiplied. Boom, boom. The particle accelerator began to malfunction, with explosions erupting in numerous spots, sending sparks flying. With no bullets left, the terrifying creatures emitted low growls, advancing towards us step by step. Qingyu, what do we do now? Xia Qingxian and Yuan Wuqing took refuge behind me, and I shielded them with my presence. I furrowed my brows, fixating on the bizarre creatures approaching. They had been ravaged by scientists, leaving behind only their primal instincts and an immense hatred for humanity. With a growl, wolves and dogs lunged towards me. Get away. My heart brimmed with oppression and fury. Taking a step forward, I unleashed a roar, releasing the pent-up anger and frustration within me. In my mind, I recalled the colossal gorilla that I had obliterated with a single punch, as well as the immense dragon that carried me on its back. This magnificent behemoth, whirring with astonishing speed and measuring several kilometers in diameter, erupted in a spectacular explosion. The sound of the detonation reverberated through the air, and sparks flew in every direction as the enigmatic substance, subject to the scrutiny of scientists, emitted a dreamlike radiance reminiscent of the northern lights. In a state of fright, Xia Qingxian dove into my embrace, and I reached out to pull the dazed Yuan Wuqing closer as the three of us held each other tightly.